right, everybody, welcome to coverage here of Magic Spotlight Spider-Man. My name is Corey Baumeister. That's the one and only Jim Davis. Jim, how are you this fine morning, and what are you looking forward to here on day two?
I'm feeling great. I'm looking for the non-VV decks to come in and take this tournament. You know, VV had a really, really good day yesterday.
Really good day.
Strong conversion rate. I think a little bit less than Orlando, right?
Slightly less. Yeah, we're getting the final data comprised here. Nick Millard's working on that as we speak, but still had a phenomenal day. Went from 33%-ish to like 52 or so. So we'll have the full breakdown here for you in a round or two. But, yeah, no, I mean, for sure the deck of the weekend, you know, deck of the rotation.
What's
deck of the millennium? I don't know.
We still have half the field of non-VV decks.
I'm saying so far. So far, it's the deck of the tournament.
I'm not supposed to be biased as a commentator, but
yeah.
I'm kind of on team non-VV.
Okay.
We all know you're on team VV, so it's going to be a fun day of us just butting heads together and just watch some great Magic.
I'm the bad guy. That's for sure.
They know.
I'm 100% the bad guy.
Know,
yeah.
You know.
But we're not the only casters you're going to be seeing here all weekend. Let's take a look at the other pair that will be joining us. We got Reed Duke and Ailey Loney that will be bringing in the rest of the coverage here for the rest of the day. But now, Jim, walk us through the format that we are playing today.
So we are playing Standard, one of my favorite formats, and this is the most recent 3 years of Magic the Gathering. So 60-card deck, 15-card sideboard, the usual tournament stuff, 50-minute rounds, best of 3 games. This is a rotating format, which makes Standard so exciting, where it's always changing. Every year, sets leave, and then every new set that comes in is a new set. So we kind of have a new format every few months at this point, which is very, very exciting. Most recent set is Spider-Man, and the oldest set in the format is currently Wilds of Eldraine. And
let me tell you, Wilds of Eldraine still doing some good work. That's Cauldron, right? Cauldron's from Wilds, I believe.
Wow, I think so.
I think so
it
as well.
Is,
yes, because it's a book, right? Yeah.
It's been a while. I mean, that came out like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Standard is quite large at this point. It's the largest it's really ever been.
Yeah.
It's larger 3-year Standard, so there are a lot of available cards, and Cauldron's still one of them.
Still one of them. Then we are seeing that in the feature match here very, very often. So now let's show you exactly what we're going to be seeing today and what we saw yesterday in case you missed it. So feel free to go back and watch coverage yesterday. It was a lot of fun. A lot of cool stuff going on. A lot of great players playing there in day number 1. Day number 2, 9 a.m. Players are just sitting down now. We hear the hush around the hall. Players are really starting to, wake up. You know, it is pretty early. Starting to wake up, starting to get their day ready to go. And we're going to be playing ourselves 6 rounds of Swiss. And then the top 8 is really what these players are after. Top 8 players advance to a single elimination playoff. And all 8 of them will be heading to a pro tour here in Richmond, which you'll be at as well. You'll be, competing against these 8 players, huh?
That is true, yeah.
Are you excited for it?
Yeah, it's going to be great.
Yeah, it's going to be a sweet pro tour. I'm really looking forward to it. Now, Jim, they're not playing for just these invites, though. Walk us through everything else.
Yes. So the invites are huge, of course. You know, everyone wants to play in the pro tour. But we got 5 figures up top. $10,000 to first place. A bunch of great cash prizes going on top 64. Also, this really unique, spectacular Spider-Man promo. This is a foil promo given out to the top 128. These are highly sought after. Really cool, awesome collectible. One of the cool things that makes these events very, very unique.
Okay, absolutely love it. Now let's take a quick look at standings here to see how these players are doing in the tournament, who is our tournament leaders, and the players we're going to be kind of seeing. So looking up top, Oliver Tomiko, a players champion here at Star City Games, as well as you, Jim. You're a 2015 players champ. Is that correct?
Yeah, Oliver's one of the 4. There are 4 players champions. Oliver's one and I'm one.
And it's not an easy tournament, right?
No.
Yeah. It is a very difficult tournament, so winning that one is very impressive. He's a phenomenal player. He's also a national champion as well, so we'll be keeping an eye on the King of the Hill for now. We also got Nam Dang there in 7th place. Nammer Squat's online. Steve Stillman's a very great player. We have Joseph Pugsley is a member of Team Scrap Heat, who just won the last tournament we had. And Jesse Pilon is well there in 9th place, just always around the top of the standings here. Now, Jim, walk us through what else we're seeing.
Yeah, we also got Kellen Pastor, a super accomplished player, playing for forever. Playing Simic aggro, you see kind of lost in a sea of Cauldron here. You know, we see On this sheet, we see a lot of Visit Cauldron. We expected that. And a lot of aggro. Rakdos aggro, which is basically mono red.
Pretty much, yeah.
A more all-in version of mono red. A couple mono red decks, Simic aggro. Decks trying to get under Cauldron or Cauldron decks. See a little more variety on sheet 2 here. That's kind of going to be the talk of the tournament. This is it versus the world.
Yeah, absolutely. So sheet number 2 here, we'll take a quick look at this. More Cauldron. We have that Jeskai control deck. All these players are still very much in the hunt here. Quick shout out, 32nd place, Dominic there. Very, very great player. Karate Dom online. Played against him in the finals of the Invitational that I won. And an absolute ringer as far as Magic goes. Any other standouts here for you, Jim, before we get into the feature match?
Yeah, Jody Keith, Dom Harvey, Vinny Fino. We got a bunch of great players. There's a lot of great players in the room. When I talked to a lot of folks, they were like, the general consensus was, wow, there's a lot of good players in this room right
Yes.
now. Folks came to game. Folks want that Pro Tour invite. Let's give a few out.
We also got the champ there in 24th place, Vinny Fino, and Amin Turtle Abadi there in 23rd place. Still don't know how he got that turtle in there, but it looks pretty cool. So we'll shift gears here and bring it back to the booth as the players are ready. We're going to be jumping down, and no VV in sight here in our main deck. We are going to have Kellen on that really cool Simic deck up against our Rakdos aggro player. So going to be jumping down in a second. Jim, why don't you walk us through exactly what the Simic aggro deck is? And if we have the deck list, we'll put it up on screen for you because it's spicy.
Yeah, this deck is awesome. This has been a big new deck in Standard over the last few weeks. This is an aggressive deck built around Jackal Genius Geneticist. This is a 2-drop from Spider-Man.
Which card is that?
Jackal Genius Geneticist.
Can you say it 3 more times fast?
No.
Okay.
This card allows you to have the kind of the nut draw of turn 1 Mana Dork, turn 2 Jackal, tap, play another 1-drop, and you get to copy it and go up the curve. This deck is kind of similar a little bit to Convoke, which is weird because it shares no colors with that deck.
Yeah.
But it is an aggressive, go-wide deck, able to put a lot of power on the board. Of course, big cards like Riddler or Borid, and then Tyvar New Edition 2 as a way to kind of have an overrun and a threat that's very, very hard to kill.
It's like Convoke, but it shares no colors of it. That's a nice quote, but you're totally right. That is.
I mean, strategically, it's a very, very similar deck. It's 16 1-drops, flood the board, go wide, do the thing.
Really, really funny stuff. Okay, so we'll look at the opponent here. It is Alex here on this Rakdos aggro. I still kind of want to call this mono red. There's one way to actually cast Cella Sellsword, but otherwise, this is Leyline mono red.
Yes, this is the really, really all-in version of mono red. Most mono red decks we see are more tempered, they're more creature-based, just playing quality creatures like Streaming Nemesis and stuff. This deck is the all-in version, of course. Leyline of Resonance is an absolute banger on turn 0, copying your pump spells, making for ridiculously fast kills alongside Callous Sellsword. That fling effect, and super, super cheap, a lot of prowess effects. Slickshot Show Off is the name of the game here in that it kind of says what the deck's trying to do. Slickshot Show Off is not a nickel and dime red card. It is a I'm going to kill you all in one shot red card. Shout out to the Poison Dart Frog on the board.
Yeah.
Just, players memeing, having a good time. I love to see that.
Wait, there's no way to cast that? It's just chilling?
Just chilling. Just a little frog.
What in the heck?
Living his froggy life.
God, I hope people just copy this deck list and just be like, I didn't get the Poison Dart Frog, but I still played it because it's in the deck list or something. All right, Alexander, you're now my hero. So sounds like players are ready though. So let's get down here for day number 2 at Magic Spotlight Spider-Man. All right, getting into the feature match area here for the first time. We got Kellen up top on this really cool Simic aggro deck. And then we have Alexander Max 6 here down on the bottom with a Leyline to start it off. That's how you want your morning to start, huh?
Yeah, the games where this deck has Leyline and don't have Leyline are kind of night and day.
Yes.
With a Leyline in play, this deck plays like a modern deck. Without it, it plays kind of like an underpowered and kind of risky version of standard mono red.
Yes. So, Jim, walk me through this. So, anybody who saw coverage here at the end, Alexander made a little bit of a blunder at the end that maybe could have cost him that match against Oliver. How do you reset if you make a mistake like that to get yourself ready for day number 2 where you're still in a good position?
I think the best time to make a mistake is round 9. Unless you're playing for Daisy or whatever.
Sure.
Basically having the ability to just go get dinner, have a good sleep, and wake up the next day is a really good mental reset. I usually tell myself that if I'm frustrated about a tournament or my result, I'm allowed to be frustrated until the night. When I wake up the next day, it's a new day, and there's no room to be frustrated about it at all anymore. Only positive, looking forward and getting better.
Yep, well said. Having a short memory in this kind of scenarios is great. So there we see 2 damage from the Hired Claw and a block, presumably, with their Gene over there, Gene Pollinator. No land 2, but, largely kept with the power of Leyline, it would seem, as we see Slick Shot. There's the Sellsword. And a couple other cards as well in hand.
Looks pretty creaturey, which is not exactly what you want on a Leyline draw.
Yeah.
But this deck, it's so good with Leyline in play. It's really, really hard to send back any functional Leyline hand.
Agreed. All right, so we see Spyglass Siren here coming in. Get a map. And then see what we want to do. Have 3 mana available here. And the Powerful Bunny. Coming on down here, the Paw Patch Recruit. And then activating the map on the Spyglass. Going to get a counter and not cracking in, going for defense a little bit.
Yeah, without that second land, these Hired Claws can't really attack. Usually they're really good at attacking into 2/2s.
Yes.
Because the threat of activation, you don't need to pump it, but you can, so they can't block. But one land here is a little stifling.
So one thing for all of you watching at home, big difference today than yesterday is now you get deck lists at the beginning. You show exactly what you're playing to your opponent, and, they get time to look it over. In between games, they'll get to look it over again. So a deck like Leyline, Mono Red, does this help or hurt, Alexander, you think?
I would say hurt a bit, but
yeah,
what really hurts here is this Ouroboros.
Yeah,
because this you have one turn to answer this card, and Alex is not really in the market for that at the moment. So stuff is getting big, folks.
And honestly, his deck just doesn't deal with it, right? This is not a deal with creatures deck or cast removal spells up top. This is a kind of Voltron-ish deck where you are trying to assemble a gigantic creature and win the game and go over the top. Going over the top of Ouroboros is not easy. I mean, look at it. It's going into the sky. It's coming from the ground.
It's literally in space, Corey.
Yeah.
There is no top.
Yeah.
Just the infinite void of space.
Wow. Okay. All right. Good point.
Yeah, and you're right. Alex has the fling here of the Callous Sellsword Adventure burned together, which can kind of like circumvent. Oh, I love this. Circumvent the combat step. And speaking of circumventing the combat step.
So, yeah, they just deal 1 damage each as far as attacking. That'd be really crazy if they all stacked, so 3 each.
Yeah. And Kellen here, super disciplined, knows that there are tons of these weird pump spells in the deck, turn inside out.
Which is exactly what he just drew.
Yep, full board, just ways to trade a pump spell at a lizard for Ouroboros. Ouroboros being so important, Kellen says, nah, we can do the full big pump next turn and win that way.
Yeah. Gotta love just the expression of being like, I'm going full bore here. It cracks me up. So, all right, turn inside out. Now we are getting 2 copies of those. So one thing you can do, if Alexander wanted to do is double turn inside out that Hired Claw, and you'd manifest twice, as it does stack that way, but decides the free lightning bolt worth of damage is better.
Yeah, and the interesting options here, too, are could have just gone face there.
Yeah.
Could have just ignored the one that was blocked, pumped the 2 unblocked ones. That's 6 damage out of nowhere. This Leyline deck really is pretty wild at bursting out damage.
It really is.
Like, Kellen's a 10. Like, Ouroboros, it's great and all, but, if Alex draws a land, has a pump spell and a fling, the game's over.
Exactly. And I know he does have the fling, but we'll see if there is an actual pump spell as well. So looks like Kellen decides to play the Drowner aggressively here, essentially playing it during his turn to get that Ouroboros trigger.
This is a lot of damage. It's not 20, but it ain't far away.
Yeah.
It'll definitely be 20 next turn. Ouroboros exponential, so.
Ouroboros is such a messed up card. You get that one in limited at all?
Yes, I have.
Oof.
Much to the chagrin of my opponents.
So it looks like Alexander does have what I was kind of hoping he would have is, number 1, we need to find land 2, but has Slick Shot show off to plot, and then, win the following turn. I think that would be what I'd be trying to line up. It doesn't seem like he has, Pump Spell plus Sellsword. So just top decking a land there doesn't seem good enough, but we shall see.
Yeah, this is probably a 2-turn thing where you need to find land and a big pump spell. A few jump blockers around also.
Yeah.
So you get to see a block or 2 here or there,
And this is Kellen trying to say, I'm presenting lethal next turn. I'm not giving you 2 turns, which is exactly what I'd want to do if I'm Kellen as well.
Agree.
So big draw step here.
A little nod of the head from Alex.
That's got to mean no, it was not a land. Usually, at this situation when you nod your head, it's not like, yay, I did it, because the land would already be in play. It's like, okay, this is how my morning's going to be. Now, so that pumps, and you do draw, right? Or wait, that doesn't pump without the mouse, huh?
Pumps mice, correct. But it is
Gotcha.
it is 1 mana draw too, which is quite good. But no land still. And that's kind of the nod of like, I would keep this again.
Yeah.
I drew 8 non-lands in a row. That's fine. That
Yep.
happens. That's part of Magic, you
Yep.
know?
And the one mountain that we had was the one that we manifested into the yard there.
Yep.
Still no land. He's got to do the land check.
Oh,
it's like,
wow.
did I play them? Right on time there. So, all right, not a great start there from Alexander, but great start for Kellen for his morning. Our established pro, I would say. We've been seeing him around for a very long time. I've played against him like many, many times across many, many years of Magic tournaments. So
I'm pretty sure I played against him in a Star City Finals in this building.
Really?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Fair enough. I played him in my last Star City events game for sure at the Invitational in Roanoke. But anyways, let's talk about sideboards here. So number 1, first and foremost, Poison Dart Frog.
Coming in.
Bring it in. Green card, but that's okay. I really wish he'd asked to read Poison Dart Frog. Just the confusion that it's going to bring. Oh, man, come on. Please ask to see Poison Dart Frog, Kellen. All right.
Kellen's too calm and cool for that.
Yes.
It's all business.
2 Ghost Vacuums, 3 Fanatical Firebrand, 1 Electro Assaulting Battery, 1 Dreadmaw's Ire, 4 Razorkin Needlehead, 2 Screaming Nemesis, 1 Sunspine Lynx. What do you like here?
The Firebrands are actually kind of nice. There are a lot of 1-toughest creatures in Kellen's deck, and I think for the most part, Kellen's deck isn't super interactive. There'll be a bounce spell here, a tap effect there, but for the most part, Kellen's just putting bodies in play, and that's the kind of thing that this kind of fling over the top, kind of kill you out of nowhere deck can take advantage of. Firebrand's a way to keep another creature of a deck, but also have a little bit of removal to kill a Llanowar Elf, whatever. Probably more important of a draw to break serve against a Llanowar Elf.
Yeah.
But for the most part, not too much. I think Firebrands seem okay. Needleheads are 4 for VV.
And, of course, the Poison Dart Frog, right?
And the Dart Frog, yes, of course.
Okay, perfect. So then from Kellen's side, we got 3 Dragon Snipers, 1 Flood Pits Drowner, 2 Insidious Fungus, 1 Quantum Riddler, 4 Repulsive Mutation, 2 Tishana's Tidebinders, and 2 Unable to Scream. What do you like?
Snipers are very nice. So snipers have reach. They can block Slickshot Show off, which is very important. I think making sure you don't get cheesed out by a card like that is very, very good.
Yeah.
Honestly, just lowering the curve as much as possible. I think just having the cheapest possible creatures available. On average, Kellen's creatures will outclass Alex's creatures.
Mm-hmm.
So make sure there's a lot of them and they're out there early so you don't get cheesed out. Fungus could deal with the Leyline. Doesn't have a lot of utility otherwise.
Yeah.
Don't know if I love that. So I think I just kind of like the idea of being cheap. Being efficient, and kind of like that game. Just play some dudes, play an Ouroboros, end the game very fast.
Yeah. Drowner is definitely what I would love there for sure. That one looks spicy. So as far as our next event goes, y'all, anybody watching, if you're kind of getting FOMO here and you want to come and play some Magic at one of these great conventions, come on down to Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. I promise we won't sing while we're there. Well, Jim might.
I might.
Yeah, Jim might. So one thing we'll for sure be doing is playing that Mystery Booster Sealed on Friday. That's Jim and I's favorite thing to do before we get into the convention. But also Friday, they'll be having last chance qualifiers into this regional championship. So if you are interested in playing the main event, but you're not yet qualified, that doesn't matter. Come on down to Vegas, try to qualify in. And if you don't qualify, there's plethora of other events that you could be playing here on Saturday and Sunday. So November 21st through the 23rd. Hashtag SCG Vegas if you want to keep an eye on the socials, and then starcitygames.com/SCGCon if you're interested. And if you're not coming, well, we'll be live streaming here on YouTube once again, and we'll be back to Modern, which, hey, I mean, we just saw another RC that finished last night. I forgot exactly where it was, but another extremely healthy metagame. And Modern looks very, very good right now. So come on down. It's maybe the best I've seen in years.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun last weekend. A lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to do a nice live look in here, a new feature that we got here from the coverage team here at Star City Games. So looking in, this is a 8-1 match, Cauldron Mirror. We're going to be seeing a good amount of this, so, get ready, everyone. The deck's doing extremely well. There's a lot of players at the top end. Now we got Steve Stillman and Jesse Pelond. Two phenomenal players as well here, Jim. What's going on?
Yeah, it looks like Floodmaw. Jesse has the Cauldron, but Steve has the board. 2 creatures, FOMO. Can't quite see the Delirium count. A little bit of glare there on the graveyard. It could be a huge attack. And definitely, with Jesse untapping with the VV. Oh, never mind. We were on Jesse's turn. So Steve looking at a great spot here to possibly just go for lethal. Jesse pressured to have some sort of into the Floodmaw removal spell or something like that.
I mean, Steve may have the board, but can he go full bore is the real question.
Nope.
Okay, then, it's not that impressive, really.
Yep.
God, if he just cast full bore right now, it would be the greatest moment ever.
that would be pretty sweet.
So Steve Stillman did LCQ in to this event, so 5-0 leading into it, and then is 8-1. And, just had a very good result here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternity. Played Boros Energy, which the deck did horrifically bad at that one. But he was the best finisher with the deck and had a nice little finish. So maybe a new aspiring pro here, Mr. Steve Stillman.
Love to see it.
Yeah. And Jesse, I feel like, lost so many win-ins at these SCG events, whether it be RCs or Spotlights. And then he finally broke through here with that Insidious Roots deck, I believe, at the last standard RC we played. And did well at the Pro Tour as well. So these are 2 Pro Tour caliber players at the top of the standings, which I think we're going to expect and see a lot of here in day 2 with the cream rising to the crop with kind of the best deck, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, and Jesse usually playing some really fun decks. Has a lot of fans out there. I'm one of them.
Same.
Playing Cauldron here is a bit of a statement.
What are you talking about? It's the coolest deck. He's playing an even cooler deck than he's played in the past, Jim. All right, so Jim is now pinching me to go back to our main feature match. Ow! Okay, all right, we can get back.
These pens are for stabbing, right?
They are, yes. Sorry, Jim.
Get him again.
The deck's not cool, okay? All right, so we got Rakdos Aggro against Simic Aggro here. 8-1 these players are right now. Any loose projection as far as what these players will need to make it to the top 8, you think, Jim?
I mean, you want to have 2 losses or less preferably, right?
Before your last round or just in general?
In general.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so, more than that, you try to avoid tiebreakers if possible.
Yeah.
Honestly, just keep winning.
Yeah.
Honestly, like, that's kind of my philosophy is, like, don't look at your record. Don't look at the numbers. Just play. Don't scoreboard watch, Whether if a score is 10-0 or 5-5, like, you're still going to try and win. Still try and play good Magic. So
all you can do is put more pressure on yourself if you start to see that and you get closer and closer.
I'm actually really proud of myself that my brain just it just like short circuited when you asked me that question because I never think about it.
Yeah.
Honestly, I try and just always play. It's just I'm just playing games, and these players should be doing that. It's still a long day to go.
Yeah.
They could end up 8-7.
Yeah.
I mean, you just gotta play. So
that's true. That is true. Jim just keeps playing, and like they'll kick him out of the feature match eventually. Be like, Jim, the tournament's been over for 2 hours, and they're like, oh, sorry.
That's the goal. You keep playing until they tell you to stop. You might have a trophy, you might not. I don't know. Just keep playing.
So this is a very tall telling sign. Look at that old forest and that old Llanowar elf. That shows how long Kellen has been playing the game. I love it. That's a beautiful start, aesthetically.
Beautiful start here for Alex's second land.
Yes. Twice as many lands as we've seen before. No ley lines, though. It's not a matchup you would side out or anything, though, right? Especially being on the play.
No, yeah.
I wouldn't think so.
I could see against like a really, really removal-heavy deck doing that, but not here.
Yeah.
Interesting. I love this decision of do you plot, show off, or play it?
Yeah.
And I feel like here, is there really that much downside to playing it? Like I guess it's like unable to scream, I suppose. Because you're missing out on a point. It might not matter.
Yeah, it's only unable to scream.
Oh, man, but the play here from Kellen is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Jackal into double Dragon Sniper.
Oh, my God.
That is a wall of defense, death touch and reach, blocks the show off. There isn't really any Dreadball is gives trample, right?
Yeah.
So that's the only trample effect. Of course, Monstrous Rage no longer with us. Rest in peace. So 3 Ires for trample. Otherwise, this Sniper is going to be really hard to get through.
No kidding. Jackal just summoning a couple snipers, heading at Spider-Man. I don't know. Was Jackal a villain
It says it literally on the card.
I mean, you know, sometimes they're painted as villains, but they end up being heroes within the show.
I honestly am not super familiar with that character.
Okay, neither am I, but
yeah.
I guess he's holding a Spider-Man, so that's probably not like a, hey, this is my buddy.
I have a confession to make.
Yeah.
I thought it was an apple. I just never looked closely at the art. I just assumed it was an apple, you know?
I think it's like a voodoo doll of Spider-Man would be my guess.
That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. And
I thought, wow, this villain just really loves, you know, taking care, just eating fiber, taking care of himself.
Yeah, there you go. We'll go with that.
Yeah,
we'll go with that. All right, Screaming Nemesis coming in. And, wow, no block. Is that surprising to you?
I mean, if you block with a sniper, you lose both snipers.
True.
But
you do kill the Nemesis. You
Yeah.
still traded 1 mana for a Nemesis.
That's true, but I think with the Slick Shot show-off plotted, these reach blockers are very, very valuable.
That's a good point, yeah.
And honestly, Kellen's draw is so good here. We could see, you know, a production of a bunch of more creatures. If Kellen has the really awesome play of Flood Pit's Drowner, copy it.
Yeah, my.
That's set up here, which it looks like that might be what's going on. We see a one-drop play, mana left open. This is the perfect curve for Kellen.
Okay, this deck is sick.
Yeah, it's great. It's really, really cool deck.
This is really cool.
Snipers have vigilance too. They're getting in.
Why not? And I mean, I think you'd want to block one of those, but
I think I agree. You got to just get one of these off the board. Try and clear the way for Slick Shot show off.
yeah. So now 3 damage gets taken, and we'll see what the follow-up is from Kellen. A Flood Pit's Drowner here seems so unreal. And without any removal spells for this Jackal, it's just going to work if that's the case, right?
Yeah, so Cast Trigger, when it's cast, you get a copy of it, and that's quite nice.
Wow. Oh, since it's a cast trigger, removal doesn't even affect it anyways, huh?
It's a Cast Trigger, right? Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to kill it before it would be cast. So.
Okay.
A lot of lands this time for Alex, having the opposite problem. We have the Battle of the Revised Basics.
Those are gorgeous. As far as non-full art ones go, those are up there for me.
Yeah, I like the classics.
I like them.
The Civic Classics never got a style.
That's true. Those mountains just remind me of Patrick Sullivan. You know, one of my goats.
They're not quite Arabian Nights mountains, though.
Is that not the one he usually uses?
Yeah, he owns like 20 of those, and they're like,
okay.
You know, they're very, very sought after. You know, old school card. It was actually in Arabian Nights. It wasn't supposed to be. There are no basic lands in that set.
Oh.
Just one mountain just ended up on the sheet for some reason. So it's the only basic in the set. So they are quite rare.
Okay. That's some nice lore. So big things here from Alexander. And getting in there, not playing Slick Shot Show Off. And Kellen already knew what was going to happen. If you were going to attack, I was going to snap block, 1 damage, take out a Llanowar Elf.
Kellen's confirming, which one do you want? The summoning sick one or the not summoning sick one?
Yeah. And, so the 1 damage was dealt. There's no way that would be, death touch damage by any means, right?
Correct. The Nemesis deals the damage.
Gotcha. And just a pass of the turn.
Kind of surprising.
I'm very surprised.
You know, maybe just posturing from Kellen.
Yeah.
But
I'm saying even from Alexander not having anything.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, the problem with Alexander's deck is that it's not necessarily a problem. It's kind of like the feature and the bug where there's a lot of pump spells. And sometimes you just draw pump spells, kind of like, you know, old school Infect style or, you know, Prowsy style where you have all these pump spells and no creature yet. So, the Sniper's back.
Sniper is back. The Quantum Riddler is warped away. Man, if it worked that way where the warp was the mana value, oh, God. That would be good.
Still 2 mana for Kellen.
Keep
Kellen's sideboard here.
Yep. So Kellen very likely just either doesn't have anything, but just drew 2 fresh cards, so easily could be that Drowner now. Or, you know, waited to hold Drowner until that Slick Shot comes off, just recognizing the only way I lose is if the Slick Shot gets into combat.
Yeah, if that's the case, I'll be very impressed because that is a true testament to understanding how the game ends when Kellen loses and making sure that does not happen.
So now, if anything, you get to get in with this and what we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we could have just casted Riddler.
Leave man up here for sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's saying something when Riddler's still in the warp zone here.
Yeah, and The thing about this deck is, unlike Infect or some prowess decks from, where they have a protection spell to set up, this deck doesn't really have that. It's kind of just full bore. It's going all the way in, all in aggro, and there isn't really a way. Even the fling effect is sorcery speed.
Yeah.
It's not like you can pump, and then fling. So it's kind of hard to play around a removal spell like Kellen's representing right now. I would love it if Kellen just didn't have it.
Yeah.
I've just been bluffing it the entire time, but we're going to find out right now.
We definitely are. We'll see if we can go full bore here. And no, there is the double drowner. 2 stun counters get placed on this Slick Shot show-off.
Yeah, you can stack those up, which is super powerful.
Yeah.
Slick Shot's very sleepy. Oh, that's 2. There we go.
Yeah.
Very sleepy.
Yep, so sleepy. Going right to bed. But we are still going 4 bore.
Oh, my God.
Oh,
boy.
wait a minute.
Is it flaying time?
I think it is. So that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Double it. Wow, 13. That was 26 damage upstairs without getting into combat.
Corey, who needs combat?
Wow, who needs combat when you're going full bore?
Not Alex. That was awesome.
Wow.
And that was a punishing moment for Kellen, who was kind of playing around the attack step and paced himself there.
Yeah.
Could have maybe played a little faster, got more power in play, maybe gave up an extra turn on the clock, and then had time to do that. Wow.
That was awesome.
That really, really cool. And like I was saying, there isn't really a ton of interaction in Kellen's deck. And It's funny because when he was leaving mana up, my thought went to Repulsive Mutation. I was like, is it possible you want a counterspell here? Usually if it's the kind of card you wanted a control matchup. But in a way, Alex's deck is kind of a combo deck. And if you're really good with these dragon snipers and all these creatures and like gumming up the ground, making good blocks, maybe you do want to play just to defend yourself against that kind of combo.
Yeah, totally agree. That was awesome. So before we get into this next game, let's talk about our very next Spotlight event that we're going to be seeing. It's January 9th through the 11th here. This is going to be standard, and it is going to be the Avatar. Spotlight, the Avatar here at SCG Con Atlanta. It's going to be a lot of fun. Standard will have almost assuredly had a big shakeup by then, as well as another set coming in. So, Jim, you looking forward to this one? This one's going to be cool. I think we'll be there.
I'm always looking forward to new Standard, and I always love the first event of a year.
Yes.
The holidays are done. You have that kind of year, that feeling of reset as the year starts, and it's like, oh, it's a new day. Let's play a Magic tournament. Sounds great.
Yes. No, that is going to be really awesome. And, yeah, some of my favorite events to watch. This is back when I still lived in North Dakota, so I was not on this coast to come to all these SCG tours. But those week 1 SCG tours where, I don't know, it just seemed like one of the Jessup brothers always won, were just so fun to watch, where the data's not out there of what standard deck players should be playing. Like, I absolutely love those tournaments.
That was the tournament that me and Kellen played in. Here.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, that was week 1 Shaz for Innistrad Standard.
Wow. So I just caught a quick glimpse here. Alexander, want to take a wild guess what his first draw step was?
Leyline.
Always. It was Leyline right off the top, just exactly where you don't want that card. Your day drastically changes when you play a deck like this, when your Leyline is either your 7th or 8th card.
Yeah, it definitely, Leylines are a pretty high variance mechanic.
Yeah.
And you got to live by the swings.
To the inn we go. Innkeeper's Talent boosting up. And Kellen has the ideal draw. Llanowar Elf didn't die. Use your 3 mana next turn. Doesn't really matter in what shape or form. And wow, okay, Alexander's hand, though, looks pretty good. I saw like 2 Slick Shot show-offs, a Pump Spell, and a Leyline. So, yeah. I mean, now you just plot, right?
We have a true Kellen mirror here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think plotting's reasonable. Try and trade this Kellen off with this creature, I think. I think that, like, with the 2 Slick Shots and all the Pump Spells, the goal here is just kind of, like, trade off, slow Kellen down a little bit, plot these show-offs, and go for that really big turn.
And also, out of all the decks I've seen Kellen play over the years, you probably couldn't catch him dead playing Kellen, playing himself. Like, I've never seen him play those kind of aggressive decks unless they look like this, where they have that extra avenue of attack. Is it Ouroboros? Talk to us about the interaction with the Innkeeper's Talent and Ouroboros. It's a nice one.
Yeah, so Ouroboros takes its own sizing and puts that many counters on all your stuff. You can stack it so if a talent goes off first, puts a counter on the Ouroboros, and then puts the counters on everything else. So it ups that exponential factor into the stratosphere.
Yeah.
Because space.
Oh, wow.
You get
Okay.
it?
Bravo. I actually did not get it, but
That's why I explained it to you.
thank you. Please keep explaining your jokes. They get funnier.
I think so. Yeah, so the problem here now is the Spyglass Siren is just a big flying blocker.
Yeah. Build your own Baneslayer here. So, yeah, each one would get 2. So Ouroboros should have 4 power, right?
1 and then 2, yes.
Because the Innkeeper's Talent puts it to 2 power, and then its power.
No, it has 4 power but 3 counters.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. We were saying the same. It had 2 counters. They just adjusted it now.
Oh,
That's why I
right,
say
right,
that.
right,
yeah.
Right.
So this turn, definitely not anything where Alexander can win the game by any means, but you could go double slick shot, turn inside out one of them, whichever one gets blocked by Spyglass Siren, because that's the thing is you're going to run out of time to be able to do that. Or the other alternative is as well, you just plot another one, say go, have your turn with all the pump spells you can possibly have and hope that that's enough.
Yeah.
But are we getting close to lethal on this crackback? You know, like that's how big Kellen's board is.
Yeah, so Ouroboros goes to 5 power. It gives 5. Jeez.
So Ouroboros going to have 10 power,
yeah,
right?
I think that with the Kellen able to block, barring some sort of tap effect or bounce spell, a chump block will keep Alex alive. That's pretty risky.
Yeah.
But
because that's the thing is the map can also maybe make it Ouroboros a 12 power creature.
Right.
And if it's 12, it means it's putting 6 on other things. So that makes the Spyglass Siren up to a 10-10 flyer. Like, I think 1 blocker is actually not enough just on board right now if that map hits an on land.
I count 19 if that's the case.
Yeah.
So I think with Alex at 20, the chump block still keeps him alive. So 6 on each is 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, I count 19.
Yeah, because you can block the Ouroboros. Yeah.
Correct. So got a plot. 19, 8, 20.
Well, now no matter what, unless you play the other plotted one. So, yeah, I mean, if there's a Drowner plus activate the map, or honestly, I think just a Drowner probably wins that.
Drowner is more than enough. But I would say starting here means probably not.
Yeah. Or you have it and you're just slow rolling a little.
Sure. We got a reader. Someone hasn't played enough Duskmore Unlimited.
Well, I mean, that card didn't stick around in Duskmore Limited that much. You play it, it's just like Ouroboros. Game ends.
Yep. So, nailed the counter on the Ouroboros.
So, yeah, now, if we were to be able to get to 4 lands non-Llanowar, you could double the Innkeeper's Talent, and that would make it lethal. But we're 1 mana short of that, even if Kellen plays a land.
Uh-oh.
But is this a... Okay.
All right.
I mean, now this is, the advantage bar, it goes from being completely in Kellen's favor to now you got to be a little afraid of these double slick shots that are coming with 4 mana from Alexander with only 1 blocker. One's going to get through.
This is the moment of truth. Is Jim's math correct?
Yeah. Is it too early in the morning?
Yeah.
I did just blindly trust you here on this one.
Yeah, so we got 8, 16, 17. I count 19 still.
Yeah, 19.
I'm on my game. There we go. I can do basic arithmetic.
Even early in the morning. So you do still have to, and also very important, if Kellen does cast a 7-drop creature, you do get 2 of them.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true.
Just want everyone to know at home, if that happens, there'll be 2 7-drops.
For the time being.
Yeah.
We see next turn or a board go off, a little counter shifting. We could copy an Emrakul.
Oh, good point. Good point. Yeah, right now, Verdant Force? That's a 7-drop, right?
I think it's 8.
Dang it.
Yeah.
I don't remember any playable 7-drops.
This
Besides Nezahal. Ooh.
Atraxa, Titan of Industry. It's Holly.
Uh,
there were so many good 7-drops in the last standard format.
Ones that we can cast, Jim.
I'm ambitious. We're operating in Christmas land here,
Yeah. You know what? Forget I ever said that joke in the first place. So we derailed us. So here's a mountain. We're going to see 2 slick shot show-offs. This is the game here of the morning here. Let's see. Is it there? That looks like a confident man.
Yeah.
said block 1, right?
All right. It's
Boom.
Turn.
Okay, each one is +5, so that's 11.
Oh.
And that's it. The fake out. There was not enough there. We needed a fling. You know, it really needed a fling or the double power type thing, but was not there. And Kellen Pastor takes it down, advances to 9-1. The Cell Sword was always one card away. Think about how close that game was, too. If the Leyline was the 7th card instead of the 8th.
I was just going to say it,
Yeah, if whatever he drew there was switched with that pending, you know, the we didn't just draw one of the pump spells.
Right.
You know, if we already had that, then that would have been the case. But Kellen on Simic Aggro advances, and he's got to be the hero to a lot of people with that really cool deck here in this tournament, huh?
Deck's awesome. I think the deck's really, really good. It's just such a really lean, efficient deck. I love the build of it as well. Kellen's playing great. And that game, you know, I think that when you register the card Leyline of Residence in your deck, you have to be ready for a game like that.
Yes.
You know, like you're going to have games where you just kill your opponent on turn. You can kill on turn. I think turn 2 isn't possible anymore. Turn 3 is possible. You know.
Yeah, it was with the creature where when it dealt damage, you could the scamp, right?
The scamp, right?
Yeah.
But like, if you're signing up for possible turn 3 kills, you're also signing up for some potentially awkward draws, and we just saw that right there.
Yep.
So close on literally both sides of the ball. The first draw step and the last draw step, just slide them one way or another. That's a win.
Yeah.
But that was the breaks.
A field goal, as they say, right, in sports ball.
Yep.
So, all right, sounds like we got ourselves another backup feature. We're going to jump on down and check out our other matchup. So we're going to have Liam up top, and we're going to have Kevin on the bottom. Demir mid-range up against Is It Cauldron between these two players.
Yeah, Demir was actually our third most played deck. Surprised me a little bit.
Yes.
Honestly, I expected the...
What would you have expected? Yeah.
The new school of the Simic aggro deck, the Azorius aggro deck. Some of these decks have been playing on Magic Online. Of course, Paper was a little slower than Magic Online.
Yeah.
You know, as far as players might have locked their deck in for this event a week or two ago, and so on and so forth. But, you know, Demir's no slouch.
Yeah, Demir's just still a good deck. You know, Kaido is still a fantastic card. Hard to argue with it. And I truly feel when I'm playing Cauldron, there's only one matchup that I think is bad. Like, I'm not a believer that Mono Red is a bad matchup anymore. I am a believer that Demir is as close to 50-50 / if they are on the play, I think I'm disadvantaged. This is the only matchup. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's, you know, just a matchup that I lose too often. But I am afraid of Demir, and I'm not afraid of anything else when I'm playing Cauldron.
Pretty funny because I was just about to go into a segment of how I think that play skill is really, really important in this matchup.
Yeah.
And, like, not meant to be a
Go
thing,
on.
but, you know, it could be one. But I think that, like, you know, both players, you know, if one player is playing much better than the other, it's a wash.
Yes.
You know, when both players are playing at a high level, it's very, very close. There's a lot of play, a lot of room for expression.
Agreed. Yep. Nope. That makes a lot of sense. And I think the one thing that we've seen Demir decks kind of go away from these days is their vulnerability to fire magic, because post-board you bring that in, and I was just destroying Demir left and right. But when they pivot and they, you know, go to more preachers, maybe they take out their drowners, they bring in more tide binders, and they play more as a mid-range deck. That's what scares me, because pressure and disruption is how you beat combo historically, and tide binder is the scariest card here in this matchup because it does both. It's pressure and it shuts off your Cauldron if you're not careful. Shuts off your VV if it's in play. It does all the good stuff.
Yeah, pretty strong sideboard here for Kevin and for the Cauldron matchup. We'll see that, of course, for games 2 and 3.
Yeah.
I think that Liam wants to win this game 1, I think.
So Liam just did a good job at winning this game 1. We saw the hand from the bat, which was all lands and Winter Night Stories, so a Cauldron off the top. Now if you Winter Night Stories into a VV, your otter gets to, start playing, start having some fun.
Yeah, that's kind of a weakness here of Demir, is that it can't really remove a Cauldron from the battlefield once it's in play. You know, you can discard it with a bat or a duress, you can counter it, but once it's there, it's very hard to remove, if at all.
Yeah, that's always why I sneak that one in whenever the shields are down, because, well, they have a lot of counter spells beforehand. The only way to truly deal with it is to Tidebinder it if your opponent gets a little impatient with it or doesn't think about every activation with it, but a missed land drop from Kevin.
Yeah, it's interesting. Liam a little flooded. Kevin a little light on lands. That's tough. You know, Demir's a deck that kind of does need to curve out, make the land drops kind of go up the chain.
And there is Winter Night Stories. That's one surefire way to get unflooded.
Yeah, no counterspell here.
Yep. Got to think that it's probably just a Drowner or a removal spell for the Otter if Vivi does present itself. But nope, there goes 2 of the basic lands. Liam assuredly is a little less flooded now. And here comes 2 points of damage. If there was a Drowner there, I would have loved to just see an ambush block there. Just get that Otter out of there. Not even try to ice it down. There's no creatures on the battlefield. The spot where you get in trouble is with that creature in play and doing the VV things.
I strongly agree.
Yeah. But now we see Flip from Cecil, the Dark Knight, the Final Fantasy IV special. My favorite series that we've ever went to as far as the universes beyond and Magic. I absolutely love Final Fantasy.
Hey, listen. That's that game, right?
What?
I see haven't played Zelda, so whatever.
Yeah.
You're a lost clause, Corey. I don't know what to do with you.
Thank you. Played a lot of Super Smash Bros. Does that count?
I mean, there are characters in that game.
Yeah. All right, so we got the Flip. Now this being a lifelinker, I mean, it doesn't come up often, but when it does, I mean, the flip side of Cecil is phenomenal.
Yeah, it's a house. Really potent 1-drop. All right, Liam has some work to do here.
Yeah, really does. So there's the Scholar. Step 1 is Scholar, discard VV, get it going.
Yeah, you got to be on the edge if you're Kevin, where with the Cauldron already in play, just every single draw discard is like...
Yep. But that being said, I mean, it's pretty likely that Kevin would have a removal spell here, and Liam does not have the luxury, even if he has VV, to play around it. So Riddler was the discard. That's not a VV.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think that the tap play from the Drowner speaks to that, too.
Yeah.
Or another Drowner, sure. Just like, I want to keep a body in play. I'm just going to go for the kill over 2 turns.
So this is 9 damage. So if there is a Kaido, we can do it. But with this pause from Liam, it's probably, do I need to cast this into the Floodmon now? Or this Torch the Tower now? And not necessarily. But into the Floodmon, the Cecil does look pretty good here.
Yeah, reasonable.
Yeah. Or Torch there. So let's see. I feel like I lose with against Amiris. Just these tempo-style draws, you know, that's the toughest thing to deal with when you're the Cauldron deck is pressure and disruption, and all the creatures do both. Drowner is a great example of it's disrupting plus it is forming that pressure. Same with Bat. You know, it's disrupting your draw, making things awkward for Liam, but also pressure, even though it's minor. And even with only 2 lands, Kevin is not only putting up a good fight, is well and truly winning it. So now Scholar should be tapped. Otter's untapped, and it's a little bigger. And you got to think if there's a scenario where Liam wins, there is a little pesky wizard here underneath that Cauldron.
Can Liam get it there?
We're going to find out.
Liam thinking it through. And, of course, also Kevin still hasn't played a land. So, you know, the summation there is, of course, there's a handful of spells.
Yep.
Likely interaction.
Okay, there it is.
Ooh.
Vivi in the yard. Now one nice thing is if this Cauldron does exile Vivi, you can go to put a counter on now this Warped Riddler. And if the Riddler were to die in response, well, the Otter still adds mana. So now it's kind of fail-proof. You beat one removal spell, basically.
Yeah, it's cool, too. You're not exposing an actual blocker. You put it on the Riddler. A lot of mana. No exposing of a blocker. Ooh, hold on, folks.
Yeah.
No kill spell in response here. We might be off to the races.
I think we might. Yeah, I think I would have liked to see, just to minimize the risk here a little bit, if Liam did use that 1 mana to harmonize Winter Night Stories first. At least that way you get some value off Riddler if there is a Shoot the Sheriff or a Bitter Triumph here, but still totally fine.
And Kevin's hand's got to be pretty bad. We see a Curiosity, just a lot of big 3s and 4s. This stinks. You know, it feels real bad. You have a pretty good start, played pretty well. You know, really applied the maximum amount of pressure. Couldn't close the door. couldn't find the third land for one of your big plays, and your opponent struggled to put it all together, but has now had enough time to do so, and now, woo!
And now we're going to see the power of VV. So now, love to do this. You get the VV underneath, and now you get a VV in play, and now those VVs, that VV will get double activation, essentially.
I'm seeing double here. Two
Oh,
VVs.
yeah.
Oh, Braid, get that FOMO back. Woo!
And, yeah, as long as Liam has now 3 or less cards, the FOMO discards 1, draws 2 off Red Alert. Just every time you get to do it, I literally fan myself down when I'm at my desk, just thinking, wow, this is pretty busted. Okay, so there is FOMO with 2 cards in hand. That's perfect. Discard 1, draw 2, no big deal.
Corey.
Yes.
Okay, we got a long day today, bud. All right. Corey's levitating again.
I am levitating. Oh, this is just so sweet. I mean, and honestly, for the last 3-4 months since I, picked this deck up after the initial wave of bans, this is what I'd been learning, and this is the toughest part of the deck is optimizing these turns, because most of the time it doesn't matter. You go way over the top of your opponent, but the times where it does matter, where you can win those games that looked like you had to play perfectly, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, pretty interesting here at this list. Only 2 Marauding Mako, 4 copies of Stormchaser's Talent. Talent's pretty cool as an extra mana sink in spots like this, where maybe you that draw off the FOMO up, finds 2 lands, kind of bricks you off a little bit.
Yeah.
Being able to level up that talent, get back any spell, kind of keep things going is pretty nice. So.
Yeah. Yeah, this is kind of that crossover list where it's like, it's not fully Is It Prowess, but it has the remnants of that deck. But I like just getting as far away from that deck as possible. Do the busted thing. So, I like this list. It only has 2 Cauldrons, 3 VVs. Sure, if you still find the combination like you have now, it looks even better. But for me, if it were up to me, I'd play 6 of each card. Just play the good cards.
You could physically do that.
Wow.
Probably wouldn't end well for you, but you could put 6 of each card in your deck.
Yeah, I suppose.
Folks at home, don't
do that. Yeah. Ooh, and there's Tidebinder and a bunch of Kaidos. So you just got to think, if that one Tidebinder was there, if there was one more land, you Tidebinder the Cauldrons targeting the VV, counter that ability, the artifact becomes useless. Kevin wins that game easily with 1 land draw, just 1 land. So we saw how incredibly powerful the Is It Cauldron can be, but I mean, all Kevin needed was 1 land, and that game was not close in favor of him. So pretty unlucky if you ask me. Now looking at Kevin's side, we have 3 Annul, spicy, 2 Duress, 2 Fey Bloom Trick, 1 Kaido, 1 Negate, 2 Quasari Revenants, 3 Strategic Betrayal, and 1 Tashana's Tidebinder. What do you like?
Yeah, so on the paper list, the Annul and the Betrayal are the first 2 cards, so 3 and 3. Both quite potent here. Annul is really, really good against Cauldron. We were just talking about how the Dimir deck can't remove a Cauldron. Well, having a 1-mana answer to it at all points in the game is great.
Yeah.
Just FOMO, Profs, Annul is excellent against the Cauldron deck. Betrayal is pretty cool too. There aren't really many stinker creatures. It's funny. This deck does have the Otter tokens, where usually there's no bad creature. Every creature is at least relevant in some way. So having our Removal spell of Exiles or Graveyard is pretty sweet too.
You take that back about an Otter. That's a good creature.
He's a good little guy.
Yeah, good little creature.
Definitely worth betraying.
Yeah.
And, Tiebinder's pretty cool, too. I think kind of keep it low to the ground. I think that, we are open deckless, so the Magic's in Liam's board, a few Pyroclasms. So be aware of the removal spells that are coming in. For the most part, a lot of tools to bring in. Looks really good.
You heard it here first. Jim Davis betrays Otters. So more news at 11 on that development. Liam, on the other side, we got 2 Annul, 1 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Flood Pit's Drowner, 1 Fresh Start, 2 Obliterating Bolt, 2 Pyroclasm, 2 Spell Pierce, 2 Spidey Sense, and 2 Unable to Scream. What do you like?
The Clasms look pretty good. I think that the Dimir deck is the aggro deck, and the is the deck's going to be trying to kind of keep them off their stuff. Bolt can be nice too. Deals with Curiosity cleanly. Can kill a Kaido sometimes. So more removal spells, kind of stay alive. I think the big question is what comes out.
Yeah.
I think moving. It's funny. I would say removing a bit of the graveyard stuff to kind of play around the betrayals, a little bit of that. But Liam's already done that in the main deck. Only 2 Cauldrons, only 3 VVs. Like you said, this is kind of like a hybrid Prowess and Cauldron list. So I'm honestly not quite sure what will come out. I
always take out Into the Flood mods up against Dimir. They don't end up being that great. Makos can come out. The wild ride's a little cute, that kind of stuff. So, Jim, this tournament is awesome. We talked about Spotlight, the Avatar here coming up. But what about the rest of events here? We got a lot going on here in 2026.
Yeah, a lot of great cities. Love Portland. Of course, Vegas is fun. We'll be in Vegas in a month, and then we're going back next year, which is great. I like to play a little poker, too, so that's pretty fun.
There you go.
Hartford's great. Los Angeles, come back to Baltimore. Dallas-Fort Worth, one of my favorite travel cities on the SG Tour back in the day.
Have we confirmed it as a Dallas-Fort Worth, or is it?
I was actually just saying Dallas-Fort Worth to hedge my bets.
Ah,
not sure if it's
okay.
Dallas or Fort Worth.
You're influencing this, huh?
Yeah, maybe. You know,
Okay.
I love Fort Worth, but you know, great area either way. We got DC. Gonna be a great schedule at all. It's going to be great. It's really, really fun. So hope to see you at all these events. Of course, we'll be there hopefully to some coverage.
Yeah.
You know, and maybe we'll let us out play at too, but probably not.
Yeah.
We're basically shackled to our desk here.
100%. Yeah. So actually, just to make sure we can bring you as much Magic as possible without speeding things up, Kevin won game 2. So now we are going to game 3 here between these two players. Just to make sure we can bring you the round, we got to our next round, round 11, coming up. And we, of course, want to bring you as much live Magic coverage as we can. So we got Prof's Eidetic Memory, met by an annul immediately. Oh, yeah.
Not in my house.
Oh, yeah. That is a nice start.
For some reason, one-mana counterspell just feels so good.
They really do.
Spell Pierce and annul, it's just such a satisfying feeling.
Hey, easy, easy. Don't, put any disrespect on Force Spike's name, the OG.
Force Spike's great, too.
You ever Force Spike someone straight into oblivion?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Mana Tithe? Yes. Daze?
Yeah.
Yes.
How much mana do you have open, Jim?
None.
Force Spike, let's go. Get out of my game. All right, the Otter has been shot as well. The Sheriff is gone. Oh! Force Spike would have done the same thing. Oh, man. The more Magic changes, the more it stays the same, baby.
One-mana counterspells, nothing better.
I love it. Okay, so great exchanges from both players. Realistically, kind of the best draw you can have from both players so far. The fact that Liam did resolve the Eidetic Memory, though, huge game. That and Cauldron are both incredibly important in two very different ways.
Yeah, and then Liam being on the play here is important, too. So we've seen some good exchanges back and forth, but they've been reactive exchanges on Kevin's side so far. And I think Kevin needs to be the aggressor of this matchup.
Well, it looks like Kevin agrees with you, betraying Otters here.
Yeah.
But also, Kevin, come on. Where's your third land? Did we leave it in game 2?
He's looking for it.
Yeah.
He's looking everywhere.
Yeah.
Is it over here? Is it over there? Where is it?
The Otter has been betrayed. Some of the cards are out of the graveyard. And it's minor, but hey, fighting against FOMO's Delirium, that's low-key plan B or plan C. The problem is with this Cauldron deck, it has the best plan A that I've ever seen in a standard deck. And then it has a plan B and a plan C. Like most incredible combo decks, they have a horrific plan B, or the really good ones have a decent plan B, like let's say, Teamer Breach with constructs, Copycat combo with the energy package, those kind of things. But when you have good plans Bs and plans Cs, your deck is probably incredible, huh?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Betrayal's good, too, because like I said, there really aren't any bad targets for it. So it's just like, 2-mana Doomblade, Tormod Script. Not the most efficient. It's a sorcery and so on and so forth. You don't get to choose the creature. But if you're trying to just kind of keep killing stuff, playing a tempo game, plays great.
Well, you just target the opponent. So there's always good targets. You're always playing against an opponent.
Sometimes.
Okay. You play a lot of Dimir mid-range solitaire games. I get goldfishing the Cauldron deck, but
don't judge me.
I'm not judging, bro.
I didn't come here today to be judged. I came to watch some great Magic here in the Spotlight series, all right?
You've been shackled to the desk this entire time, Jim. You did not have a choice.
That's true.
All right, so we got Kaido. We ticked up to kind of prevent against any shenanigans. This is where Tursa shined. These kind of plays were just so risky, but now that Tursa has kind of largely been taken out of the list of the Cauldron decks, which I don't even know if I necessarily agree with it. I mean, it's still a fine card. I like playing at least one, but this is where Tursa shined. When you can pressure a Planeswalker, pressure an Elspeth or something, if it just down-ticked. Those kind of things can very much come up. And, of course, the final punch when Profs moves 8 counters over or whatever.
Ooh, Floodmaw. It's interesting because I was going to say, games slow down post-board. You're more likely to see this hard cast Kaido in post-board games.
Yeah.
Now things are really slowing down. We're seeing bounce spells. Little Fish got some work to do.
Also, leaving in Kaido's on the draw Demir, largely has kind of adopted the side-out Kaidos in this matchup, or at least side them out on the draw. So kind of surprising to see that. Maybe less surprising to see into the Floodmaw. I take him out in the matchup, but I don't know. I never knew if it was fully right or not.
Yeah, I mean, with all these spells coming in, all the annuls, the betrayals, maybe Kevin's taking a little more of a reactive kind of controlling role. Kind of, accepting that sometimes he's going to need to just cast Kaido as a Planeswalker, but, not that bad if you're killing everything else.
This fish could also be a Kaido. Surprise. So that's why into the Floodmaw on a Kaido here. It's not that great. You can just put it back for 3.
No, we got a Braid coming in. Take care of this poor little fish. Just trying to swim upstream.
Yeah.
And nope. It was a mean show you got her today. Otters and fish.
And now if there's not a counter spell for this Kaido, that was a horrific exchange from Liam.
Yeah.
Just 2 for 1, nothing.
Yeah.
So 2 for 0.
And the scary part here is these emblems are banking up. We see a Soulstone Sanctuary in play. It's now 5/5.
Yeah, Vigilance.
Permanently.
Yeah.
Which is quite large and kind of out of the range of a lot of William spells. Also into the Flood Moss is non-land. Oh, sorry, it's a creature on the front side, non-land permanent on the back side.
Yeah.
So it can still target it.
Like, even face-up information, I don't know what Liam has. Instead of what we did last turn, I would have much rather slammed a 5/7 Riddler there instead of what Liam did, personally.
All right, well, let's see what Liam has in store for us. Certainly on the back foot.
So far away from VV Cauldron stuff. And you really do still need that. And, okay, 2 damage. Do we have 3 more for it? Obliterating Bolt, perhaps? FOMO. Okay, so just doing it just to get rid of it so you can draw that extra card.
Yikes. That's tough.
Very yikes.
All right. Tough spot for Kevin. The Demir deck is really going to turn in the corner, and once it turns the corner, woo, it is ahead. Because now, if we see a card like a Null or Shoot the Sheriff, these interactive spells, backing up this Planeswalker and this really fast clock, the game ends in a hurry.
Yeah, very true. And assuming Liam is also at 7-2 instead of 7-1, that's not exactly possible, but...
I guess 7-1-1 maybe.
There you go. Maybe doesn't have a draw on the thing. That would make sense. And let's see what this turn is. Okay, down ticking, so icing down the FOMO.
I'm a proponent of the upside down to show stunned, but upside down tapped, not untapped.
Yeah, like, you don't like what we're seeing, right?
Correct.
I hate it. I absolutely hate it. So, we're going to kind of... looks like we might have to dip out of this game as our next round is jumping up. We'll have the producers let us know who won this. Who do you think won, Jim, before we get into it?
It's looking pretty good for Kevin.
Yeah, looking pretty good for Kevin. So, yeah, we'll get confirmation who took that down. And then we are going to take ourselves a very short break, and we're going to be right back here with round number 10. Players are already sitting down, so do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Right, everybody, welcome back to coverage here of Magic Spotlight Spider-Man. I'm Corey Baumeister. That's our 2015 Players Champion here, Jim Davis, and we're going to be getting ready here in round 11. We're going to get started as players are sitting down. So first, we're going to take a quick look at the standings and give a quick recap of our last round. Kevin did end up winning that, looked pretty far ahead, but left you on a bit of a cliffhanger there. So, Jim, walk us through this.
Yeah, so Tamaiko taking a loss. We got
there we go.
No more King of the Hill. Still number one in the standings.
Yeah.
But no more undefeated players. We got 6 players at 9-1. Those players are in great shape. All the 8-2s are a little riskier. Don't really want to lose any more games if you want to not leave things at tiebreakers. Still on a Cauldron. Kellen Pastor, of course, Simic Aggro doing great. And Rakdos Aggro still in there also.
Jeskai Control sneaking in.
Paul Farnsworth, 16th place. Maybe a little bit of an underdog favorite. Love to see that.
Absolutely. So this page here, very likely going to be a good chunk of our top 8, but not everyone. Some people can come up from lower than this as well. So we are going to be jumping right down. We got our feature match here ready to go. So we'll head on down when we're ready. But Jim, walk us through exactly what we're looking at. We, of course, have Is It Cauldron, but we have another spicy one.
Yeah, really, really cool version of the Sultai Reanimator deck. So this is the bringer of a last gift superior Spider-Man deck, using to circumvent the cast trigger on the bringer by casting it with superior Spider-Man. Really, really cool deck. I love the build here, too. This is a deck that's been floating around for a bit. Does not really have like a stock list yet.
Yeah.
This deck is playing a lot of interesting ones here. Mob Lookout, new Spider-Man card. That's kind of like a cheap roadblock. Put things in the graveyard. A lot of these lists have been focused on self-mill.
Yeah.
And having this actual discard effect is important for when you draw the big boom booms you want to get rid of. So you got Lookout here. Scout the City's really cool. I love also the duality of Mob Lookout and Town Greeter bring the 2-drops. Town Greeter's like, hey, come on in. The Mob Lookout's like,
don't come in my town.
What are you doing here?
Yeah.
So
we did see Bookworm as well. Do you think Bookworm is just a better card than Mob Lookout? Like, there's gives and takes, but I really like that tech that we saw early on.
So the difference is the Lookout just happens. So if you kill a Bookworm before the end step, there's no loot. So there's risk there. Lookout's more front-loaded, where Bookworm's better if it stays in play. Lookout's more just, hey, I need this in the graveyard right now. You can also just do it all at once.
Yeah.
If you have 6 mana, you can show Lookout, discard a big thing, and Spider-Man. So pluses and minuses, Lookout also can be pretty big. It's a nice little blocker, too. So not sure. We're going to find out. Kenneth says that Lookout's the way to be. So.
What about Scout the City?
That's a Spider-Man card, 2-mana spell that can milk some cards, and it finds a permanent card, I believe, gains a little bit of life.
Yeah.
I think that
or it's a plummet on the other side, so you can take down some flyers. That's not bad.
Yeah, and I think that the Scout the City and the Mob Lookout, 2 cards that are in Spider-Man, these are good setup cards.
Yes.
I think with a real, eye to the fact that Red's a real deck in this format. The format's pretty aggressive. You can't mess around too much with fiddly spells.
Yeah.
You need to be either blocking or gaining life. Both those cards do that very well.
Can't just be greeting at the town all day. You got to be affecting the battlefield. So there's also, I'm not sure if you mentioned it there, but the Terror of the Peaks. This is pretty spicy here in it. That is definitely not stock. This is a way to win the turn you do the thing, which I think is a big deal because I've played against this Reanimator deck where I'm just like, and once again, I just can't stop playing Cauldron. So I've played with one deck against this Reanimator deck, but there's been multiple times where they do the thing, and I'm like, well, I got to be dead. And I was like, okay, I don't have a battlefield, but they brought back my VV. I got to discard with FOMO and set things up, and then I just combo off and win the following turn.
Yeah.
But with Terror, there's no next turn if you do it right.
Yeah. Terror much more combo heavy.
Yeah.
Where Terror is not really castable in this deck. I suppose it's possible with some Cavern of Souls or whatever.
2 caverns. Starting town as well. So.
Sure, so it is possible, but much more combo focus, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Ready to build a deck, and we'll see. The interesting thing to me is that when you're playing a graveyard-based deck into the Agatha Soul Cauldron format, there's some tension there. Can this Sultai deck overcome that?
Yes, but the one interaction, it's not as cut and dry as like, hey, I'm targeting my Reanimate on this creature. Do you have a response? Like, walk us through that interaction with Superior Spider-Man and how it's templated, because it's not targeting in your graveyard, right?
Right. Superior Spider-Man is a really, really good card in that it chooses a card in the graveyard. So it chooses on resolution. There's no window to target the thing in response. So I exile your bringer response. All right, I'll just choose a Terror of the Peaks or some other card. So having that flexibility is really, really important and a good way to play around it. And with enough self-mill, you can kind of overcome the Cauldron.
So what do you think as far as the matchups of this Sultai Reanimator deck? Because, well, you got to look at it in the vein, especially when we're heading into day 2 of a competitive event like this. How's your red matchup? How's your Cauldron matchup? do you think like they're both just okay, or what do you think?
I think his deck is pretty well teched against red as far as having all the blockers.
Yeah.
And then the Cauldron that's the big question. I think his deck is almost a little more like better in a vacuum than a metagame choice.
Yeah.
I don't think this is a deck where it's like, I'm going to attack this metagame of red and VV. This is more of a deck of, I think his deck is just good.
Yeah.
I'm just going to play it and then work the matchups out as I go.
Well, players cannot play in vacuums here at this tournament. So they have to play on tables. So we'll see how they play on the table here in the feature match. Players are ready. Let's head on down. All right, getting down here. We got Kenneth Segura here on Sultai Reanimator on the bottom. And we have Jason Q up top here with Is It Cauldron. Both players at 8-2, so looking very, very strong here. 5 more rounds today of Swiss, and then the top 8. So, I mean, these players realistically do probably have to win 4, maybe shake hands the last round. That's kind of the line, huh?
Yeah, I mean, just keep winning.
Yeah,
You know, but for sure. You know, this is a tournament where there is no defeated player anymore. There's only 6 or so players at X and 1. So
Yeah.
a lot of players in the scrum right now.
Absolutely. All right, there is the dream start. I mean, so there are nut draws from the Cauldron deck, and every single one of them begins with Mako because it's your only one drop. You know, some play the Otters or whatever, but we don't see that in this particular left. This is just a good old-fashioned list. A couple Flood Pits Drowners. Otherwise, it is very, very much stock. I guess only 3 Cauldron and 3 VV as well, but otherwise, Mako, one of your good 2-drops into one of your good 3-drops is kind of the one of the nut draws here from the deck.
Yeah, well, get the town greeting going. No mob lookout yet. That comes later.
Yes.
For now, welcome to the town. How you doing?
Nothing bad's going to happen, we swear.
Yep.
All right, so that looks like there is a big old demon here on to the far left, huh?
I like how it's tucked behind the lance.
Yeah, pay no attention.
It's not, I don't know what you're talking about.
Just a demon. Just a bringer of the last gift.
Yeah, so this demon has the ability, when it enters, it casts Living Death for you boomers out there. Basically swaps all the creatures in graveyard and in play. Can be a double-edged sword if your opponent's also filling their graveyard.
Yeah.
But a really, really powerful effect.
And people born, in the 90s or 2000s, that's Living End.
Living End?
Yeah, there we go. All right, big old attack. A great draw here. Scholar into Mako. Discard 2 lands. Get 2 cards on Mako. Prof Trigger goes on the Scholar. On the play. Hard to argue.
Yeah, I mean, power and toughness.
Yep.
Yeah, this VV deck is really, really good at that.
And it didn't set up, we haven't set up the VV stuff. There's not one of those in Yard, so it could have been worse for Kenneth here.
That's 2 lands in the graveyard, right?
Yeah, it looks like Mountain Soulstone Sanctuary.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's funny how Jason can sort of try and preempt the bringer by just discarding creatures. Kind of like against Living End and Mono, where you just want to put cards in your graveyard, so when that's cast, you have things to bring back.
Yeah. But, Kenneth's version, especially if given enough time, maybe it just doesn't matter if you got Terror of the Peaks and stuff, so. All right, Jason draws. Mako is dead, thanks to this really cool saga. Sagas are still my favorite type of thing in Magic. Like, I love a good saga. I feel like they're kind of like fixed planeswalkers, maybe, Like, a really good planeswalker is just too good, but a really good saga, I think, is just really fun.
Yeah, and this is a really, really good one. Awaken the Honored Dead. Tailor-made for this deck.
Yeah.
3 colors the deck is, kills things, mills things, returns your superior Spider-Mans. It can actually discard the bringer from your hand to return a superior Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Completing the combo by itself. Card's excellent. Kills hate cards, kills Rest in Peace. Real
Just
nice.
aptly named, too. Like, this does seem like it is the shell for it. And will be really cool to see how this deck develops into November as well. Winter Night Stories is coming down, so no matter what, we're going to have the ability to do some big stuff. 2 cards were discarded there. Now, Jim, why would you discard 2 cards when you only have to discard 1?
Empty your hand, I suppose. Right?
Yeah. Yep.
So, a little Riddler time?
Yep. Just getting yourself closer to Riddler when you got these extra cards is really what you want to do. So if you're discarding those extra cards, things are going well for you.
I think also just discarding creatures for the possible bringer next turn.
Bingo. So now we're Cauldron hunting. Didn't care about doing this pre-combat. The damage output of 7 damage was more important than this being 3 power bigger.
Yeah, that's a huge flyer.
Yeah. So now we get some mills. Are there big creatures? Oh. That's a second demon. So do they stack in any profitable way, or how to walk us through that, Jim?
No, so it is templated in a way where you can't reanimate it, quote unquote. If you were to cast a Zombify on it, nothing would happen. Superior Spider-Man can circumvent that because you're actually casting the Spider-Man. But bringing back other bringers, there's going to be 6/6 flyers, which is still quite good.
Okay. Interesting interaction. So Hedge Maze throwing a creature to the yard, but that also means no untap lamp. Main deck sorcery plummet.
Love it. And that's quite potent, honestly. In fact, this is a good enabler for the deck. It mills and gains some life, but it's also just, hey, oh, you have a Riddler in play? I'll just kill that. It's not ideal, but a great modality to have on your spells.
But now you got to think there's no 1-mana interaction. You got to think that if there is a Cauldron, which there is not, 2 into the Flood Moths and a Torch the Tower. And wait a minute, why would we discard the Eidetic Memory instead of like maybe one of the other things?
I mean, Torch could still pick up like a small creature. Not sure, honestly.
I
could have cycled. Yeah, I mean,
I'm discarding that Torch, and just to save time, I'm putting it in my sideboard instead of into my graveyard. You know? All right, just kidding. Don't do that. Oh, there's Arden though, the Usurper. Just an absolute bomb in Final Fantasy Limited.
Yeah, definitely a house. You know, a spot where you said that Jace has a Flood Moth in hand, correct?
2.
2. Yeah, that's phenomenal here. So. Spider-Man does exile the target as part of the copying effect for not exactly sure why, but it just does.
Yeah.
So being able to...
Because it's the superior Spider-Man. There can only be one.
Right. All right, so discarding the Arden to return to the Overlord on the 3rd chapter of the Awakened the Honored Dead.
Okay. And now is it time? No. But we can destroy that creature with a card that we saw a good chunk of in the Insidious Roots deck.
Disruptive Stormbrood.
Yep.
The spell omen being Petty Revenge. Kill a small creature. Shuffle back in.
Cool little card.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Kenneth does a pretty good job of keeping the board clear.
Yeah. But Jason is doing a pretty bad job of drawing Agatha's Soul Cauldron, and at any point you find that, and there might not be a next turn. So,
I mean, there only are 3 on the list, you know, like you were saying. So some folks are taking the choice of going down the card a little bit, and being a little less reliant on it. In spots like this where you are kind of a combo-y matchup, it hurts.
The only thing I can think of is Jason did not have 3 or 4 of each of them in his collection, because that's the only reason that I would put less of that card in my deck. But no, I mean, you know, there are plenty of people that are playing less of it. It's a conscious choice between players, but a conscious choice I well and truly do not believe in.
Well, we're going to see who's right.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I definitely can't be right because I'm sitting here. I'm not in the day 2 of this event in the feature match area, that's for sure.
We're like kind of in the feature match area.
That's a good point.
We're adjacent.
That's a good point.
Yeah, we're the building.
We're loud enough that they can probably hear us. That is why we see the headsets on as when we get later into these tournaments. The hall empties, our excitement builds, and that combination, honestly, they're very much wearing a headset because you're just so loud, Jim.
I know.
You are just far too loud.
I really got to tone it down a little bit.
Thanks, buddy.
Yep.
So big things here from Jason. You would think if you got it all wrapped up, ready to go, you would do so. But I feel like Jason's almost just waiting for this Superior Spider-Man to get going. As Jason just wants the creatures that are in the graveyard back. Do some looting.
Look at the exact text on the bringer up here. I want to know the interaction between, because I know it exiles, or the bringer's cast, I'm sorry, Superior Spider-Man.
Yeah, let's get Bringer of the Last Gift on screen so we can all look along with this one.
Yeah, because so you bounce it. I see Superior Spider-Man too. So as far as Flood Maw goes, you know, the Spider-Man exiles the card.
Yes.
So you lose it. You still get the trigger.
It enters as a copy, so even if you bounce it, it's still going to be a bringer, right? So
correct.
You can't profitably bounce in any way. The thing that you can do, I think, against Kenneth is bounce the Usurper before combat.
Okay.
That's going to be the big payoff thing that we're going to be seeing. But, I mean, that being said, Jason just tapped out, so... Wow, this is supposed to be the Spider-Man turn, and we did not find it. So Jason took a risk here, saying, hey, I'm not doing anything if I don't do this play. And it kind of paid off, as Kenneth just cannot find it.
Yeah, and there are a lot of creatures in the graveyard for Jason also.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a VV in there, there's a couple of FOMOs.
Do you think he has it and just is not playing it?
I mean, I think that Kenneth has a lot of good stuff, too.
Yeah.
Maybe Kenneth is trying to build towards his Terror of the Peaks, like just going to combo win.
Yeah.
There's one Terror of the Peaks. You know, it doesn't take many Terror of the Peaks to win the game. So Terror of the Peaks sees every other creature come in and deals damage equal to that creature's power.
Even if you bounce it, right? Like, because all the triggers are still on the stack.
Yep, so they all go have a stack and they're all ready to go. And so at this point now, Spider-Man should be lethal, even with a Flood Maw. So I think that's the setup that Kenneth's going for here.
So we just add the power, right? And, like,
Yep.
it would see 2 Ardens if there were 2 Legends in play, right?
Correct,
okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so you just add the power in your own graveyard. Is that 20? And it does definitely look close.
It's a pretty cool way to circumvent, like, the fact that your opponent's getting stuff back also.
Yeah.
This is a pretty sweet build.
Yeah, best way to remove your opponent is to kill the opponent. And, wow, just a flashbacked Winter Night Stories. Things are not going well for Jason here.
Could have cast a Riddler.
Yeah, could have cast a Riddler and then 1 more mana, you know, flashed back the Winter Night Stories. So Jason made a conscious decision. I want 2 mana left open, and I need 2 mana left open.
All right, this might be the turn. All right, let's add them up. Terror of the Peaks. All the combined power of all the creatures in the graveyard.
Now, if you bounce non-Terror of the Peak creatures, still it's last information, right? You still, okay.
Spider-Man time. Pack it up.
All right.
So once again, Spider-Man comes in as a copy of Bringer. Bringer triggers because it was cast.
Yeah.
Bring back all the creatures and the Terror of the Peaks. And like you said, there's no way to interact with that. You just have a bunch of triggers of a stack, and they are all Terror of the Peaks damage triggers going at Jason's face, counting the last known information of the power, whether they're there or not. So more than 20 damage, really awesome kill.
That's really spicy because, honestly, if Kenneth did that and that Terror of the Peak was just whatever good creature, you could put the best creature that is non-Terror of the Peak, so another Usurper, another Bringer, whatever. I think Jason wins that game with the creatures that he's bringing back. So I love this tech here from this Sultai Reanimator deck. It looks way better to me than the other win con of just I put a bunch of things in. You're playing against a deck that can go over the top of everything. So huge, awesome deck building there from Segura. So looking at Jason's sideboard here, we got 1 Annul, 2 Broadside Barrage, 1 Fire Magic, 1 Pyroclasm, 2 Quantum Riddlers, 2 Spell Pierce, 1 Spider Sense, 2 Torch the Tower, 2 Unable to Scream, and then another VV. What do you like?
It's tough here, honestly, because a lot of the power of Kenneth's deck is casting this creature with an ability. There's no tie binders. They're really all these counter spells like Spell Pierce, even removal spells, Broadside Barrage, can't really touch this combo. You know, it just revolves around playing this reasonably sized creature with an ETB ability, and there's not a lot of counterplay here. I think Jason's got to go faster for the most part. You know, so maybe bring in that VV, try and be a little more goldfishy. You know, only 3 Cauldrons is the only graveyard hate available too. Jason doesn't have much here.
Yeah. I would tend to agree with you there. So then the other side, 1 Cavern of Souls, 2 Duress, 3 Heritage Reclamation, 3 Intimidation Tactics, 1 Moraine River Region / Coil and Catch / Moraine River Region. Got to say it smaller if it's small text, okay? 1 Mr. Negative, 2 Soul Guide Lantern, and then 2 Spider Senses. A lot to like here.
Yeah, some graveyard hate. Soul Guide Lantern is really, really cool. Has the bonus of not only is it graveyard hate for what the VV deck is trying to do, but in a spot where, like last game, where maybe you haven't found the Terror of the Peaks, just nuke their graveyard.
Yeah.
And then bring everything back. So that's kind of cool as well. Reclamation, pretty flexible also. Graveyard hate, kill a Cauldron. Killing Cauldron really important because it's obviously a graveyard hate piece against you as well as their primary plan.
Yeah.
There already are 4 Awaken the Honored Dead. So between that, the Stormbrood, and the Reclamations, a lot of ways to kill a Cauldron, keep out of play, which is great as well. Any tactics in play also, pretty creature heavy. I don't think that Kenneth wants to go too far down on his main plan because it does seem pretty good. And Kenneth can see that Jason's sideboard does not have a lot of ways to answer that plan. So I think mostly stay on plan, Reclamation, Soul Guide Lantern, things like that.
So Jim, I got another question for you. Are you a big fan of information?
Yeah, it's great.
Do you like to know when tournaments are happening?
Always.
Do you like to know when there's sales coming up?
Absolutely.
Oh, my God, Jim, then I have a thing that you're going to want to sign up for. You need to sign up for the newsletter here at Star City Games. You're going to get to know every single one of those things and more, much more.
Corey,
so, yeah.
I'm going to stop you.
Okay.
I don't need to sign up.
Ooh.
I've been signed up for a decade.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I actually unsigned you up yesterday. I grabbed your phone, so.
Can I borrow your laptop?
Yeah. You're going to need to sign up here real quick because there is a lot of great announcements here coming as far as sales, as far as our next event, as far as different products that you can pre-sale and order. Either Magic Spider-Man, get the Avatar as far as pre-orders go, Edge of Eternity, all that kind of stuff. Go to starcitygames.com/newsletter if you want to sign up as well and be in the know when it comes to Star City Games. So really nice newsletter. We've both been subscribed here for years.
Over a decade at this point.
Oh, my God, you're old.
I know. And I am so anti-newsletter, too.
Yeah.
My wife signs up for everything. She has 10,000 unread emails at all times. I am the exact opposite.
Yeah.
I keep my email clean and tidy, so I do not like having extraneous newsletters, but Star City newsletter has always been super useful for me and finding events and everything. So
yeah,
it's one of the few that makes it through.
That is really, really funny. I can see her signing up for the stuff like that. Be like, maybe you want to get some information on some other stuff, Jim.
Yeah.
All right, so let's maybe do a live look-in and see one of our backup feature matches that are going as these players get all shuffled up and ready to go.
Yeah, we are open deck list on day 2 here.
Yeah, so play slows down, right?
Exactly. So Sideboard takes a little bit longer, which gives us time to use our brand new features, which is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. So taking a peek in here, this is some of our 7-3 players. Quintanoli, the mono-red kind of king here.
Wow.
Just top 4 Worlds last year against Isaac Bullwinkle, another phenomenal player with Demir midrange.
Quinn's playing basic mountains.
Yeah.
Surprise.
I did see his tweet today, and he's like, this is the worst deck I have ever day 2 to tournament with, and it's not close. Snuck in at 6-3. So that was his quote. So maybe mono red is not the best deck in the format when even Quinn is like, I don't know about this one.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
That is pretty funny. So, oh, man. We'll keep it here until we see our players have kept down below, but kind of walk us through what we're seeing here. How does this matchup go with Demir midrange against mono red?
It's very, very build dependent.
Yes.
And we see in play right now, Preacher's the card you want. The more, small, finicky, like interactive creatures you have, the worse it gets. The more like mid-rangey cards like a Preacher you have, the better it gets. There's a lot of flexibility here also. So
cool. We'll see how that one unfolds. Players were 7-3 there, so it's a little outside looking in. They're definitely going to have to just win out from here to have a chance, but we will check back on them as we got our match beginning versus Jason and Kenneth. Land pass and a duress off of starting town. And fires it off here. Okay, that's a good hand. You got a lot of options. What do you like?
It's very dependent on Kenneth's hand.
Yeah.
Soul Cauldron is one that jumps out immediately, obviously, as being both the key card in Jason's deck and a graveyard hate piece against Kenneth.
Yeah.
I guess with no other creatures available, the props isn't as scary, so it's kind of just a Cauldron here, I think.
Yeah, it really comes down to, do you want to try to stop your opponent from drawing a card, hitting that land drop, or just, all right, I can't beat a Cauldron, so let's do that. But that is a great quote-unquote duress-proof hand, I would say, from Jason. You get a good 2-drop no matter what.
Yeah, and it's interesting, Spidey Sense you saw in the hand, that can counter a triggered ability. It can't counter the ability on Superior Spider-Man, I believe, because it enters as.
Yes.
But it can counter the Bringer trigger.
Yes.
So,
okay. Not your granddad's negate, huh?
Yep.
Overlorder of the Belmark getting impended. See what kind of goods we got.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
There you go. There's the creature. Almost a whiff there. Instead, the best possible hit. Must be nice.
Overlord is quite good in this deck. I mean, Overlord of the Belmark is such an incredible card. We've seen it do almost more things in older formats like Modern, but it is truly incredible in the right deck as well.
Yeah, card's great.
Yeah.
It was probably the least assuming of the Overlords when it was first printed.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone was very hype about the green one and the white one. But even the red one, people were like, ooh, damage.
Yeah.
But,
Where's the green one now, huh? Looks like you really needed up the beanstalk to be a good card, Green Overlord.
Yeah, and Overlord of the Belmark is so cheap. It sees so many cards.
Yeah, pretty good. And we did find land 3, and we found a Scholar. Both of those things were not in hand, and now Scholar discarding Winter Night Stories. Now Jason has one of my favorite plays all lined up next turn, and that is just Warp Riddler and Harmonize Winter Night Stories. It is just so spicy.
Sorry, Corey. Awaken the Honored Dead. No scholar for you.
Ugh. Fine.
Card's great.
Fine. Card is great.
Really good. Whenever you have a card in your synergy deck that promotes your synergy while also interacting, you couldn't ask for more.
Wow, and Mako with the Riddler line available if we so choose. Let's see if we want to go for it, but no, just goes for Vivi. Interesting. If you're going to tap out anyways, I mean, I'm pretty tempted to get that Vivi into the yard.
I mean, there only are 2 Cauldron left for Jason.
Yeah.
3 total, and 1's already gone, so drawing a little thin on Cauldrons. That being said, again, there is value in having the creatures in the graveyard.
Yeah.
But again, against the Terror of the Peaks, it's actually not. Usually the plan against this Sultai deck is, okay, beta creatures, that's fine.
Yeah.
You know, but with these Terror of the Peaks, kind of turns that off a little bit too, so.
And here's a little bit of the fail case here from Kenneth's deck is, look at that graveyard. Those are not creatures. You got to side out some creatures if you're bringing in these cards, but, yeah, really not finding what you need here in the graveyard for that Superior Spider-Man. And looks like we may have Jason untapping with Vivi Ornator.
Whoa!
Oh, walk us through that one.
Hey, Spider fans. We got a reader, Mr. Negative. And this is kind of a wild one. This card, I believe, swaps life totals.
Okay.
And then if you are losing life in the exchange, you may... No, I'm sorry. There we go. We got another thing, thank God. You may exchange, and if you lost life as well, you can draw that many cards.
Okay.
So kind of a wild card. I'd imagine more for like the red decks, kind of like gain 10 life out of nowhere, put a life linker into play.
Yep.
But pretty wild one.
Yeah, absolutely. It's actually what we call you in the booth when Cauldron starts popping off.
No. Cauldron's fine. Your love of Cauldron bothers me.
It's just too much. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, I'll take that one.
You're just total insistence on being the bad guy, you know?
Yeah.
Cauldron's a pretty cool deck. You know, as far as, best standard decks go, like, this is a pretty fun one. Does a lot of cool things.
It really does.
The games are interesting for sure, but you gotta branch out, man. You really gotta, there are other decks you can play. You can have a little fun, spread your wings.
Admittedly, you're not negative at all. I was just trying to sneak that into some joke, and that's the best I got. So, thanks for continuing to hammer home that was a very mid-tier joke at best.
Are you calling me negative?
Yeah, it could be so negative.
I was trying to spin it positively.
Yeah, you really ruined my joke is what I'm saying. Yeah. So, all right, there we have Riddler warping and the Winter Night Stories. So there was the play. And just gets a gigantic Mako. And now I think Jason does have that counterspell available. So his spider senses are tingling and is saying, you know what, I'm going to win with this Mako next turn. And I'm going to counter something with this spider sense, whether it be a trigger or something. Like, what are we going to see here?
Not sure, because there's nothing really impressive in the graveyard aside from Mr. Negative.
Yeah.
Swapping life totals would be fine here, I guess, but that can be countered, so it wouldn't be a swap. That would leave a lifelink blocker in play.
Yeah.
If Jason can remove that, game over. That's great. But now we see Awaken the Honored Dead can discard, so could return a creature. Awaken the Honored Dead, if you discard a card, do you have to return a creature?
That is a very good question. Let's put Awaken the Honored Dead on the screen here. See if it is a forced ability.
I believe it is. So
yeah.
That's a little awkward. You discard a card when you do. Yep. So you have to target. Oh, you can return a land too. Sorry. So land's also an option.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
just getting back a hedge maze or whatever and discarding a big creature. That's great.
So there are options there as well. Lots to work through though.
Looks like we are not discarding anything. Usually a sign of strength, but this is a bit of a weird scenario.
Yeah, it's definitely, do I want a certain card in the graveyard?
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, we know Spider Sense is there. Kenneth is not. And just getting a 4/4 lifelinker that gains 11 life and then deals 11 damage to your opponent is kind of cool.
Yeah.
It seems pretty appealing. Of course, we know that Spider Sense is going to take care of that triggered ability.
Yeah, which is pretty cool. I think it'd be the first triggered ability I've seen countered on coverage so far from that card.
Good time for it here. Spotlight Spider-Man.
Okay, but instead goes for this more measured play. And now, I'm negating that. Now, I would think Kenneth, it seems like he has it set up to do another thing. Otherwise, you would do that on your opponent's upkeep, probably.
Hey.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, Mako, not today.
This time we discarded it, but oh yeah, Mako does not fly. I was like, we just discarded another card, but yeah, you could not kill that. It's only a plummet from the Scout the City. And back to Jason. Vivi in the yard. Let's see if we finally found the way to do the Vivi things. And man, just look at how powerful that turn 1 duress was.
Yeah, and burn the spider since they're going for the kill. You're saying, all right, you know what, I'm going for lethal next turn. Now it's gone.
Yeah.
Now Kenneth has access to Spider-Man next turn and negative or whatever else might go to the graveyard. So pretty potent, although not the combo kill.
Yeah.
It's just pretty good.
So yeah, maybe that was Jason. Just the next level play would have been like, hey, I should actually not counter this. What are the odds you don't have another one? Like, it's so tempting because you're like, oh, I could just win.
Right.
But that did feel like bait to me. Casting it at that time, doing exactly what Kenneth did. So, maybe Jason could have made the reserved play there, although it's very tough to do.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Jason was hoping for, like, a Town Reader or some blocker as the possible out, and they could find a way to kill that, win the game that way. So
that's fair. But now it looks like well and truly the shields are going to be down. Get a bunch of counters on one of them, but no land drop, so nothing but gas in hand from Jason, and it's time for Kenneth. Now if you got the goods, it's time to do it, huh? Discard a bringer maybe?
It's game time. I mean, there's a lot of creatures in Jason's graveyard, a Riddler, a Vivi, a Mako, and not that many in Kenneth's graveyard.
Yeah.
So,
discards a Reclamation, picks up a land.
That was a Surveil land?
Looks like a Hedge Maze, yep.
All right, well.
Hedge Maze, a bringer right into the yard. Why not?
Nope. Almost. Spider, yes, no. I like that. Get a maze first, take a peek.
Yeah.
Get the options.
So now it's just Mr. Negative, right?
Yeah, I think so. This is pretty good.
Yeah. Okay, so walk us through what happens now, Jim.
So, Spider-Man comes in as Mr. Negative. It's a 4/4 version of that card.
Okay.
We're going to swap life totals. Kenneth's going to go up to 20. Jason goes to 9. Simple as that.
Cool. Or 6, right?
Was Kenneth at 6?
I think so, yeah. I think he took 3 from the Bitter Triumph. But
my bad. There you go. All right, so, and now it's a 4/4 lifelinker. It is the card, but it is also a 4/4. So 4/4 Vigilance lifelink, which is okay here. Big thing is the Overlord's coming off, too. So that second blocker is kind of huge.
This feels like it's got to be a VV turn at this point, right? Jason's moving a little faster at least, so let's see.
Yeah, I mean, sizing here, get to outsize these Makos, but 20 life is a lot.
20 life is a lot.
And now with Jason at 6, also need to be aware of, like, you don't want to die in the backswing.
Yes. So, yeah, that Bitter Triumph to lose life there was actually pretty spicy.
Yeah.
And Kenneth probably would have went down to 3 if he knew for sure this would resolve, but it was a little risky. Then you just die to Tersa,
Kenneth is counting library right now?
Well, you got to know. Just got to know what your library is.
Okay.
It's probably I can't believe I haven't found a bringer in X amount of cards. Big things from Jason. Big turn, big turn. If you still don't have it, turn one of those Makos sideways and, start telling some stories. At this point, Jason has to recognize, I need Cauldron.
Yeah. Only 2 left of a deck. And I don't think I saw it there.
I don't think I saw it there either.
All right. I mean, Kenneth currently has lethal damage in play.
Yeah. And probably not that hard to find one removal spell to clear out a blocker here.
Now, the one thing is there are 2 Triumphs and 3 Awaken the Honor Deads already in the graveyard.
Yeah.
So a little lighter than usual. Might even be a 4th one, actually. Yeah, there's actually all 4 Awakens are in the graveyard.
Okay. The Honor Dead has been fully awakened already. But now, I mean, Mako is much bigger than either of these creatures, so... Oh, nice. There's some of the tech. Drowner. And wow, taps that down instead of Overlord. Are you surprised at that?
Yeah, a little bit.
I'm like, I don't care if you gain 5. You're 25. Overlord, what if it flips over a bunch of bringers and stuff, and then you Superior Spider-Man?
Yeah, I agree. It's smaller too. It's only 4 because it's a Spider-Man, not a negative.
Oh,
so
sure.
Both sizing and ability-wise, that's a little odd to me.
Mr. Negative gets -1/-1. That's thematic.
So big, so many dice.
Yeah, you gotta move the dice just to see all the text on Mako. That kind of sums up Cauldron. Be like, will you get some of these dice out of your way so I can see what your cards do? They're too large.
Kenneth thinking it through here.
Yeah.
This is tough because I need to figure out, can I try and hit off Overlord, and then what can I hit? Is it worth the attack?
Is it going to be worth it to have you bring back the creatures? Yeah, a lot of question marks here.
Gonna peep the graveyard. And peeping the graveyard here speaks to, okay, if I do get a bringer, what's gonna happen? And again, like you said, Kenneth's graveyard is extremely spell heavy. I don't actually see a single creature in Kenneth's graveyard, whereas Jason has a Riddler, a Vivi, a Mako or two. There's like 4 or 5 creatures in there.
Yeah.
So bringer isn't even good here.
Yeah. I mean, an Overlord will probably head to the graveyard, but honestly, Jason could just not block, go to 1. Like, I don't think it really matters too much if you're at 1 or if you're at 5, There's no source of reach.
Yeah, and then right now Kenneth is thinking through, Overlord mills 4 and attacks. What can I possibly mill? How can I go from there?
We must be out of combat, huh?
Spider-Man can target your opponent's stuff. So you could have a 4-mana Riddler here. Copying Vivi is also really, really good.
It's just free, right?
Yep, so you get 4 mana back. It is blue or red mana, but the Superior Spider-Man is so good because of the flexibility it has, like this, where it's not just a zombify. Copy of Vivi. Awesome.
And it gets it out of the graveyard. Okay.
Yep, so Vivi's gone, exiles it. Can add mana with the Spider-Man. The problem is this good enough in the face of these huge creatures?
We're going to find out. I think they're just clarifying to make sure it comes in as a 4/4. Making sure we got everything right.
And there are a lot of really expensive cards.
Oh, but it is a legend, huh? So Mr. Negative goes away.
Right. It still has the name Superior Spider-Man.
Yeah, okay. There can only be one Superior Spider-Man. So 3 blue, presumably floating. Uh-oh.
Yeah, so we have only blue and red. Yeah, so I got an impending here, floats some mana. And are there any creatures in this deck? It does not look like there are.
Well, Superior Spider-Man that you just put to the graveyard, you get back. That's a combo. But now I'm pretty sure we've played a land. And yeah, that 3-mana floating is gone. And you got to think, surely now it's Cauldron time, right, Jim?
I mean, I feel like this is a case of over-sideboarding.
Yeah.
Kenneth has so many spells in the deck.
Yeah.
We got to have some more creatures so the deck functions. It's like cutting artifacts when you're playing Affinity. It's like it's just tough.
And I mean, hey, that's the pressure that the best deck puts on the metagame right now. Is you need to be prepared for the deck, but how prepared can you be while still keeping your deck intact? That's the squeeze. And then when your opponent over sideboards for you, then you're probably not VV comboing because most of the sideboard cards are geared at preventing you from doing that thing, but then you just attack with 15/15 Makos.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Pretty good. Scholar discards the 1 card, the flyer there.
And again, another creature in the graveyard, so it makes Bringer sketchy.
Yep.
Oh, another Vivi.
The nice altar art Vivi looks quite good. And into the Floodmaw. Spider-Man goes away. Vivi's already exiled. Deal the damage. And now, I mean, if we have one more way to push a creature by, might have just been all done here. Yeah, get him in.
Only an attack for 22.
Just 22.
Just 22.
Now, can you block the Drowner and keep the Overlord alive is the real question here.
I believe it's exactly 19 from the big guys, so the answer is no. You can, if you're willing to go to 0. That's a legal choice you can make.
Okay. It looks like we went to 0. Oh, there was a life total. Dang it. All right, so down to 7 has to be the turn now here from Kenneth. And another factor that's starting to pop up, 16 minutes on the clock. These games have been pretty long. A lot of thinking from both players. It's a complicated deck to play against this Reanimator deck. You always feel like you're kind of walking on eggshells, but hey, same thing with playing against Cauldron. At any point, they can pop off.
All right, this is a big mill 4 here.
Yeah.
Huge. Spell.
There
Bringer.
it is. But starting town, okay, so if we needed land 4, which it kind of looked like we did, now we have it. There is Breeding Pool. You know, we're able to go to 5, and Bringer is coming back. So here we go. We're doing the thing.
So is a bunch of other stuff, though. So,
Yeah.
so yes, Town Greeter's gone.
Is
And-
it, yeah, who's going to have the better board after this, Jim?
Right, that's what I'm saying, where you have Riddler, double flyer. The Bringer flies also. It's going to be a 4/4 Bringer because it's Spider-Man. There's the Overlord in the bin, and there's 2 Overlords in the bin. All right, sure. It's okay.
I
You know?
mean, I'm seeing death by air immediately.
Right, like,
Jason's also going to draw 4 cards, discard 1 or 2 or 3 or whatever.
drop Riddler.
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, if there was just like 3 other creatures in the graveyard that were relevant in some way, this would be totally different. But it just all spells. 4 sagas, these bitter 4 saga, 3 bitter triumph. You see a couple search the city. It's just like it's all the interaction.
Yeah. So Kenneth did the thing, and I think Jason's board increased. So
It's also important to note that the Bringer is not in play. It is the Spider-Man.
yes.
So there's a 4/4 Bringer, and that is it. There we go.
There we go. So yeah, the Bringer itself is not here, right? Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't believe there's more than one Bringer in the graveyard. So
Yep.
because it can't bring itself back. That's why it exiles. So
Yeah. It's the Bringer, not the Brought Brought itself. Yeah. We'll move on.
yeah.
So here is all the looting. Looks like we stacked it the correct way there. Draw it off Riddler. Give yourself max information. And then start discarding the spells.
It's also pretty hard to miss when you've just drawn like 8 new cards.
Yeah.
Like.
And here we're doing the Overlord things, but I don't know, Jim. I don't see how this game just doesn't end next turn with Jason winning game number 2, sending us to a third game.
Yeah, a lot of time's being spent here. When it's almost impossible for Jason to miss.
Yeah.
He's just drawn like an entire handful of new cards. You see Cauldron in hand. Yeah, I think for Jason, flash the hand here. Just go to game 3.
Yeah, but I don't think it is lethal. I mean, Cauldron to get back, but then what kind of gas do we have? So, I mean, I guess you can just play. Oh, there's Winter Night Stories. Okay, well.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's if I had a Into the Flood Maw, for instance, I would just show it and be like, hey, we're done.
Sure.
But having that hand, it's a little bit.
It's Cauldron, VV, Infinite Mana.
Yeah.
Stories, 2 Riddlers in the Warp Zone.
And for what it's worth, if I'm Jason, I'm also like, I'm going to show you this, but first, mill over 10 cards. Let me see how you sideboard it. Maximize all the information you get.
Yeah, at the cost of a clock. There comes a point where the information is not as valuable as the clock time.
That's true.
Yeah,
You probably know exactly what's going on. But now Jason gets to completely pop off.
All right, yeah. So it's go time. Oh my God, yeah. Natural VV call.
Yeah.
This is gonna take 5 minutes.
Maybe not even.
Yeah, I guess with the big flyers in play. It's
I mean,
hopefully-
you can just attack right now for the win with the 3 flyers, right? Just do that.
4. Yeah, sure.
One does not simply just win with Izzet Cauldron. One does all you can. It's kind of like the amulet of Standard. You gotta maximize everything and do exactly what you can and then win the game. Now that is in a normal scenario where the clock is not a factor. With the clock being a factor, don't get cute. Attack right now. Stop wasting time and go to sideboard so you can finish this match.
Right. Going for the VV ping kill. I mean, it is going to be relatively fast, but
Yeah.
still just Kenneth has to be wherever he's dead, so.
Yeah, and we'll be putting the finishing touches here on this game for sure. And there it goes. Kenneth scoops it up. These players have 11 minutes to be able to come to a natural conclusion Jim, any changes, play draw?
I don't think it's play draw. I think it's almost just like strategically. Like, I mean, Kenny did draw like all 4 sagas, all 3 bitter triumphs, drew a lot of the spells.
Yeah.
But you just like can't cut that many spells, and your deck doesn't function anymore. So like I think a card like where is it? Scout the City, where it's an enabler if it's not a creature. Maybe you could shave down on those a little bit. The game's gonna go a little longer anyway. I don't think that like raw speed is important, but I mean it's pretty hard to mill over half your deck and not win.
Yes,
I feel like it's a bad space to be in. That's more of a sideboarding or deck building concern than like a gameplay concern, I think.
Yep, totally agree with you. So before we get into it, let's talk about what we got going on now. If you want to pick up ways to protect your cards, brand new cards, or just any kind of sealed product, StarCityGames.com is the place to do it. You can do some pre-orders here for Spider-Man, pre-orders for the Avatar, as well as, get some sleeves here from Dragon Shields, one of our sponsors here in this event, as well as some cards. Get some Soul Rings for your Commander deck. Get some Frogs for your Modern deck. Get some Fomos.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
Soul Rings? Is that why you always have Soul Ring on turn 1?
Jim, okay, we played a couple games together. I just got lucky, okay?
Oh, yeah, Soul Rings. All right.
Yeah,
okay.
Jim, okay.
No.
You can build more than one deck. I know you only own one Muxus Commander deck, but you actually can have multiples, and you can just buy 2 Soul Rings for that case from StarCityGames.com.
All right. I'm going to be peeking through Corey's deck list here.
Yeah.
Soul Rings.
Yeah.
Oh, look, I have turn 1 Soul Ring, Arcane Signet, Soul Ring.
Yeah. To be fair, it seems like you have multiple Soul Rings and stuff in your Goblin deck, because I've never seen you hit more than one card off of Muxus, so.
That is true.
So pick up your supplies at StarCityGames.com right now as we get ready to head into the third game with 9 minutes. Can these players do it, Jim?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I think both players need to be cognizant of the clock. But when they go, they go. And I think it's also important that when these decks win, they can often win in one large turn. And the ability to do that when you're in turns, not needing to chip away damage or whatever, just on turn 4, you can just like, I'm going to win. Cool. Is pretty powerful.
Alrighty, game number 3, a large game between these players. Maybe an elimination from top 8 match, essentially. 8 and 3 gets a little dicey, to say the least. You definitely want to keep those 2 losses for as long as you can at one of our Spotlight series. And if you're just joining us, everyone, thank you so much for stopping by here for Magic Spotlight Spider-Man. We've been having a lot of fun. Hope you've been enjoying watching this as well. And we should have the metagame for you next round to be able to show you, to see what the day 1 versus day 2 meta has shaped up to be. And we'll give you a little prefix. The deck on the top did pretty good. Jim.
Yeah, not really a big surprise coming in. We all knew Calder was very, very good. Sources will confirm it is still very good.
Exactly. All right, we're doing some scouting of the city for a town greeter.
Love it.
Yes.
That's how I do it too.
I like that. I like those color symbols are nice. Doesn't look like a Magic card to me. I like that. Keep that exactly the way it is.
Yeah, when I name a Cavern of Souls, I write it on a piece of paper, slip right in the sleeve.
Yep.
Love it.
I take the card out, I write it on my Cavern, scribble it out, and then write the next thing on the card.
That's kind of funny. I feel like I should have seen that. Like some Goblin player or Merfolk player who always plays that, and they just write it on their actual caverns. I'm actually surprised I haven't seen that before.
Yeah, could be you. Could be you with your goblins, that's for sure. So FOMO coming down, discarding Winter Night Stories. Be able to do a little bit of looting. Second best card to put in your graveyard on turn 2. And Town Greeter. Where are the creatures in this deck?
I mean, we got a Greeter and an Overlord so far. Blew better than last game.
Yeah. But hey, over sideboarding, maybe not even over sideboarding. We don't want to jump to that conclusion.
Hello.
Never mind. We got the perfect amount of creatures in the deck because they're in the graveyard right now.
Yeah, so all lined up here for a great turn 4.
Oh man, this is lining up to be maybe an amazing play here. On turn number 4 if we have the Superior Spider-Man, but the Soul Cauldron comes down, so you can respond to the Superior Spider-Man being cast and then eat the Bringer, right? But then it will become an Overlord, which
Correct.
is still good.
Correct. So the Bringer, the Superior Spider-Man does choose on resolution, it's not target.
Yeah.
So that's fine. And then this is kind of important because even if we see an Awaken the Honor Dead or someone to kill this Cauldron, which is also important to stop Jason from doing his plan too. It's not just a graveyard hate piece. It can eat the Bringer on the way out, which is pretty good value.
Yeah, Cauldron is so amazing at what it does proactively, but it's very underrated at what it does reactively to a graveyard-style deck. And honestly, it's kind of the reason that any kind of graveyard deck gets invalidated. Rest in peace, Yuna. Yuna is a great card, an extremely powerful card in Standard. It's unplayable right now because it targets one of your giant enchantments in the yard.
It's interesting to see Kenneth here just pass turn 3 mana up, looking like interaction perhaps for the Cauldron. And I would think you'd want to kill it and not allow for any more exiles. That Overlord there is pretty valuable, I think.
Yeah.
But might just be a general removal spell as well.
So it says wait with the counters in response. What could that even be?
I would assume not wanting the power in play for the stories, but
yes.
still need one more power to flash it back.
Yeah.
Cauldron can do that, so you have a removal spell and you want to kill it, but not necessary just yet.
Yeah, and how does the interaction with the Soul Cauldron work if it gets destroyed, but it's still tapped and targets a creature?
You still got the counter, right?
Yeah.
Good. All right, so I had a removal spell. It was not a way to kill Cauldron, just a bit of triumph, which is fine here to help stay alive. But it's tough to leave his Cauldron in play. This was my fear with this deck. Well, okay, discard a Bringer, but all right, there's a Cauldron in play, So when the best deck in the format is playing this main deck graveyard hate card, you're signed to play a graveyard deck. You are certainly getting ready for a slog like this.
Yep. Yeah, Bringers look a lot worse in the graveyard, and normally it's the card you for sure want to discard, but
hello.
No such thing. And you can cast that card? And oh my goodness. When it comes into play, destroy a Cauldron, or I guess did we have Spider Sense? That would have been sick.
Yeah, so the problem here is that discard...
Spider Sense would have worked there, right?
Yeah.
If you web sling back, oh my god, that would have been incredible.
It does remove the power from the board too, though, which I think is a little tough.
Yeah.
But now it was kind of weird to discard the Bringer the prior turn if this Dragon was available as the answer.
Yeah.
Because now it's gone forever. Now we're down 2 Bringers, so a little rough.
Yeah, the Bringers have already been brought. So now we do have Delirium from Jason, so basically a surface value of 8 damage coming in, and if we start getting Proph's Eidetic Memory, plus a Winter Night Stories, or ideally, kind of the best draw Jason can have outside of the VV stuff is, Warp a Riddler, Winter Night Stories it back, play a land, Prophs, and you're basically forcing a chump block at that point. Looks like that is not the case. VV comes down, FOMO untaps, comes in for 4. Here it comes again for 4 more.
A little strange to cast VV first there, right? Just giving them the information.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I was going to say maybe you want to play a spell if your opponent does something, but I can't think of a reason. Also, just speed, right? 2 minutes left.
Sure.
Yeah.
Somewhat telling that the Brew didn't block either, because it's a pretty good thing to bring back. Comes back in the graveyard, it can kill the FOMO, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, that Cauldron, even though it's gone, it did some nice work. It put 2 counters on FOMO, which then dealt 4 damage last turn because of Delirium. It got rid of the 2 Bringers, so Segura's whole game plan has been invalidated. And yeah, now what do you do?
Try and scout the city.
Touche.
And try is the operative word here. This is still on the stack. I would be very surprised.
No, yeah, resolved. We were looking at the cards,
sorry.
yeah.
The cards were off screen, my bad. All right, so Awaken the Honor Dead.
Okay. It's in play. And Spell Pierce! Trigger, VV, and Jim, we could be all done here.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Now a safe untap with VV, 1 chump blocker in play, active FOMO. Whew.
Yeah, wow. Spell Pierce also an okay card in the matchup. It doesn't stop the combo, but it definitely stops Awaken the Honor Dead.
Yeah, and we saw so many spells in Game 2. Maybe Jason went back to the well and brought him for Game 3.
Yep. All right, here's the Riddler. There's a Winter Night Stories in the yard. Got to make sure you maintain Delirium. Okay, so there's 2 Winter Night Stories. 1 damage upstairs from Vivi. Riddler gets turned sideways. 3 cards get drawn.
Land, Prof, removal spell.
Yeah. We don't even need a land because we have, there's Profs.
Oh, boy.
Vivi hasn't been activated yet.
Sorry, Kenneth. I might have spoken into existence here.
Profs could put 5 counters on Vivi, so Vivi can add 8 mana post-combat if we so choose. Or you can flashback Winter Night Stories right now, and that's going to do it.
Or just cast Flood Maw. That works, too.
Yep. 5 plus 10. Well and truly lethal. It's not even remotely close. And Jason Q takes it down and advances to 9-2 here with Izzet Cauldron. A really awesome deck from Kenneth falling there, which is, kind of sad to see. Game 2 was the game where I feel like he got pretty unlucky to not win. Those flips were pretty bad. Game 3, Cauldron came to eat the cards in the graveyard, and not much he could do.
Yeah, I mean, my fears felt somewhat founded, where it's tough. I think his deck is actually very good. I think that the Superior Spider-Man's a phenomenal card.
Yeah.
I think his Shell of his deck is great, but in a metagame where the main deck is just playing 4 main deck graveyard hate cards, it can line up pretty poorly sometimes.
Sure does. So we're going to take ourselves a short break, but on the other side, round 12 is just getting paired, so we'll be right back. Do not go anywhere. All right, everybody, welcome back to coverage here of Magic Spotlight Spider-Man. My name's Corey Baumeister. That's Pro Tour regular Jim Davis. We're going to be bringing you here coverage of round number 12. And, Jim, things are starting to really heat up when we get to round 12, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, we're getting into it. Now in the thick of day 2, players, I try and talk about not being aware of your record, but, we're pretty aware of records going on
It's
here.
always back there, right?
Players with 2 losses are really on the edge. Players with 1 loss are feeling pretty good, but there's a lot of rounds left. Things can turn real quick. You lose 2 in a row, you're not done, but you're in pretty rough shape. So a lot of pressure in all these matches. This is where dreams are made.
Absolutely. This is where we figure out who our top 8 is going to be and who is going to be heading to the Pro Tour here in Richmond for Lorwyn. One of my favorite play-ins. It's going to be nice to head back to that one, which you'll be competing as well as you'll be with your normal team, right? So be with Team TCG?
Yep.
All right, so that's going to be exciting to watch. Now let's take a look at the standings before we jump into it. And looking up top here, Oliver took this one down, and now we have 3 players at 10-1. We have Jesse Peeland, a staple to these SCG events, Oliver Tomiko, and then Joseph Pugsley. Joseph, a member of Team Scrap Heap, I believe, is the same team who just won the last RC. So their team is kind of doing some good work here, I got to say. Any other big standouts here before we look into the deck list?
Yeah, we've seen Kellen Pastor a number of times playing Simic Aggro, which is great. And now we see Joseph Hunt, the player we're going to watch, also joining the fray here with Simic Aggro, a deck that I think is really, really cool. And then, we still see Alex in 6th place with the Rakdos Aggro deck as well. So, pretty different than Mono Red Aggro, honestly. Despite looking very similar. And, a lot of aggro, a lot of Cauldron.
Yeah, so we'll get ready to show you the deck list onto the screen here. And I know, unfortunately, no Is It Cauldron mirrors this time around. We'll try to get to them maybe in the backup, but Nick Miller put a really spicy Simic deck up. So let's put that onto the screen and see our feature match here for round 12. So this is Joseph Hunt. This is Simic Aggro. 4 Jackals. What's going on here?
Yeah, very similar to Kellen's list. This is a bit of an older list here with the 2 Surrak rather than the 2 Tyvars. Same idea, though. Powerful 3-drop, kind of resistant to removal. Doesn't have the huge overrun effect, but still very powerful. Innkeeper's Talent stock at this point. Jackal's really, really powerful. This is a deck that goes wide. I think this deck is really, really impressive. We've seen it look really good on camera so far.
It also goes into space, man, with the Ouroboros.
That's true.
Cool stuff going on there. Let's check out Joseph's opponent here, and it is Mono Red Aggro with David Botcher here, playing pretty much stock red, I would say.
Yeah, stock for the most part, except for those 3 copies of Dreadmaw's Ire. It's not quite Monstrous Rage.
Yes.
But it is a pretty potent spell as long as you're on the offensive. It gives an attacker +2/+2 and trample, and says if it deals damage to a player, destroy an artifact. Cauldron. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I have a little something in my throat. So
I got you, buddy.
Thank you. And having that, honestly, the powerful pump and trample effect is an effect that folks have learned to stop playing around.
Yes.
Because Monstrous Rage left the format where, a few months ago, your opponent attacks and you go, oh, they have rage here, what do I do? Folks have kind of forgotten to do that. So now, it's not quite Monstrous Rage, but it's Monstrous Rage at home.
Yeah, Jim, how many times do I have to tell you we don't need any more Monstrous Rage? We have Monstrous Rage at home.
Exactly.
Okay, so these are going to be our players here. No Is It Cauldron here for this round, as we do have some other decks that are doing quite well. So we're going to be heading into the feature match here in a little bit, but what do you think about this matchup here? Simic Aggro, Mono Red, not necessarily a matchup that we see all the time. Who do you think is favored?
It's close. We saw earlier, we saw Kellen play against the Rakdos Leyline deck.
Okay.
That was much more linear than what we're going to see here. So that was more about slick shot show off and these these really big combo turns. This is going to be more of a classic sort of red creature deck versus a creature deck. Burn spells, burst lightning, lightning strike. Going to be trying to pick off creatures, trying to get in with Streaming Nemesis. Nemesis is pretty tough for this blue-green deck to deal with as far as actually removing it. I think that Floodpit Drowner is going to be really, really important. Only 3 copies in the main for Joseph, but Drowner tapping that down is really important. And then honestly, just the ability to go big. If Ouroboros could survive the Lightning Strike test,
yes,
get that first counter on there, that's going to be huge. There's 1 Snakeskin Veil in Joseph's list as well. That's pretty spicy.
Why play more than 1? You only need 1 to protect your creature on that key turn.
Right. We'd be talking about Spell Pierce, Annul, and Force Spike. Well, Snakeskin Veil's on that list too.
Yes.
As far as awesome 1-mana tricks. So it should be a very interactive game and pretty back and forth. It should be very exciting to watch.
Yeah. No, that will be really exciting. So we'll see. I think we might have our metagame here ready to go as we get ready. We'll see if we have that ready to show you. If not, one piece of information I can definitely tell you is our Cauldron numbers went from like 31% to about 52. That's about what we saw in Orlando. So here it is. 31 to 51.9%. Is that extremely telling, or like from the best deck, is this something we can compare it to other decks, or is this like still kind of mild for Izzet Cauldron?
Numbers-wise, we're kind of crossing the line here. You know?
Okay.
And Wizards has stated, in articles, they've kind of named Izzet Cauldron as a deck they're keeping an eye on right now. Possible action in the future, maybe. They haven't confirmed anything, of course, but they're aware.
Yes.
And then we're aware also. And this is the kind of numbers where seeing this sort of conversion rate is pretty high up there. There are a lot of good players playing the deck, but it's pretty good. You know? So
some of the numbers from day one, if you don't remember, we had Cauldron at 172 players, Mono Red at 101. So a 19% conversion rate, that's like very normal, healthy, right? But a conversion rate where about half your players playing the best deck, that's a lot, right? So, I mean, those numbers do feel to me like some things we've seen in the past. Maybe Breach in the most recent thing from Modern. That was about the numbers I would see from that. Teamer Reclamation, Copycat. It's getting into that category of those kind of extremely well-performing decks, wouldn't you say?
For sure. And the spot where you kind of go, all right, what's going on here? So we kind of expected this coming in. Cauldron's done really, really well in past tournaments. And now we're seeing, more empirical data on that side of the sheet. There are some fun decks here as well. A couple control decks: Azorius control, 4-color control, Jeskai control. All decks trying to take the big target on Cauldron, cater their deck to being able to beat that and red. We got that. Kind of interesting to see Selesnya mid-range here.
Yeah.
This is the Bright Glass Gearhulk decks. A little rough in the mana department.
Yes.
They did not get Temple Garden. They lost their fast land. But Bright Glass Gearhulk is a very powerful card.
Yeah.
What I'm surprised here to see is the absence of Azorius aggro. There only were 10 players in the field in day one.
They fell off,
Yeah, I was very impressed with that deck. Could be one of the others. Maybe one player made it. And honestly, 1 out of 10 making it is not a terrible conversion.
Yeah.
And that's not great. But that's a deck that I was pretty high on, but we'll see. Obviously a very small field.
Some of the other numbers here, Sultai Reanimator was in 4th. Dimir Midrange was in 3rd, so those stayed there. Big winners, though. Simic Aggro put 5 players in. It had 14 players, so a pretty solid conversion rate there as well. Teamer Battle Crier combo did not have a good day one, it seems. I don't see it anywhere there. It was our, let's see, 7th most played deck before. That one's gone. Your special deck there, that 4-color control, you're a big fan of that one, right?
That deck's sweet, yeah. It's definitely a kind of deck where I feel like you're coming in a little below the power level on average, but there's a lot of play of a deck. It's really, really fun to play. For a good player who knows the format really, really well, you can definitely do well with the deck, and it's really, really satisfying to play.
Yes.
So it's a cool one. And
still a nice number here for others of some of the other spice that we have going on. But yeah, I think the big takeaways here are Cauldron had a phenomenal event. It's doing well. It's, a good chunk of our top 32. It's here to stay. It's well and truly seems to be the best deck, not close. And how decks are targeting it don't seem to be working for this weekend. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, it's the kind of thing where, this is not a surprise that this deck is the most played deck.
Yeah.
Folks came into the event knowing it's the best deck. Their folks are trying their absolute hardest to beat it. That's still not working.
And I will say, Mono Red aggro at Orlando, it was that surprise effect. The decks that just had a bunch of Razorkin Needleheads. The other Izzet creature that whenever they draw a card, they take a damage as well. I forgot what that split card is called. That was in the deck. The Cauldron decks were not prepared to kill those creatures yet. Now we have Shocks, we have Unable to Screams, and the Cauldron decks are having a good match against Red. But sounds like our players are ready to go. So enough chat about Izzet Cauldron. We're going to watch some of the others here in action. Mono Red versus Simic Aggro. Joseph Hunt versus David Botcher here. Mono Red up top, Joseph down below. Players are ready to go. And a nice start and nice records for these players at 9-2.
Yeah, this is where you got to go. I think that the first turn perhaps is the most important turn of the game in this matchup. Where, being able to player draw is really big. Do you have a Land of War Elves? Did it live? And if for the red player, can you kill the Land of War Elves? Can you get the aggro creatures on? This is a phenomenal start.
So then a great follow-up as well. Azure Beastbinder as well as Llanowar Elf number 2. Wonder what kind of Llanowar Elves those are.
I'm not sure.
They look pretty cool. Lightning Strike comes down, gets rid of the beast.
Yeah, so if Joseph untaps here into an Ouroboros, like Ouroboros 1-drop here would almost end the game.
Is that a reason to not Lightning Strike that Beastbinder?
It's tough because the thing is, this is what I was saying about how these first few turns mattering so much.
Yeah.
Is that the pressure, you can't just not attack with your lizard and say go reactively as a mono red deck.
I mean, you could just attack into it and still accept dealing 1 damage instead of 2.
Fair. But then are you leaving up 2 mana for strike and not developing your board? It's so hard to do, you know?
I don't know. I'd be playing a fear of missing out, discarding a VV.
Oh, we know, Corey.
Double Burst Lightning, Ouroboros is dead. That is huge. That is 100% huge. Getting that off the battlefield. Bastronaut coming in. Speed 1. Coming in. It's about to be speed 2.
Still a tough exchange, though. You
Yeah.
know, the board got the counters off. It's two for 1 on the actual board itself.
But not dead.
For sure, yeah. The game can continue at least.
Yes. So now Ouroboros number 2, and, well, we're heading into space, but... And most importantly, didn't play a land, and oh, boy. Let the space plant cook.
Now, is there no land?
There hasn't been. So if these Llanowar Elves could have been dealt with, maybe we would have had some going on here. So David Botcher put to the test once again. Hired Claw, number 2. They do stack, so the Claw deals a couple damage. This will put us to speed 3. Was that the boat one, where the boat couldn't go that fast?
Sure.
Okay. All right, looks like we're going to boost up Hired Claw. No blocks here from Ouroboros, it looks like. So, and another thing that would have been great here is if David had Witchstalker Frenzy. Attack with 2 creatures, deal 5 to the Ouroboros. That's the best answer you got.
Yeah, there are 2 Frenzy in the list, and that is a very important card in this matchup.
So good. It's also just great at 1 mana, deal 5 to your opponent's face if you have a Screaming Nemesis in play.
Yeah, Joseph's hand looks great here. Saw a flash of a Floodpits Drowner, which is phenomenal in this spot.
Ooh, yeah.
Just like play a few creatures here. The board's about to go into the stratosphere, and things are going to be huge. 11 is, with the Menace and the Double Strike, couple pings from Hired Claw here and there. We could see kind of a cheese out win.
And we'll change the math a little bit for you. I did see a Nova Hellkite in hand from David, so that's 4 more in the air.
Okay. So we're entering mono red cheese out territory where it's got to be kind of a cheeky win.
Yeah.
Where the board has become a lost cause.
Mono red is very good at these cheeky style of wins for sure.
Question, of course, here is when can Joseph start attacking, turn the corner? Doesn't want to leave too many draw steps. Do you want to play the Floodpits Drowner proactively and get the actual counter on it? Just going to play a Beastbinder. Going to wait a turn on the Drowner.
Now, 2 counters get added to everything. These Llanowar Elves are getting pretty swole. And, wow, look at the respect. No attacks. Okay.
It's tough with the
shields are up.
With the Menace on the Bastronaut and the trigger up the Hired Claw. It is a Menace double striker. Potentially could be pumping in for a lot of damage next turn with the mana.
I think I'm attacking with 1, but I agree leaving a lot back. But you can't give mono red infinite time.
Agree. And honestly, is attacking with both Llanowar Elves insane? Just get it for 10. Block both Hired Claws, get it for 10 again, So a lot of math to do here, a lot of kind of planning. What could next turn look like? What's my next turn look like?
Even attacking with all of them, all 3, having 1 blocker, you're going to take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hellkite is probably the max you can take. You take 9. Attacking with all 3, I think, is reasonable as well.
Bastronauts, it's 3, 6, 7, 8. It's 9.
It's not a lethal attack, and then mono red is bad at blocking. So if you put them in a spot where they have to block and enter kind of the air quote the abyss, I think after doing the math there, I would have attacked with all of them. The best defense is a good offense here.
It's definitely risky.
Is it?
Yeah, Bastronaut, double strike, 2 triggers of the claws. The claws deal damage. pumping the Bastion for double strike, maybe a combination with a burn
7,
spell.
8, 9. That's only 9 damage
Yeah.
if David plays land and taps out to do so, though.
Yeah, it's close. I mean, there's possible combo draws of like a Dreadmaw's Ire or
yeah, I guess Dreadmaw's
else.
Ire definitely changes the math on Bastronaut, right?
Yep.
So that could be 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, actually, 1 Ire would make it lethal with the Bastronaut. So okay.
It's the Modest Dragon.
Just a very chill dragon. Here's a Hired Claw getting sent into combat. Like, hey, this is gonna go well for me, right? Right?
He's like, boss, are you sure?
you sure you want to attack?
Those elves look pretty mean.
I know you paid me as a Hired Claw, but
Right.
Is this the best use of my attacking?
Like, those elves have been working out.
Yeah.
I'm just a little dude.
I'm just a little guy.
Yeah. All right, got to follow orders.
All right. Hired Claw is gone. Hellkite is warped away. Now can we piece together? You said you saw an Into the Floodmaw. So how does the math work with 1 blocker, Jim?
Sorry, not Floodmaw, a Flip Strider.
Ah, okay. Well, same thing. How does math work with 1 blocker?
So, I mean, +4, I think it's just lethal.
Yeah.
Like, it's a lot, Corey. It's a lot of damage.
Thank you, Jim.
Yeah, so +4 to every, it's big number. Opponent dead.
Big number, plant space, next game.
Joseph win.
Wow, this is why we pay you the big bucks here. That is for sure. So looking from David Botcher's side, we have 2 Abrades, 1 Case of the Crimson Pulse. I love that card. 2 Fire Magic, 1 Obliterating Bolt, 2 Stingerback Terror, 4 Sunspine Links, and 2 Twisted Fealty. What do you like here?
It's interesting because the larger removal spell like Obliterating Bolt seems reasonable. The threatened effects are pretty good against Cauldron because they tend to have only a few small creatures. This Simic deck goes so wide and mostly on the ground that I'd be concerned with like there just being some random chump blocker around for the threatened effects. I don't love that. The Terror is like a little bit interesting as like it's a big flyer to try and fly over, but I think for the most part it's just getting under. Land-wise here, 6 Forest, and then a bunch of other non-basics. I think Sunspine Links could be a possible cheese that way, but I think it's mostly just removal spells in the main plan, honestly.
Yeah. Man, Sunspine Links just has never looked good. Like, in this specific tournament. Just kind of thinking of the decks you play against, and, I mean, it's an incredible card. You play against, back in the day, playing against Domain or whatever, it's the best card you could possibly have, but just not a lot of decks that make that card look amazing anymore.
It's just a pretty aggressive format.
Yeah, it really is.
Decks are very proactive, and, you can't really afford to just play a 4-drop that deals 4 to your opponent, in the mid-game. So
it's pretty decent, I guess, against Reanimator, control decks, stuff like that, but that's about it. So then from Joseph Hunt's side, we have 3 Dragon Snipers, 1 Flood Pits Drowner, 2 Insidious Fungus, 1 Keen-Eyed Curator, 4 Repulsive Mutation, 1 Spell Pierce, 1 Tishana's Tidebinder, and 2 Unable to Scream. What do you like from this side?
A lot of good ones here. We saw how effective Dragon Sniper was in Killing Pastor's match. Card's phenomenal here. It's so good with Jackal.
Yeah.
If you're ever able to have a turn 2 double sniper, I don't know how Red beats that. It's just phenomenal. Drowner's great. Unable to Scream.
And we saw that from Kellen here last round or the round before or whatever, right?
Was great.
Yeah, it was.
Unable to Scream, a good answer to Nemesis. A lot of great tools for Joseph here. I think Joseph is in very good shape.
Absolutely. And if you want to be in good shape and keep your collection in as good of shape as possible, you should sell your cards to us. Sell your cards to Star City Games, and you'll have a couple options here, Jim. You can get some cash if you want. That's awesome as well. But, Jim, walk us through the better option, I would say.
30% trade bonus. All right? You're buying more Magic cards anyway. Don't lie to yourself. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to Corey. All right? So you get that 30% bonus, and then you're buying cards in the future. It's like you're getting paid to sell your cards, which is awesome. So I like to have a bankroll with Star City at all times. I sell some cards in. Then when I go to an event and I say, hey, I need 4 Ouroboros in my cool Simic deck, go to the booth, 4 Ouroboros, put it on my tab, please.
Yeah, they put Jim to the front of the line, too. If Jim's in the back, like waving his hand, be like, hey, that guy has an account with us. Get him up here. Get him up here. All right, that part's not true, but everything else
not true at all.
Is very true. We actually make Jim wait longer.
That is true.
Yeah, but that 30% trade-in bonus when you get that store credit does not expire, stays on your account. Link it to your email. Very convenient. You can. I'm lucky enough to live in Roanoke, so I buy the cards. I pick it up when I go to film Commander Versus, but they can also ship them to you as well. So any of that kind of stuff. Good on you, SCG. Sell your cards.starcitygames.com or use that QR code if you want to get more information. And back into the game we go, Jim.
Yeah, super convenient at events, you know.
Yeah.
Just hop into an event. Oh, cool. Pop over to the booth, sell some stuff. And then once you have the bankroll, you never need to think about it. You just like, oh, I need cards. Cool. I'm going to buy them.
Yeah.
You know, so.
And do what I do. I just have Jim's email address written down here in my phone, and I go up to him. I just say, hey, I'm Jim Davis. I have a big bankroll. I'd like an Ouroboros. And they just say, here you go, Mr. Jim.
That is also not true. Your store credit is safe and sound with StarCityGames.com. They are very responsible. They make you check. I mean, even make me check ID.
Yeah.
Here I am. They know who I am. I'm working the shows and stuff. Like, nope. Got to check that ID. Make sure you are who you say you are, so I can make sure you're on the right credits. Don't listen to Corey. He's trying to mislead you.
Jim, I hate to have you find out this way, but check your wallet, buddy.
That's illegal. That's not a joke. That's just a crime, Corey.
All right. Okay. So I should not have said that on air. Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
No, you shouldn't have done it in the first place.
Don't lecture me, Dad.
It's not admitting to the crime that's the problem. It's doing the crime.
Okay. I'm now seeing the error of my ways. Here is your ID back. That's on me.
Thanks, bud.
All right, players looking at their hands. Looks like we got David starting it off. That's a lot of mountains, but maybe not too many. I think I saw 3 or 4. 4 is probably, that's the sweet spot, right? Like anywhere from 2 to 4, you're fine with it. But 4, you can't just have like 3 burst lightnings, right? You got to have some goods.
I think 4 is the tipping point.
Is it too much?
I think I'm not thrilled with 4. If it's 3 mountains and a rock face village or a soulstone sanctuary, cool. But I think that when you're at the 4 mountain range, you're really risking drawing like land 5 and land 6 and being pretty unhappy. It's dependent, you know. Is my hand double Screaming Nemesis? I want to make sure I really hit my land drops to cast those. Is there a dragon in my hand? But it's close.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to do a live look in here while we get that mulligan sorted out. We got Jesse on the bottom and Joseph on the top. This is a Cauldron Mirror, but both players at X and 1. These are the leaders of the tournament, kind of playing for that top spot with Joseph up a game here over Jesse.
Yeah, just early turns, development, you know.
Yep.
Their cards are pretty familiar with at this point.
These players playing pretty fast. They have been around. Been around here. Joseph actually started the day off by dethroning the leader of the tournament, Oliver Tomiko. And Oliver Tomiko, no slouch. So being able to get that is good. Meanwhile, on our main match, looks like you see a 5 down there. So, uh-oh.
That's not good.
That's not great.
No, it's not great. And you see the speed they're playing at here. This is a familiarity thing. When the format is centered around one deck and you're playing a mirror, you've played this mirror a lot.
Yeah.
There's a level of familiarity here. You know everything your opponent's doing. You know everything you're doing. It's time to play chess. Just kind of like move your pieces and try and win.
Yeah, when you're both playing the same pieces, essentially, that is kind of the case. So early stages of this game, we're going to jump back to our main. We'll keep an eye on that one. And here we go. David starting it off with the claw.
Big smile from Joseph here. When I mulligan to 5, I don't smile that much.
So. No. See, I take the next step. I just don't mulligan to 5.
That's smart.
I miss my second land drop on 6 and be on my way.
With a smile.
Yeah. And then I go to Star City Games and I sell that deck because I'm now out of contention. All right, Hired Claw's natural enemy, the sniper, coming down. And
Ooh.
Whoa!
This is about as good as it gets for David.
Yes. Anytime you can go 1-drop, turn 2, double 1-drop, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, the classic triple 1-drop on the play draw.
Pretty good.
The bane of Magic players everywhere.
Yeah, especially on the draw. So let's see what the follow-up is here. Simic doesn't have a great catch-up, of like going, all right, land, removal spell on one of these claws, deal with the other one later.
Yeah, very much a blocking matchup.
Yeah.
And the Simic deck does block pretty well. There's a lot of stats, a lot of numbers, some good vigilance creatures as well, but not from this far behind.
Yes. I do love that blocking is now allowed again. When your opponent had Monstrous Rage, blocking felt very, very difficult. So, no. All right, I lied. There is a removal spell plus a Llanowar. That was a great turn. Both players having the triple 1-drop draw. Let's go.
Yeah, now the downside here is that Unable to Scream is usually earmarked for a Screaming Nemesis.
Yes.
Having to use it here on this Hired Claw is functional and kind of necessary given how behind
That's great.
Joseph was at the start. But now the fear is a Nemesis this turn would be pretty ugly.
Yeah. Hired Claw coming in. Only 1 damage. It loses all the abilities. It's unable to do any screaming. And, that's the sign of, hey, I'm kind of flooded. But A Burst Lightning as well. Pretty solid. Good managing of resources from David. And boom, there is Sirach.
That's the Hunter.
It's a good card.
Yes, and again, just sizing.
Yeah.
No counter spells here, of course, but the rule spell, we'll see a card draw for Joseph, which is great.
Yeah.
And, David's clock is not the best at the moment.
Yeah. And there it is. Getting them both in there.
So it is not a lizard. I don't think that actually does anything.
That doesn't do anything, right?
Yeah.
But, nah. Hey, I attack with my grazers every once in a while.
It makes the little thunk sound.
Yeah, you love
I
that
do
thud
like
sound.
that.
It is nice. Ouroborid.
So
4 mana, 2/4.
really powerful card, but the naked Babora board here on the empty board is a little less impressive. Just as 2/4 currently.
The hired claw can take it down. All right, Challenger, if there's any good follow-up here.
Uh-oh, is it time for Dreadmozire?
Oh, or Witchstalker's Frenzy. That's one reason to attack with the thing. So, yeah. So this is, what, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage?
Looks
just
good to
lethal? Okay, close game. Close game. Wait, isn't that lethal?
I think it was lethal.
Maybe life totals are wrong.
Oh, we're one short. I think you already counted the damage from the hired claw.
4, 5. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
So it was at 8, but yeah, whatever.
Effectively lethal, yeah. So that was, a mulligan of 5 for Joseph on the draw against a almost perfect hand from David. It's mono red.
Yeah.
Tip your hat sometimes. Say, okay, cool. I'll be game 3 in the play.
Cool. So we'll pull up the sideboards here again and see if there's any big changes that we want here. Probably not, right?
Yeah, I don't really think so. For the most part, just the same idea. I could see maybe on the draw, mono red maybe wanted to go a hair bigger, because you can't rely on the pure, full-on aggression.
Yeah.
So maybe, I don't even like it. The terror or the fealty or some kind of big effect, but I don't really think so. Just go fast and do your thing.
Do fast and do your thing. And we want to give a huge thank you for our sponsors doing their thing at supporting Paper Magic tournaments, supporting competitive Magic. So just a huge thank you to our sponsors, both Beckett and Dragon Shields. Best in the business at what they do. Beckett's been around forever at grading all your really, really nice fancy cards, whether you got some old ones, you got some serialized cards, any of those kind of things. Get those cards graded. Use Beckett. They're very, very respected within the community and really do some nice work, as well as Dragon Shield. I've sleeved up so many decks in Dragon Shields. They are really one of the leaders in the industry, so big shout out to them for supporting Paper Magic. Looking in here, Oliver playing down here against Ian Barber. I believe we do have 3 10-1, so if Oliver wins, there'll be 2 players at X and 1. If Oliver falls, we'll have 1 leader of the tournament, and that is the other match we took a live look in. So this is the very tippy top of the tournament, and no surprise, 4 Cauldron decks comprise them.
It's also possible where there could be 2 10-1s and they've both played each other already. Which is
Yes.
fun, and that's where the standings start to get a little awkward in pairings in the later rounds.
A little wonky.
Yeah, where players have already played each other, so you have to pay multiple pair downs here and there. Things get a little wild.
Yeah, it's always fun. So Oliver using that removal spell to kill a big Mako, but here comes a 4/4 Scholar. And, wouldn't recommend discarding a Vivi now. That's probably the only thing I wouldn't recommend here for Ian, as we can just chomp that up from Oliver's side. But, hey, still, Prof's Scholar, Vigilance damage that scales up is pretty good. So Oliver will need to find something. But looks like our main match is ready to go. We're going to peek back in and see the dramatic conclusion. Looks like both players kept their hand.
Both players no 1-drops.
Love it.
A little different than last game. I think that favors Joseph here. All right, so Joseph here, of course, respecting a removal spell from David, deciding what to deploy. Looking to the stars for help here, like that.
Yep.
Is Ouroboros up there somewhere? Or?
If you see Ouroboros when you look up, it's already too late, Jim.
Yeah, it most certainly is.
The tentacles are already there.
Yep.
But wait, is this a missed land drop from David?
I don't think so. They just turned 2 on the play for Joseph, right?
Okay. All right. Yep. I got lost in the sauce where we were at.
So passing back. So this is kind of Joseph saying, I don't have a card that doesn't die to the Burst Lightning.
Yeah.
I'm just not going to play it.
Okay.
It might be Flippage Drowner. but very, very different pacing than last game.
Very much so.
That's why Magic's so great, honestly. You know, we're two same decks, same matchup. Last game and this game completely different based on just the texture of the game.
Yeah. So yeah, this is going to be the interesting spot. I still think people do not utilize enough the just ambush block. People didn't play Ambush Viper back in the day, and it shows. Just get that creature in there, block the 2/2 prowess creature. If you're doing this, maybe that's different.
Yeah,
but
there's some value. Like the Simic deck really wants bodies in play.
Yeah.
You know, bodies for Ouroborid, bodies for Innkeeper's Talent. Like, it's very relevant. You know, Navadriver's going to grow out of sizing or whatever here too, which is great. I think that talent. I guess it is. Is it technically?
It's technically level 2.
Okay,
yeah.
sure. That's
yeah.
fine. So.
Joseph doing it right for the first time ever, and now we'll see if you block. This is also brutal. I feel like Screaming Nemesis is pretty much just unblockable in this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. You know, this is where the Drowners and the Unable to Screams come into play. Or board here would be quite powerful.
Yeah.
Get that extra counter on it, get up to 5 toughness.
Yep.
You know, definitely, the no 1-drop from either side, it changes the texture of the game a lot.
It definitely does. Now, maybe David had the ability to kill a Llanowar anyways, so maybe it's better for Joseph. As we kind of look at the hand there, got some goods. Seeing a Braid. I think I saw the Pump spell, the Dreadmaw's Ire.
Draw in the Ire.
Oh, it's just artifact, not enchantment too. I was gonna say, ooh, that could be good.
Yeah, most is a bad Monstrous Rage here.
Yeah. Hey, Monstrous Rage never destroyed a Cauldron. Not even if there's a fire.
It also, though, in a matchup so predicated on blocking, a bad Monstrous Rage is still pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is a card that got removed from the format for a reason. It was very good. I mean, what? Last Pro Tour was Standard. All of the copies were in the top 8, I believe, of Monstrous Rage. So, very, very strong Magic card for sure.
I'm still a bit of a Monstrous Rage apologist.
Yeah. I did like figuring out combat math. That was very fun with it.
Yeah, I just love the idea of a Pump spell being one of the better cards in the format.
Yeah.
I think it also is a card that you board out sometimes. You know, it was certainly matchup, dependent at time and stuff. So I get it, but Beastbinder also a great answer to Nemesis.
Yeah. Yeah, really good. So what happens if you attack? Like, it just kind of shut off, right?
Yes, Nemesis will be its vanilla 2/2 until your next turn cycles, even when they attack with it, which is great.
Okay. So plays a land untapped, huh? Took 2 damage. The one thing I love to do there, and it's so minor, and maybe this doesn't even make that much sense. If I know I'm going to have an untapped land, I use that land, or I play that right away, and whatever spell I'm going to cast, I use it with. So then it doesn't look as obvious.
Right.
Does that even really make sense, the perception of it?
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
You shock at a land, play a spell,
yeah,
and then later in return, you just say go. It doesn't feel as dramatic as, like, shock in this land and say go, I don't got nothing.
Exactly. It really just screams, hey, I'm going to do something. But honestly, if I don't have anything and I don't have anything to do, I'll do it that way. Like perception is a minor thing, but everything helps in a game of competitive Magic.
I think those are the small edges that the really good players get.
Yeah.
Where you've been playing for a long time, you just have a really good feel for what the cadence of a game is.
Yeah.
There's a certain rapport between you and your opponent where you're kind of playing, you're in this rhythm of back and forth, and knowing what like the inflection points are like that, of what can break that rapport, or what can use that rapport to your advantage is important. Hello, Dragon Time.
Okay, Nova Hellkite. And going to combat, it looks like. This feels like a face-up Drowner to me from Joseph, but maybe not.
I mean, it almost has to be, I feel like.
Yeah. What else could it be?
A lot of potential damage coming across here.
Repulsive Mutation, I guess it could be as well, but yep, there it is. Flood Pit's Drowner.
It's a tough call. So if you tap the Hellkite, you're wasting a stun counter. You tap the Nemesis.
Mm-hmm.
You are using a stun counter, taking one more damage in the air. Gonna tap the Hellkite.
Yeah.
So perhaps,
prevent 4 damage.
Yeah.
We're in a pool of Drowners, letting these bodies hit the floor. And here comes Nemesis coming on in.
All right.
And here comes Hired Claw.
I think I would have tapped the Nemesis. Like, having a Nemesis tap down for next turn just feels so nice for 1 extra point of damage.
I mean, you can see that Hellkite, though. It's tapped.
Sure.
Pretty good.
It's true. All right, Borrow time. Let's get huge.
Okay, but I mean, with this many vigilance threats, being able to play offense and defense here is incredible.
But it's hard to play defense against the Nemesis.
I mean, you just turn it into a 2/2 now, right?
Oh, right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Good catch. Good catch.
Your Nemesis is now your friend.
Honestly, though, even then, I would rather leave a Nemesis stunned and hit one of the other creatures to make it a 2/2.
And just be at one less life, essentially?
Yeah, one less life, turn off the Challenger effect. I mean, turn off the Higher Claw effect. I mean, upgrading the Higher Claw to 2/2 isn't necessarily ideal, but...
Yeah, when my opponent has the trample pump spells, I'm definitely managing as much as I can, so... I think it's reasonable because the math with mono red normally, you're just like, okay, I know what the best thing you can do, land, burst lightning me, double lightning strike, maybe Hellkite plus lightning strike. Those kind of math is pretty easy when that's the stock mono red things you have to deal with. But when you add trample and, +2/+2, it can get a little trickier. Not necessarily when your battlefield looks like this where the old space plant is taken over.
I think the converse of that, though, is the turning off prowess on Challenger and then turning off the possible free card off Challenger, too.
Yeah.
It's probably worth 1 point of damage.
Yeah, you're probably right. All right, I've now come around. I agree with you.
Yes.
Dang it. hate to do it, y'all, but had to agree with Jim on this one.
Yeah, and that is a lot of power. The Vigilance here, it's kind of funny. This is like a Vigilance theme deck at this point. But very potent with all of his power and toughness on both offense and defense.
A Vigilance theme deck. Wow. Yep. What a boring theme if you had to build a theme deck. Be like, I built an all Vigilance deck. You're like, you got it, bud.
Simic Vigilance.
Yes. Can we get that deck name changed to Simic Vigilance?
Nick. Yeah. Calling that Nick of a Sideboard.
He's not listening to us, but I guarantee even if he was, he would be not listening to us.
Oh, shaking his head in total dismay.
100%.
Yep. Big thanks to Nick Miller of Sideboard. He's always over there working his butt off.
And anybody who names their deck Simic Vigilance, he has to correct them. So we do not want to encourage that behavior at all. That is not cool.
Please don't do that.
Yeah. Okay, is that a Twisted Fealty? Does that change any math? You can take Ouroborid, and then you get the pumps.
Yes, you can.
Oh, my goodness. The math equation has changed. And there's a Lightning Strike and a Dreadmaw's Ire. Wait, what if you steal Ouroborid and then pump it?
You give it trample?
Yeah, but that will also pump how many counters you put on everything else, right?
Isn't Ire attacking creature? I think it has to already be attacking.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, I think so.
Let's put Dreadmaw's Ire up there. Target attacking creature gets +2/+2. Yep, you're totally right.
Yeah, so that would be awesome, though.
That would be so awesome.
My monstrous rage. Where are you?
Yes.
Come back for just this one turn.
But I mean, still, being able to put trample on a creature, you take Ouroborid, and then you have 4 attacking creatures. And whichever one doesn't get blocked, maybe you pump that way. Either way, things are about to get dicey.
Yeah, it's +4 to everything.
Yeah.
So, although the funny part is, though, you are giving Joseph an extra Ouroborid pump on the Ouroborid. So next turn the Ouroborid's even bigger, but at 1 life, I guess everything's lethal.
Oh, yeah, because what? You get a roll or something? It's cursed?
You get a Wicked roll.
Wicked roll. Okay, so tap the 1 because you had to pay Ward 1. So a Wicked roll, that makes it bigger, so now it's 5 counters on everything.
Yes.
What does the Wicked roll do again?
When it dies, your opponent loses 1.
Okay. So now 5 counters on everything. I don't know. So if you block 3 of the creatures, I guess the smallest one is going to be Hired Claw. You let that one go. So no matter what, you take 1 from Hired Claw. That puts Joseph down to 11. Then the Hired Claw deals 6. So that puts Joseph down to 5. Then that's not even a pump. It's a Braid and Lightning Strike. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, it's just the math that I did there.
Yeah, so the ward there on the Innkeeper's talent really mucking things up here.
It really did. So it would have only been +3. I think even without the ward, there was not lethal, but with David at 1, this is a I'm dead. And
please don't block or screw up.
Yes.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's funny because, even if all 3 blockers die here, Joseph just gets the Ouroborid back. It's actually 100 million.
I believe it is 100 million. So, wait, that's 10. Oh, my. You blocked in such a way that the pump spell would actually be lethal?
Wow.
8, 9, 10.
You have 8, 9, 10.
The pump spell would have done it. Or Burst Lightning. I feel like that is the only block you should not have done. right? Because if you leave Hired Claw, you just don't die to 8 extra cards in your opponent's deck that are confirmed in there.
Close. Gotta be tense for Joseph here. We can see the hands. Joseph, of course, cannot.
Yeah, maybe Joseph has not committed yet. Wait, does Wicked roll, like, say you can't block or something? Nope. Is it Menace? Nope. No? Okay. Just wasn't there, and yes, I love it. David made Joseph sweat. But, yeah, that is going to be Joseph Hunt on Simic Aggro. Doing quite well once again. That's 2 players on Simic Aggro that are deep in contention here with him and Kellen, so maybe it is a Cauldron and maybe just Metagame Slayer. It's looked great.
That was awesome. Yeah, I think
Ouroboros is awesome.
I think the deck is just like fundamentally a very good deck.
Yes.
It has all the hallmarks of a great deck. Super low curve, very aggressive draws, just enough interaction, pretty good sideboard, great mana. I love it.
Yeah, really, really cool stuff. So I think we're going to have ourselves some more Magic here. So whenever we get that ready, which is right now, we're going to head on down to more Magic here for round number 12. Welcome back to the feature match area. We got Jody Keith. Names are switched around here. Jody Keith is up top. And we have Alexander on the bottom. And Jody Keith, hey, just had a really, really nice result at the last challenge with Is It Cauldron, lost in the top 4 of the last spotlight in Orlando, and deep in contention once again.
Yep, and of course we see Alex's deck once again. The Leyline deck, that turn 1 Leyline is huge.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Fireworks possible on turn 3 here, folks.
Slick shot show off gets plotted, and there's another slick shot, and I believe that's the double your power thing, and I mean, that is pretty nice.
Yeah, unfortunately 2 other creatures, though. This is a spot where you really want spells.
Yeah.
Definitely not like regular mono red in that, like, you do want to draw the right mix of spells and, you know, spells, 1 good creature, some pump effects.
Yeah, so it's a deck that naturally is going to mulligan a lot worse, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Much higher upside, though.
Yeah. Yeah. Just a lower floor, higher ceiling, as we kind of like to say in the biz.
Of course, Jody's also playing mono red.
Yeah, not willingly. Not willingly, that's for sure. So let's see what the follow-up is from Alexander. And coming on in for 2. At least, you know, if Jody doesn't have blue mana, still can just destroy the challenger if we have it. Torch the Tower comes on down.
Just paving the way for Slick Shot later.
I think maybe Jody was like, I can't bargain this, right, to make sure I hit a land drop. That's too bad, and I would agree. But, hey, we found it.
Spikes the island anyway.
Jody's been doing some great work here on this SCG tour as well, either with our spotlights or RCs. Going deep in a lot of these events.
Long-time player.
Long-time player, absolutely.
From New Orleans.
I believe it's Nolans.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I tried. from New York, leave me alone.
Yeah, always a diehard Saints fan. We always see that hat representing. And coming on back, big turn here from Alexander.
And again, that third land a little shy.
Always eluding him so far. Went in at X and 1, you know, so it has a 1-1 record on the day. I believe lost our feature match here right when we started, but here is the Slick Shot show off. 1 mana draw 2. Pretty good. Let's see if we can find land number 3. We do.
I mean, lethal's possible here, right? Just possibly bestow a fling.
Always possible from this deck.
If you're Jody, you gotta be terrified.
Oh yeah, and you gotta just block all the time, right?
Yeah, I mean, none of the pump spells actually pump toughness. I guess full bore.
I think they do. Yeah.
Full bore, right?
You just always got to go full bore or Dreadmaw's Ire.
Oh yeah, Ire's in there too.
Yeah.
Oh wow, yeah, we're cracking the pump spells.
Yeah, we're getting tough. But is it there? I believe that card on the right is Ire, or it could be full bore.
Yeah, this would be at the cost of playing another Slick Shot. You could just like pot a new one.
Yeah.
But because there's a trample here, right? So does Money make you trample? No.
Let's get full bore on the screen here.
Full board doesn't give trample.
It feels like it should, but I do not.
It gives haste to things that are warped.
Yeah, okay.
But does Mighty the Beat give trample? I don't believe so.
I'm not sure.
Yep. All right. I mean, that is a lot of power. Leyline of Resonance really
I mean, they're
adds
doing
up.
the math, so this would make sense that we are going to be taking some damage, that's for sure.
Yeah, trample, the key part of the puzzle with all these pump spells that do a lot of power.
Yeah.
1001 once again. Sorcery team event players.
And everything is doubled. And yeah, of course, full board does give trample here. Oh, if the creature was cost for its warp card. That's right, it has that synergy.
Right, check Mighty the Beak.
Yeah. And does look like Jody is down to 11, so trample damage has come down.
Mighty's trample, my bad.
Yeah. And then Kellen comes down as a follow-up. So a great turn here from Alexander.
Now the question, of course, is how much damage can Slickshot show off do next turn?
Yeah, well, the first question to be answered is, can Jody win the game? Vivi's in the yard. He's doing some math. I believe this is a Cauldron on the stack.
Oh, all right.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, all right.
So Cauldron nets 1 mana, and here we go. Now let's start doing some math, Jim. Let's add some numbers, addition, multiplication, all kinds of fun math. Yeah.
Get those mana counters out. Let's go.
Get you a deck that can be a beatdown, and it can also storm off. Get you a deck that can do both, Jim.
What if I don't want to?
That's too bad. Looks like we are double checking exactly what Kellen can do here.
Oh, Kellen is unfortunately not a null rod. So.
That is 100% true.
Yep.
There is 0 no rod effects on Kellen. All right, so doing some math here. 3 mana coming down. Looks like we are floating 1 red, so could be a Profs, could be FOMO, could be a Warped Riddler. All options are good. That looks like a Riddler to me.
Nope. Yep.
Yeah,
Nope.
I like that. That way you can warp the Riddler and then use that stories in the yard. And now what Jody should be trying to accomplish is warping Riddler, trying to get a Profs in play while getting Delirium. That's like what you hope for. But until then, to maximize what you are doing, try to do anything you can to get a counter on the Riddler, because that will net you so much mana.
Yeah, that's the squeeze right now, is that not all of the way there yet.
So if you have Profs, you almost always do that, as you can do Profs onto the Warped Riddler. Post-combat, you have a ton of mana. And I don't think we've played a land yet, so you can do this and go for it, essentially, to try to find one and flashback that Winter Night Stories.
Really working it through here.
Yeah, and this is one of those spots where, you know, sometimes you're just doing the thing. You barely have to, like, do the math because you're really popping off. But these are the turns where you start with not that much resources, not that much mana, and you really got to be careful and you got to maximize it. Discards a couple Mountain.
Is it Profs
Plays
time?
a Verge. 2 mana left, so yeah, Profs to be able to keep going. But FOMO, can we get Delirium now? Because we're done with the mana plan. So land, creature, enchantment, instant. So no matter what, we can at least attack with a couple things here. But there's no blocker for Slick Shot. Slick Shots. So I think if Alexander has 1 pump spell plus that Slick Shot, as good of a turn as Jody had, which it was mild, it won't matter, as we should be able to finish this game off with a show-off and a pump spell.
It's like what I was trying to say about 8 minutes ago. So it's all about the Slick Shot show-off and how much damage that that Alex can do next turn.
Totally true. Totally true.
See, I knew it was up. It was just a long way to get there.
You really did. And looks like we took 3 as far as the life pad goes there.
Uh-oh. This is fast.
Show off. Double the power. Double the fun. So you can double it twice. So the triggers go on the stack, so it goes to 5 power, then to 10, then to 20.
And there you go.
Wow, the double spell with Leyline and 1 slick shot is just 20? Am I understanding that right?
Yes, 3 resolve triggers, 3, 6, more than that, right? As it goes to 3 off a trigger, double to 6, and then
double to 12. Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Right.
So less than that, but I was thinking it goes to 5, doubles to 10, doubles to 20, but you only get the plus from the original you cast.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, just to make that sure. So, all right, looking at the sideboard here, we're going to be starting off with Alexander's side. Yeah, that will be on the bottom. We have 1 Dreadmaw's Ire, 1 Poison Dart Frog. It cracks me up. 2 Ghost Vacuum, 3 Fanatical Firebrand, 1 Electro Assaulting Battery, 4 Razorkin Needleheads, 2 Screaming Nemesis, 1 Sunspine Lynx. What do you like?
It's interesting to see here, most mono red decks have adopted the main deck Needleheads, one of their threat base here. But because this deck is so focused on the pump spells and stuff like that, we see them in the board. I imagine those are coming in. They're really, really good against a turn like that, where Jody has to draw a bunch of cards, try to put it all together. You can't really do that with a Razorkin Needlehead play, which is pretty great. So the Needlehead's coming in. Ghost Vacuum, it could come in. I almost prefer to be proactive,
Yeah.
And then the Ire is obviously quite nice for trample, and then Cosmic can get a Cauldron as well. But big one here is Needlehead.
And do you bring in that Poison Dart Frog immediately, or do you save that for game 3?
I put it face up on the table and say, look at it.
Look at it.
And
Enjoy my frog.
Yep.
Okay. Then Jody's
There
side.
it is on the table, face up.
God, you are good. You know exactly what these players are going to do after they already do it. So Jody's side, we got 1 Abrade, 1 Aegis Turtle. Yes, I love that. 2 Annul, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Draconautics Engineer, 2 Pyroclasm, 1 Quantum Riddler, 2 Spell Pierce, and then 3 Unable to Scream. What do you like on this side?
Rule spells lower the curve. Interestingly enough, I don't think Spell Pierce is crazy. You still trigger the Slick Shot Show Off, so you still get a copy with a ley line, but having just any amount of cheap interaction to not just die quickly is very, very important. I don't know if those come in or not, but Power Plasm, more removal spells, and just make sure you're going to be going fast.
Love it. And if you love Standard as much as Jim and I do, and you want to play some high-level competitive Magic, come out to our next Spotlight event. It is going to be really awesome. It's Magic Spotlight, the Avatar, coming on in. Standard, I'm sure, is going to look very different by then. We're going to have a set, maybe an announcement from Wizards of the Coast. I believe that is November 10th, right? See if there's any changes to the format. And then, of course, we'll have Avatar in Standard's mix. So it's going to be very, very cool. Make sure to join us in Atlanta, Georgia to be able to play this format. January 9th through the 10th, you'll be done with the holidays, after you enjoyed Christmas, New Year's, all that stuff, ate a bunch of good food. It'll be time to, break out of some family time and go play some Magic. Wouldn't you say, Jim?
Sounds great to me. I love the first event of the year.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. You'll see Jim and I there, probably playing in the Mystery Sealed on Friday. Lots of cool events going on besides just the main event. And we're going to start this off. Now, we do have Alexander that took down that game. So, Alexander is up a game. Jody Keith needs to win both here.
Yeah, and no ley line. The ley line versus no ley line games are very, very different.
Yep.
And amazingly not the first draw step.
Yes.
If you can believe it.
Are you sure? Okay, I thought we did see it, but you're right. You're right. So, yeah, not the first draw step. Mako to start, plus profs, one of the go-to draws. Attack for 2, unless there is any kind of way to kill that. Not really in this version of Mono Red, though, huh?
Yeah, this is a get-you-dead Mono Red deck, not really a burn spell Mono Red deck.
Yeah.
There's very little removal at all.
Attack all you want. Whatever.
Let's see here the choice, of course, play with Needlehead, plot a show-off. Do you want to expose Needlehead? Do you want to try and get show-off threatening? Very threatening when your opponent has a show-off just sitting there ready to come in for free.
Yeah. Just showing off his fancy toys here from OTJ. One of the most terrifying cards ever. You know, like the things you can do with that card is truly scary and truly phenomenal. I got to say, Alexander's hand is great. A third land, another threat, multiple pump spells. So I would not be too shocked. Anytime Jody taps out, we could be in business time. Wow. Okay, another ire. So I believe there are 3 pump spells with 1 slick shot. We can't win, right? Without a ley line? I don't think so.
No, definitely not. The good thing, though, is these pump spells are toughness-based as well. So a lot of them are, the +3/+0 kind of effects, like a turn inside out. But being able to play around a torch tower here is a pretty big game.
Yep, and I do think we saw kind of all the pump spells here. I think I saw a turn inside out as well as an ire.
So each spell is 5 damage. We could see, 15-ish damage this turn, but
let's hope there's another ire, because if you just if you played that one first, I wouldn't recommend, right? But hey, this kills the cauldron, right?
why is playing this one first bad?
If there's the torch to tower, because there was no other way to boost up the toughness.
There's a full bore, right?
I didn't see a full bore. I saw the ire and the turn inside out.
Okay.
There might be one there as well.
I think full bore is the first draw step.
Okay, gotcha.
And here you go.
You always got to go full bore.
Woo!
Okay, so that is 2 spells, so 5 base plus 5 more, so 10 damage plus kill a cauldron.
It's not bad.
Plus invalidate a torch.
Not too shabby.
Okay.
We got a fling. A little.
Oh, God. Just kill your cauldron, but also just win the game?
Yep.
Wow. Okay, plus 5 more.
All right.
This is Jody down to 5, if my math is correct.
We're on fingers and toes here, so
Yeah.
that's 5, 10, 14, 15, 15. Yep.
But was already at 18, so should be down to 3.
Yeah, that's a 3 there.
Got the life totals there on the pad.
Now the question, of course, is how can Alex finish this game off? Needlehead now looks really, really good.
Yeah.
So Jody already used a torch tower. Gonna have to remove this slick shot from play at some point. Some point soon.
And
then,
deal with the one in hand as well.
right. And Razor Kid looking pretty good. So
I feel like this has to be a VV into a cauldron to put Jody at any I could win the game type scenario. If we're just playing fair, have one into the Floodmaw or something like that, not it, Stories to the yard, boosts up the Mako.
and this is where Needlehead is so good, because it puts it in a spot where it's all right, maybe you can do your thing, but you're going to pay the cost.
Yes.
And not many cards in red can do that to this VB deck besides Needlehead.
Yep, really not many whatsoever. So there is a mountain. Let's see what we have for a follow-up here from Jody Keith.
Tenth spot. Dropping down to 3 losses is not a great place to be.
Okay, that's great. Unable to scream. So now Alexander has the slick shot show off. So if he also just has anything else, we're all done here.
Yeah, and the fallback of just playing Needlehead also pretty reasonable too.
Yeah.
We have Artifact, Sorcery, Instance, so kind of close to Delirium.
Yeah, so we have Needle, we have Slick Shot, and a mystery card in hand. Not sure what it is, but that will very much dictate how this game goes. But, of course, Jody's doing the math as if, Alexander's hand is horrific.
It is kind of funny how the unable to scream Slick Shot is an 0-2. It could still attack, so it could still be lethal with a pump spell.
True.
Out of nowhere, which is pretty funny.
But it doesn't fly, right?
I was saying,
Yeah.
if Jody were to attack a bunch of stuff and leave, no blockers back out of nowhere,
Yeah.
or as an extra body for a haste or whatever else it might be. But
Is it GG? It is not.
it's about
Down to 2.
as close as you can get to it. Needlehead, you're at 2. Go.
All right, let's see if there's anything during the draw step. And, oh, yeah, Jody is hell-bent. So That just straight up has to be a way to deal with Needlehead or the game's over. So if it's not Torch.
But you can't kill Needlehead and the show off. I think it's Pyroclasm or bust.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, there's no other card that can.
This would be the sickest Pyroclasm.
We-
And the sickest slow roll.
Yeah.
All right,
Oh,
kill
yeah.
all your board. But I don't think Jody would be slow rolling, so that looks like it's going to be game and match. To wrap this one up, that was a nice long round, but any big takeaways from that round?
I'm pretty impressed with this Leyline deck. You know,
Yes.
it's so funny. Is like doesn't see a ton of play. We just see it at these events. So you one person playing it, they just tend to do really, really well.
Yeah.
It won the first spotlight in Atlanta.
Nicholas Odenheimer, yep.
Yeah, and it's just really doing powerful things that are kind of like not what the format's really about.
Yeah.
So the decks they're planning for mono red playing all these creatures. And it's like, well, what if I just killed you?
Every time we just have like a normal mono red deck that's good, someone shows up with a Leyline deck. What, it was JED at the World Championship. It just always seems amazing, but then after this event, everyone's like, all right, let's never play that Leyline deck, and it's never made sense to me. So I'm glad you're on the same wavelength there. So that is going to do it for this round, and that's going to do it for us two here for a little bit. We're going to be heading to break, and on the other side, Ailey Loney and Reed Duke coming in to bring you a couple rounds, and then we'll be back for winning in time. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
What's cracking, Magic fans? Hello and welcome back to coverage of Spotlight Spider-Man here in Baltimore, Maryland. My name is Ailey Loney. I'm alongside Hall of Famer Reed Duke, and we have the pleasure of bringing you the last couple rounds. Corey and Jim are doing the last one. I lied. But the couple next rounds of the Swiss portion of this. Let's take a look at our metagame, Reed, and talk us through the conversion rate that we saw. This is how we started our day yesterday with Is It Cauldron pretty dominant at the top of the standings.
Right. Is It Cauldron? No surprise to anyone who's been following Standard that this was going to be the top deck. Almost a third of the field. What was more surprising was Mono Red in second place, with nearly 1 out of 5 players choosing Mono Red, and then Demir, Reanimator, Azorius Control, and some other smatterings of various color combinations and archetypes. That was how we started, and what happened overnight.
Let's take a look at day 2's metagame, the conversion rates thereof as well. Ugh, almost 52% Is It Cauldron here. That is a lot.
Yeah, so Is It Cauldron going from about 32% to about 52%.
Yeah.
That is definitely a lot. I would expect this deck to have an above average conversion rate because it's such a good deck. It's disproportionately chosen by
Good
experienced, enfranchised players. All of these different factors, but that's really quite dramatic in terms of an overperformance. Going down the list, Mono Red, about an average performer. It seemed like it's held steady and an archetype that totally holds its own. Demir Midrange still in third place, Sultai Reanimator still in fourth place, but Simic Aggro, another major overperformer, and there's actually a few Simic players still in contention for top 8, so that could be sort of a hero storyline if any of these Ouroborroid players make a deep run.
Yeah, 5 of the 14 players who registered Simic Aggro have made it through today too, so kudos to our Simic bros. Never thought I'd be saying that. Like, yeah, go Simic. Usually they're the bad guy here, but Izzard's taken that role for the last little while. If this is to be Vivi's farewell tour, I think it's only fitting that it's 52% of the metagame here. And who knows, maybe it'll pick up a win because Mono Red keeps pipping it at the post. Let's take a look at our standings here, Reed, and see who has the best deck in their hands this morning. Joseph Puglisi stands alone, 11-1 on Is It Cauldron.
Yeah, just, to cap off the metagame discussion, Ailey, we do have an imminent ban and restricted announcement coming in November, and in a way, like, you almost want a really decisive result going into that, where they've already strongly hinted that they're considering VV or various other cards from this Is It Cauldron deck as possible bannings, and the results of Spotlight Spider-Man certainly move it further in that direction, where it's clear that this deck is head and shoulders above what's going on in the format.
This is page 1 of our standings. Oliver Tomiko holding steady there. We see Jesse Pyland as well, another well-known player, and Brewer. We see Alexander McIsaac. I'm rooting for him, especially after a pretty tough last round yesterday. Let's see page 2 of the standings quickly and see how any of our other notable players are doing. Anthony Lee there in 18th, 9-3. This is kind of where it gets muddy now. These 9-3s, they're going to have to really, really fight for every little inch that they can here to get into the top 8.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So, it's not always a great practice to try to predict the top 8 this far in advance, but generally speaking, from similar tournaments in the past, if you do better than 12-3, 13-2 or 12-2-1, you're probably going to be pretty safe to make the top 8. And then the players with 3 losses, they're just going to be trying to win every match that they can and hope their tiebreakers hold up just in case it is sort of a dicey end of tournament scrum at 12-3.
Yeah, you certainly want to try and give yourself the best opportunity of getting into the top 8. So like Jim was saying earlier when Corey asked him about it, just keep winning, man.
That's it.
Just keep
That's all
winning.
you can do.
Keep your destiny in your own hands and, try and get the highest seed that you possibly can in the top 8 because that matters a lot, especially for the aggro decks. We've seen in the last couple tournaments that we've had the mono red decks finishing at a higher seed, being able to go first in the top 8, that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, so that'll be a big storyline of the last 3 rounds of Swiss is who's going to be in prime position going into the top 8. But shall we see who we're going to cover this round?
Absolutely. Let's jump into it. The players are ready to rock and roll, so we'll introduce them as we head on down to the feature match area. It is going to be Jesse Pyland on the top of your screen there. Rockin' is it Cauldron? Great beard, by the way, sir. And Alexander McIsaac playing the super sweet Rakdos, in inverted commas, aggro deck with the Ley Lines of Resonance. I was playing this a little bit this morning, and I got 2 Ley Lines of Resonance down. I had a 1-lander, and I killed my opponent on like turn 3 or 2. It was great.
Well, we've been following Alexander for a number of rounds here as he's been one of our tournament leaders. And also, the previous event that you and I worked together, Alexander, again at Spotlight Planetary Rotation, was doing well with his very same red Leyline deck.
Yeah.
And finally, we get a Leyline game, although unfortunately it seems like the rest of his draw leaves something to be desired.
Yeah, it's not wonderful. You know, I don't see any Might of the Meek. I don't think I spotted that in hand to try and draw into land 2 and really start getting crazy here. But on the other side of things, Jesse is starting things off with a Marauding Maker, which the Is It Cauldron decks playing this powerful little 1-drop are super happy to see.
Yeah, so it looks like Alexander kept a hand with 1 Mountain and a Leyline of Resonance and multiple Slick Shot show off, so really showing respect for the Leyline. And what that indicates to me is that Alexander has probably faced this situation enough, and he's determined, you know what, even if I miss my land drop once, I might still be able to rebuild and make something out of this hand based on the explosiveness of Leyline of Resonance and specifically the pairing with Slick Shot show off. But at this point, he's now missed his land drop twice.
Beautiful. I love this little play.
Yeah, and he's making a good run at it with this really, really cool play. Turn inside out on the Warrior token. That's going to be sacrificed at the end of the turn. So making a decent run, but you know, if he doesn't have that Mountain come off the top in pretty short order, I think Jesse's going to start to run away with things.
3, 4, 5, 6. He gets 2 of these now because of Leyline of Resonance. That's so sweet.
That is sweet. Wow, yeah.
So 2 2/2s, possibly a creature underneath. And hopefully a land drawn, but who needs lands when you have 3 creatures on the board against Is a Cauldron, who doesn't always have that many answers pre-board. What, that would have been 4, 8, 9 damage? Right? Because the little stadium headliner, that's a 1 power creature, right? Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think Jesse should be at 11. Unless he gained a life somehow?
Yeah, players might be confirming game state, life totals.
Pretty sure it should be 11 because it's +3, +3. So that's 8 just with those guys and then 9 with the headliner. Hopefully 1 life don't matter there in the situation, but usually when Alex gets someone dead, he does so emphatically as Vivi Onitier hits the board here for Jesse Pyland. And Len. Nah, he would have. Oh, he did get it. Yes. Good land, good land.
All right. However, this is probably going to be another setup turn for Alexander if he chooses to, for example, plot Slick Shot show off. I actually don't know if he has a lot of firepower in terms of red pump spells. Maybe he can present a meaningful attack. Let's find out.
So 2, 4, 6 damage coming through naturally. Vivi and the Mako are going to jump in the way of the upside down creatures. The manifests. If he's got 2 pump spells in hand, like that's 4 spells in essence.
Correct.
That's got to be enough to kill him, right?
I would expect any 2 pump spells would do it. If he's got only 1 pump spell, he has an interesting choice. Like, do you push damage? Do you kill Vivi? Do you say okay and then choose to plot your slick shot show off.
He said he had 2 in hand. And it looks like he's got 3 cards. No. No, he's got plenty more. Oh, Dreadwell's Ire. Nice.
That gives trample, which
It
is
sure
pretty nice
does.
here.
So that'll trample over for 1. And then another trampler. It's going to go onto the one being blocked by Vivi, it looks like. So
Yeah, so he's going to be able to win both combats.
Yeah. So 3 damage being pushed through currently. 4, 5, 6, 7. So Jesse should be at 5, but actually 4 if we counted the life totals correctly.
Well, it's funny because this is the only configuration of 2 pump spells that does not result in lethal.
Yeah.
There's 3 damage unblocked, and if you think about both of those representing +4, he could deal 11 here.
Oh, boy.
But clearing the board and
Yeah.
getting your opponent down close to kill range, that's a nice way to do it. And just think about how this is a game where Alexander didn't hit his second land drop till turn 4.
Oh, but now he had. Now I'm confused. He did get the right. He got to the right amount now, unless I mathed wrong. 1, 2. Because it does give trample, right? Yeah.
All right, so he attacked for 6 damage plus 8 from 4 copies of Dreadmaw's Ire. So 14 minus 5 from
gone.
blocking damage.
Math is hard, man. I think the life totals are off, but I think they're at the right life total now. If we took that 1 extra from the last attack. Because Vivi's a 0-3, right?
Vivi is a 0-3, that's correct.
And then the little Mako was a 2-2.
Correct.
Ultimately, it might not matter, but let's see what Jesse's got here up his sleeve, if he's able to stave off these attackers here. 4 that he has to deal with next turn if the stadium headliner sticks around, courtesy of its mobilize. Pyroclasm, go! Nope. Alrighty. Ooh, nice. Slickshot show of hiding out under there. He had 3, he had all of them? Was that all 4? Yeah.
Wow, a decisive victory from Alexander in a game
Yeah.
where he made no play on turn 1 other than the ley line in the mountain, and he didn't hit his second land drop till turn 4. And it kind of is similar to some games and dynamics we've seen from Alexander's matches over the course of the event, which is you really can't stop him by blocking.
No.
You need a mix of board presence and instant speed interaction. And if you only have one or the other, he's just going to steamroll you.
Absolutely. Into the Floodmaw has proven to be an excellent way to deal with Alexander's creatures, because sometimes direct removal, like 2 Torch the Tower damage, it's not going to do it because of things like the Dreadmaught's Ire that also affects toughness of the creature, or the full bore even. So let's talk sideboards now. Jesse kind of got a little squished there. What is he looking at besides that 1 copy of Pyroclasm?
Yeah, pretty much anything that answers a creature. So Fire Magic, Flood Pit's Drowner, Obliterating Bolt, Pyroclasm, Unable to Scream, and Torch the Tower. That's 9 cards that are pretty easy for him to come in. If he wanted to turn to things like Spell Pierce, even Quantum Riddler is an option. So he could be bringing in a large number of cards, but importantly, just shoring up his cheap interactive suite is going to be the key to changing this matchup in his favor.
And for Alexander, knowing that he's going to have to deal with a lot more interaction from Jesse's side, what is he looking at?
Well, we've seen him play this matchup a number of times, and Razorkin Needlehead is definitely the one that jumps off the page as something he's going to turn to. There's Screaming Nemesis. There's optimizing his counts of ley lines and the various pump spells. I mean, Dreadmaw's Ire has been pretty impressive, and you are playing against a deck whose namesake card is an artifact, so I wouldn't be shocked if maybe he brought that in place of another copy of Full Bore, whatever it might be. But I think from Alexander's side, it's going to be Razorkin Needlehead plus some small optimizations. and Jesse is going to be the one changing his deck more dramatically to be prepared for the matchup.
Yeah, for Jesse, he just has to survive this game and try even things up here before going into game number 3. So Alexander, though, looking like he is feeling pretty good today, I'd say. Looking nice and relaxed, so let's see how game number 2 goes. But friends, if you would like to come and hang out with us at future events, one of the next ones coming up is in January 9th to 11th in Atlanta, Georgia. It is going to be Spotlight the Avatar. If you are a fan of the series, if you like real cool bending powers, then yeah, this set is looking really, really sweet from what we've seen so far. Started watching it as well, and it's delightful. So I think it's going to be a great set, and there's going to be some really cool new cards introduced into the format. So come hang out, Spotlight the Avatar. Anyone can come and play. You don't have to pre-register. Well, you have to register to play, but you don't have to have qualified for it. So join us then. And back we go. Players now have access to sideboards. I was curious about that elastic band. I'm like, is that how you keep your deck?
Oh, that's old school.
Do you have a deck box?
Yeah, I would not recommend that, but
No.
you know, you used to see it in the very old days, like no sleeves, rubber band around the cards.
I've seen a few infamous Commander decks like that too, you know, they've just been absolutely slammed. Yeah, it looks like someone's just, you know, rolled it underneath the car and had it written over it, so. Charming. Let's take a look at one of our other feature matches here while our players get ready to boogie. And we have Kellen Pastor up against Rodney Bedell. We've got Simic Aggro up top. One of our Simic players doing pretty well here is Kellen up against Is It Cauldron, so playing down here. Looking for an 11th win.
Yeah, one of the Simic heroes.
Playing Tyvar the Pummeler there. It's got one of the classes going to a bunch of creatures. And the Cauldron deck got Profits, got the Mako, and got the Fear of Missing Out on board. So looking in a pretty good position is Rodney.
Yeah, it looks like a competitive game with both players coming out pretty nicely. The question, as always, is going to, you know, as often is the case, is going to boil down to if the Is It Cauldron deck can do something broken. For example, assemble the VV Cauldron combo or assemble Profts plus Delirium with Fear of Missing Out. You know, I think the Simic deck is well suited to, if both players are just playing creatures and adding power and toughness to the battlefield, eventually the Simic deck should overpower just about anything, including the really powerful Marauding Makos and FOMOs of the Cauldron deck. But there's VV hitting the bin, so if there's a Cauldron next turn, this is still anybody's game.
That's 3 types in the bin there for Rodney, so big attacks in Kellen's future if he's not prepared to deal with either the Fear of Missing Out or the Graveyard. I don't know if the Simic deck has much in the way of Graveyard hate post-freeboard.
So imagine Rodney uses the Mako to harmonize Winter Night Stories and discards in such a way that he gets Delirium. He gets to then add 6 counters to Fear of Missing Out, attack, and do the whole thing again, which would already be forcing... Actually not forcing a chump block because Tyvar is really good on defense because it can gain indestructible. So, wow, I mean, already just from this live look-in, unlocking some of the strengths of the Simic deck, both in general and in this matchup in particular.
Sweet game. Perhaps we'll come back to it in a sec. It does look like we have 1 keep in our main feature. Alexander not pleased with his...
And you know what, Ailey?
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. That card that we couldn't identify in the middle, that's a Dragon Sniper. So that's a death-touching creature, which is why Rodney wasn't really able to make any meaningful attacks.
Right. Vigilance, Reach, Death Touch. What else could you want in a 1-drop, huh? Pretty good metagame call for Kellen playing those 1-drops. Mulligan here in our main feature. Looks like Alex is happy. So let's get underway here. Game number 2, Alexander McIsaac. Ha ha! Woo! 2 for 2. We're on a roll, Reed.
Yeah, so this is a 6-card leyline hand, but it looks like a really nice one with 2 lands this time.
Woo!
All ready to go.
Hey. From one Kellen to another, this time it's the Planar Trailblazer, but Into the Floodmaw says, get gone. That goes to hand, not the yard. Floodmaw would be hella busted if that was the case.
Interesting. So how do you feel about this opening exchange, Ailey, where the leyline is bounced plus a fish gifted? Is that good for Jesse or is that good for Alexander?
Alex happy. Absolutely, Alex is going to be happy. That's an extra creature on the board.
Yeah, the
I
extra
got more targets, man.
the extra creature at the expense of no mana. I do that is quite appealing, I guess. You put it that way.
I don't know. What's your take on it? I just see creature who has an aggro deck. I'm happy. So, oh, look at all those inside outs. Good lord. This is like 9 power plus whatever other creatures show up after whoever gets targeted dies. Yeah, seems pretty good. Nice.
Huh.
Holding on to them. I like this because now if Jesse finds a piece of removal for either of these creatures, it's okay because he's got an insurance policy on them.
Right, so you can use turn inside out to unload damage. You can also use it as a sort of way of protecting your creatures.
Look, it's no snakeskin veil, but it gets the job done in terms of just keeping your board state as it was in inverted commas. Unable to scream, though, is targeting poor Kellen over here. So he's going to be a little 0-2. It's still a creature that can be targeted, though.
Yeah, and it can still attack, notably. By the way, if you noticed Jesse's turn, he main phase cycled the Marauding Mako, which really commonly indicates somebody looking for a land. He did find it and was able to play a 1-mana removal spell to keep his head above water, so to speak.
Unable to scream is a pretty good answer to any of the Manifest Dread nonsense that we know Alexander is up to. Oh, hello, mouse. Did you find land 3? Nope. Emberheart Challenger just going to get in there. 3 points of damage more towards Jesse. Goes to 14. This fish is going to win the game. Calling it now.
It might, yeah.
Fish, fish, fish.
Especially if you give it +9/+0.
Actually, if he taps out here, that could be game over. All right, Winter Night Stories. Chucked in the yard there from fear of missing out. So there's a blocker. There wasn't any trample in hand. There was just like 3 fear of missing outs, right? Let's see. Yeah, 3 fears in the ley line. Another ley line?
3 turn inside outs.
Oh, sorry, yes. Not fear of missing outs. Turn inside outs. Right. So, little friend jumps in the way here, gets the prowess trigger. We'll need another one, though, to survive, right? Because that's got a counter on it. That's a 3/4.
Sure, so now we have a 6/3
Mouse.
battling against a 3/4, but I have to imagine against 2 untapped lands, Alexander should just say okay. What he could do is he could target the fish, which would give him an incidental prowess trigger.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah, that's what he's going to do.
Nice.
Kind of not putting his eggs all in one basket.
Yeah. Sweet. Floodmaw. Yeah, that's actually like not too bad at all there. Gets his 3rd land too off of the Valiant trigger.
Yep, that was a big one.
Yeah, I won't be too mad about not getting a Manifest Dread creature there. Oh! He's finding all his goodies. Hardclaw now joins the battlefield. 3 creatures available to Alexander up against Jesse's 3/4 fear of missing out. Sitting at 10 life. It's getting dicey now.
Sitting at 3 out of 4 types for Delirium.
Oh, poor baby. Go die. Yeah, I can't do anything about that. Lands are all tapped. Quantum Riddler. Gonna try and get Jesse some more interaction here.
And he can, wow, okay, so he can harmonize the Winter Night Stories, and then if he discards in such a way that he winds up with Delirium,
That's a big
then
attack.
it's 5 counters, attack for 8, 5 more counters, attack for 13. So, but the Kellen can block.
Yes.
So it's not lethal, but it's impressive.
I don't think he's played a land yet. So if there's a land and removal, then that's probably GG. Did he get Delirium?
Yep, discard an enchantment and a land.
Okay. So he's gone cuckoo. 5 counters coming in from Profts. Land? Oh, okay. Okay. Yes. No. He has a land drop, right?
Yeah, he does. Because,
Yeah.
last turn he played a 2-mana card and passed with 2 mana open, so
Yeah.
I'm certain that he can play a land if he wants to.
Huh. Well, I hope he didn't talk himself out of it and had interaction for the blocker, but yeah, here comes a big old chunk of damage down to 12 goes Alexander. Second combat. That's a big thing. Yep. All right. Kellen under the bus, preventing a bunch of damage. And warped away Quantum Riddler.
Okay, so
Can you get the win here? Let's go,
Jesse
Alex.
did not play the land. I wonder if there was some confusion about whether he has or not, but I'm quite sure that he did not play a land that turn.
Yeah, I think he had a land drop there. So hopefully that doesn't come back to bite him, because I think Alexander might be able to win here? Question mark. If he does mouse pre-combat, targets him with something, finds, okay, he found 4th land anyway. So, Emberheart Challenger, those 2 ley lines are not great in hand. Because he's got another FOMO. Ugh, turn inside out. Another turn inside out in hand. So it's 3, 6, 7. If he hits another
Yeah, he needs
1 drop, yeah.
he needs a 1-mana spell
Yeah, off
the
the top.
Valiant trigger in order to win this turn. Now, if he doesn't hit that, he's going to need 2 blockers to survive.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think he's just going in with the mouse. He's playing it carefully, not going to try and find the best top deck of all time. And also keeping up the turn inside out for the fish. If it does get killed, then, and also he'll have another blocker for a second combat here.
Right, so the idea here is block with the fish, use turn inside out to generate another blocker, then hope you get another turn and make some moves with the Emberheart Challenger. It's not likely to work, but, you know, it's a plan.
Let's see. If Alexander takes a look at the top card of the library, if it's an instant or a pump spell, I'm going to be like, I should have gone for it, but, you know. It's never super obvious. Here comes another Prophet's Eidetic Memory.
To me, that indicates that Jesse must have something else to play, because if he didn't, he would probably just spend 5 mana on the Quantum Riddler, but here we have Obliterating Bolt, which notably exiles, and that's game 2.
Yep. Look at the top card of the library. I want to see. I want to see. Okay. All right. So he wouldn't have had enough there. Because it would have been 6, 7, 8. He'd have 8 damage coming in if he did that pre-combat to cost the slick shot show off. But sweet, we get a game 3 here. This has been a pretty cool match so far. Any changes, you think, to sideboard configurations here for the players?
Certainly, play versus draw is meaningful, where if there's some close decisions, you could definitely make adjustments based on play draw, or if you saw anything surprising from your opponent in game number 2. So the obvious stuff stays. If I'm Jesse, every card that costs 1 or 2 mana and deals with a creature, I'm having that in my deck. It's more of the marginal stuff around the edges, like Spell Pierce, Quantum Riddler, you know, my various 3-drop options that maybe I'm playing with. But for the most part, it's you just want removal and your broken cards. That's the recipe.
Removal and busted stuff. And then from Alexander's side, he gets to go first, so definitely wants to have a nice curve out. If he's lucky, he gets his ley line and some pump spells, so fingers crossed.
Looks like Alexander just kind of notably didn't change anything in sideboarding, which does not surprise me. He's probably played this matchup 10 times and just has a really clear plan for it. But now he's going back.
Friends, if you would love to come and hang out with one of us, with all of us at one of the future events, 2026 is jam-packed. We've got events in Atlanta, Portland, Milwaukee, Cincinnati, Las Vegas, Hartford, Los Angeles, Baltimore, Dallas, Washington, and Richmond. And that just, yeah, that's not even the whole year. I'm pretty sure there'll be some stuff in November onwards next year, so definitely come and check out one of these events if there is any close to you. They're a great time. There's plenty to do here. Magic to play, artists to meet, and yeah, just a good time to be had by all. So hopefully see you in 2026. Let's take another live look in at our other feature matches happening concurrently here. Kellen and Rodney getting up to some shenanigans here. We must have a result from the first game. We have to just double check and see who won, but this, I assume, is game 2.
Yeah, I presume we're going to get a result for game 2 shortly because that looks to be an uncontested Ouroboros. And once that thing's on the battlefield for a few turns, it will outclass basically anything else going on in the game. So, yeah, that's Kellen, actually, with the Simic deck, advancing, we believe, 2-0 to be now 11-2 and very close to the top of the standings in our tournament going to the last 2 rounds.
Go Simic, go Simic, go. Ouroboros is such a house of a card. Absolutely incredibly powerful. Kellen picking up the win there, 2-1. So GG's to Kellen.
Meanwhile, Ailey, we talked about Alexander as a player that we've followed now over multiple events, but Jesse Pilen, too, is a regular presence at the top of the standings in these American tournaments, and he's also a fan favorite because he's a brewer. He's brought some very cool decks over the course of 2025, including Monument to Endurance stuff, Insidious Roots stuff. So I've grown to be a big fan of Jesse.
Same.
To see him defaulting to the top deck in this event, knowing his love for brewing is kind of meaningful to me. But I respect it too. You know, that's the best quality, in my opinion, in a Magic tournament player is the ability to build decks, because at its heart, Magic is still a deck building game, right? It's a really, really fun and important skill of it. But then also knowing when it's time to cut your losses, you know, like not brewing for brewing's sake, but doing it to try to solve problems and be a step ahead of the metagame, and then knowing that, you know what, the way to be ahead of everyone else right now is just to play the awesome Is It Cauldron deck.
And I mean, you can kind of liken that to how you've also approached tournaments in your very illustrious history, because we know you love Jund, we know you love digging around in graveyards, but when you rock up with like the control deck, heaven forbid, then we know, okay, yeah, that must be the best deck if Reed's not playing something with black in its mana base.
And trust me, by nature, I'm extremely stubborn in terms of my deck choice, but I've tried to work on that and, you know, have teammates and friends that are positive influences on me to make me make sharper and more coherent and responsible decisions in terms of deck choice. So yeah, you got to know when it's right to fight the good fight and when you just got to play the best deck.
Absolutely. Especially depending on what your ambitions are in Magic. If you just want to play your cool brews and see how they do against the metagame, by all means, go for it. You give us a good show. And fun fact, if you play the lesser played decks, you'll probably end up on coverage, especially in this current metagame. While we shuffle up here, let's take a look at one of our other backups, or other feature matches. Joseph Puglisi and Ian Barber sitting at 1 game apiece. Life total still high. And Is it Cauldron? I like the little warp zone over there that Joseph's got.
So Joseph Puglisi is our tournament leader now, the lone player at 11-1. I saw a comment from him that he was 8-1 overnight with Is It Cauldron after playing 8 Is It Cauldron mirror matches.
Ugh.
But it does bode well because there's, surely if he wants to make a run at top 8 and perhaps even deeper, like getting to the semifinals or finals, he's going to have more mirror matches in front of him. So if he's got a good plan, he's comfortable, that's exactly what he needs to go deep here.
That is a plus side. You can just kind of autopilot at that point. Not that he will, but it is nice not having to consider, okay, what's the ideal play here against, I don't know, random Dark Horse deck XY. Big ol' Makos. We've got an Obliterating Bolt targeting the opposing Mako here from Ian Barber. Looks like lands, maybe one missed land drop from Ian, unless this is turn 5 we're going into now.
All right, so can you rebuild?
Nice, good start.
Yeah, that's a great start, especially with the Prof's Eidetic Memory. All set to make it a 4-4 or perhaps even larger.
See what Ian decides to chuck into the yard. I'm going to keep an eye on our main feature match. I see a Leyline of Resonance in hand. Well, 3 lands. What's a bet? He sticks. Oh, we're good to go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Hee-hee.
Ooh, is this a 7-card Leyline hand on the play? It is. But a little fragile in terms of creature count.
Yeah. Razorkin Needlehead and
I think that's a slick shot?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I mean this is an excellent hand. It's he would maybe trade his 3rd mountain for a 1-drop creature or another pump spell, but for the most part, this is Alexander's deck, showcasing what it's made of.
Jesse just smacked himself in the face and passed the turn. I wonder what it could be. Into Floodmaw. Certainly in hand there for Jesse. And gets fish. All right, fishy. Now's your time to shine, little man.
Yeah, so Jesse's got to be pleased that he had Into the Floodmaw to stop the most broken of starts. But, I mean, he's behind the 8 ball already. He's basically starting the game at 17 life and already staring down 2 creatures.
Plus extra incidental damage from Razorkin every time he draws a card, which Is It Cauldron likes to do.
A good way for him to come back would be a Pyroclasm or a Fire Magic. He's got one of each of those. Okay.
Nice.
That's good.
Clean answer there for Razorkin, so won't be taking any more damage from that. Has 1 land open for interaction here if needs be.
Yeah, and I'll point out the Multiversal Passage has the word blue written on it, but it actually does turn into an island. So the Verge represents both red and blue mana at this stage.
Yes. Multiversal Passage, good land. All right, Alexander goes to combat, deals 1 damage with a fish. And I think we're just going to see Slick Shot sent off to the side there, so we'll be able to play him for free later.
Alexander's use of the plot ability has been consistently impressive. Just knowing when to make the opponent's removal awkward, when to force mana to go unspent. And this is extra brutal for Jesse with the missed land drop. He has to keep open mana to protect himself against Slick Shot Show Off, but he doesn't have a lot of mana to spare.
Jeez, that's not good.
And while in game 1, the Leyline was bounced, never to be replayed again, this game looks like it's paced such that, 4 mana for Leyline of Resonance is a perfectly acceptable play to make.
Yeah. Oh, Jesse, come on, land 3. Ah, nope, that doesn't look like a land draw.
Yeah, Jesse's in a lot of trouble here.
Absolutely. Because now it gets to the point where, sure, you can deal with one thing, maybe, but not when there's multiple threats incoming. What's the card behind Turn Inside Out?
Full bore,
Full bore.
and another Leyline of Resonance.
Yeah.
Well, we wondered, Ailey, if Alexander had been cutting or trimming ley lines in this Is It Cauldron matchup. He's got at least 2 in after sideboard, so maybe all 4.
Yeah. Let's see. Is that another full bore? I mean, is he just going to go for it here?
The thing is, he doesn't have to. You know, he can totally just take his time. He could spend 4 mana on another ley line because Jesse's not progressing at all.
Pyro? No. Okay, Flood puts Drowner. Targeting the Slick Shot, that's fair. Can't do anything cool like we saw in Jim and Corey's rounds where a tapped Slick Shot show-off still equaled lethal with the Burn Together in hand and a bunch of pump spells.
So we believe Alexander's hand is two pump spells that both give +3 and another ley line. So he doesn't have lethal here, you know, assuming...
I think he's got 2 full bores and the Turn Inside Out.
If that's the case, then he has what we like to call in the business super lethal. Because he can give something +18, and he can attack with the Razorkin Needlehead. That's might not be an obvious play if you're not used to playing around Unable to Scream. I know this from the limited format, but it does not give the creature Defender. So you could just attack with your 0/2 and give it +18 when it goes unblocked.
Huh. Does he have enough trample damage? Full bore gives trample, right?
No, it's the
No,
Dreadmaw's
right,
Ire
yeah.
that gives trample.
Okay. So he could have won there if he attacked with the Razorkin. Because it would have been 3, 6, 9, 12.
But building out with double Manifest,
Yeah.
Manifest Dread.
Not too shabby. And we might just see a scoop here if Jesse can't find anything meaningful off the top of the library. 2 buddies. Manifest Dread tokens.
What the players are doing here is you do have to track the Manifest. You can't, 3-card Monty, like shuffle them around. You have to have your opponent, it has to be visible to your opponent the order that the game came in and any relevant information that's sticking around.
Yeah, I don't think Jesse drew another land here. That's a pity.
Pyroclasm.
Yeah. Full bore would protect.
Ooh, he does have
He
Pyroclasm.
does have it. Nice. Okay.
So remember, the Slick Shot show-off is stunned. That's a bit of good news, but you can full bore and protect your 2 Manifest creatures.
Well, it'll untap on Alexander's next turn, right? No.
It's stunned for one more turn.
Yes, one more turn. Okay. So there's a full bore, copied with Leyline. What's he gonna protect?
Yeah, so it's, Jesse's got to be disappointed that he's not wiping his opponent's board. But keep in mind, this is 6 damage that is not going to his life total next turn.
Yeah. All right, protecting the 2 Manifest Dread creatures, the 2/2/2s.
We might see him turn the Emberheart Challenger face up.
Yeah.
There it is.
Hello, little mouse. Oh, he could have saved 3 creatures then. If he turned that up first, and then.
Oh, it's such a great point, Ailey.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
Could have had 3
I didn't see that myself either. All right, so if you cast a pump spell with the Leyline of Resonance, you get only 1 prowess trigger, only 1 valiant trigger, but you get to double the actual effect of the spell. So let's say he had a +3, which we thought maybe was the case last turn, though I wouldn't swear to it.
Yeah.
He could give 6 damage from the spell, 4 from the base power of the creatures, +1 prowess. It's 11 damage.
Full bore trigger, pre-combat, slick shot show off. That's not enough, is it?
No, up to 12.
So 14 damage coming in. Oh, wait. 'Cause that's 3, 6, 9, 10, 11. Right. Yeah, 12 with the slick shot. So down to 4. He played that post combat? Okay. Yeah. Jesse's doing one hell of a job hanging on here by the skin of his teeth, I will say.
Yep, to stay in it, he wants to have either 2 cards that he can play or maybe land fire magic.
Is he rocking 2 pyroclasms?
No.
Just the one.
This is going to be... He's dead to Alexander simply casting the Leyline of Resonance to trigger the slick shot show off.
Yeah.
So he's not dead to the board, but he is dead from what we know of Alexander's hand.
Come on. Flurry of spells, let's go. All right, Hired Claw. All right, take your time, think it out.
That'll do it as
Slick
well.
shot number 2.
Yep.
Yep, that's going to do it there. Alexander picking up a win there, advancing to 11-2. He does have to reveal what is underneath there, just as a... That is the rules of the game.
That's procedural.
Yeah, procedural. So, wonder what's under there. Let's see. Okay, Calicel Sword. So, doesn't have any black mana to flip that up, but doesn't really need to be. It's just a 2-2.
Yeah,
As is,
2-2 is plenty good enough.
Yeah. So, sweet game there. Sweet matchup. And we're going to take a look into another backup quickly, a backup feature match, while they are finishing up their match too. So, let's head on down there and see what our feature match area has in store for us.
I'll point out it's been a bad round for Is It Cauldron.
Good. I mean, yes. Well, so it's going to win here, whether we like it or not.
Yeah, this one we have no control over, but Kellen Pastor won with Simic.
Nice.
Alexander McIsaac won with Rakdos Leyline. So we still have some non-Cauldron players in the mix.
Yeah. We believe in you. Alrighty. Players with pretty even life totals each have a Prophet's Eidetic Memory apiece, a little Mako, and a Fear of Missing Out on the board for Ian Barber up against Joseph Puglisi, our tournament leader. But if Ian Barber has anything to say about that, we'll have tied tournament leaders. Quantum Riddler, though, from Joseph is a super nice way to start this turn off.
Right, so if Barber wins, then we're going to have a lot of players at 11-2
yeah.
With 2 rounds remaining. If Puglisi wins, that might be it. He might, notch his 12th win and basically guarantee himself a spot in the top 8. I shouldn't say guaranteed because he won't be paired against people who are comfortable giving him an intentional draw. But the 12th win, I mean, that is just great shape, especially at this early stage in the event.
Oops. Make sure we keep all your cards all together there, friends. So, life total slowly getting chipped away. More critters on Joseph's side. Did he just go, come at me, bro?
Yeah. That's some good body language. Really says it all.
So plenty of garbage in both players' bins. Looks like we're Winter Night storying for Ian. Go into combat. They're hustling.
So Joseph, I think he wants to consider blocking in such a way that the FOMO will die before the second combat step. He does have to think Ian Barber knows this and maybe is only making this attack if he can back it up with some instant speed removal. But Joseph he's taking the approach that he's going to take the damage the first time. He's going to chump with the Mako the second time, and he's going to try to win on his own turn.
Yeah. Seems like a good plan once he got 4/9 power there. If he's got a card draw spell in hand, and there's no interaction from Ian, GG. Alrighty. Furious untapping is furious. Joseph Puglisi draws for turn. 2 attackers here. Profits on the board. Winter Night Stories. If there's delirium, which I assume there is at this point, and Ian has nothing to say about it, Joseph could be picking up the win. Oh, Ian has something to say about it. Into the Floodmaw on the fear of missing out. That's going to resolve.
You might ask, why are you taking that action now? I think Ian Barber wants to make sure Joseph doesn't draw into a Spell Pierce or something to protect his investment. Though there would have been an advantage to waiting, which is you make Joseph commit where the Profts counters are going to go.
Yeah.
But I guess the fear of missing out was just lethal at face value, so basically that's a forced play from Ian Barber, regardless of anything else that might happen. And you also do it, and you take away one creature that could possibly harmonize the Winter Night Stories. So the more I talk through it, the more it makes a lot of sense to me.
So just the Quantum Riddler on board here. Not enough to get the job done. Joseph's at 5, so yeah. He needs a way to deal with this opposing fear of missing out now, or he's in big trouble next turn. Counting mana. Are we replaying that Winter Night Stories, or is that the Exile Zone?
No, that's the graveyard. He does have
the
that play
graveyard.
available to him, but it's dicey because either tapping the Quantum Riddler takes away a really important attacker / blocker. Spending 5 mana is basically your whole turn, and it's not yet lethal. So, okay, but this is nice because here the Riddler draws an extra card, juices that Proft's Eidetic Memory, and then also provides a body to discount the Harmonize.
Yeah, so 3 more draws. 3 more counters.
So I'm counting we're up to 11. If Joseph can draw 1 more card, he can make that Riddler into a lethal attacker.
Whereas opt when you need it, huh?
Yeah, just anything. Legend Rule the Profts, play a FOMO.
Oh, if you Legend Rule Profits, though, does the new one seal the cards you've drawn?
Well, it just this is another example, kind of like Duelist of the Mind, where it doesn't have to be there to see the cards. It just counts the number that you've drawn this turn. Cauldron would just add a counter for 1 more damage. Even cycling.
Yeah, Mako's fear of missing out. There's plenty of ways to draw cards in this deck. Did Joseph find one?
Yeah, but he also has to think about, my opponent does have 1 mana open, which could represent into the Floodmaw. Do I have any counterplay against that?
Does he have a chance either way?
Well, I like this. If he has Duelist and then, for example, bounces his opponent's creature, he'll get to have his cake and eat it too in terms of removing a lethal attacker from the other side and drawing that last card to present a 12-power Quantum Riddler.
Certainly has many options available to him here. Let's see if we can get the job done.
Wow! So he did go for he did decide to go for it by harmonizing Winter Night Stories, but Ian Barber did have Into the Floodmaw, and that's Ian Barber winning. So now there's no one out in front of the field, and everyone is stuck at 11 wins or less in day 2. 2 rounds to go. Very exciting stuff.
Into the Floodmaw is low-key one of the best cards in any blue-based deck. It's so good.
Yeah, especially when you get to a game state like that where, everyone's drawing 100 cards, the creatures are so large, and just that 1 mana interaction to have that dramatic instant speed impact
Such
on
an effect, yeah.
the board state. Yeah, it's perfect.
Crazy. All right, friends, we're going to take a very short break. When we come back, we'll show you standings, we'll show you deck lists, we'll show you all that good stuff in round 14. Be right back. welcome back to coverage of Magic Spotlight Spider-Man here in Baltimore. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Reed Duke, and we're going into round 14 of action. If you're just joining us, thank you so much for doing so. Let's take a look at our standings to see how our players have done so far today. Oh my goodness, Reed, we don't have a tournament leader anymore, but we do have plenty of 10 and 3s.
Yep. Okay, here we are
11
on
and 2s.
the,
There we go.
the top 16 players. Yeah, those 7 at 11 and 2. If they can get to a 12th win, they're in very, very, very good shape, and they have 2 rounds to do it. Everyone at 10 and 3 is going to be trying to win their last 2 rounds, and, the better half or so of those with high tiebreakers or tiebreakers that wind up holding up at the end of the event, they're still alive for top 8, but we really don't know what's going to happen with the players that end the tournament 12 and 3. And remember, there are 2 rounds to go, this one and one more that Jim and Corey will bring you.
Yeah, so those 7 players will be doing their damnedest to not pick up another loss here, unfortunately. We know half of them are probably going to. Take a quick look at page 2 of our standings and see who all the other 10 and 3s are that are sweating. So that is the rest of the players who are hoping to win out from here on out.
Yeah, so taking a look at Austin Graham as an example, Azorius Control, we love seeing somebody with, a distinctive archetype that's not just another Is It Cauldron or Mono Red deck, but Austin has currently the worst tiebreakers of 10 and 3, so it would be like a little bit of a stretch. Let's try to win the last 2 rounds, and we'll see, but, not necessarily in wonderful shape based on 12 and 3 likely being the cutoff.
Yeah. So we can't give you exact numbers. We don't know entirely how many 12 and 3s we'll end up with. I'm sure someone smart in the chat could do that for us, but we do have a pretty sweet feature match coming up. Round 14 has started. We're just waiting for our players in the feature matches to get settled and seated. So in the meantime, we can take a look at the deck lists of the players we're going to be checking out. And it's going to be Kellen Pasteur up against Ray Zhang. So Kellen's list is this super sweet Simic aggro deck. And I really like the construction of this. I think Jackal, genius geneticist, to say that 10 times fast, is a super cool design. And yeah, Reed, tell us about this deck. What's it trying to do?
Okay, so this deck is amazing. And I want to first preface that this is an overperforming archetype, not just in Kellen's hands, but a couple of other players that are making deep runs and generally a high performer in terms of its conversion rate day 2. Now, the story here is, well, first of all, as you mentioned, making good use of some new cards from Marvel's Spider-Man, with Jackal being a really high-performing legend in this deck. Otherwise, this is kind of optimized around the card Ouroboros. So looking to curve cheap creatures, even ones that produce multiple bodies in the case of Paw Patch Recruit, into Ouroboros, protect it with Snakeskin Veil and Sideboard counter spells, and supercharge it with Innkeeper's Talent. Another very key card is that one that might be familiar to you in the very top right of your screen, Llanowar Elves.
Yeah.
Everyone was so excited when Llanowar Elves came in Foundations because it's not all the time that we get access to a really powerful one-drop mana accelerant in Standard. It's just been tricky to find the right home because, as we see from browsing the rest of the standings, the color green just isn't really present in a lot of the top archetypes, the tier 1 archetypes in Standard. But Kellen and the Simic deck seem to have found a really, really, really good way to leverage Llanowar Elves and get out to those quick and effective starts.
And for those of you interested, Kellen is currently sitting at 7-1 up against the Is It Cauldron matchup.
Amazing.
So certainly seems to have their number, just losing against Joseph Puglisi, who was leading the tournament for some time. So let's now take a look at his opponent's deck list in the hands of Combo for the Sake of Combo online, Ray Zhang. This is like you'd expect to see. All your usual suspects are there, but there's some sweet inclusions in Ray's take of this archetype.
Yeah, the card to draw your attention to is Artist's Talent, which is a little slow to get going. You know, it's another 2-mana card that doesn't immediately impact the board, but boy, when it gets going, it gets going. Because the default ability, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you get to discard and draw. That's going to supercharge Marauding Mako and Proph's Eidetic Memory. It's going to fill your graveyard for Agatha's Soul Cauldron. Can also go wild with Quantum Riddler if you're able to sort of empty your hand and get going with both Artist Talent and Quantum Riddler on the battlefield at the same time. You can churn through so many cards so quickly. And then just speaking about Ray Zhang in particular, they are such an amazing player and deck builder, having brewed up a lot of the most interesting and meaningful archetypes over the past couple of years.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, no surprise to see Ray with some spice. And I really hope we get to see a great match here between two of the most interesting decks remaining in the tournament.
I feel like we will. And I will say, I feel like Ray and their team, Sanctum of All, are pretty much responsible for this Tiny Big Enough getting banned.
Yep.
In conjunction with Storm Chaser's talent, you know, doing all the loop shenanigans with the Orzhov Pixie decks or the Esper Pixie. So, yeah, certainly can expect some cool little interactions and some fun combo stuff coming from our players who are ready now. So let's jump on down to the feature match area and get round 14 underway. Let's see who can improve their record and improve their chances of cracking a top 8. Away we go. Kellen Pastor up at the top of your screen. Ray Zhang down below. Ray is at 10-3. Kellen is at 11-2. So he is going to be fighting the good fight there to keep those losses at only 2.
Yeah, correct. So this is a pair down and different stakes. For Kellen, this is pretty fair to say it's a win and in. If Kellen wins this match, he'll have notched the 12th win and be ready to, you know, win, draw, or possibly even lose to make the top 8. Ray is more in that crowd of trying to win the last 2 rounds and then see what happens in terms of tiebreakers, but still a great position and a very, very meaningful match for both players.
You mentioned Land War Elves. I like Gene Pollinator. It's a cool little guy. It doesn't die to just 1 point of damage, and it's able to use your untapped stuff to add some mana here. But a really nice start here for Kellen. Has Jackal down, has counters going, so now 2 drops are going to get doubled. But on the other side of things, Ray has found Artist Talent as well as Fear of Missing Out. So now we should see some of that turbocharging get going there if they've got any extra gas in the tank, which I'm pretty sure they do. Keen-Eye Curator. Ooh, copy.
Wow, this is my first time seeing Jackal in action, but this is
Sweet.
really impressive. Like 6 bodies on the battlefield to your opponent's 1.
It's
And
so gross.
Yeah, it's very, very gross. So Kellen with a really fast and explosive start on the play. Ray with their back against the wall early. And, you know, this is the story of Artist Talent. This card requires some investment. You have to spend a pretty crucial turn of the game, turn 3, setting it up without impacting the board. But what will it do next turn is the big question.
Yeah. And another great thing about Jackal and copying these creatures is, you know, something like Keen-Eyed Curator is also excellent at graveyard management, which we know one of the game plans of this Izzet Cauldron deck is digging in the graveyard and, you know, getting that combo assembled. So certainly going to be a tough one for Ray to navigate here pre-board.
Yeah, the double Keen-Eyed Curator, super meaningful against the Delirium prospects, against the Cauldron prospects, even could just nab that Winter Night Stories, which we might see Kellen do. Not going to pull the trigger on it, so Ray has first priority here after the Quantum Riddler's ability resolves. Could just harmonize the Winter Night Stories if that's what they choose to spend their turn on. Seems pretty likely you get another turn here, even against an Ouroboros. Take 2, 4, 6, 10, 14 damage, potentially. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's getting dicey, but this is... Okay, let me rephrase this. This is definitely Ray's last turn to set up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, after this, it's going to be about board presence, winning the game, answering threats. So if you want to do the Winter Night Stories thing, now's the time.
Yeah. I think Ray agrees with you. I saw a Mako and a Soul Cauldron in hand. Soul Cauldron in hand.
And I think one of the big decisions there was Ray had the Marauding Mako, could deploy the Mako and then harmonize Winter Night Stories to try to grow the Mako, but anything you do gives Kellen another opportunity to exile the Winter Night Stories from the graveyard.
Yeah.
So this is a weird game when you're the first to act, you sort of want to just get it onto the stack before your opponent can stop you.
Oh, going to end step. Riddler warps away, and a tapped down fear of missing out. A massive board presence here. Can we find an Orboroid alongside this Drowner to just get this game over and done with? Yes. Ray doing quick math here just to see how much damage is coming through. And that is going to be it.
Unbelievable. Kellen's ability to just dump so much power and toughness onto the battlefield so quickly.
Jackal is a very, very cool card. Doubling your ground forces? Good grief. All right, sideboard time. That was obviously a steamroll. Simic Aggro just went absolutely crazy in this first matchup here. What is Ray looking at to bring in post board?
Well, we've talked about how Into the Floodmaw has been a really powerful and meaningful card throughout the tournament. Ray going even further with the full 4 Into the Floodmaws and 2 copies of Bounce Off. And I think that's an effect that you just want as many as you can get your hands on against the Ouroboros deck. So I'd expect that to come in. Other options include Fresh Start. I've seen some players bring in Pyroclasm. Against Kellen, it's sort of hit or miss. You know, you got to pick your spot and get it in the right window to take care of those early creatures before they grow too large, but that's certainly something. Yeah, I mean, Ray has 10 cards that can answer creatures, and you're going to want to bring in a lot of them. If it's all 10, if it's only, 7 or 8, I'm not really sure, but those are the cards that I'd be looking at. Torch the Tower, Bounce Off, Fresh Start, and Pyroclasm.
What about the turtle, man?
The turtle is a nice one. For those who don't know, Aegis Turtle.
That's a 0/5.
1 blue, 0/5. That's it. And that could be really effective as a stumbling block against, say, mono red.
Yeah.
Against Kellen, I think it's just honestly not big enough. 0/50, maybe. Maybe that buys you a little bit of time, but.
Oh my gosh. I don't know if you've ever been in a situation against the Simic Aggro deck where there's multiple big guys, leaf worm things. Because they obviously put counters on each other, and then, you stack your triggers, so however big that one's getting, he then makes it like doubly so to pump up the entire team. It's kind of gross, honestly.
Ailey, you familiar with, some of those decks in the history of competitive Magic where you can gain infinite life, like an infinite life combo?
Yes.
So the way that works in tournament Magic is you assemble your combo, and you can't gain infinite life. It's like, well, tell me how much life you want to gain. If you want to gain 1 million, you can gain 1 million. If you want to gain 1 billion, you can gain 1 billion, but you have to pick a number and write it down on your pad. And so I've had so many discussions over the years of like, what is the actual safe number where you can feel good, like, oh, nobody's ever going to deal me 10 million damage in a game of Magic. Well, Kellen's deck is making me rethink all of those past conversations that I had, because I don't know the number, but it seems like it can get just very, very crazy.
Yeah, it can get absolutely nuts, especially with like these exponential growth kind of effects here. But from Kellen's side of things, what are you liking most out of his sideboard for this game 2?
Dragon Sniper and Tishana's Tidebinders are the ones that jump off the page. I think I've seen Kellen with Dragon Sniper on the battlefield in post-sideboard games against, is it Cauldron? Yeah. Really good in the battles of, like, okay, who can just build the biggest creature? You're dumping a bunch of counters with your Prophetic Memory.
Yeah.
So that's nice. Tishana's Tidebinder is a really good way to interact with Soul Cauldron itself. And then there's basically everything else in his sideboard would be an option.
Mm-hmm.
But I have to imagine that basically everyone who's doing well in this event has to some extent optimized their main deck for the Is It Cauldron deck already. You know, I know if I had a friend or teammate preparing for this tournament and they said, oh, yeah, well, I'm sideboarding in these 8 cards against Is It Cauldron, I would challenge them, why aren't those 8 cards in your main deck to begin with?
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, you can just see it by the player's readiness here. You know, Kellen's just been casually shuffling away, you know, while Ray is still making decisions based on his configuration, his main deck configuration, and obviously sideboarding. So plenty more decisions here to be made for Ray, you've got to think. But one decision that you can easily make, friends, is signing up for the Star City Games newsletter. That was a smooth segue, if I do say so myself. It's got all the latest information you could possibly need, all the best sets, all the upcoming SCG cons and Spotlight series, and also importantly, all of the sales. So if you've been eyeing out different cards, keep an eye on your inbox, because the newsletter will have all the information that you could need. Head to the main page of Star City Games or go to starcitygames.com/newsletter. Players shuffling up. Hopefully both get a hand of 7 that they like. And we can see a bit more of a fight from Ray.
Ray will get to go first this game, which is already a big difference based on how fast and explosive this match can be. I do like Ray's configuration for going up against Kellen. The artist's talent should allow for even more explosive combo turns. The 6 bounce spells give more ways to come back if things start to get out of hand. So, you know, this is kind of the best case scenario if you're an Is It Cauldron player facing Kellen Pastor is you get to go first with a well-suited post-sideboard configuration.
Yeah, because I don't think too many of the Is It Cauldron decks in the field are playing bounce off. So Ray is just inevitably, or just giving themselves, you know, 2 extra copies of Into the Floodmaw, which is, we've already seen how powerful that is.
Agreed. All right, both players keep 7 cards.
Let's boogie.
Oh, and I see that Ray has Cauldron and VV.
Ooh.
Don't know yet if they have a way to get it into the graveyard.
I don't know if this is the matchup for it, but I would love to see Ray level up Artist Talent to level 3 with VV, because then every single non-creature spell is just like, boom, lightning bolt to the face.
Hey, it could be the matchup for it, because at a certain point it gets hard to kill Kellen with combat damage, but having some kind of combo non-interactive win like that could come up.
This is looking very, very similar to Kellen's first game start. As we see the copy of the Spyglass Siren, we've got Gene Pollinator down 2 and Jackal. It's going to get out of hand here if Ray doesn't answer it soon. Oh, gross. And then the map tokens too also pump it up. If you got like a 4-drop or something in hand, you want to go 2 instead of a 2. This deck is sweet.
It's really impressive. I think this is what I would play if I had a standard tournament coming up.
Nice.
I've just been dying to get those Llanowar Elves sleeved up, but haven't found exactly the right home.
Ding, ding. We got an yeah, we do. Oh! Okay. Danger, danger. Good grief. Hey, now, come on, friends. Put your creatures in the right spots here. This is getting messy. I don't like it.
Yeah, so no blocks here, because the Gene Pollinator got tapped to cast the Ouroboros. So it's 4 damage flying and a 3/3 trample ground creature that you don't want to throw your VV in front of. So I think it's like almost immediately the game comes down to just what can you do to equalize the situation. You're going to have to take your damage and then do something very, very, very powerful on this VV turn.
Oh, here we go. I'm stressing here for Ray. Prophet's Eidetic Memory, though, alongside Winter Night Stories. An excellent way to kick things off. Ding!
Yeah, so could be pretty nice here. You Winter Night Stories, you go to combat, you dump the counters on the VV, then the VV can play a Cauldron. Do you have a second copy of VV to exile? Because that would be helpful.
Yeah. I don't think so. Looks like we got a couple Winter Night Stories. We have the Cauldron. Maybe 1 or 2 lands there. Yeah. VV's going to be pretty darn big, too. Okay, discard needed here from Ray. And also, there's plenty of time in this, so Ray has, and probably should, you know, use a lot of it just to think through every possible play, because there's so many different avenues, you know, to advance with this deck.
These games are a small number of turns, but very, very meaningful decisions within those turns.
Yeah. You know, if it is do or die for Ray in this matchup, because 10-3 is already a bit sketchy. Going to 10-4, it's almost pretty much, you know, unfortunately, no top 8 for them.
Correct. If Ray does not win this match, they will not be in the top 8. That's that we can say basically for sure.
Yeah. Torch the tower. Takes down one of the flyers. Move to combat. 5 counters now on Vivianitier. So 5 mana available for Ray. I think there's a Quantum Riddler in hand there.
Marauding
A
Mako,
Mako,
Quantum
yeah.
Riddler, Winter Night Stories, and Agatha's Soul Cauldron.
Yeah.
And then option to harmonize the Winter Night Stories, but that would result in tapping your only blocker.
Yeah. I don't think Ray is in the market for that right now. So 3 blue mana, 2 red. Off the VV activation.
Okay, so we've gone through combat. The Prophets has done its thing. VV has been activated to make mana, so VV has done its thing. And now warping the Quantum Riddler in order to provide a body to harmonize Winter Night Stories. So I think what Ray's doing is just trying to draw the maximum number of cards in order to set up a possible discard VV and Soul Cauldron.
Trying to find the best way to basically win at this point.
But there is no second copy of VV.
Ooh, VV.
So now you have to use your last 2 mana to try to avoid death next turn.
Yeah. We know there's the Mako in hand, so that's a chump blocker.
Correct.
So what, 4 attackers next turn? Ouroboros could possibly get 2 more counters on it with the map tokens. Still a lot of damage coming through. Hey, nice. Oh, that's a good answer. That should be another ding as well upstairs. Yep. So Ouroboros gets a fresh start and is very, very small now. Good answer there for the big plant worm thing. Ouroboros. So it's sitting at -3. That'll take the counters off the creatures, right? Can you imagine if it worked like that?
Oh, yeah, like negative, adding negative counters.
Yeah. Fresh start. Pretty sweet piece of interaction from Tarkia Dragonstorm.
Yeah, kind of like the big brother of Unable to Scream.
Yeah.
Both serve the purpose of eliminating an attacker and causing a creature to lose all abilities.
Now Kellen is slowed down a bit. He has to think about this turn, whereas previously he's just kind of been going, all right, creature attack.
Yeah, it's like each turn that passes, the scales totally tip. So now Kellen is like, if I have to pass the turn to Ray with VV already at 7 counters,
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm getting another turn, let alone one where the battlefield looks this favorable. So Kellen is like, can I win this turn? If not, can I remove the VV? If not, what can I do to make my battlefield presence as powerful, explosive as possible while I still can?
Yeah. As while Kellen's thinking about his turn, Ray's turn, we know they've got another Winter Night Stories in the yard, which can be harmonized with the Quantum Riddler that's currently warped. We know about the Cauldron in hand. So, in amongst all of that, we need to find one other VV for things to get absolutely nutty, and Kellen's just passing the turn back here.
Wow, so that makes me think maybe of Tishana's Tidebinder.
Oh, yeah, that would be cool. Can that shut down Soul Cauldron?
Can definitely shut down Soul Cauldron. The question I have is if it can shut down VV's mana ability. It can definitely shut down the triggered ability. I'm not sure about the mana ability.
Mako to kick things off. We're gonna harmonize, or are we just gonna pay full price? Oh, okay. Vivi getting harmonized, 3 cards drawn. Tishana's Tidebinder,
All right, so Tidebinder is attempting to counter the triggered ability
and there's 2 of them.
of VV. Correct. Now, if the Tidebinder's ability resolves, it will cause VV to lose all abilities. So Ray definitely wants to activate for 7 mana in response to this.
Yeah. Unless Ray's got a piece of removal to get the... Yeah, has to kill both Tidebinders, though. I assume they're both targeting Vivi. Or Vivi's ability.
Correct.
The judge's face on the side there.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's 1 Tidebinder dealt with. It's a ding. Then that resolves. And then in response to the target, then we activate VV? I guess.
Yes. So
Or no.
all right, so
Yeah.
VV had a triggered ability resolve from Torch the Tower.
Yes.
The one that triggered upon Winter Night Stories being cast, that got countered. And VV currently has no abilities, but it seems like Ray is prepared for this with a spell that will get the Tidebinder off the battlefield.
Yeah, and then that unlocks VV again. Mako, yeah, that gets a couple counters. Because 2 things were discarded. The Prophets and Soul Cauldron.
Correct. So we have a totally reasonable judge question here. Ray resolved Winter Night Stories, played an island, and then went to trigger the Mako. So, you know, that's, for me, 50-50 whether it's too late or not, and totally appropriate to ask a judge.
Judges are your friends. Don't be afraid to call them.
But boy, I'm really wondering about what's going on with this Tidebinder and the VV because
Yeah.
Ray's whole turn depends on getting that 8 mana activation.
Yeah.
And as best I can tell about the game state, VV is locked down with no abilities.
Okay, so those triggers, or that trigger for Marauding Mako is determined to be missed. Doing our best lip reading from the booth here.
Yeah, so everything that's going on in the game indicates that the VV has not lost all abilities, and I'm not sure why.
Okay. Maybe we could get clarification from a judge at some point, and then we can enlighten you all as well as ourselves. All the discarding, and now Marauding Mako gets to boogie with 2 counters on it.
Okay, I've got it. I've got it.
Yes.
So the first, the 2 Tishana's Tidebinders entered the battlefield. The first one countered the ability and
Yes.
removed that ability from the stack.
Okay.
So the second one cannot also counter the same ability.
Gotcha.
So, so now I understand why the Torch the Tower was successfully able to
Good.
thwart VV losing all abilities, and we're back on track. Sorry, everyone. It took me took me a while to get my head around that one.
This is why you're the Hall of Famer, Reed. We'll
Well.
figure it out eventually. Oh, Jackal gets got. So no more copy nonsense that we have to deal with while that's on one of the friends. Tishana's Tidebinder, number 2 off the battlefield. So all groovy. Quantum Riddler, Marauding Mako, and a massive VV on board here for Ray, who's now doing combat math, it looks like. But we still have no VV in the bin.
Yeah, so this is just fair and square VV, you
Yeah.
know, like just the actual text of
As
the card,
intended.
which is already, you know, such an amazing creature
Good
capable
grief.
of dominating games. And the Cauldron just sitting there ready to do it all again if the VV is somehow removed from the battlefield.
Jeez. So this tells me that Ray's pretty confident that they'll survive this attack. Because, yeah, there was, I think, the option there for another Winter Night Stories alongside the Quantum Riddler. It was like 1 more mana floating or something.
Yep, but no reason to push yourself.
Yeah.
Again, you know, if you get another turn with the 15 power VV, you're fine. So let's maximize let's focus on maximizing the chance that you actually get another turn.
No, it's not the same format, but that's almost commander damage levels.
Yeah, wow. How big of a player is VV in Commander?
Oh, it's the most popular. Is it Commander? If
Okay,
I'm not mistaken.
I believe
yeah.
that.
It took over one of the 40K or 40 Warhammer 40,000, whatever you want to call it, commanders recently. So, incredibly popular. This is like one of those ridiculous maths problems you get in like primary school or elementary school. Timmy has 10 apples.
Right, and the Insidious Fungus meaningful here because that can remove one of the fresh starts from either the Ouroboros
Yeah.
or the Jackal. Makes sense to go after Ouroboros. This is Kellen's way to try to keep pace against the VV going nuts on the other side of the battlefield.
So 2 extra counters go on all the critters. Good grief.
And the Jackal is now free of the fresh start,
Yeah.
at least in some ways. It still has -5 and lost all abilities, but it has become a 1/6 creature.
Yeah, it's a decent blocker. Oh, now this is cool.
Granting the Insidious Fungus ability to these creatures.
The Vivi can sacrifice itself then.
Wow.
That's one way to get it in the bin.
Yeah, so how about make 15 mana and then sacrifice itself and then eat the VV? That's really cool.
Yeah. Thanks, Fungus. I don't know what you're targeting, but
Wow, Ailey, we might see your play of fully level artist talent. You know, there's plenty of mana to do that if you want to, and then start triggering for 3 damage each with VV.
oh, please do it, Ray. For me, as a treat. Ha ha ha. No, eat it, eat it. Oh, it's gonna die anyway. Ding! Ah, Ray doesn't need to do it. They'll go for the good play, not the flashy play. Oh my gosh. This is... Imagine if we just dropped into this match now as like, you know, a second feature match. Like, what is going on here?
Yeah, 17 power VV against Ouroboros and a wide board.
What's hiding under those dice?
But yeah, we believe Ray is going to win this turn.
Yeah, I think so.
Just kind of pick your route to get there.
Num num num. So all the countered critters have the ability to make blue and red mana. Gross. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think they're leveling it up. With 2 spells? Yes! Lightning bolts to the face! I mean, bad VV. No biscuit. That's cool.
That was a crazy game.
Woo! Good grief. Kellen's probably like, okay, I didn't have to deal with any of this and all the others. Is it Cauldron matchups?
And it was the VV on the battlefield.
Yeah, it got the job done.
Rather than the VV in the graveyard. I have to say, like, both games, the player who got to go first had just such a big advantage. And you think about Ray was able to play the VV past the turn and then sort of get the engines rolling starting on turn 4. Based on the texture of game number 1, where Ray was on the draw, that would not have been possible. So what's going to happen in this 4th game? It's going to have to be that level of explosive, powerful draw, but also with some whelped interaction to make sure your opponent can't do the same to you.
That was such a sweet, sweet game. If you're just joining us, I would recommend going back and watching that one. After the first game ending blazingly fast, that one probably took a good 12 minutes to wrap up, I'd say.
Again, a small number of turns, but each turn is just so big and each play is so impactful that you want to take your time and make sure you're getting everything right.
Awesome play there by Ray. You know, they're no stranger to the feature match area. Haven't had the greatest success in the last little bit with the Pro Tours and stuff, but, you know, seeing them play at this level and at the RCs, like... They just put up such an excellent show, you know. Pretty sure they made a couple top 8s as well.
Yeah, Ray
previously.
made the top 8 of the Pro Tour last year. It was standard with the 4-color Legends Slowkirk deck.
Yes.
So that's a deck that I associate really closely with Ray. And then top 8 of a previous Spotlight series with Teamer Otters.
Yeah, I remember that one too.
Another one that's really cool because, like, basically no one was playing that deck besides Ray.
Yeah.
So, yeah, another player that as a fan of Magic, it's just so easy to root for them.
Yeah.
Because they're doing it their own way. They're
Absolutely,
constantly breaking new ground.
I mean, yeah, speaking of brewers, this is probably one of the best combo brewers out there at the moment, so.
Definitely.
Corey is in the feature match area. Who let him out? I mean, keeping a close eye on proceedings on one of our other feature matches. Maybe we can go and take a look-see as well what he's watching. Friends, if you are looking for any cards or newsletters or anything of the sort, sealed single supplies, etc., go to StarCityGames.com. You can get all the latest sets there. Spider-Man, you can go get pre-orders in for Avatar coming up. Lorwyn Eclipse pre-orders should be going up soon as well if they're not up already. It's hard to keep up with all of these cards and releases, but certainly go and check it out, and yeah, make sure you get all the cards you need. We're going to head over to C, table C quickly, and take a peek there while Ray and Kellen get things going. Alexander McIsaac with his sweet Rakdos deck has a Nam Dang down to 6 life. And it does look like Izzet Cauldron is getting a little bullied, I'm not going to lie, by this Rakdos deck of Alex's.
Yeah, this match looks really close. Equalized at game 3. However, Nam down to the very precarious 6 points of life. We know that these hired claws can deal 2 damage regardless of blockers.
Alex isn't really playing burn spells, doesn't have the ley line down on the board to get some cheeky double spells. Doesn't look like his hand is playing too nice with him either, but Nam may have stabilized in this particular position. Both players with 1 game apiece. Alexander would love to pick up the 12th win here, so getting in 2 more points of damage, jamming with these little lizards.
Yeah, Nam could not block fast enough. He does not want to let any more combat damage through when he's at 4 life.
Yeah, before attacker zone declared, I block.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, full bore. No thank you, Flood Maw. Go away. Now, what does he do about the other critter there? That's a 3/4.
Yeah, so 1/2 loses the fight against the 3/4 fear of missing out. Nam has full delirium because there's an enchantment creature in the graveyard.
Huh.
So with some card drawing, this could be a really powerful turn.
Ah, poor Bubba. Come on, final card. Don't fail me, says Alexander, is taking his first damage of the matchup here. And Nam is very confident. He's just like, yeah, I'm going to kill whatever you play. So
Yeah, if Nam has 1 more instant speed interactive card, I think he's locked this game up.
Zoom zoom. Do we have a hasty threat here, Alex? Ah, burn together. Boo. Alrighty. Well, not going the way of our Rakdos hero there, unfortunately, in other feature matches.
So that was Nam Dang, to the best of our knowledge, the first player to notch that 12th win. So assuming a win or a draw in the last round, Nam will be in our top 8, possibly even with a loss. But, you know, that's exactly where you want to be, 12-2 with 1 round to go.
Yeah,
Congratulations, Nam Dang.
GG's indeed. Is it Cauldron? When we usually play this little game of like, what do you think is going to be in the top 8? 5 Cauldrons, maybe 3 others, or more Cauldrons than that?
That's a pretty good I mean, it doesn't seem like it's going to be less than that, right?
Yeah.
You know, 5, 6, or 7 are probably the most likely numbers. But Kellen, especially if he can have a good draw on the play in this game, he could be the single most likely player to win the tournament at this point, because you said he's 8-1 or 7-1, something like that, against Cauldron
yeah.
with this unique deck that people maybe weren't quite as well prepared for. He's playing well. He's got a great record. So, you know, there's still some hope for the non-Cauldron players.
Well, from what I'm seeing of Ray's hand, if there's a 3rd land in there, that's pretty good. Let's see if they agree. Kellen hates whatever he picked up, so shipping it back straight away. Going into this round, our top 7 players that had 11-2, there were 1, 2, 3, 4 Cauldrons, and then 3 non-Cauldrons. Simic, Monorid, and Rakdos.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, five Cauldron in the top 8 seems like the right guess.
Yeah.
Or maybe it could be 4, could be 6.
Statistically speaking.
Mm-hmm.
Alexander, make it to the top 8, please.
Yeah, Alexander, based on favorable tiebreakers, will probably be playing a win and in for top 8 next round.
Fingers crossed. I really like his deck. I like the Poison Dart Frog. And he's been giving us a good show at all the events we've seen
Absolutely.
him
His
in
games
lately.
have been awesome.
Yeah.
Really fun to watch.
Ooh,
And
okay.
actually, both players ended up
yeah.
choosing to mulligan here.
Whoa,
Kellen, unfortunately,
no, Kellen.
mulliganing again, and that's very how should I say, emotionally trying when you're in your you get to go first, your favorable match. You just have to win this one more game to lock up top 8, and it's like, oh, come on, just let my deck do its thing.
See,
But instead you mulligan to 5.
I was just going to say the S word that rhymes with kitty is how that feels.
Yeah.
Come on, deck. All right, Ray seems happy with their 6. Let's see if we can get Kellen a decent 5-card opening hand.
Would love to start with an uncontested Llanowar Elves, but at this point, pretty much just anything with a couple of lands will do the trick.
I saw Alan and I saw Jean, I think, unless that was an Insidious Fungus. But, yeah, okay. Not ideal here for Kellen. But it is what it is. For Ray fans out there, though, this is looking pretty promising if they can pull off a similar game as Game 2. Advancing to 11-3 potentially. There is a Jean, okay. So it's not a Llanowar Elf, but, it does its best impersonation.
Okay, and the Gene Pollinator survives, so that was test number 1.
Gene number 2 into Insidious Fungus. Okay, so there was a fungus in there as well. Look at all these little dudes. Look at these little dudes as well. Into the Floodmoor in hand for Ray, so some interaction available for any shenanigans that may follow here for Kellen.
So if you'll remember, Ray's deck in particular is heavier on bounce spells for Into the Floodmaw to bounce off, and lighter on actual removal, Torch the Tower type stuff. Against an opponent who mulligans to 5, that's where you really want the hard removal. Like, you start with 5 cards, I just want to trade off resources and, make that resource disadvantage that you're starting with even more pronounced. So there Ray head into the Floodmaw, but no really beautiful opportunity to cast it, whereas Torch the Tower would have been a bit stronger.
I like what Ray's doing. Just get as many creatures down as you can and try and kill Kellen as quickly as possible.
That's another way to do it. That's another way to not, smell blood and not give your opponent breathing room after the tough start.
I mean, there are 2 sharks, right?
That's
Blood,
right.
water,
Blood in the
go.
water.
Kellen is having to tap all of his creatures here to just get something on the board, and there's going to be an Ouroboros buffing up the little guys.
At 10 life, though, it's, even one way to discard will force the Ouroboros into an unfavorable block, and actually we know about the Into the Floodmaw, so
that's just
is
lethal,
Ray
isn't it?
Zhang about to take this game?
Like just a discard and an attack and Into the Floodmaw and GG? I don't think they found it. Yeah, 8 damage. There's a Riddler.
Okay, so what you could do is you could play Profts, and you could Quantum Riddler, and...
Ooh, gross, yeah.
No, actually that doesn't work out super well, because the Ouroboros would be there to block.
Yeah. But that is out the way. Let's see what Riddler finds for us. Torch the Tower. Okay, another Profts. Oh, sorry, the Profts that you mentioned. So, down to 2 goes Kellen. What can he cobble together here? His final gasp, you have to think.
Needs to produce a flying blocker. I guess the Azure Beastbinder can attack and make the Steamcore Scholar lose abilities.
Yeah.
Then replay the Ouroboros. Maybe do that in the reverse order, but hopefully you get my point.
Yeah.
Well, it's a giving bear. Just started game 2. So,
Ouroboros returns, puts some counters on all the things. And Beastbinder has vigilance as well, if I'm not mistaken.
That's
so.
right. Yeah, so make the Steam Core Scholar lose flying. Hanging on by a thread is Kellen Pastor. Trying to keep that dream alive of getting the 12th win before the final round.
That Torch of Tower looking worse and worse each turn that Ouroboros is on the board. Oh, this is so close, man.
Yeah, one thing is that the Ouroboros has to get into combat.
Yeah.
If you just attack with all three creatures must be blocked. Torch Tower could finish something off. We also have the Profts to pump up one attacker.
Yeah. So the Steam Core Scholar, even though it's not flying, it's still a 2/2. One, two, three. I mean, the Ouroboros could survive if it blocks the 2/2, if that's nothing, no other effects before damage. Those are 3/3s. The Beastbinder's got a bigger booty. Yeah, it's a 1/3 at base. So it's
Right, so
3/5.
2/4, 3/4, and 3/5 on Kellen's side. 3/3, 3/3, and 2/2 on Ray's side, with one counter to be added at a place of their choosing.
Yeah. And if Kellen keeps getting turns here, that Beastbinder could just keep the Scholar on lockdown. So really what Ray needs is a bounce spell for it or another Steam Core Scholar. Jeez. Big things here now. 3 minutes 45 left in the game. Or in the round, I should say.
And the problem is that if you declare all your creatures as attackers, okay, you're going to force the Ouroboros to block, and you can use Torch the Tower to finish it off. But you're also going to lose so much of your own board that how are you going to win the following turn?
Yeah.
So then you start toying with the idea, well, maybe I don't attack with everything, but then the Ouroboros is going to survive, and we know that that doesn't go very well.
Looks like Ray is going to take an action here. It's looking very, very tight indeed here for these players. Ray fighting to stay in contention for the top 8. Kellen looking to secure his spot almost. Assuredly. Ray now doing some maths to see, can I attack with everything and not die? Because there's no creatures in her hand, right? Sorry, in their hand.
Is that a Quantum Riddler, the last card?
Could be.
Okay, so I understand. Yeah, it's land, Quantum Riddler, and Torch the Tower. So Ray is looking to cast the Torch, then use the Riddler to draw 2, add some counters to something, and force an unfavorable block.
That wouldn't work.
Okay, yeah, this is the best Ray can do. I like it.
3 counters on 2. Steam Core Scholar and turn things sideways.
So the 2/3 power creatures will eat the Makos. The Ouroboros will chump the Steam Core Scholar.
Nice.
But it's still looking decent for Kellen, especially if he can have some kind of strong follow-up. And we know he doesn't have land in hand.
How much power is all that? 3, 6, 9. Is that 12 power?
Correct, 12 power.
Oh. Another Ouroboros. They travel in packs, you know. Okay. Beastbinder's got to get boogie. Got to get jiggy with it. So making that Steam Core Scholar a grounded creature. I am gobsmacked that he has hung on here for dear life.
Yeah, it spins just so tight. Remember that previous turn, if Ray had any way to discard even one card, they could have pumped the Marauding Makos up to lethal.
Yeah. Goodness me. So down to 11 goes Ray. Shake of the head there. They don't seem super pleased about stuff. Was that a fear of missing out I spied? Yeah. I don't think they like the position they're currently in. But let's see what the top of the deck holds here for Ray Zhang. Fear of missing out. Discard. Draw. One counter available from Profts. Any way to evade these two blockers?
Well, let's say Ray can't win this turn. You can still present a 6-power attacker, which has to be blocked and
yeah.
will kill either the Ouroboros to
Or
keep
the
the game
Beastbinder,
under
yeah.
control, or kill the Beastbinder, which means the flyer
Yeah.
would threaten lethal. So it doesn't look like it's enough right on the board, but if Ray can play one more meaningful spell this turn, the game might still be pretty close.
Yeah. And if I'm Kellen, I'm definitely blocking with the Ouroboros because this unblockable Beastbinder is keeping the flyer grounded, right?
Good point, yeah.
Unless he finds another piece of removal, which I don't think he's running all that much of. All right, we've gone to turns now. This is turn 0. So for those of you who have never been in this situation, what are turns, Reed?
All right, so the rules of tournament Magic, you have to complete your best 2 out of 3 match in 50 minutes. If you don't, and the timer runs out, you go to basically sudden death, which is finishing the current turns and 5 more total extra turns. So not 5 more each player, just 5 more altogether. I suspect this game will end one way or another before the 5 turns elapse, but if they do run out, then the match is a draw, which is a less than ideal result in general, though it could have some interesting consequences this late in the event.
Yeah.
But like I said, I don't think we're going to get that far. I think somebody's going to die within a turn or two.
It's tough because, like, even if Ray attacks here, there's still 4 attackers coming back, right?
Correct.
And now they're at 7.
And the Quantum Riddler's going away.
Yeah.
So you need at least 1 more blocker, or I guess 2 more
Yeah,
blockers
'cause
or
those are all
removal
4 power
spells.
now, yeah. Oof. Alrighty. Ray's doing their damnedest here. Beastbinder blocks. Alright, cool. Yeah. Mako as a blocker. Another Riddler goes away. 2 blockers against 4 attackers. An Ouroboros on the board. If one of these creatures gets bounced before the counters get put on, Ray survives, just taking 1 attacker to the face.
Correct. So Ray has to have a bounce spell in order for the game to continue. And if they don't, Kellen just has to trigger Ouroboros and declare an attack, and he is going to be in the top 8.
So, nope, didn't have it. Didn't have it there, unfortunately. If Ray had a bounce spell there, they probably would have won. Because there's no flying. No, there were 2 flying blockers. Never mind. Okay, so Kellen had all of his bases covered and picks up a 12th win there. 12-2, 1 more round to go. So things looking super good there for the Simic aggro player.
That match was just as
Crazy.
tight as it gets, especially that 3rd game. Remember, Kellen mulled to 5.
Yeah.
But earning
Didn't
the
matter.
12th win, we believe Kellen and Nam Dang will
Yeah.
be at least 2 of the players represented in our top 8. The rest, they're going to have to try to win the last round and see. But we're getting real tight, and Jim and
It
Corey
is.
are going to show us exactly how the rest of the top 8 is going to shape up.
They get to sweat it out in round 15 with y'all. We're going to take a break, friends. But when we come back, we'll have our final round of Swiss. So don't go anywhere.
All right, everybody, welcome back to coverage here of Magic Spotlight Spider-Man. My name is Corey Baumeister. That's the one, the only. It's Jim Davis, and we are in the final round of Swiss. That means winning in time. That means players' dreams are coming true and they're heading to the Pro Tour. Or the flip side, unfortunately, maybe some dreams are getting crushed here in this last round. So, Jim, you pumped?
Yeah, every match has got a winner. Every match has got a loser. We're decide those right now.
I mean, what if you draw, though? We're going to check out standings here before we jump on into it. And looks like 1 through 4, they will be able to shake hands. They'll be into the top 8. That means we do have 1 Simic Aggro deck in with 3 Cauldron decks. Now, Jim, walk us through what else is going on here.
All right, so we have a lot of Cauldron, but we have other decks as well. Mono Red and Rakdos and Boros Mice, 3 red variants, all seem pretty live here. As we dip down to about 12th, 13th, 14th place, things get a little murky. So we have 15 total players in contention. We have the 11 players at 11 and 3, so 6 possible winners, meaning 2 players could be on the outside looking at tiebreaker-wise. So nothing really set here. Our standings are by tiebreakers. So the players at the bottom is Joseph, Jason, Zachary. They want to try and win. You know, tiebreakers can always change, but it's never a sure thing. So you got to win and put your fate in the hands of tiebreakers.
Exactly. So 5th place, 6th place, win and in. We can safely say that kind of thing, but it gets a little more murky as it goes. So that is the players that are still in contention for top 8. Oliver Tomiko there at 10 and 4. Unfortunately, had a rough day. Was our 9 and 0 leader, and 1 and 4. I ran into him as I was walking to the bathroom, and he's like, I can't win at all anymore, man. I was like, I feel for you, buddy. Rough beat. So let's take a look at the feature match that we're going to be checking out here. Check out some deck lists. And, well, we got a non-Is-It Cauldron deck that is fighting the good fight. Now, of course, this is Jacob Milchman. Sorry for butchering your name there, Jacob. It's been a long day. But, hey, this is our kind of stock Is-It Cauldron deck. But let's check out Jacob's opponent here on Boros Mice. Jim, walk us through this one.
Yeah, a lot of aggro variants in this tournament. So Mono Red, of course, was our second most played deck. But we've seen a bunch of Mono Red variants. You've seen Rakdos, Leyline on camera. Now we see Boros Mice here. This is taking the Bloomborough Mice tribe, Cheeky House Mouse, all the Valiant effects. And, of course, this deck lost Heartfire Hero. This deck lost Monstrous Rage. But it's still kicking. Manifold Mouse is still a really, really powerful card, as is Emberheart Challenger. Dreadmaw's Ire we've seen on and off on camera to various success, but pretty good against Cauldron. You'll be able to kill those artifacts. Sheltered by Ghosts is really good in the red mirrors, and of course Nemesis. So a lot of the pluses from Mono Red. A little bit worse mana.
Yep.
But some upsides for sure as well.
Okay, perfect. So that is the feature match that we're going to be heading into when these players get ready to go. But let's take one more look at our second page of standings here to see how these players are doing. So this is our main our main page. Now, these are the players that they will not be making the top 8, but you got to give some props to all these players. They got really close. You know, they're, of course, still playing for, you know, top 16, top 32, and really trying to still get it going. And I want to give a big shout out to 32nd place, Jake Beardsley, alongside this guy. I don't know if you've heard of him. His name's Paulo Vitor Dama da Rosa. Yep. Made this Cauldron deck. So, you know,
it's their fault.
It sure is. And I was talking to Jake at that Pro Tour, and Jake was saying, hey, this was PV's brew. I kind of jumped on board, helped fine-tune it and stuff like that. So we can mainly blame the GOAT, PVDDR, but as well, slight blame to Jake Beardsley for sure.
A lot of names here, too. A lot of great players of this tournament. Jake Beardsley, Pro Tour champion. Ray Zhang. Pedro Perini came a long way to play this tournament. Pro Tour mainstay. I believe he's from Brazil, I think.
I believe he is from Brazil. He did extremely well in the event that at least you had a great day one, right?
Yeah, I actually, we played the match for Ado.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
So I feel linked to him, you know, because of that match. It was a big match, of course.
How'd you finish that event?
And so we're going to keep going on here, too.
This actually wasn't a dagger. I forgot. I don't know if you had a good day, too, or not. But by your reaction, I'm guessing day 2.
That was the 8-0-1-7.
So
okay. I Oliver Tomiko, as they're calling it. So poor Oliver here, of course, 8-9-0 into 1-4 today.
Yeah.
It's tough. You know, it's really hard to do all in a big tournament where you need to string together a lot of wins. A lot of wins. Not just a lot, but a lot, you know. So
I mean, I have played in, like, 10 years of Pro Tours, and I've never 8-0'd. So, I mean, I can't really talk. And the couple of times I 7-1'd, I went 1-7 and 2-6. So I'm right there with you, buddy.
I've been on both sides of the ball. I 8-0'd and then went undefeated. and then I've 8-0'd and just completely bombed. So
Yeah.
I'm always.
Which one did you like better?
Yeah, I'm a real feast or famine kind of player. You know,
Yes.
I go on runs. I win 5 in a row, lose 5 in a row. It's never close. So it's woo. Let's just do something.
Exactly. Okay, so players are still getting ready. Let's look back here at this first page of standards and kind of shape what our top 8 is going to look like. So, of course, there's going to be Cauldron everywhere. The deck is performing insanely well, like historically well, I will say. So 3 of them are locked. And then as far as the rest go, kind of down to 12th place, those are the ones that are in contention. So I guess let's start counting the non-Cauldron. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 decks that have a chance or are locked into the top 8. So the pot.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Kellen's in.
Kellen is in.
Simic Aggros, you see him on camera a lot. Kellen's deck looks awesome. Kellen's playing great. Kellen's a really, really good player.
Yes.
And then three red aggro variants. It's Mono Red, Rakdos, and Boros Mice. Even though Mono Red was the second most played deck, Rakdos and Boros kind of saying, hey, maybe we're a little better. Add a little bit more to your Mono Red deck.
And I'll definitely put an asterisk next to Rakdos.
Sure.
But to be fair, it's Mono Red, but it's still very different. Mono Red, that is the leyline version. So
I would say the Rakdos aggro deck is, even though it is almost Mono Red, is most different than the Red aggro and Boros Mice deck.
Agreed. If anything, it should just be leyline aggro because that is the difference there. So we have the possibility, kind of our best case scenario, air quotes best case scenario, of having a 50-50 split. And that's if these aggressive players don't play against each other and they all win. And that's the best ratio that we can have.
Corey, I figured you were going to say we're going to have a best-case scenario of 8 VV players in top 8s. I can watch some more mirrors. Corby, our
I'm not
VV
a
fan in the world.
monster, okay? I'm not a full...
You just play one on TV.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's the picture that we are looking for, or looking at, I should say, when it comes to what to expect here for the top 8. And, going into the event, Jim... Is that kind of the normal numbers that you were saying? If you had to guess going into the event, how many VV Cauldrons would you think would be in the top 8?
Yeah, about. It's the kind of
I think 6 was kind of what I was thinking. That's what Orlando was. So
yeah, I think 6 is a really good. If the line is like 5.5 or 6.5, I think it's a really good spot to be in. Again, it's a combination of the deck is clearly the best deck in the format. There's no arguing that. It is one of the best standard decks that we've seen in a very, very long time.
I mean, the last things that I remember that are close to it is Team of Reclamation with the Uro.
Okay.
Incredible. Copycat combo. And in standard, that's the list for me.
Right.
You know?
I mean, you could say like Cawblade from like way back in the day.
Yeah.
Or you could go back to like really old standard formats, but
I don't know. I guess I didn't make day 2 of Pro Tour Cobblade, so I'm just the saying that deck wasn't that good. Mostly because I didn't even make day 2 with the broken deck. But, hey, you got to draft, too. And let me tell you, I can draft with the worst of them.
Yeah, I know. But, yeah, and it's certainly an historic event. And I was trying to say early on day 1, that, like, this is one of those events where, like, is this the ideal metagame? I mean, no.
Yeah.
But it's kind of fun in a way,
Not going to sugarcoat it there, yeah.
Where in 5 or 10 years, this is the event we're going to look back on. You
Yeah.
know? Like, the event last weekend was a modern event. It was phenomenal. The metagame was great. The games were all great. But they didn't have, like, that one signifier thing about it to remember in 10 years, whereas this is, like, the VV event.
Definitely.
And,
definitely.
10 years from now, you'll be playing a cube draft, and someone will see VV, and a newer player will go, oh, is that card good?
And be like,
let me tell you.
Hold on, young whippersnapper.
Let me tell you about VV, and you can look back at this particular event and say, here it is, it's 6 of a top 8. The win rate was XYZ. The deck was so good.
Yeah.
And it's kind of fun to see when decks, they move past the point of being hated when years go by to being beloved again.
Yeah.
Siege Rhino.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone hated Siege Rhino. When
hated it. I saw it in chat that people were like, I want to go back to the Siege Rhino Mantis Riders days, and, like, people did not like that at the time. That's for sure,
and even Cawblade, Energy, is like,
Yeah.
once you're past the point of it being a saturation of that's all you see, you look back with rose-colored glasses and you're like, oh, that was pretty fun. So I'm just saying that, this is that event, this is that VV event you'll be talking about in 5-10 years, which is pretty cool to be here with you.
See, here's the thing is I just put the rose-colored lenses on right away. Like, I loved playing Energy. I liked playing Energy mirrors. I thought they were fun. Copycat mirrors, great. So I'm just ahead of the games or behind the game, I guess.
Or just the bad guy.
Or
You
just the
just
bad
like being
guy.
The bad guy. You just like playing the
That
best,
is
the best
true.
deck,
That is true. And even like, the Pro Tour Amsterdam, which we'll look back on as PT Nadu, it's still, there were a lot of fun stories that came along with
Right.
that one. And, seeing if players could beat the deck. I remember like Matt Sperling still 10-0'd with Esper Gorios, the early versions of that. And, just you saying like, oh, yeah, we're going to have someone ask if there's that going forward. But look at Modern right after Breach was eliminated.
Yep.
The metagame's awesome. Like, you're looking at the RCs that are popping up, all around the world. The RC that we just had in Houston, the most played deck is around 12 to 14, 20%. Whenever that's the case, it almost doesn't matter what that most played deck is. It could be turn 1 Neoform, a deck that is maybe not that fun to lose against. Who cares? The metagame's great. You got a metagame where that's your top deck at 12, 13%.
Right, and that
Yeah.
was a format where Breach was, everyone's, oh my God, Breach a few months ago, and now it looks great.
Exactly.
So maybe Standard is awesome in a month. It's
Exactly.
It's all cyclical. It all goes around. And I think it's important to look at the bright side.
Exactly. And, when we have the Avatar coming in as well, we're going to get new cards there, so things are going to be shaken up for our next Spotlight event.
Mm-hmm.
As well as we got the World Championship coming, where that is going to be Standard and Avatar Limited.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to see a lot of innovation there. And, we'll really see what Standard will look like then. I think it'll be a lot of fun.
It's fun, too, to see the new cards and also to see, if there is changes to the format as far as bans or things like that, like what that unlocks, too.
Yes.
Because there have been a lot of really cool decks in this tournament we've seen that, like, for example, the Salto Reanimator deck, where it's just hard to play a graveyard deck when everyone's playing Cauldron, So
Yeah.
it's a deck that could pop up and do really, really well. And other decks are being held down by it, like Yuna, you were saying. So, cool stuff.
I'm going straight to Yuna and Overlords for sure later on next month. So that sounds like our players are ready to go. We got Winning in Magic here in Baltimore. Let's head on down. All right, jumping into the feature match. We got Leaf on the bottom, and we got Jacob up top. And getting it going, and a cheeky house mouse. This used to be Savannah Lions, and Savannah Lions was amazing. Now it's got extra text, Jim.
All right, Grandpa Corey.
I had to walk uphill both ways to my LGS to play Savannah Lion Zoo. All right, and here we got, I would say a little bit better card than Savannah Lion. We got Emberheart Challenger coming on in for damage.
Yeah, good start. This is kind of like Naked Riddler on turn 2. Riddler's great, don't get me wrong.
Yes.
But this is the weakest portion of the card.
Yeah.
This 2-mana draw card is not particularly appealing if you're not using any other part of the card.
It's the weakest 2-drop you can have in this situation by a lot. It's weaker than just being able to just play a Mako and saying go.
Right.
Because it being in the warp zone, it's almost you don't cast the front end very often at all. And it's almost better to have in your hand so you can warp it and then do Winter Night Stories. But here it is, the main character of the tournament, Vivi Ornatur.
Not for long.
Yeah.
Ghosts.
Is gone.
Ghosts in the machine.
So then we get in some damage. Get in 4, 5, 6. Can play that Foundry.
And Ward 2 here so good in the early game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, right now, torch the tower test. Torch in to get Vivi back. Maybe cast a 1-drop. That's really what it's all about. If Jacob's able to do it.
This is great, too, because it's a way to remove Vivi without putting it in the graveyard. Usually if he's called, decks are happy to just run Vivi out there on turn 3. Go ahead, kill it. Put it in the graveyard for me. And then Benji says, nah, we'll just exile it.
Jacob, definitely a player that has been around a lot. I remember seeing him in an Arena Championship 7, I believe, where I did not make day 2, and Jacob did, and did quite well. You also see that team jersey. See those all over the Pro Tour.
Team heavy play, right?
Yep. I want to say that's Cosmo heavy play, but I could be wrong.
So no land for Jacob, and Ward really punishes these no land starts. Could be a torch, of course, leaving up torch and just saying go. That's risky though because there are some copies of Shard Mage's Rescue.
I don't think it would be a torch because you cannot risk it with prowess. I bet it's a into the Floodmon. You're waiting all right, if I can bounce this at end step, have VV back for my turn, then we can get going, and that can't really be interacted with. So. That would be my guess, but who knows?
Shard Mages still stops it. We are open deckless now. There are 2 Shard Mages that give hexproof. So risky. I mean, I guess it makes sense. I guess the Shelter by Ghost is going away anyway, so
Yeah, and that's
a risk.
That's the thing is, yeah, I guess, yeah, if you do bounce it, you lose the Ghost, so it is interesting. You can always bounce the Shelter by Ghost, right?
You can, yes. We're going to go for it now. So if it's a Shard Mages here, this would be pretty brutal.
Yep. Would be a blowout.
Nope. Okay.
Now, can you even block is the real question. I mean, no, right? So why? I mean, I guess you are just minimizing damage. That's still pretty good. But yeah, you're right. That could have been a blowout.
Well, if you're going to bounce it, you might as well bounce it on your turn, right? Not risk the Shard Mages.
Yeah. All right, is it Sheltered by Ghost number 2? Looks like it is not.
All right, VV time.
Okay, FOMO to discard a VV. Is there land Cauldron? That would be the ideal.
Benji certainly hoping not so. And not so it is.
Okay, so just a very measured draw here from Jacob so far, I would say.
Yep, Rockface Village available for Benji. A lot of creatures. There's a Nemesis. It's all looking quite nice.
All right, a lot of mice scurrying about. The team comes in. Benji does what Benji's been doing all weekend, and that is get these mice into the red zone, or the web zone here.
I like that.
Thank you, thank you.
That's good.
All right, so that is game number 1 going to Benji Leaf, and with Boros Mice over the established professional of Jacob Milchman on Is It Cauldron. So, looking at the sideboard, let's start with Jacob. We got 2 Annul, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Fire Magic, 2 Fresh Start, 2 Obliterating Bolt, 1 Pyroclasm, that's a good one, 1 Soulstone Sanctuary, 1 Spell Pierce, 2 Unable to Scream, and 1 Wild Ride. What do you like?
Kill spells.
Kill them.
Bring him in. Pyroclasm, Fire Magic's pretty nice. Obliterating Bolt, Fresh Start, Unable to Scream for the Nemesis. Realistically, pretty similar to Mono Red. This Boros deck is, it is a little bit different. It has Lightning Helix. Sheltered by Ghosts definitely changes the math a little bit. But all these cheap removal spells and Pyroclasm are both quite good against Sheltered by Ghosts to avoid the ward or just kind of pay it through it. So for the most part, this is a fairly similar matchup to what Mono Red would be. So we'll see similar sideboarding.
I bet it is a air quotes red deck that's good against red decks. Like I would assume it's a little better or a little worse against Cauldron, but definitely way better against red. So, and how much worse? Minor amounts, that's for sure. So then let's look on Benji's side. We have 2 Abrades, 2 Agatha Soul Cauldron, amazing, 2 Boros Charm, 3 Case of the Crimson Pulse, 2 Fire Magic, 2 Get Lost, and 2 Magebane Lizard. Okay, there's some respect in there.
Yeah, the Magebanes are kind of a holdover from the old Is It Prowess formats where they were really good against that deck.
Yeah.
They're not really that good against Is It Prowess. Is It Cauldron? Cauldron deck is very, very creature dense. It casts some spells as the term goes on, but a lot of creatures as well. So,
yeah.
I mean, maybe those are coming in. I mean, the Cauldrons can't beat for anything else, I would assume. They're here to steal VV and kind of do some cool stuff with that. Otherwise, though, a Braid can come in. Not too much else. The main plan, just be aggressive. Just kind of do your thing.
Yeah. Nope. I think I like that. I like that quite a bit. And you know what else I really like, Jim? Store credit. I am a huge, huge fan of amassing an absurd amount of store credit here at Star City Games. And anytime I need to pick up some cards, I just walk on in or I order them online. I just hit the button, add credit to the tab, and I go ahead and pick up those cards right away. And then anytime I'm sick of that deck, I want to get rid of some cards, I'll go sell them to SCG, and you just don't feel that pain of buying cards, then selling them when you get that trade-in bonus, and you just keep doing that anytime you get some Magic cards. You a fan?
Yeah, 30% is a lot.
It really is.
Usually you see 20, 25. 30% is very, very generous.
Yeah.
And that's just awesome. It really, like you said, takes this thing out of selling cards back and buying more cards. You're buying more cards, you might as well take the bonus and take it to the bank.
Absolutely. There's going to be some cards that will be seeing some new light. That's for sure coming up soon. So make sure you're on top of the game when it comes to getting your Magic cards and getting rid of your Magic cards. So sellyourcards.starcitygames.com for more information. We'll get back to the match, see if these players are ready to go. If not, maybe we'll take a quick peek in at a live look-in in one of our matches while they shuffle up and get ready. All right, we're going to take a look at our C match. And this is almost assuredly a win and in. It is Jody Keith up against Jesse Pilon. Looks like they did just finish. So maybe we'll check in on another one. But let's see who won game one there. Not 100%.
Players got to cooperate, hit the button, you know?
Yeah, oh, so impossible to know.
Yep.
Okay, so looking in at D here, here is a Rakdos aggro player, Alexander, that we've been watching a lot here with Leyline, attacking, and players in game number one in here. Amina Body on the bottom there, playing that Cauldron list. And players are ready to go here.
Yeah, it is. It's Cheeky House Mouse time.
Not anymore.
Ah, what a monster.
Cheeky dead mouse.
That's awful.
All right, fear of missing out, discards a mountain and says go. I mean, honestly, though, I think both players have got to be pretty happy with that. Like, a Fire Magic being used this early, Benji's deck is a lot more susceptible to Fire Magic than other red decks. Other red decks, I don't even bring in Fire Magic, but against a cheeky house mouse style of deck, that's actually, now that I'm looking at that, that's kind of the only card it hits, so. Forget what I just said, Jim.
I mean, it's still good. Obviously, get 2 damage, so.
Yeah, if you can pay 3 for it.
Yep.
Yeah. 3 mana Pyroclasm.
Ooh.
There is Obliterating Bolt to deal with the powerful double striking mouse, Manifold Mouse to the exile zone. Land 3. Is it time to scream? No. Oh. Okay. Manifold Mouse number 2.
All right, getting cheeky.
Okay.
Guess who's back?
Back again. These mice are back. Tell a friend?
Yeah, tell a friendly mouse.
Okay.
Yeah, great start so far for Jacob. You know,
Yeah.
Get a body down, kill a few things, you know.
And I mean, great start for Benji. It hasn't worked out so far as Jacob's had the answers, but it's been a great start. 1 drop into 2 drop into 2 drop, 1 drop. Like, mana efficiency and creatures that make sense here on curve. It's definitely what you want to be doing.
So you see Falma stay home here defensively. Ooh.
All right,
And
Valley Quest Caller comes in.
Now a risky spot. This is the common problem with Lords, where you run the attack in, it could be a trade, but if the Lord gets killed, the block gets messy, and things get really difficult.
So now the Manifold Mouse is a 1/3, though, right? Because it still maintains the type?
I don't believe it does.
Oh, it doesn't.
I believe
Okay.
it becomes a toy and it loses the prior types. So
Okay.
That was relevant with demons and the demon room.
Okay, let's get unable to screen on the screen. Unable to screen up there. And wow, fresh start as well. But there is the rescue.
All right.
Now that is what you were talking about. That is kind of a blowout scenario.
That also pushes the Quest Caller to 4 toughness, so now only
Yeah.
hittable by bolts. Ooh, just a pass from Jacob. Uh-oh.
And it is a toy with base power and tops, in addition to its other types, though.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah, okay, so it is a mouse toy. Now it's just a mouse. Now it's back to a mouse toy.
What a ride it's been. All right, well, we got it this time.
Yep. Okay. Unable to scream, but it's still whispering.
Yeah, just a peep. A little mousy peep.
Take 1. All right, we'll see Benji untap here.
Yeah, Soulstone Sanctuary is the play, but not much else.
Hey,
going
I mean,
on.
that's good, right? A good defensive measure here. I mean, to be fair, we do have a 3/4. But, I mean, you can do some stuff here. You could animate Soulstone Sanctuary, block, bounce the rescue or something. No, that wouldn't do anything. So then you just replay it, but definitely some things Jacob can have.
I mean, hasn't had much and just played the Sanctuary, so Jacob's hand looking pretty weak here.
How do you like Spell Pierce coming in here against this deck? That's an interesting one.
Yeah, it's interesting. If it's going to hit really, really hard.
Yeah.
And then the benefit of this deck is you just loot away if you don't want it, you know, so.
And, I mean, it did hit pretty hard here.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the type of card I never bring in from the Cauldron side. I turn it into a Quantum Riddler control deck, where it's just all removal, max out on Riddlers when I'm on the play, 3 Riddlers when I'm on the draw, and just try to kill, restock with Riddler, or, of course, stumble into the broken thing.
We got a Leroy here.
Gotta love it.
Even that little manifold mouse toy is getting in.
Yep. You're either born a mouse or live long enough to become the villain.
Yep.
Or live long enough to become the toy.
Yep. You can see Jacob has pulled aside the Soul Sensation. A little glare of air in that one particular spot on the board.
Yeah.
He's really trying to keep it secret from us, but we know, Jacob.
We know.
what's
Now we
going
can
on.
see it.
Yes.
So it was played this turn, so it's not like you can, animate the Sanctuary and use 2 mana for an Abrade or something like that. That will not work. But you do have 1 mana available. Now, what are you blocking if you're Jacob?
It's tough. It's really tough. The 1/3 is a very attractive block if there's nothing. The Challenger's currently a 3/3. Any spell makes it have 4 power with prowess, whether it's pump spell or not. It feels like Benji's saying that he's got something here.
Definitely.
The question is, how deep going to play in? And I think I like this. If you're going to make the block, just commit to the biggest thing.
Yeah. I hope your opponent doesn't have anything, because whatever that thing is will probably be a blowout. And okay.
I love this play. So playing the rescue on the Lord, going up to 5 toughness, putting it out of range of Obliterating Bolt, using the prowess trigger of a Challenger, getting extra point of damage in. You can see the body language here. Jacob is not too thrilled.
I mean, if there wasn't Into the Flood Maw, though, that play would have looked a lot worse.
Yeah, but based on how last turn played out, I think it's reasonable that there isn't
Yeah,
one,
and even if there is, you still just trade with the Challenger and the Soulstone, so
correct.
Could be worse. But, yeah, because it only has hexproof if it entered.
Correct.
All right, but now it is swole. It is large.
This is tough. The draws from Jacob here have not been particularly cooperative.
No.
A lot of pressure in these big matches playing for top 8,
And, yeah, just one card here. No matter what it is, Jacob's in a bad spot. And, okay, there's Into the Flood Maw. Had to have been drawn this turn when it would have been amazing last turn.
Yeah, and I mean, this stymies some damage, but Jacob's got no cards in hand. So
seems like the perfect time for a riddle, Jim.
I knew it was coming. I was just setting you up for it.
All right. Or Fire Magic. Oh, we're 1 short of dealing 3. Oh, wait, no. Oh, no. Yep, that's an enchantment. Okay, so Fire Magic would be good, but not amazing.
Ooh.
And it really feels like, via the body language here of Jacob, that we might be all done here.
Benji going to the top 8.
Is it lethal right now? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I believe it's 8, right?
I count 9. There it is.
7, 8, 9. Yep, you're right. I was 1 short, and that is Benji Leaf advancing to the top 8. That makes 2 non-Is It Cauldron decks here in the top 8. We got Boros Mice, and we got a Simic Aggro deck. So, all right, pretty impressive stuff. That was not close.
Yeah, game 1 was pretty cool. Game 2, I mean, pretty rough draws.
Yeah.
It's a little tough, but, I mean, them's the breaks. It's a long tournament. It's definitely, you're going to have a game or two like that across any tournament that's this large. Just law of large numbers. It's unfortunate to have that game be in your game 2 down a game playing for top 8, but them's the breaks sometimes. Still a great run. Still a great promo. Still some cash prizes. It's good stuff.
That is some good stuff, and that is 4 cheeky house mouse into the top 8 here, which I am pumped to hear. That's exciting stuff. So that one was really quick, so I'm sure we got plenty of magic here to bring you. So let's jump on down to another one of our matchups and see what's going on. See what we're going to see into the top 8 now. Looks like we got Joseph up top and Adam on the bottom. So here is our mono red player.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
Absolutely. The Bastronaut is here. Mono red just took down this matchup in the feature match. I was right behind Adam watching him go and played really well. Very cool, calm, and collected. And then Joseph Pugsley on the other side was at 1 point 11-2. So this is a match to say, please stop the wheels from falling off. If Joseph loses again, that's 3 win-and-ins lost.
That's tough.
That's really tough. You sent your Pro Tour and you're so close. And you just don't want the full train wreck to happen,
Yeah, it's tough. And it's I'm a little jealous watching these players, where I'm just kind of like, man, playing these high-level matches is really, really fun.
Oh, yeah.
Like the nervous tension of a win and in for top 8. It's good stuff.
Oh, yeah. I haven't done it in a while, but you are right. There's no feeling better. Well, there's one feeling better is taking that trophy pick at the end.
Yeah.
That feeling is unmatched out of any feeling in the world. That is that's some good stuff here. So.
Speaking of trophy pictures, there's Nathan's.
Yeah, exactly. When your trophy picture is also immortalizing yourself in a card, that was very special. I mean, when Nathan won that, he was, 4 years younger than he is now, and he's still a very young guy.
Yep.
He could barely lift that trophy.
Yep.
That thing was gigantic. Still condolences, I believe you missed on breakers on that one.
Yes, Nathan did sneak in ahead of me.
I
wasn't going to bring it up.
Oh, I mean, you did bring it up. You brought in that he snuck in ahead of you at least, but
Back to the match at hand.
yeah, you guys dominated that tournament though, right? Like it was you, Jakob Toth, Ely,
And
Siggy, right? And
we came in 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and Siggy came in like 17th, I think.
yeah, and I mean,
of a 32-player field.
I mean that's domination.
Yeah, and
in that kind of field,
and if breakers break the other way, I'm in and Nathan's not. And
Yeah.
we're 2-3-4.
Wow.
Hopefully one of us would have won, but.
Yeah, I remember that one. That was my first event I cast, so it was a pleasure to watch my buddies doing some good work. So
I do remember that after I lost the match, I was very, very sad. You came over and gave me a hug, and I appreciate that.
yeah, no problem. Those moments are brutal. I've never felt it. All right, I felt it once at the Pro Tour level, and I punted my match, though, so you can at least live with yourself that you probably didn't punt your match.
Yeah, maybe I did.
Yeah, maybe. All right, so catching back up to the game, FOMO discarding Vivi. Big game there. Now, Adam is basically in check. Just saying at any point, Cauldron could come down, and we start to play a different game. It's you still have to play standard. I'm going to play a little modern, though, and then we'll pass to you. Lightning strike on Fear of Missing Out. And nice. They're bargaining away your Fear of Missing Out. That'll be 3 damage. Plus it comes along with a free Scry.
This is a response to the Prowess trigger also, so we need 2 spells in response to save the Everhard Challenger.
Correct, yep. I would assume that, that's the correct way to do it. Of course, players have to verbalize that. It did look like that's what Joseph said and meant.
Yeah, I mean, Burst Lightning here would be pretty wild.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Adam, don't tempt me here.
1 red, 2 red. Nah, just kidding. It's dead. Gets to do a little Scry, not a Surveil. All of them templated a little differently in this Cauldron deck, and the Bastronaut comes on in. Speed 4, maxed out.
Maximum velocity.
Yes.
Yeah, 12 life there for Joseph. Only 1 creature in play for Adam. This is not great, Joseph is not too far off going pretty wild here.
Yep, 100%. Let's see if the Cauldron's there. For what it's worth, maybe it's just our matches. We haven't seen the Cauldron draws that often. We've definitely seen Cauldron win plenty of times, but it's just kind of the plan B.
That happens a lot.
It really does, especially when these players are all so talented here at the top of the standings. They know how to prevent you from doing that, and they know if you were able to do the Cauldron Vivi thing, they lose. So they do everything they can to protect against it or posture against it.
Yeah, so a lot of torches here. This is what you were saying earlier, where in Orlando, Vivi players were so inbred trying to beat the mirror. They were down to 0, 1, maybe 2 torch the towers.
Like 2 torch was a lot at that tournament.
Right, and now players are, back to playing 3 or 4, respecting mono red, and making games look more like this.
Yeah, I mean, the list that I've been
Whoa,
playing.
Hello, Mr. Otter.
That Otter is going past the web zone here. But yeah, I mean, that's a very good point. Like the list that I was playing going into this when I was practicing, 4 unable to scream in the board. Not messing around. Best card against red. Why not have 4 was my kind of philosophy.
Not as good against mice.
Not as good against mice. And I didn't have Fresh Start. Fresh Start has looked amazing. I very much should have had that card, that's for sure. So the Otter's coming in. And I believe we're still waiting to see if we want to block with this Soulstone Sanctuary, right?
Yeah, it seems pretty risky. I mean, Joseph just bought back a Torture Tower to hand, so this would just be,
Yeah, but it's a 2/2 otter right now. That torch doesn't do anything except, I mean, you can just torch it, sack your talent. Yeah.
Fun.
But, like, you can't block, torch it without sacrificing something.
Yeah, I think just like torch sacrificing talent seems reasonable.
Yeah.
Tapper 3 seems kind of unnecessary. There's no bounce house stuff happening here as far as wanting the talent in play. You can surveil, get it for 3, remove the only creature that Adam has access to. It looks like it was the plan to me, so I'd be surprised to not see it happen here.
Yeah, no kidding. Wow.
I am shocked.
I am very shocked.
Unless Joseph thinks that this game has gotten messy enough where Chapter 3 of the talent is going to be relevant, I just don't see what value this talent has in play. So
Yeah.
a very, very interesting play from Joseph here.
I'm with you. I mean, the otter doesn't look amazing either, but, yeah, this is
All right, yeah, that's the plan.
interesting.
This is great. I think this is really good game sense. Like I'm kind of shocked and surprised, but when you're in a game, you have a real vibe for like how the game is going. Joseph felt that Adam was light on threats. Joseph felt that he was light on threats. He said,
Yeah.
all right, this is what the game's about right now. Usually it's not, but this game it is.
Yeah, wow. Give away an otter now to have more otters later. Boom, 4 damage up top. Let's see. Do we have something like... Nope. Okay, that was the draw for the turn. Not sure what the other card Adam could have.
It's 2 more burst lightnings. It's easy.
Yeah,
4 + 4 is 8.
that's just good math. Okay, so FOMO discarding. There is props, and now we're only getting otters off instants and sorceries. That's correct, right?
I believe so.
Okay, so profs puts the counter there.
And Delirium, we got instant creature. Pick it up, man. Yep. Enchantment, and they counted out for us. Appreciate that.
So just 3. There's 3 right there, but yeah, that's it. More creatures and instants, so 3 towards Delirium.
Of course, that we've seen FOMO and profs go bananas once you have Delirium. So
Yep, 100%. And 7th land for mono red. Usually not what you want here from Adam's side. For any Adam fans out there.
it's gonna be funny if this talent never makes an otter.
Yeah.
There aren't like a ton of instant sorceries in this deck. We keep saying it,
Yeah.
but it really is a very creature-heavy deck.
Adam's just like, can't kill my creatures if I don't play any. Okay, Soulstone. Get it in there. Is it village time?
It's a mouse. It's a lizard.
Yeah. Rockface Village does give it haste.
It's a raccoon. It's an otter.
It sure is.
It's a goblin.
It's an Uncle Estevan. Is that still a creature type, or did that get routed away?
Yeah, it's probably not that.
Yeah, it's probably a human now, huh?
Yep.
That was once
I was like
a creature type.
I was like bureaucrat. That was a good creature type.
Bureaucrat?
Yep.
I'd not heard of that one.
Old Homelands card.
Okay.
That's also probably been rotted away, but
Ah, the good old days, huh?
all right, well, there's the first otter, and draw stories immediately after sacrificing the profs.
So now you invested 1 otter, and now you have 2 otters. That's this many more otters.
Yeah.
Discards a couple of lands.
Yeah, probably would have been lethal if the talent had been sacrificed rather than the profs, but obviously you can't know you're drawing Winter Night Stories, so.
Yeah. So now the otter are 2 power. You could sack the... Yeah, it's all done. You're going to do the math, and it looks like Adam has already had enough. Oh, no. Okay, just organizing the graveyard. But, I think it is already lethal because that otter...
Yeah, we got 5 and then 8 and then 8. Yeah, +2, +2. Yeah, this is like 20.
So many more.
20 damage, I think.
Yeah, just flashback that stories with the otter that just came into play, and there's no way that's not enough. That's 6.
That's probably 30 damage. Yeah, like,
Yeah, you put 12 counters on something. Wait a minute.
where are the counters?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's a talent, not the profs.
I thought it was profs too.
Right.
Yeah, putting the counters on there,
Yeah,
same.
Sorry.
My brain completely tricked me as well there.
Yep.
Wow, okay. Good job on us, Jim.
Yep.
Okay, of
At
course.
least we were in together, you know?
That is true. That is
Which
true.
is worse. One of us wasn't there to save the other one, but
We're
that's okay.
we're going down with the sinking ship together. We're not going down at all. But hey, even if that isn't over right now, with that not being a profit, it does not matter. That is game number 1 going to Joseph Pugsley in relatively impressive fashion. But I will say Adam flooded out pretty horrifically there. Anytime you get 8 lands as a mono red player, it's going to be tough to win, don't you think?
Yeah, and not only that, I mean, there were 2 creature lands in there, but it was actually 9 or 10 lands, I think. You
Yeah.
know? It was like 7 mountains, the mouse land, and 2 creature lands. So it's actually
That's a
10
good point.
lands.
Yeah, that's a classic. What can you do in this type of situation? So looking at Adam's sideboard, we got 4 Sunspine Links, 3 Stingerback Terrors, 2 Shocked, 2 Obliterating Bolt, 1 Magebane Lizard, 3 Vengeful Possession. Oh, we're reading Hydro Man, Fluid Felon, huh? That's pretty spicy. What are you bringing in from Adam's side?
I mean, I have liked these threaten effects, the possessions against these large profited creatures, you know, and against a large flyer, a Riddler, things like that. Seems like a nice way to steal a win. Those are pretty cool. Maybe the Obliterating Bolts as well. That seems fine to me.
I love the... All right, we each got to show each other these weird corner case creatures. Like, you show me your cool rare creature. All right, I'll show you my cool rare creature. Love it. Then from Joseph's side, we got 2 Annuls, 1 Essence Scatter, 1 Fresh Start, 1 Hydroman Fluid Felon, 1 Negate, 2 Obliterating Bolt, 2 Pyroclasm, 1 Spell Pierce, 1 Steam Core Scholar, and then 3 Unable to Stream. What do you like here?
Kill spells.
Yep.
Unable to Scream, Obliterating Bolt. Unable to Scream, like you said, it's in very, very good against these decks. Also, Fresh Start. That's really it. You know, we've seen this matchup a lot already. You know, it really is just about the Cauldron deck, just killing things, making sure you don't die to Screaming Nemesis, and then doing the thing you were born to do.
Absolutely. Yeah, makes sense. All that removal just looks great. That is a large amount too, you know, 6, 7 cards coming in against mono red. You can put that many cards against mono red in your sideboard when you really only have to prepare against 2 to 3 decks where your deck is just great against everything else. You really only have to make sure you're prepared against, well, mono red and your worst matchup, of course, the mirror. So looking in to our next event that we're going to be at, it's going to be our next regional championship. And oh boy, am I excited for this one, Jim. Jim, it was so much fun here in Houston. Walk us through what Vegas is going to be like.
Yeah, more modern. We saw a phenomenal format last weekend. Just a truly awesome event. Great metagame. Super wide variety as far as decks go. All the games are great. And we're doing it all over again in 1 month's time, which is awesome because we get to see the metagame shift from that event. So that event was really cool, and we can see more of that happening November 21st to 23rd. That's going to be in Vegas at SCGCon Vegas. StarCityGames.com/SCGCon for more information. Don't forget there are last chance qualifiers on Friday all day in both limited and constructed. So if you didn't make your qualification, maybe you lost finals of your RCQ and you feel a little bummed about it, come down, come hang out, play some LCQs. You can play them all day. That's great. And if things don't go your way, Saturday and Sunday are full of a ton of awesome events across the spectrum of just everything you can possibly imagine, honestly. So
Yeah.
that's really, really cool. And worst case scenario, you're in Vegas. I'm sure you'll find something fun to do.
You know, there's notably things going on if you just walk outside your hotel. Yeah, you'll find some stuff to do. So, Jim, take off your commentator hat and put on your big boy professional Magic player hat. What would you be playing going into this tournament, knowing the information we had with Houston, with Jeskai Blink winning, Amulet doing well? Like, what would you bring?
I'm a little torn.
Yeah.
Because, you know me, you're usually the bad guy. You play the best deck, and I'm usually the more contrarian. I want to find some cool deck.
Yeah.
I did really like the Jeskai Blink deck that won last weekend.
Yeah.
That deck looked really, really excellent. Going to be, the #1 target going in because it just won. But that deck looks really, really good. Very, very flexible as far as what you can do with it. Looks really fun to play. So I guess I would say Jeskai Blink.
Wow, I think our evilness and our good guyness have aligned. I think I would play Jeskai Blink as well. It looked like too much fun. Or if I had, a solid week where I could just get in the lab, give me Amulet. Then there we go. The bad guy's back. Yeah. Starting it off here, Adam on the play, exactly where Mono Red wants to be.
I mean, every bad guy was once a good guy.
Yeah.
When it was only Jake Beardsley and Paulo playing the Cauldron deck at Pro Tour. What was it?
Pro Tour Edge of Eternities, right? Yeah.
They were the good guys. What is this cool, fun brew they bought? So it always starts out like that.
I actually remember our co-commentator, Ailey Loney, at the desk saying, we need to see more Cauldron action. This deck is so cool. Well, we were at the desk together. I remember those words being uttered, and it was very true at the time. And, wow, what year is it, Jim?
Essence Scatter.
Yes.
Get out of town. Remove Soul. That's a pretty good answer to Nemesis also.
Yeah, it's a great answer to Nemesis.
Is that?
I believe it's a one of in the board. Yeah.
Oh, wow, I missed that one.
Right?
Good
Okay.
stuff. That's a pretty uncommon choice. We have not seen that card all day.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it actually is a pretty good card in the format, though. It's good against every deck. It's great against Cauldron. It's great against other stuff. So it's good stuff.
Ailey just whipped a piece of paper at my face there, now that I sold her out for saying is it Cauldron is cool. So I take it back. I retract my statement.
We got to get an audio clip of that and hyperimpose it over this.
Yes.
So it's just like, Ailey loves Cauldron. Ailey loves Cauldron.
Tell your friends. All right. Emberheart Challenger coming on in. 2 damage.
Yeah, despite the Essence Scatter, a much better draw, of course, from Adam here.
Yes.
It's been answered by Joseph. We've seen Torch Tower. We've seen Essence Scatter looking really good. But both players kind of operating on peak efficiency.
And another Razorkin out of there with the exile from the Emberheart Challenger. That's big game. That is a tricky card to deal with. When I lose to mono red, it's because I used my 2 removal spells. They play that as their 3rd card. And I just look at a handful of blue cards and I was like, well, I guess I'm dead. I'm in danger. Whoa, okay, so we see Soulstone Sanctuary coming out, getting 3 damage in. And hey, the one thing with Unable to Scream here is that Rockface Village can still pump it. It is a Mouse Warrior toy. Sounds straight out of Toy Story. Well, let's see what we got. Okay, Riddler. All right, I love being in this position from Joseph. Now, you got to draw a card. Now you have 3 looks at finding Vivi to put it into the yard, and if so, the game ends. And if not, you play on. You have a measured turn where hopefully you drew 1 removal spell, and you can at least kill Soulstone Sanctuary. And that's either not Vivi, which is most likely, or figuring out if you want to discard Vivi and another card type thing. Discard 2 lands here. No Vivi in sight, so now Joseph has to really just figure out what's the measured play. Do you want to play 1 more creature, or exactly this, have a removal spell for the Soulstone Sanctuary?
Yeah, looking pretty good for Joseph here, getting pretty well set up. Calder hasn't done anything yet, but like you're saying, it's so threatening just sitting there waiting for its chance to shine.
And I believe Joseph is the player who was on Vinny Fino's team, who just took down the last RC. So this team has been kind of ripping through these U.S. Star City game events. So big props to that team. 5 mana. Is it Riddler time?
Usually is.
Sure is. Nothing else costs 5 in that deck. So now just the fair side of Riddler, but hey, that is a great blocker. And being at 11, being at an effective 10, Twisted Fealty, only puts you to 6 to 5. I'm feeling very safe if I'm Joseph.
It still shocks me how big Quantum Riddler is.
It really is. Okay, there is the Twisted Fealty-like play. Vengeful Possession. Oh, my God, do we get to see this again, where you get to draw 2 off Riddler? I think I remember seeing this with Willie Idle.
That's right.
Yeah, this was one of my favorite matches from, what was it, the last RC?
No, that was in Orlando.
Oh, yeah, it was in Orlando, the last Spotlight.
Round 12, day 2 over Orlando.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. You made a video about that. That was very cool.
That game was so good I had to go back and watch it again.
Yes. Okay, so Vengeful Possession doing the thing. And here's the thing. Even if Joseph has into the Floodmaw, you still you can Floodmaw it once it goes to the side. Wait, no. I think you just get to draw, don't you?
Yeah, I believe it's all part of the same resolution.
Yeah.
So you get the card, and now the spell's still in the stack. You can't do anything. The spell's still in the stack. So it's still resolving. And then you draw, and there you go. So we drew 2 there, right?
You should have, yeah.
All right.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah, love it. Love seeing some extra utility from these threatened effects.
Okay, I mean, this turn was unbelievable. 6, 7, 8. Putting Joseph down to 3. This game looked amazing, and all of a sudden, it is not that.
Yeah, Riddler's really, really good on both sides of the board.
Yeah. This just reminds me of, like, when Oko was so good that I remember seeing a mono-red burn deck splash Oko, and I'm like, all right, here, we're done. We're done here.
Yep. I mean, the red Verge is base red.
Yeah.
You know, Spiral Canal is legal as well.
Yeah.
Could just play Riddler in your mono red deck.
This has got to be an Into the Flood Maw, right? Do I want to bounce the Riddler and soak up the most damage? Bounce one of your hasty threats, which feels bad.
Yeah, this is desperation. I need to save some life and stay alive here.
Yeah. And if you gift a fish, you don't get it if it's your card, right? It is still gifting your opponent?
Yeah, I believe it's still controller. So.
Yeah.
All right.
I gift myself a fish, please.
So take that Riddler back. Not as much damage as it could have been, but still pretty good.
Joseph needs a VV turn at this. I mean, it went from, okay, Joseph just has to find a way to not lose to like 3 burst lightning off the top to now Joseph needs something. Looks like fresh start. I think I got a quick glimpse of, maybe not.
All right, so go to warp here and not cast, so no blocker.
Okay. I don't think I see a Winter Night Stories in the yard, so this is just a casual draw 1, unable to dump the rest of the hand, and hey, pressure's building here. This is a huge match, and remember, Joseph was the tournament leader here not too long ago at 11-1, so it's the classic pressure of, okay, I'm ahead, let's do this, and then, oh wait, is it slipping away? Not again. You know, those thoughts you try to keep out of your head, but we're human. It's hard. It's hard to do.
Yeah, love the pressure of a win-and-in match.
Yeah.
It's awesome. And hard, if you've never played a big win-and-in for a major tournament like this, too, it's hard to imagine.
Yeah.
You know, it really, it's a lot. You know, it goes by quick, and then you finish, whether you win or lose, and you almost don't remember playing.
Yeah,
you know,
100%. You learn a lot about yourself in your first win-and-in, that's for sure. Yeah. And to be fair, your first win-and-in statistically doesn't go your way, I would imagine. You know, like, you kind of got to be there a few times, get used to it, and then, you know, you get more comfortable at these situations until the greatest players in the world, it's another match, and they don't even look nervous because they aren't.
Right. Yeah, I've always said it's like a step system, you know, where like your first top 8, you're really, really nervous. And usually you lose. Then you make it again, you're a little less nervous, a little more comfortable, you know. Mm-hmm. Your first day 2 of an event, and your first major top 8, and your first, you know, pro tour, whatever it is. Whatever your first is, it's always going to be tough, but you kind of got to push through it. And next time you do it, you're a little bit better, and you kind of go from there.
Do you remember your first top 8 at your first major GP level event or higher?
Yes, my first top 8 was a GP Dallas.
Okay.
2007.
Okay.
I was playing Extended Goblins.
All right. There you go. And did you win?
I lost to Kenji Sumera.
Ooh, pretty good card. Pretty good player.
I made a mistake to put him to 2 and not 1, and probably would have won. I mean, it depends on what I would have drawn, you know.
Yeah.
Might have won, and still haunts me to this day.
I feel ya. Mine was GP Miami, where I was playing the mono green Devotion Mirror, or green white Devotion Mirror. So for anyone who didn't remember that, clearly you didn't watch it because it was the longest finals in GP history, and I got 2-0'd. Everyone did not enjoy watching that, I have to say. That was a long one.
Yeah, I can see that.
All right. So we're revealing the top here with Emberheart Challenger. Got the second Rockface Village, but hey, attacks do not look that great anymore from Adam.
Yeah, I mean, just as we've seen from Cauldron time and time again, just kind of bodies and stats, you know, the sizing of these creatures. Like, if FOMO was a 2-2, it would be such a wildly different card. That 3rd point of toughness is just so relevant, both in having to try and kill it with burst lightning, when it's blocking, just so potent.
Yeah. Definitely, you know, slightly pushed in that regard. Like, we wanted these fear of cards to be playable, and they are all really cool, you know? Fear of Isolation definitely had its time in the sun in those bounce house style decks in Standard. Picking up Hopeless Nightmare, putting it back down. Big things here from Adam.
Yes.
So
big spot.
Yeah.
Down a game. You gotta win this one. This game's pretty tight.
So if the challenger has 3 power right now, you at least have to get it to 4 to even trade with anything with that cauldron representing a +1/+1 counter with just 1 creature.
Yeah, this is like the hidden third mode of Cauldron, basically, of like, hey, you can just put some counters around here.
Yeah.
Not doing that much, but that is relevant when it comes to combat spots like this, where the game's got a little messy.
Yeah, playing it maybe as designed. Just a good old fair card. It is not used for that most of the time here in Standard, doing some very unfair things. And looks like we're just going to post-combat, get the Bastronaut, speed 1. Comes into play.
Giving the Hired Claw ability to all of the creatures on Joseph's side is pretty cool.
That is cool. That is cool. Bastronaut's a little bit better.
Yes.
Fire breathing, pretty cool.
This is the not the VV combo, just the little mild upgrade. Just a little bonus.
First combat with FOMO, get in there, untap, put 2 counters on your 2 creatures, thanks to Hired Claw. Get in there a second time.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of options for Joseph here. I feel like the door is closing on Adam. Adam's got to make some moves and make some moves soon.
Here's also here's a fresh start on the stack, but here's also a really cool thing that you see in Winning in Times, those last match. Look at the players' cams in the background there. There are people swarming that rail. You got friends that are about to either drive home and be a little sad with their buddies, or they got 3 hours to wait while they play a top 8, and you get to cheer on your friend. So it's really a nice community-building moment. When you see someone win, they get those big hugs from their team or friends. It's really special to watch. Okay, there is combat number 1. Let's no mana for Hired Claw, but still would be cool. So getting rid of one of your Mouse Warrior toys. And now combat 2 is coming in. And now, do you even want to attack with it again? Joseph says yes.
Yeah.
And takes it the second time.
This is tough because, Monarch doesn't really have the best comeback mechanisms. We saw in the last game, just like draw an extra land or 2. There's no Quantum Riddler or no real big play, winning at stories, just some way to kind of crawl back in the game.
You're seeing it on the battlefield. It's Rockface Village and Eberhard Challenger.
Right.
But, when it's off, not possible.
I mean, another threaten, steal a Riddler again, maybe draw another card or 2. That could be a decent path. Joseph is at 7.
Yeah, Vengeful Possession there was one short of lethal. But now, as it stands, Adam picked up a mountain there off the top. A beautiful mountain, but not beautiful in this sense. And this looks like Joseph clinching up a win and in here. This was one of our players at the higher end of standings here because, was 11-1 at one point. If you lose your later rounds, your breakers are quite high. So this might be Joseph snapping off a 2-round losing streak. And, if we see Joseph advance, you will see. I'm no predictor of the future, but you're going to see a giant exhale. Like, oh, thank God I did not run into that train wreck scenario. As there's a discard 1, draw 2 from fear of missing out. Duelist of the Mind hits the battlefield as well.
Folks, Corey's levitating again.
I sure am.
Just multiple extra cards drawn off Riddler.
That's honestly more exciting to me than the VV lines. Those were so last month. Now it's all about Riddler fear of missing out lines.
Just drawing extra cards.
All the cool kids are doing it, Jim.
Yeah, and this is just lethal. I don't know what to say. Flying double combat steps. The Riddler's just so large, and so is the FOMO.
Also, Riddler can grow 1 counter. Dang it.
Oop.
The profs adds more damage, but you could have Hired Claw on the Riddler. And, oh, yeah, shake out those sleeves, Joseph. He can feel it. Just got to make sure you don't chuck it here. Don't do anything silly by rushing.
Go. Darn it.
We've seen plenty in our days.
No,
I've
yeah.
done plenty in my days.
I don't want to recount all the dumb things I've done. It would take too long.
Yeah, agreed. We don't have that kind of time.
Yeah, props triggers. There's even like extra blockers laying back, a flying blocker as well, if things were to go wrong in some way. But again, I don't see how FOMO, attack, double combat, step on Riddler,
If that's the way we're representing 5 counters, though, unfortunately, we won't be allowing Joseph into the top 8. No, just kidding, of course.
Oh, they're all going.
Oh, no. Well, hey, Joseph had a good run. Okay, so it's got 1+1 counter, and there we go.
All right.
All right. Nice job, Joseph. So
And again, this looks a little silly, but one of the big things, this happens all the time.
all the time.
When a player's about to win a big game.
Yep. Yeah, exactly that. I mean, we saw it at a pro tour not too long ago. Matt Nass, the math specialist, was doing math over and over again. That's Joseph Pugsley that is heading into the top 8 here at 12-3. Huge congratulations to Joseph. When you lose those couple rounds in a row, and if you lose your next round, you have to exit the tournament hall knowing that you're not in the top 8, even though after round 12 you were the number 1 seed. It's not a good feeling. It's not a good feeling for sure. So avoiding that was huge, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, and then for Adam, still a great tournament.
Yes.
Magic tournaments are tough. We had 500 players-ish in this event. Only 8 make top 8. That's the math. That's how it works. That's a really small number. And for players who made top 16, top 32 of this tournament, it's still a phenomenal run.
Phenomenal.
And we're talking like inches here and there. A single game here or there changes. You're in top 8, or maybe you're in top 17, top 16, top 16, top 32. Still a great run. Great tournament to Adam. Congrats on a good event. Close, but no cigar.
Well said, buddy. But we got one more match here to show you before we bring you top 8 Magic. So let's head on down and watch more Magic. More Magic. Okay, so looks like we have Alexander here. This is our last hope at it being 5 Cauldron and 3 non-Cauldron. Otherwise, if Amina Body makes it in, that is going to be a 6-2 ratio, same that we saw from Orlando. And I got to say, we've seen a lot of Alexander playing this Leyline deck. There's one in play, but Amina Body is a phenomenal player. Absolutely phenomenal. I've seen him do some incredible stuff, and also maybe one of the funniest guys I've ever met. So
I do like the turtle.
Yeah.
It's even on the deck list sheet. Fantastic.
Incredible. How did he do it? No one knows. But I think right now he has his mind on winning this match over everything. So fear of missing out coming in. It's going to boost up the Mako.
Yeah, having Leyline's huge. We said it a few times already, but games are night and day. With Leyline in play, things can happen really, really fast. All of a sudden you go from 20 to dead like nothing. So.
Yep. And I was just down in the feature match area before this, and wow, okay, so there's Wild Ride. Does not give Delirium, but this is still a large chunk. And wow, we are getting busy.
Who's the pump spell aggro deck now? Huh?
Exactly. 7 damage coming in here for Amin. Very interesting stuff. And yeah, I just saw last round, Alexander lost what would have been a win in number 1 to Nam Dang, Nammer Squats. Incredible player. Seen him do a lot of great work. So now has the chance to win this second one and redeem his winning in. Hired Claw, only 1 getting in. Interesting. Why would we leave 1 back?
Got to be the fear of missing out. Some sort of big draw into Delirium, maybe profs, something like that. A lot of damage out of nowhere. It's certainly, you're missing out on 1 point of damage here, I guess, but it's interesting.
Would you say it's didn't attack because it's the fear of missing out on top 8?
Yeah.
Okay.
That sounds good to me.
Quantum Riddler coming down, and ooh, how about drawing 2? Is that good?
Yes, Corey. It's round 15 of a tournament. We've seen it all day and all day yesterday. It is very good.
Simple question, Jim. Simple yes or no would have done perfectly fine, but okay.
Yes, period.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sentence.
Now we can flashback Wild Ride with the Riddler here. Now that wouldn't give the Riddler would not be able to attack, but you can boost up FOMO. That's the main play I see so far. Let's see what Amin has.
Always kind of walking on eggshells. You're playing against the Leyline deck.
Yeah.
Because you know how much damage output there can be.
Yep, 100%. Agatha's Soul Cauldron is the thing that we wanted to find. Still no Delirium, so we'll see if the aggressive nature continues to take foot here. Seeing if there's any abilities that Cauldron gets from eating that. There is not, right?
Stadium Headliner has an ability. Yep, 2 mana sack this creature and deal damage for the number of creatures you control.
Okay. Interesting. And coming on in, now are you worried about a block and then a pump spell?
Worried? I don't think. I don't know, honestly. You know, it's pretty weird to see this deck play buff spells defensively.
Yeah.
And the thing is that I almost think you're okay with that. Is you're eating a pump spell for a card. You're trading one of your creatures for one of the pump spells, and it's almost for 2 because of the ley line.
Yeah.
So it's 1 pump spell defensively where it would have been 2 offensively. So it's like a weird sort of like card advantage in some backwards way.
I know if I, go to a zoo or something, I see full boars just chilling out, being defensive. That's what I see all the time. I don't see full boars going aggressive or anything. All right, I've never seen a boar. I gotta admit that.
Yeah, slightly different spelling too, but yeah, it's in the boar park.
Yeah, it's close. Well, that was good. Bravo. Oh, you should feel good about that.
I do. Just sitting here smiling to myself.
He really is, y'all. He really is. That's your usual look, though.
It is. Yeah, 2 cards for Alex here could be a lot of damage.
Could be no damage.
It could be anywhere in between.
But as far as losing next turn, I mean, it's pretty likely here from Amin to be able to present lethal. So Hired Claw just getting bigger and bigger. And, I mean, if Alexander has nothing, you can just level up the other Hired Claw, too, and have a 2/3 blocker. Not great, but,
Yes.
I mean.
So not leveling up speaks pretty strongly to, hey, something's going on over
Yeah. Or I want to bluff.
here. Yep.
Players, after 15 rounds of Swiss, we have our top 8.
All right, so getting it going here. We got a Scholar
Feature match area.
coming on down. Let's see if we got a VV check.
Big possible discard.
With 37 points, Itai Kurtzman.
All right. Discard a couple lands here. See how aggressive we can get. I believe that is Delirium as well, Jim.
We got Land, Wild Ride, Abrade. The glare's got me.
5th place with 36 points,
Yeah.
Joseph Puglisi.
But I do believe that was Delirium. Now, Scholar cannot attack. But
7th place with 36 points,
FOMO and Mako can get in there.
and in 8th place with 36 points, Benji Lee.
All right, so interesting combat math here for sure.
We will be posting standings on the pairings board in 3 minutes. It will be final.
Okay. Wow. Are we just, is this just pass backs? Looks like players are communicating something here.
I love the hand show, like the
Yeah.
little jazz hands, like, oh, yep, no, you
Yeah,
got,
you, hey,
pass.
oh, what? Okay.
Priority. I can't imagine as Mako's not attacking. Like,
No, or the FOMO. If we're fully delirious here, which I think we are.
almost interesting because if there's a pump spell defensively to eat the FOMO, that's like not ideal. But it's still a great attack. Yeah.
I mean, I would think you're much happier if it's a FOMO defensively, just or a pump spell defensively.
right.
Like
Yeah.
that's not 6 damage that is going to be added to your face next turn. You know?
Yeah, I think I agree.
Yeah.
All right, so really talking this one through.
Yeah. I wonder if this is a judge interaction. Maybe like one player said, "All right, I'm going to pass. I mean, attack," or something like that. That we cannot know what's happening because they're clearly verbally communicating their game state. And I got to say, I played against Amin. He likes to talk, not in a bad way at all. He just is a very funny guy and is constantly having fun while playing Magic and chatting it up.
All right, so it looks like no delirium.
Okay.
So no adapts.
Okay, yep, there we see a Braid land sorcery, 2 more lands. So
And the wild ride's still in there too, right?
exactly, yep. So this is a lethal attack coming in, so something has to happen. You're not killing the FOMO. Might as well eat the larger creature, I would assume, here.
All right, now we get to see what that mana was for. I think a bluff is reasonable. If your plan is to bluff or chump block,
Yeah.
kind of makes sense. You don't really need a counter on the higher claw. The counter doesn't kill anything or do anything super relevant. I guess you could block the FOMO and live in theory, but
Yeah.
actually you can't with is a cauldron. No creatures. No creatures are good. Right?
No
So,
creatures. Is it maybe did we forget to put counters on the Mako? I'm not 100% if we put them on from the Scholar, but here we are.
I believe so.
Okay, so here is something, a nice little interaction. 2 of those are going to be being put on the Hired Claw. How does that work, Jim?
So we're going to see if it resolves. C2 of these triggers the trade. 2 manifests will go off, putting 2 more bodies in play for Alexander, which is great because he's like wants bodies for these pump spells.
Yeah,
And
but what is happening here? I believe we're sacking it before damage, right? To the ability under the Cauldron?
Oh, love it. Yeah, so Stadium Headliner ability is 2 mana. Sacrifices creature to deal damage to a creature. And this prevents the Higher Claw from actually dying. Or it can actually target the Higher Claw itself.
Yeah.
With 2 bodies in play. Yeah, okay, sure. So deal 2 to Higher Claw in response.
But wait, wouldn't you just want to kill the bigger one?
Well, it's only 2 damage.
Oh, it's only 2.
It counts your creatures in play on resolution.
Oh, creatures in play, not power. Okay, I was thinking power, so.
Correct.
Yeah. So that should be dead, right?
Right, so
okay.
Yep, so that dies in response. So no manifests. Yeah, not too shabby.
That was awesome.
We love seeing the Cauldron do fun stuff here.
Because otherwise, you would have just got to manifest twice.
Correct.
Right?
And then-
Sorry, I cut you off in that explanation.
No worries. Yeah, that would be extra bodies in play, and then any pump spell off the top could be spread out my attackers and maybe go for lethal.
Okay. So now we can eat Hired Claw, and we're putting it on FOMO here to start. But you got to think here, Jim. I mean, we're 1 full bore away from being lethal, right? 3 power, consider it 4 with Hired Claw, consider it 5 with a pump, and then or maybe a double full bore. That is 11, so forcing a chump blocker. So it looks like you need more than just 1 full bore. You need to go full bores.
Yeah, I mean, I think Might of the Beak's best draw here by a lot.
Okay.
1 red, draw 2, give trample. Like, couldn't ask for more than that.
Yeah, good point. Good point. And it's only mice that it pumps, not lizards.
Yeah, no pump. Just trample, 1 red, draw 2.
Yeah.
The best crash through ever.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Plot slick shot show off leads me to believe that we're not trying to win this turn, huh?
Yeah, that's. I guess you're not going to tag with it. Makes sense, you know. All right. We ain't done yet.
Okay. Back a means way.
Still got that Riddler hanging out, too. So there's a very large toughness flying creature waiting in the wings.
Yep, that is big game. And that looks to be what we're going to do here. Tap 5 mana, and now we should be delirious, right?
Yeah, creature should do it.
So we do not. Right now we have 6 damage via the flyer by putting a counter on it after FOMO untaps it. Wait, no, FOMO can untap itself. Okay, that should be lethal. Because FOMO and Scholar attack, FOMO untap Scholar. Looks like Alexander agrees, and we are heading to game number 2 here. Amina Body up a game.
Yeah, it feels a little bad to lose your leyline game.
Yeah.
You know, you're not always going to have the leyline. Your deck is so turbocharged when it is.
Yeah.
So now you got to worry about, well, if I don't have it game 2, I have to win a harder game, you know, where I'm already down. So that's tough, but.
It is kind of this red leyline deck, though. Like, when you draw leyline plus creatures plus spells, you know, your deck looks just as good or better than is it Cauldron. But when you miss any of those pieces, it gets weaker. And if you're missing 2 of those pieces, it gets bad. You know, that's kind of the avenue of these style of decks. So we're going to start it off with Alexander's side here. We got 1 Dreadmise Ire, 1 Electro Assaulting Battery, 3 Fanatical Firebrand, 2 Ghost Vacuums, 1 Poison Dart Frog, which, yes, that is a green card. No, it is not castable, for anybody wondering. 4 Razorkin Needlehead, 2 Screaming Nemesis, 1 Sunspine Leaks. Besides the Poison Dart Frog, what else are you bringing in?
Yeah, so Needleheads look pretty good here, of course. Needleheads, the Ire, a little extra trample as well as killing Cauldrons. It's mostly it. Ghost Vacuum's weird where, like, I don't even think you want it, Just like player, this is a very proactive version of red. This is not your nickel and dime you, lightning strike you, attack for 2. This is more of like a, not like combo deck, but almost, kind of trying to put things together. So I wouldn't want to mess with that too much. I think Ire plays pretty well, and then Razorhead is of course exceptional in the matchup. So mostly just those, and just hope you got a ley line, you can do your thing.
I love it. Okay, and then Amin side, we got 1 Annul, 1 Fire Magic, 2 Obliterating Bolt, 1 Quantum Riddler, 2 Spell Pierce, 1 Tishana's Tidebinder, 3 Torch the Towers, and 3 Unable to Scream. What do you like here?
Torch the Tower.
Oh, yeah.
Removal spells, Unable to Scream, cheap interaction. Just keep these creatures at bay and strand all those pump spells in hand if possible.
All right, and if you think you got what it takes to compete at the highest stage here at one of our Spotlight events here in Standard, and hey, you're like, you know what? Late November, I know what's going to be the best deck. Come and prove it here at Spotlight the Avatar, January 9th through the 11th. We'll be in Atlanta, Georgia. Jim and I will be playing in that mystery sealed here on Friday before the tournament, so come and try to battle us if you dare. And then, of course, going to be an amazing main event. Top 8 goes to the Pro Tour, same as the one we're watching now. Going to be very, very exciting. You looking forward to that one, Jim?
That's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
I love these early January, first event of the year. It feels like it starts the year right.
Yeah. It really does. And, really, really cool stuff coming from Avatar. Going to have that standard set in the mix as well, so going to be a lot of fun. Now let's dive on back down here to game number 2 with Amin versus Alexander. Little fun fact, Amin also has a twin brother, and they both play Magic.
Sweet.
They're both pretty good, and, hard to tell apart, except one usually wears a gigantic cowboy hat.
That works.
They are awesome brothers. I am a big fan of both of them. So, all right, Hired Claw coming down here on turn number 1. And Mako coming down as well. Especially when I'm on the draw with Cauldron. That is one card I personally like to take out. I like to turn it into a control deck, not try to race with my Makos. Your opponent's creatures are usually just better, but that seems to not be the way that Amin would agree.
Does that change when you're playing against like this version of red with basically no removal spells at all?
Yeah, that probably does change when it comes to that, I would think. If I have room, I'm putting them in, but I'm still maxing out on interaction. I would probably trim Riddler a little bit more on the draw instead of Mako with that change.
Sacrilege.
I know. I can't believe I said that on air. Sorry, Riddler. And here we go. Profs makes it a 2-2. It's getting on in there. And Razorkin got to connect, air quotes, where you had to just play a blue card into it. That means Amin did not have a removal spell going into it. So unless he drew a removal spell off Profs, he doesn't have a removal spell. That's exactly what that means, because you have to kill that card. It deals too much incidental damage on its own, and just the 2 damage it's going to deal when it attacks you, it's too much. So, I would think gigantic advantage bar here to Alexander.
Yeah, for sure. And then now, if there's a follow-up threat, like another Razorkin, a Slickshot Show-Off, that puts a spot where it's like there's just too many things to kill.
Yeah. Or if you just have a pump spell for the Razorkin to protect it. But, all right, first let's draw a card.
Not nearly as good without Leyline in play.
No.
Often true of most cards in the deck.
Now it's truly Crash Through. Crash Through is just trample, right? Trample cantrip?
Yeah, it's all your creatures, though.
Oh, okay. So it's way worse than Crash Through.
What makes Crash Through so good is it doesn't target anything.
Ah.
So you never have that, getting blown up by a removal spell response. You could always just cast it.
Gotcha.
I am perhaps the biggest Crash Through truther on the planet.
Okay. And then we pumped up the Hired Claw, so getting in that chip damage. But I see a lot of fireworks in hand for Alexander. I saw at least 2 pump spells and land 4, so... this was probably I'm going to weaken you without putting my resources out there, and next turn, you're dead.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think a pump spell to protect the Razorkin would have been interesting, but wow, just 3 lands say go.
Got to think if we kept on 7, what did we keep here on the draw? Because against red, against the Leyline red especially, you just can't be trying to focus on a draw that doesn't have the combo and also doesn't have interaction. But there is interaction right on time. Amin sends the Hired Claw back to hand. Not the best interaction for what it's worth, but it is interaction.
Yeah, it stops the damage, resets the counter.
Yep. Okay, it's been bounced. Now let's see if this hateful grizzly bear comes on in. And there is 2 damage into the web zone.
Gotta go somewhere.
Okay, and no pumps, so very measured.
Yeah, I think with the creature to play, bide your time. You just pump the lizard,
Yeah,
which is pretty nice too. Or plot a slick shot.
I like that better.
Yep, like we were saying, now there's a lot of must-kill things happening on Alex's board, and not a lot of kill spells.
And just a second into the Flood Mine. Hey, I get it. You need those for those turns when your opponent tries to do the thing of making a creature gigantic, and let's say its toughness is over 2 or 3. Got to have that kind of stuff, but it's not that great as your first and second removal spell. It's very good as your third and fourth.
Absolutely.
There's a Scholar who is going to do some reading and become a 4/4 here very shortly. Mako will be growing as well when we discard 1 or 2 cards. Players put a dice on profs to kind of represent where it's going to go from here, kind of familiar to the Ozolith, if you remember that one. And there is Riddler to the yard. That does meet the qualifications of a creature with flying. And now profs to the Scholar. Is there a piece of interaction? No.
Yeah, not too shabby. Sarah Angel, decent-sized ground attacker. Still, 8 life is not a lot.
No.
And if unless there's another 1-mana piece of interaction here, you could see lethal from Alex's side.
Definitely could. And wow, just a chump block. Maybe not just a chump block. Full defensive boar.
Oof.
I think this is bait, Jim.
Yep.
I think this is bait.
You think this is tap me out, get that slick shot in, get this game over with?
I
mean,
You're like, you can deal with that if you want.
it's got to be a lot to get to that 4 toughness. And Amin says no. All right, so battle on.
Now we have the plotted slick shot show off. Hired Claw getting in there. I see 1 turn inside out in hand. Not sure what else, but I mean, almost a turn inside out alone is close to lethal. Now, 1 mana open interaction aplenty.
Yeah, 2 flood malls already. Like you said earlier, often slick shot show off decks have some sort of protection, whether it's Spell Pierce or a card like Shore Up, but without a way to really protect. I mean, 2 flood balls are gone, so a pump spell can protect against a Torch Tower.
Yeah.
Which is pretty important. So, there are a total of 4 flood balls in the deck list. So,
Whoa, how about a double slick shot? Now it's getting a little brutal. So we took 1 down to 7. Block there, and now 2 creatures are getting through. I bet there's going to be some responses here.
Yeah, spells will be cast. Swords will be shattered. Shields splintered.
Dreams made, dreams crushed, creatures turned inside out. That is 5, 6, 7, 8. That's enough. So now Alexander gets to look at his opponent and be like, I pass priority. And then if Amin has nothing, the game ends. And if Amin has something, then Alexander has the opportunity to then play 1 more spell to almost assuredly lock it up.
So using these dice as signifiers of temporary power and toughness, those are not counters.
Yeah.
And if it's the 3rd Flood Maw, we can keep battling.
It's like, I am going to go full bore on you, so.
Yeah. Flood Maw show off. Go bore over here. 3 + 6 + 1. That'll do it.
What, did that do it?
Yeah.
Oh, because +3 with. Okay, so I thought the 3 they were representing with the total power, including its power.
That was the buff. It was a little weird, but.
Yep. Okay, perfect. So that is going to force a game number 3. Any changes here, Jim?
No.
Or does this look about the same?
You want an interaction. You want to try and go fast. You want to not die. You want to be able to answer things. That game was a game where Amin was not able to answer things.
Absolutely.
The first Needlehead lived Into the Floodball is a good card, but it's a temporary answer if you're not doing your own stuff. And we saw there temporary was not good enough.
Absolutely. So if Amin is going to be able to win this one, it's gonna have to find some removal. And if all of y'all want to support the amazing people that support competitive paper Magic, Jim, what places should they go to?
You got Beckett. It's been around forever. I remember being a kid, having my Beckett baseball card price guides like 30 years ago, so long ago at this point. Been around the business forever, known very well for their grading. You get your Magic cards graded, whether it's a collectible card like a Final Fantasy card, an old school dual land, and they do much, much more than that. Check them out. Beckett is great. And Dragon Shield, also been in the business for 20 plus years. One of the premier shield companies, premier sleeve companies. Do they sell shields?
I think they're working on it.
Yeah, okay,
yeah.
well,
Do not quote me on that, but they might be.
We'll see if we can get some shields from them also. But fantastic sleeves, super durable, one of the best in the business. Check them out. Dragon Shield and Beckett. And big thanks for supporting Paper Magic.
Definitely sleeved up my first deck ever in Dragon Shields, for sure.
Yep.
Yeah. So if you're just joining us, we got Jim Davis and myself bringing you coverage, and then we're going to have Reed Duke and Ailey Loney bringing you coverage here a little bit later, starting in the top 4. And that looks like a mulligan to 5 from Amin, and a leyline in play for Alexander and a keep.
Oh boy.
That is not a great sign here for Amin.
Decent amount of lands for Alex. That's 4 lands. With the 4 lands and the ley line, there aren't a lot of other cards to work with there. So
the hands that you keep, though, when you have a ley line in play on turn 0, they get a lot looser, to say the least, because that effect is so powerful. Think about it. We just spent 4 mana already very efficiently, And look, we just drew that, so maybe there was no other creature. And now the upkeep torched the tower to be able to get that out of there, so no damage is taken. And FOMO comes on in for 2 points. Fast and furious, these players have plenty of time, but you know this feeling, Jim, like that one game to decide if you're going to top 8. I have to tell myself to slow down because I'm like, I want to know, do I top 8, But that's how you screw up,
Well, this Razorkin will live. I also saw a slick shot in hand for Alex, too. So a lot to do with that extra mana, which is very nice.
Boom. It lived for a short amount of time. Now it's in exile. And let's see. Now, Amin, only 1 card. That would have been a perfect time for
Quantum Riddler?
You got it, Jim. Jim, you got to chill out with all this Quantum Riddler talk, though, okay? It's just a Magic card.
You're Quantum Riddler coded, not me, all right? So.
All right, draw a card, take a damage. And this is how Amin lost game 2. The Razorkin was not dealt with, and now we just started drawing cards. And, it gets a lot worse when you have to draw cards, because what else are you going to do? And you're just speeding up your own mortality. Speaking of speeding up your own mortality, there is a Shocked-In Basic and a Scholar. Draw 2. You might have to discard them if you don't find an instant or a creature with flying. It's an awkward card to have as your last card when you have no cards in hand. Most of the time you just have to discard. But that did find Delirium, right? Land, instant, creature, enchantment.
Yeah, this is a huge attack. The problem is that Amin is totally tapped out in the face of a Slick Shot Show-Off and a Leyline. So could see some fireworks next turn. Only 13 life, Multiversal Passage, some damage also.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, you are definitely right. So now we put more counters on here.
It's a tough call. Do you want to go on the Scholar and try and defend better against the Slick Shot Show-Off? Diversify the sizing a bit?
Yeah, because you can't attack for lethal and force the chump block, so I want to diversify if I'm Amin.
Tough call. A lot of tension. Top 8 on the line. Pro Tour invite on the line.
Absolutely. Both these players could easily be trying to get back to the Pro Tour, get on for the first time.
Whoa. Going big.
Oh, my goodness. Well, we're either going to live to regret that or not.
That was a fast, eager untap.
Yes. There's a mountain. Slick Shot Show-Off is coming into play. This is all being acted very fast. You got to think Alexander. McIsaac here has got this, and that is Cell Sword, or that is the Fling. So you're able to, oh man, with the ability on the stack to add 3, then you get to double. I mean, we know Alexander has done the math here. This is going to be lethal here. Alexander McIsaac going into day number 2 at X and 1, maybe made of a bit of a blunder at the end of day 1, is able to neutralize those really, dark feelings that you can have when you make a mistake, and looks like he is ready to advance here to the top 8.
Yeah, so stacking a slick shot show off trigger, letting that resolve, then doubling the power. Trigger goes off again. 5 power to 10 power, the Fling, the handshake.
And that is it. We got another non-Is-It Cauldron deck here into the top 8. Alexander McIsaac here advances to the top 8 in impressive fashion with, gotta be a fan favorite here with this Leyline deck, Jim. I mean, that deck is sweet.
I just love seeing a player who, you make a mistake on camera, which is like a blundery mistake too, like that, which it's just oopsie. It's a misclick practically,
Yeah.
Or I just didn't count the number right. Oops, that can be very demoralizing.
It
See
can.
a player to come back from that, run off the day. We've seen some great games. Now in top 8, chance to take the trophy. You love to see it.
And I would like to say it's not on his mind anymore, but when I was in the feature match of the last round watching, I heard him tell that story to his opponent. So it's clearly still on his mind, but he was able to push it at least to the side of the brain to then, continue playing and lock up the top 8 spot. But I'm with you. You just got to get that out of there. Short memory when it comes to competitive Magic. But short memory, and it's going to be a short break as we line up our top 8 on the other side of this. We're going to tell you exactly who's in it, and we're going to see who's going to be advancing to the top 4. So you do not want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here in Baltimore, Maryland. All right, everybody, welcome back to coverage here of Magic Spotlight Spider-Man. Corey Baumeister, Jim Davis, and it is top 8 time, baby. Are you excited?
I'm pumped.
All right, I am as well. So with no further ado, let's reveal our bracket here. All of these players are going to be heading to the Pro Tour. All of these players have got to be absolutely jacked to be here. Jim, walk us through what we're seeing.
Yeah, so we got 5 is the answer. Five Cauldron decks.
Less than Orlando.
We do have 2 of our non-Cauldron players playing together. Honestly, my 2 favorite decks from coverage, Kellen Pastor playing Simic Aggro.
Let's get a repair, huh?
Alexander playing Rakdos Aggro, the Leyline Aggro deck. We also have Benji Leaf playing Boros Mice. And then we have our five bad guys, we'll say our Cauldron players. And we're going to see if it's Cauldron versus the world here. Or we can have a Cauldron champion. Or we can have a non-Cauldron champion. Don't go nowhere, and you'll find out.
I got to give a huge shout out here to our number 7 seed. Jody Keith not only is on back-to-back Spotlight top 8s here playing Is It Cauldron, is actually on a 3-peat because he top-8'd Denver, the limited one, for Tarkir. So Jody has casually top-8'd the last 3 Spotlight events. There's only been 4 in the U.S. this year. The other one was Atlanta, where he did not make the top 8 there. So incredible stuff here as that's just wild. That's just truly wild. Namdang as well, a very established player. But yeah, we're of course going to be starting with Kellen and Alexander because, well, that matchup looks awesome. So that will be our main feature match. So let's pull up these deck lists before we get into the top 8 match here. So we got to check it out. We're going to be starting with that Simic aggro deck that, I don't know, it's got to be my pick to take it down. I mean, that deck looks awesome, right?
Yeah, Kellen's great and playing forever, and I think this deck is awesome. I think this is a really, really cool new deck, but also a great list, too. Kellen's been playing awesome. Love the list, super straightforward, super solid. A little spicier, 1 Snakeskin Veil, a little bit of extra oomph, the 1 Tidebinder. But yeah, an aggro deck that has a lot of play to it is awesome, and this deck looks really, really cool.
Really cool. And the other side, you won't believe it, but Poison Dart Frog has made it to the top 8 of a premier event when you are playing a mono red deck. Let's take a look at this Rakdos aggro deck.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it on camera a number of times already. Leyline of Resonance, do your thing. Copy those spells. Huge output damage. Very, very fundamentally different from the mono reds we actually usually see, despite being essentially a mono red deck.
Technically Jund. It's technically a Jund deck, so maybe we can get Nick Miller to fix that one.
Yeah, well, I'm sure if his deck was entered as Jund, and Nick Miller was very, very unhappy about it and had to change it. But yeah, Poison Dart Frog, you the MVP.
You the MVP. You might just be kind of the companion of this deck, just hanging around because, yeah, you're right. It cannot be cast. It is just kind of a meme here. And Alexander, Mick Isaac here is really living the dream. These players are ready in the feature match area. It's top 8 time. Let's head on down here at Magic Spotlight Spider-Man here in Baltimore, Maryland. All right, welcome to the feature match area for our elimination round. Still can't believe Kellen's here in the top 8, playing against Ray Zhang. That match did not look like it was going to go Kellen's way. But here we are, classic Llanowar Elf as the start, which we've seen a lot from Kellen.
Yeah, I mean,
and then a lot of mana efficiency on too.
Oh, yeah. Innkeeper's Talent's great here. Llanowar Elves is great. Green had not been doing very well in Standard in the last, 6 months, however long it's been.
Yeah.
But making a resurgent here with a bunch of great new cards and just a really, really cool deck.
Reed Duke is hyped to be like, oh, an excuse to use some Llanowar Elves. Let's go.
Yeah, I heard him on coverage whenever on one of our breaks.
Did he really?
He's just like, yep, Llanowar Elves are back. This is awesome.
Yes, love it. Got to have a brand.
Yep.
All right, so mountain number 2.
And this is a pretty goldfishy matchup. There's almost no interaction in Alex's deck. It's just kind of like get you. And in Kellen's side, for the most part, there's a Floodpits Drowner here or there, but it's also kind of just like put stuff in play, put numbers in play. And you can see that here. This is like the first time we've seen Slickshot show off cast on turn 2 rather than plotted on camera, period.
Maybe something that Alexander learned earlier, because correct me if I'm wrong, I think this was our first feature match of the day here in round 10 between these 2 players where Alexander took it down. And so this is a rematch.
Yep, and it's a great one.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see it again.
So we're putting a Pop Patch Recruit in and a copy of it believe it or not, there's 2 ways to do that. This time we're just using it with the offspring of the card, but walk us through the interaction with Jackal and all these other cards for someone who hasn't seen this Simic deck in action.
Yeah, Jackal's like the core engine of his deck, the ability to copy cards up the curve. Nut draw being turn 1 Llanowar Elves or Gene Pollinator, turn 2 Jackal into a 1-drop. That 1-drop can be Polypatch Recruit, another Llanowar Elves, or any of the other 17 1-drops in the deck or whatever there is. Really, really potent.
All right, here comes Slickshot Show Off and the Goblin. And remember, Leyline is in play.
Yeah, we could see lethal this turn.
Yeah. Oh, and probably will.
Oh, wow, yeah.
I mean, there's 2 turn inside outs, right?
Yeah, that is 12. That's 8. Oh, my God.
Do the
12,
math, Jim. We believe in you.
12, 14, 16, 17. I count 17 so far.
Okay.
Not counting the Goblin and the Warrior.
Oh, so 19?
Right. Well, I mean, those will probably block. We'll see, but...
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
So now the spell does get cast twice, but the Slickshot Show Off only gets +2/+0 once.
Correct.
And there it goes again. And, okay.
Oh, my God.
We've done it.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Well, that's got to be the nut draw, right? That was a turn 3 kill.
Yeah, and the thing is that was a great draw for Kellen also.
Yeah.
Not the nuts, but very, very good. But the reality is that Alex's deck has the best nut draw in the format.
Really does.
Turn 3 kill. Most decks can't kill on turn 3.
Yeah.
Really, really potent stuff.
Yeah, say what you will about Vivi. There is, maybe there's some way to kill on turn 3, but I kind of doubt it. You really got to be going off, and everything has to be perfect. But still, impressive stuff there. And Kellen is the higher seed, so Kellen was on the play that game with a good draw, and Alexander just destroyed him. So looking at the sideboard here, starting with Kellen, we got 3 Dragon Sniper, 1 Flood Pit Drowner, 2 Insidious Fungus, 1 Quantum Riddler, 4 Repulsive Mutation, 2 Tishana's Tidebinder, and 2 Unable to Scream. Jim Davis, what do you like?
Every piece of cheap interaction. And we saw Dragon Sniper look really, really nice here. You know, that attack, I guess there was trample involved with the Dreadmaul's Ire, but there won't always will be. So get a blocker in, Flip It Surrounder can tap it perhaps, you know, Unable to Scream would punish that casting of Slickshot rather than plotting it. So just be cheap, be efficient, and get on the board. It's almost like a combo matchup.
Yeah.
You know, realistically, where without Kelling having access to a bunch of removal spells, you know, lightning bolts or whatever else, you know, to kill these creatures, the blocking plan isn't great. So get in, get early, get some damage in, and tap a few things if we have to.
And then for the other side, card we're for sure bringing in 1 Poison Dart Frog, but then some of the question marks: 2 Ghost Vacuums, 3 Fanatical Firebrands, 1 Electro Assaulting Battery, 1 Dreadmaul's Ire, 4 Razorkin Needlehead, 2 Screaming Nemesis, and 1 Sunspine Lynx. What do you like?
So the Ire here seems pretty important. His Trample is really, really good. You know, we're seeing a deck there. Kellen's deck likes to block if possible, and that Trample effect, having the Trample effect is so important to get over a card like Dragon Sniper or other blockers. The Firebrands are interesting as a way to kind of like fight back against Llanowar Elves. With a creature that's still a creature you can target with various pump spells. Otherwise, not too much, you know. I think Alex's main plan is quite good here.
All right, so Jim, now that we got this ready to go, we got some events coming here in 2026, so walk us through exactly all the places that we are going, because we got a lot of them here at Star City Games.
Corey, I'm not walking to Portland, all right? So bunch of great locations here between Portland. We got Las Vegas, which is awesome, Los Angeles, Dallas, maybe Fort Worth. That'd be really, really cool.
Yeah.
Of course, right here in Baltimore. Ton of great events all across the country, 11 events over the year, which is fantastic. And you'll probably see us at most of these events.
Absolutely.
And we hope to see you there.
I might start walking now to Portland, though, so we'll see. I might get there in time for January 23rd.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, we're going to do a live look in here. We got Ian Barber up top, and we got Joseph's Puglisi. Excuse me if I mispronounced that earlier in the day. It is Puglisi. And I got to give a quick shout-out here as you get ready to tell us what's going on in this match. John Puglisi, who took second to Vinny last weekend in Houston. This is Joseph and John are brothers, and John was saying, yeah, I'm by far the worst Magic player in my family. I told him, I was like, I feel you on that, as am I, to my brother Brad. And, you know, I guess he's not kidding. Joseph playing some great Magic, making it in here to back-to-back events. Pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, it reminds me of my good friends Dan and Andrew Jessup.
Yeah.
Of course. Both Magic playing pair, tons of success on the Star City Tour, and Dan has always been like, yeah, Andrew's better. Whatever. It is what it is.
I agree. Andrew is. No, I'm just kidding. Andrew is a great player.
Yeah.
He is the Monarch, right? He is. He won that invitational to get that token.
Yep.
Both players phenomenal as far as the Jessup goes. So a lot going on in this game. We're gonna let them do their thing. We'll check back in on that. We're gonna get back to our match. And did we just keep that ley line there from the last game?
That's the way to do it.
I mean, that seems
put
smart.
You put your pad over it, and when time the game starts, you move your pad back.
Wow. Wow. Do not do that, and don't even suggest such a thing there, Jim Davis. All right, draw a mountain. And let's see. We got turn inside out, the Dreadmaw's Ire, and the Fling. So, but only one threat here. This was the turn when you wanted to play double spells, and you get to play no spells instead. And you're not going to be able to play any of those spells next turn. So as great of a start as the ley line is, if Alexander does not top deck a threat, this hand's just bad.
I mean, this is the usual. Hand's not great. It's got a ley line. They got to keep it.
Yeah. Hey, I'm here for it, especially on the draw when you have one threat.
And this is kind of like the price you pay for this ley line deck, where we saw last game. This is.
Jim, I got to stop you here. Look at this. We are going to double turn inside out this and just fling it for non-lethal to get this unstunned and to get yourself 2 untapped 2/2s. This is big brain stuff.
Yeah.
This is nice.
Is this double? This is a single, right?
Well, ley line, right?
Oh, right, yes.
Yeah.
Right.
So it should be able to manifest 2 and, take 7?
Yeah, okay. I mean, honestly, I like this a lot. This is whenever your deck is a little finicky like this, you got to be able to take these weird lines and kind of make do with what you got, and this is a pretty good way to do that.
I wonder, does that actually go on adventure? Because don't you have to copy and the other one goes off first? That gets sacked, and then that would, fizzle? It's totally minor, and I doubt it'll ever come up because there's only one black source, but.
I believe you are correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
So.
Whenever you have any copy, in fact, the copy always goes off first.
Exactly. So we'll see if maybe our judge can keep an eye on that. If we do end up getting a swamp, that's when it becomes relevant. Outside of that, it's not going to do anything.
Yeah, there's the one single Blazemeyer Verge in the deck. So.
I haven't seen it all weekend so far. Both the Verge or the Sellsword being in play. But one thing I have seen many, many times this weekend is Kellen putting counters on thanks to Ouroboros.
Yeah, good stuff.
Amazing. All right, Manifest 1 and 2. I mean, if they're ever a sneaky little surprise slick shot show-off or something, they can really do some big game stuff here.
Thing 1 and Thing 2.
Getting in. Oh, what could it be? All right.
That's a headliner.
Yeah.
That's a start, but
Stadium headliner coming on in.
This is horrifying for Kellen.
Yes.
Because all this is saying is I need 3 attackers. Even though you're at 13, you might just be dead.
God, no way, right?
I mean, a lot of his spells do, 3. They pump for 3.
Yeah.
Double it to 6. 2 of those is 12. Plus 1's 13. So
God. After all this work, if Kellen, plays all these insanely close matches and then just dies on turn 3 2 games in a row, that would be so frustrating. But, man, so cool if you're Alexander McIsaac here.
Yeah, it's a tough call, because you don't want to lose Ouroboros. The thing is that if Alex has both pump spells, it doesn't really matter if Ouroboros blocks or not anyway.
Yeah.
It just 1 extra point of damage. So
I see turn inside out, and there was another red card at a mountain, so there is 2 red spells. Oh. Okay, that's +6, and there is Dreadmaw's Ire as well. So that is +6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
that's 13.
Yeah, 11, 12, 13. 13 exactly, and the Ouroboros didn't get in combat?
So this is the punish for not blocking with Ouroboros. If it was 2 3-power things,
Yeah.
then the Ouroboros block wouldn't matter. But with the Ire, it does matter. And now we are
Okay.
maybe a little unclarity about what phase we're in or what.
Yeah, we'll see exactly what's going on. But as far as it looks to me, Alexander McIsaac just put these spells and said, hey, I'm going to do this.
My fear would be is if Alex had verbalized something to the effect of, any effects.
Yes.
Where and Kellen said no, and he said, okay, I'll play these pump spells. That if after blocks you have one chance to play your own effects and spells.
Yeah.
Then Kellen, if you pass priority, Kellen has a chance. If you both pass in succession, you move on to combat damage.
Yeah.
So it does look like Alex looks pretty dismayed here.
It's probably I mean, I don't want to speculate. We'll see exactly what they end up doing. So maybe we'll do a quick live look, and we'll have this in the corner as they settle this out so we can see the conclusion. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that in the bottom right-hand corner. And, whenever we get any movement, we'll let the judges figure out exactly what's going on. Remember, judges are your friend. Jim, exactly what's going on right now? This looks like a normal battlefield, right?
That's a lot of dice.
Yeah.
14, 15 power Mako.
Honestly, though, it's very interesting. Who's ahead, the 15-15 or the Cauldron with Vivi underneath it?
Yeah, that is a very interesting question to ask. How many cards does Jody have in hand? Is it party time?
I was going to say there's no way it could still be game one, but, I mean, we've played a total of like 6 turns with the mono red and the Simic matchup. So, right, there is Tursa.
Tursa's a big game here, right?
Yeah. And I was happy to know Jody Keith used my deck and sideboard guide for the first time around. Messaged me this time, and I was like, sorry, man, I just did not get a chance to update it, so did not get it in there this time. But I did play the one Tursa, and I do stand by it. I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, I think I agree with the idea of having one haste card in your 70, in your 75 or in your 60, just as a way to, when you're going off, find some way to go and go. All right, so it looks like we have an appeal on the judge call over on our main stage. So let them figure that one out, and we'll keep an eye on this Cauldron Mirror. I'm going to get back to that main match as soon as we can, because I am deathly curious as to what's going on over there.
Yeah, that's a bit of an unfortunate scenario. I don't want to speculate when I don't know what was verbally said, but you're totally right. It's competitive Magic. If you do say something like, hey, like Kellen passes priority, and you say, okay, pass priority, well, damage happens. That's the next step.
Right.
So.
The reason for that is kind of like it's like a string bet in poker where you can't kind of tip your hand, I'm not going to do anything, and then they say, oh, well, I'm not going to do anything either. And you say, well, actually, so the whole point is that once they reveal they're not doing anything, now you have more information that you didn't have when you first started. So.
Yep, okay, that makes sense to me. So now we do see the Tursa discarding one card, discard of Stories to the yard. And now the one thing I really like to do if I'm Jody is like, okay, I'm going to eat one of your creatures. I'm going to put a counter on Tursa, add 4. Now I want to do everything I can, play another creature to then put the prof counters on an empty creature, essentially, if that makes sense. A creature that doesn't have a counter yet.
There's a Stories down there, okay. I was like, what, just 2 or 3 cards? There's a Stories just off the bottom of the frame there.
Yeah.
So casting Stories. I would assume the upside down means that Tursa has been used for mana. So 1 blue floating.
Okay. And yeah, Winter Night Stories being cast. Discard a couple of cards, 2 lands. And I mean, hey, Jody kind of has the world here in the sense of you got a lot of mana, but now with 2 mana left, this is where you want to get like a Fear of Missing Out into play, Warped Riddler, something like that, since your Tursa is not doing anything crazy. And you don't have to yet if you haven't made a land drop. You draw first, get props up to 7, then Warp Riddler, then play a FOMO, then play a Mako, put the counters there, and then you get to add a fresh 8, 9, or 10 mana or so. Whew. No big deal.
Just a fresh 8, 9, or 10 mana or so.
Just a fresh bunch of mana. And I believe that is a Vivi going to the yard with another Cauldron in hand. So in case once wasn't enough, the second time is going to be even better, Jim.
Is it, Corey?
I don't know. Yes. So we do discard a couple of cards. So there was a conscious choice. You only had to discard the Vivi. So, why are we trying to discard extra cards here?
I would assume lower hand size for Riddler.
Yeah. Okay. So Cauldron 1 is gone. Now Cauldron 2 comes into play, eats VV2. Re-put the counter on Tursa. 5 more mana available, plus 7 counters from Profs. So we're kind of popping off, if you will. Looks like we're going to have just, all right, 5 mana, play a Winter Night Story, or go to combat, and now you have this many mana.
This deck's crazy.
It really is.
We've seen it on camera so many times already, but it's just like pretty wild, huh?
How often is your Is It deck the best ramp deck in the format?
Right.
You know, I mean, Eldrazi, no, I guess that was never a ramp deck. I was thinking like the Emerge style decks.
Yep.
All right, so we got 9, 10, 11, 12. So now post-combat, add 12 mana. Worst thing you got going on is, well, double Winter Night Stories from the yard. Whose Riddler is that? No one knows.
It's in the warp zone.
It's in the web zone, actually.
Ah, yes.
And just an update for anyone just joining. We're kind of waiting for a rules question to resolve in the bottom right-hand corner. This is a very important moment for those players. So going to give the judges the time. But we, of course, don't want to miss its natural conclusion. So at a moment's notice, when they start moving again, we're going to jump on down and see how that one concludes.
I guess the mana counters are a little off camera too. Here, come on, Jody.
Yeah.
You've been here before, man. Let's get this right.
9, 10, 11, 12. All right, so 11 floating. Oh, I guess the 1 Winter Night Stories went away, so 5 floating. 3 floating.
All right. Main match looks like we've got
Okay,
some
let's head back down to the main match. Now we have these pump spells that are on the stack. And let's see. Oh, they're still in a okay, so they're still showing that is just what they're revealing and kind of going in. So sorry, I got us all rehyped. We'll keep an eye for here.
It was me. I wanted to go back and see.
Yeah.
I'm really curious.
Yeah, that is fair. So, all right, with that extra mana floating, it looks like we may be flashing back a Winter Night Stories after we into the Flood mod on that colossal 17-17 Mako. And that's all Jody has. Just a really mild turn. Oh, wait, never mind. We got 3 more mana.
All right. we ain't done yet, Corey. Come on.
Okay, 3 mana from
It's supposed to be in your
Mako.
element here, right?
Yeah.
This is your thing.
I mean, I was trying to make a joke, and then I got caught by, of course, doing some more things. And there it is. If you want to know what Is It Cauldron is all about, it's about what we just saw. Doing it. Doing it all. Now back to Nam's side. Nam has been stripped of the giant creature, stripped of Delirium, does not have a Cauldron, no VV in the yard.
That's tough. I'm trying to find some upside here, but that's a tough spot to be in for Nam.
Nam Dang, of course, a very established player, probably our most established. Nammer Squats Online just won one of the Magic Online Champions Showcase not too long ago. Beat me in the top 4 of one of the qualifiers, but I'm not salty about it. I was playing this deck called Teamer Breach, and Nam was not. I timed out. It's a lot harder on Magic Online.
That is fair, yes. I can see that.
Yeah. But I was also going to lose because Nam is a phenomenal Magic player and got me good and translated that into, I believe, making it into the top 2 and advancing to the World Championship. So, all right, we got a Cauldron in hand into the Flood Maw. Spire Bluff Canal. Discards the Mako. That's not a VV. So creature, sorcery, land, instant. Delirium is live, but Jody's still got a ton of life.
Life, blockers. Yeah, lots of work through here.
Yeah.
I mean, still going, though.
So it looks like we are going for flashback Winter Night Stories, presumably on the one that came into play. So, I mean, we've drawn 1 card. We're about to go up to 4. And now if we could clear those 2 blockers, now that gets a little bit closer.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it time and time again. You know, Profs alongside FOMO is just, it's just a lot of power and toughness and a lot of attack steps.
Now, let's see if the math would work out. So it'd go to 6 power. Then you go to attack again. It goes to 10. So 16 damage from Nam if he has 2 pieces of removal. Last time I checked, that's not 17.
Almost.
It's close.
It's close.
Yeah, yeah. Math is all about being close enough, right?
I think so. It's more of an art than a math.
Wow. Let's frame that quote and put it on your wall there. FOMO comes in and we untap.
Yeah, the second attack seems a little tough. A lot of power on Jody's board also. Delirium. We've got a whole bunch of stuff going on. The thing is that, like, Jody's next turn is probably going to be just as good or better than the prior turn was. So it's tough. So we see Nam here still working it out. Looks like second combat step. And you're going to try and figure out what is it going to be. Take a peek at the graveyard. Very, very important. Of course, Cauldron's there. The important card is Vivi under the Cauldron, but seeing what else is available as far as Delirium and everything else. Tursa in play is huge. You know, Jody kind of has it all here. Has the Cauldron, has the profs, has FOMO. A lot of pressure on these players. They're already locked out the Pro Tour slots, but there's a lot of money up top. $10,000, and one of the coolest trophies I've ever seen.
All right. Still a tough spot here. All right, coming back to the booth here, going to give a quick update here on this match. I think the confusion is, we're going to try to bring some clarity to this, is it was a spot where we were saying, all right, if I'm dead, show me these spells. But we had not went to fully blocks yet. So that's kind of the confusion, is maybe blocks were not declared. We put the pump spells out there, and then, Ouroboros can block is kind of what we're getting right now. So they're figuring out what kind of fix that's going to be. And of course, we're not going to speculate on it. We'll just present you with the information and see how it gets resolved. But you always got to make sure when you do that, be like, blocks, no blocks. You know, is this final? Get that out and then do your things.
Yeah. So maybe Kellen done the math that we had done as well, where it's like 2-3 pump spells. It's lethal no matter what. Doesn't matter if it blocks or not.
Yeah.
But Ire was a card we hadn't considered either, as far as, well, now the Ouroboros block does matter.
Yes.
And it looked like the two of them was kind of pushed up, but you got to communicate, folks. You got to be super clear with all of your actions, and otherwise this happens. So
Absolutely.
we'll
So
see what happens.
we're going to jump to some Magic here now. Maybe finish that game, whatever our director wants to send us to. But wanted to just give you an update on that. But those kind of situations, they definitely happen. Like, you got to make sure you're as clear as possible from both players. Whenever you're playing high competitive Magic, sometimes it can be unforgiving.
Right.
Yeah. So, sounds like we are going in live to one of our matchups. So, let's jump on down and see what kind of action we got going on. We'll keep you updated on the rest of that main feature match. But looks like we are heading to game number 3. The mice are back.
Oh, yeah.
So, talking about Itai, I hope I'm not butchering that name there. Itai Kurtzman. On Is It Cauldron, #1 seed going in on Is It Cauldron. And then Boros Mice. We saw this not too long ago. And I also got to say, I like the Velgavoss sleeves. What could you think when your opponent shows you Velgavoss sleeves? Oh, yeah, that you're playing a Boros Mice deck? No, not really.
Yeah, sure.
That would throw me off.
Yeah. I feel like red players are notorious for having, like bright pink sleeves or silly cartoon character sleeves.
Just a generic island on top.
Yeah, exactly. A blue mana symbol.
Yeah, totally love it. So, okay, we will see who is on the play. Do you think that just dictates who you would put advantage in this game, Jim?
It's a big factor.
Yeah.
It's similar to mono red, where you really want to get up to a fast start. And again, seeing like a FOMO on the play, FOMO is like pretty hard to kill or attack through initially.
Yeah.
On the draw, it's much more answerable. You already have 2 things in play, hopefully. So, and there you go. Benji's on the play, but no 1-drop.
I will say Benji very much Grimace there, and that could be a tell. That could be it's not perfect type hand, but it's good enough. And Itai just snapped that off there.
Yeah, Torch Tower check, not passed.
Not passed, going straight into exile, and that's the ideal start that you want from Is It Cauldron. Ooh, I mean, the only thing that could have been a little more ideal there is discarding Vivi instead, but still a fantastic draw.
Corey just wants one thing, and it's disgusting.
It is disgusting. And it's powerful, powerful lines here in Magic the Gathering.
So defensive challenger, I mean, if there's an attack there, I don't think Itai can ever block. So is this maybe posturing here for maybe a block on Benji's side? Could have the hexproof +1 in aura. Could do some stuff here also. So
Yeah.
kind of interesting to see.
Yeah, that's a big deal because if the rescue is there, you know, blocking with the challenger, rescuing, it would eat the fear of missing out. So if I am Benji, I'm picking up on this knowledge. There's not a torch. There's not a Into the Flood Maw. There can't be. Otherwise, you would attack with this, wouldn't you think? Maybe not.
I mean, probably yes.
Yeah.
But, ooh, you know what time it is?
Sunspine Links?
It's Manifold Mouse time.
Okay.
Manifold Mouse, of course, fallen. Maybe not. We'll see. Fallen out of favor with Monstrous Rage's decline, but of course in the
And
next deck-
Heartfire Hero, come on.
Sure.
Man, the poor Manifold Mouse is just like, where are my buds?
Yep, still a great card.
Yeah.
Obviously, it affects only mice, so here in the mice deck, you know, it much more effective in the mono red deck.
So it does not affect this mouse then, right? On the screen, it would only be mice that it affects?
I'm giving Corey a look in the booth here, folks. I know you are too. You can't do it physically because you're not in the room with him, but I am, so I gave him the look for you.
We have fun here.
Manifold Mouse, no offspring.
Oh, come on.
That's tough.
Didn't get there. So now you get to attack, presumably double strike. Coming on in. And there is the block. Is it a confident block? To be determined. Oh, my God. It's Lightning Helix. And this could be a blowout.
This is very risky. I mean, like you said, though, likely no Flood Maw or Torch in this spot, but it is still pretty risky.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Benji, I am probably going for it just because of that information. You got to deduce. What could they have? Would they have blocked? But the thing I would have eventually deduced there from Benji's side is maybe Itai would have possibly wanted to have a defensive fear of missing out, which would make me very scared to do this. I almost would have just allowed a trade here, although that feels kind of bad.
Yeah, it's risky. I mean, the combination of Challenger plus Manifold Mouse is super potent. You want to leave that assembled if possible.
Or wait, don't you just wait for first strike damage and then you helix it? That's much less risky.
Yes, that is a lot better way to sequence it. So you can't stack damage anymore, but you can stack first strike damage.
Well, let's see. Maybe that is what Benji said and just verbally communicated it, because that is the best way to do this, I would think. Because then you're not losing your challenger, and no matter what, the FOMO is dying, unless it's Spell Pierce, I guess, but then it's still dying to the trade.
All right. So utilizing the first strike half of the double strike, finish off the FOMO.
And there was the torch.
Wow.
All right.
Very interesting.
So we had to have went to first strike damage there.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that would have been a bit of a train wreck. So back to Kurtzman's side.
All right. Thinking it through. Saw an island for a second there. FOMO returns.
All right, discard a land. Does that complete Delirium? I think it was already completed, but
Yep.
now we got bonus Delirium.
Where's Tarmogoyf?
Yeah.
Ooh, man. A lot of torches.
Big turn from Benji. Benji's got to have a good one here. All right, now here's Manifold Mouse with the Offspring, but only one card left in hand from Benji. Got to put a huge advantage to Kurtzman.
Yeah. 20 life is still a lot to get through. Manifold Mouse's double strike is quite potent, but
There's one deck that never runs out of steam, and there's another that does.
oh no.
Oh,
No.
the most classic of Pyroclasms, too. My goodness.
That's tough. The clean answer to the offspring on Manifold Mouse, which is often a good way to fight through removal spells, but not that one. All right. Nemesis, get back in this game. A little more offspring action.
Okay.
Just some baby mice.
Just some chill mice. But God, that Pyroclasm was just incredible.
Whoa, okay. Oh, man. Itai having the answer here at almost every step of the way. Floodmaw in response to the Shelter by Ghosts. FOMO's going to stick around. It does bounce the Offspring creature, so now it can be cast again for another Offspring, which is a little bit of a bonus. But
a little bit, but yeah, so far everything coming up Itai Kurtzman's way.
Ooh.
Oh, the hits keep coming.
How's that one? Is that one good, Corey?
It's not bad. Cantrips are okay. All right, so you get to attack. 4 damage in, and then 5, so this is an attack for 9. Fear of missing out on profs. No matter what happens next month, this is still going to be a thing. Profs and FOMO is still so good. Hard to deny this kind of synergy, you know?
Yeah, that's excellent. We played it at Ultra Aether Drift in our Jeskai Oculus deck.
Yeah.
It's almost like, ooh, these cards actually work really well together. This is extra combat steps, Vigilance on the Steam's Core Scholar. Similar to Shell of Eevee, honestly.
It really is, yeah. Just you were using Helping Hands, bring back Oculus and stuff like that.
Yep.
And kind of your natural deck that kind of beat you up was the Domain deck that was kind of everywhere, right? Was that the story of that deck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. I mean, that's a lot of mice. Couple scries.
Yeah.
Little Rabbit Warrior Lord here.
Valley Quest Caller is truly a phenomenal card, too. It just kind of got overshadowed by the red mice package. And it just really showcases what a set Bloomborough was.
Yeah. Bloomborough, it was quite potent.
It really was. Just looked so cute and cuddly, but
Until your Dead Hunt turn 3 or 4.
until you are just absolutely dead.
Yeah, and I mean, having these Swordmasters, like the Valiant Effect pumps all the mice. When there's a few of them in play, you can see some pretty wild stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. We see in the background there of Benji's cam, former world champion Billy Jensen there, one of the best to ever do it. As well as Reed watching this match unfold. Both lovers of competitive Magic, trying to watch as much action as possible. Big thinks here, though. Stuck on land. Itai's, that's pretty much the only thing holding Itai back.
Story time. One winter night, there were a lot of cards to draw, and Vivi tripped and fell into a cauldron.
Tell me more. What's chapter 2 of this story?
Things go crazy. Mana everywhere. Unable to scream.
Wow.
And more.
Lazy writer, but yeah, all right.
I'm just reading the story. Right.
Okay. We'll give you that one. All right, unable to scream. Does still keep it a mouse, but it's not boosting other mice at this point. So if we do have another mouse lord here, it would get boosted up.
Or spell on the Swordmaster. Pumps all mice. So.
Yeah.
This is not a good sign, though. Leaving back multiple blockers in the face of the FOMO. 3 life for Benji. It's been an awesome run for Benji, taking his mouse deck all the way to the top 8, all the way to the Pro Tour.
Yeah. And now Riddler comes down, and what we like to call the Abyss, as you have just this already lethal. So it's going to attack. It's going to untap. It's going to force a block. It's going to attack again now at this point, because if you're forcing a block, it's the same as blocking. Essentially, unless there was one way larger creature, but with them all being the same creature, get it in there, force the chump block, and that's going to do it. 2 lands. Itai Kurtzman is going to advance to our top 4, our number 1 seed on the play up against one of our aggressive decks. Takes it down, and that is one Izzet Cauldron into the top 4 here already, Jim. So, yeah, nice stuff there.
Yeah, for Benji, great run.
Yeah, great run.
Love seeing a player. These open field events are so awesome because you do see a lot of kind of fun out there decks, a little off meta, and love seeing those decks do well. So seeing Boris Mice go all the way to the top 8 is awesome. And Benji, congrats on your Pro Tour slot. Well done.
Yeah, exactly. We'll be seeing them in Richmond, and hey, you might just be playing against them in Richmond, huh?
That is a possible outcome. Yeah,
so you're hyped for them now, but when you sit across from them, it's go time, huh?
Bring on the mice.
Okay. That sounds good. So, sounds like we have another match we're going to jump into. We're going to jump into the Jody Keith match here. Jody Keith and Nam in progress. So let's jump on down and see how this Cauldron Mirror is going. All right, so looks like we'll double check with the producer to see what game they're in, and we'll get this going here. Now, so they're going into game 2. We'll see exactly who is up. And as far as sideboarding for the mirror goes, Jim, what do you like? What's important? What do you value? What don't you like?
It's tough. There's a lot of ways to go about it. You know, like there's the risk of VV itself, where if you have too many, you play it early, you get a kill, it goes to the graveyard, now it's on their cauldrons. There's a lot of back and forth. Honestly, you play more VV more than I have. What do you think is important in the game?
I thought you'd never ask. Thank you.
I can see
Thank you,
you're
Jim.
shaking, you're vibrating in your chair. I'll give you a chance to talk about it.
I was like, put me in, coach. Okay, so I think like the general things that we kind of saw the first time when we saw a lot of these mirrors was Arena Championship, the last one, where we saw a lot of players that kind of revolutionary were starting to take out VVs. Everyone was just like, this is the sacred cow. You never take it out. Since then, we saw a lot of players that would take all of them out when they're on the draw, keep 2 in on the play. That was something I saw that was very common. Then people are like, okay, come a little more measured, and now, maybe take 1 out on the play, 2 on the draw. I personally take 2 out on the draw, and I leave them all on the play because they are a liability when you can't discard them. That's the biggest problem. So outside of that, I think the biggest other decisions are, do you want Torch the Tower? Do you not want Torch the Tower? Do you want Mako? Do you not want Mako? And it is really about, when I'm on the draw, I like to play very defensive where I take my Makos out and I leave in a lot more interaction. And when I'm on the play, I try to put the pedal to the metal and put Makos in. But the thing is, Torch the Towers are not good cards in the matchup, but if your opponent has this aggressive Mako FOMO draw, you have to be able to deal with it. The flip side, you have Annuls that pretty much everybody brings in. And then it's Quantum Riddler numbers. Do you want them all on the play and trim some on the draw? What I'm getting to with this kind of confusing explanation is there's no set way that people are actually sideboarding in this mirror match, which really makes it an incredibly awesome mirror match. It's complicated down to the gameplay, the sideboarding, building your deck in general for a tournament, and leads me to believe this is one of my favorite mirror matches I've ever played, actually. Is the main lesson of that story is don't let one bad mistake compile more mistakes.
Right.
Just make the correct play. Magic is the hardest game in the world. Mistakes happen.
To everyone.
Yeah.
At every level.
Even our colleague here, Hall of Famer Reed Duke, has probably made 1, maybe 2 mistakes in his life.
Yeah, I would say around there.
Yeah, probably 2 is a little high. We'll set the line at 2.5. Oh, Reed's saying higher, but I'm guessing it's just 3. But
I think that was a 1, though. That was
no.
I was saying only 1 mistake.
You're right. That was a 1. Okay, gotcha. So we have the Scholar, discarded some cards, get Mako a little bit bigger. But VV's on the table for Jody. That's the big thing. Winter Night Stories in the yard to get that cooking. So worst case, tap 3 mana, tap FOMO, and kind of go to town a little bit.
It's interesting seeing VV actually in play in these decks.
Yeah.
I feel like you don't see that very often.
Really don't. Like, we'd see it a lot in the Is It Prowess decks.
Oh, absolutely.
The Is It Prowess decks when they had Corey Steelcutter, those kind of things. It was a card you played. Maybe they played 1 Cauldron or something because it was just a good card. But this one, you actively want it in the graveyard. You don't play that many spells.
Right.
It's a creature deck.
That deck had Ops and Sleight of Hands and all sorts of cantrips. So.
Okay, so discards 2 cards.
Story time.
And yes, so now Winter Night Stories coming. There should be a VV trigger on the stack. Discarded 2 cards. Instant. That's what I was wondering is we discarded Winter Night Stories and a land where we only had to discard 1. Normally, sure, that's something you actively want to do. When you have Quantum Riddler, but when it's your last card and you don't have a Riddler yet, keep that in hand because then you can discard 2 Winter Night Stories. So
right, maybe a little autopiloting here, discarding 2, and then realizing, I could only discarded 1, and now a little communication here as far as like, has the window passed? Where are we at?
But we did miss the VV trigger here with all that confusion. Oh, let's see.
Yeah, this is good.
Yeah. And that's the kind of thing, like, it's competitive RIL. Like, the players can have that kind of, whatever, you did it, you know, you can have the counter, or it can easily be, and no fault to the opponent, like, hey, you missed that. You have cards in hand,
Right.
you know? So competitive IRL, you kind of cannot mess around. And, well, we got a Quantum Riddler, Mako, and a Soul Cauldron here for the draws. So Winter Night Stories, we still have to discard a card. So discard a creature or 2 cards from the Winter Night Stories.
Or 2 creatures.
Yeah,
Or a creature and a card.
sure. A card.
Head exploded.
What's cracking, everyone? Hello and welcome back to coverage of Spotlight Spider-Man. Apologies for the minor break in transmission there. Everything's tired and wants to go home. Evidently, our internet in this building is one of those things. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Reed Duke, and we are in the quarterfinals as things stand. You could probably hear Corey laughing his butt off over there. We decided to relieve them because the world's longest quarterfinals is happening between these two Cauldron matches. We're going to jump in there and see how that finishes off there, Reed. But talk to us a little bit about what the heck is happening between these two players as we join them 1-1.
It's a crazy matchup. It's a crazy match. So we're just jumping into already a complicated board state, and all 3 games have been like this between Nam and Jody. So, you know, what we've been saying, Ailey, is even if the games are a small number of turns, they're still really dense in important decisions, lots of tracking, lots of gritty combat steps, and so, you know, they just wind up taking a long time, especially in these untimed top 8 conditions.
Yeah, that tick up is very wrong, everybody. Just that's supposed to be a 6 in the front there, so I believe they finished the first match in about 50 minutes. The first game in about 50 minutes. Then game 2 looked to be a little quicker, and now game 3 at least seems to be hustling along at a decent clip.
Yeah, so we come in to a situation where Namdang has the biggest creature on the battlefield, and he's also assembled the VV Cauldron combo. But even though things look good for him, just note that these games tend to swing very dramatically when one player has a big turn. So Jody has an opportunity, especially if Nam doesn't have, great instant speed interaction to thwart him. He has an opportunity where he could assemble one of the big combos of his deck. He already has Fear of Missing Out and Prophetic Memory, and he could really equalize. So already with that one card being played into the Floodmaw, things look a lot more even.
Oh, yes. Getting rid of the biggest threat on the other side of the board. Jody's at 9. But like you mentioned, things can shift drastically here in this mirror match. Winter Night Stories going to attempt to kick things off for Jody's pivot here.
Winter Night Stories, very powerful alongside Prophetic Memory. Jody already has Delirium with Fear of Missing Out as an enchantment creature in the graveyard. Now, I don't know what Nam has exactly in hand, but I did catch a glimpse that he has Spell Pierce, and
he's got like 3 copies of Into the Floodmaw there. He is ready to flood.
Okay, wow. If I saw correctly the Spell Pierce, then I'm interested in his thinking of letting the Winter Night Stories resolve. But anyway, let's see what he's got, because I think he's not going to let this turn go out without having a say in it.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, 3 Into the Floodmaws in hand. I do wonder how long he's held on to those. So Tersa Light Shatter looks to be the target here for Proph's counters. Fear of Missing Out on the right there. Into the Floodmaw says, get out of here, lady. So that's 1 interaction, 2 interactions, and Jody has nothing on board. One thing I do like about these decks is it's just like, oh, where did my creatures go?
Yeah, we just went from 20 power and toughness to 0 with everything being bounced back to hands like a cyclonic rift.
Pretty much, yeah. Build your own. Man, these players must be exhausted. If you are just joining us, we do have our other 3 players in our top 4 determined already. Itai Kurtzman, Joseph Puglisi, and Alexander McIsaac, the lone non-Izzet Cauldron player there.
Talk about the stamina needed for a tournament like this. So the players have already played 15 rounds, 6 of them today. They're now going on minute 70 of this quarterfinals, and whoever advances between Nam and Jody, they've got to do the whole thing all over again, possibly twice. So it's really challenging to stay alert and focused and do your best, through that long of a time frame.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, I know for the average Magic player, going and playing 3 or 5 rounds of pre-release is draining. And then you have these guys who've gone through, 15, 16, 17 rounds of Magic today? It's crazy. So, Agatha's Soul Cauldron doing its best to mitigate Jody's graveyard, getting him off of Delirium as quick as possible.
Yep, also, importantly, adding a counter to the Quantum Riddler, which grants it the VV ability. And there, Nam uses it to generate 5 mana across blue and red. He's trying to have a big pre-combat main phase so that maybe he can get even more value out of his Prophetic Memory.
So Marauding Mako to kick things off here, followed up by Fear of Missing Out. Chuck in a redundant copy of the Soul Cauldron.
And there he draws 2 because of the passive ability of Quantum Riddler. Now up to 3 cards in hand.
Also utilizing the upside down to represent that has used its VV ability.
Yep, so that's an optional but helpful convention to show that your one-time ability has been used already.
I've seen a couple of players do that with their land drops as well, because that's probably the most asked question in the formats that I enjoy playing most. Did I play a land?
Yep.
I don't know, dude. I'm not looking at your board. So this Prophetic Memory, it's got lots of gifts to bestow upon one of these creatures.
Right. Now, Nam doesn't have any haste creatures, so Jody's safe for at least one turn, but you better believe he's going to build out a huge board.
Yeah.
And then every creature that earns a +1/+1 counter can be activated for more mana. So Nam, I mean, we can basically say he has as much mana as he wants, and he's only limited by what his deck is able to deliver in the way of card drawing, action spells.
Yeah, no, he is certainly in the lead there in terms of how much mana he can produce. How many spells he can probably draw here. Let's see if he can keep the chain going. Cycles a Mako.
That's the discard to Winter Night Stories.
Oh, excuse me, yes.
I saw he picked up another Quantum Riddler, so no signs of slowing down anytime soon. Here's Combat. He lost the floating mana, but he's going to pick up, 13, 14 more for his troubles.
No biggie. No biggie. And no VV on board here to just try and get this game over and done with, whittling away Jody's life total. That's only at 9. So now I'm just deciding what split of red and blue mana he wants.
Now, we talked about how dramatically these games can swing from one turn to another, and Nam's turn is a good illustration of that, going from 0 power on the battlefield to now upwards of 20. I do not think Jody's swing is going to be quite as dramatic, and I believe that even though it may still take some time, Nam is on track to winning this game. The difference being he's able to rebuild because he has the VV Cauldron combo all set up, whereas Jody really would need to get that going in order to have any hope of having a turn like Nam does, and he's just too far behind, I think, to be able to rebuild in that way.
I mean, good thing mana burn's not a thing anymore, because there goes 4. Into the ether.
Good thing indeed.
Jody's turn now. What can he cobble together? Prophet's Eidetic Memory in a Dream. Goodness me. That's how you rebuild a battlefield.
SCG attendees.
So Jody has a grip full of cards. Didn't look like we saw a VV or a Soul Cauldron.
If you are not actively participating in a sanctioned match, please make your way towards the exits. Thank you for joining us here in Baltimore.
Are we actively participating in a sanctioned match? Do we get to stay?
I guess that's up to interpretation, but if we get if Ailey and I get pulled off stage by the big giant novelty cane, you'll know that it's because they're closing the hall.
I get the Soul Cauldron on the board. Okay.
Yeah, so that's how it's got to start for Jody. You know, if I can just will the perfect hand into existence, it's probably something like cast Soul Cauldron, cast FOMO, discard VV, remove the VV to the Cauldron, add 3 more mana, do something else cool, then use Profs to put counters on another creature. But if you can't get the VV in the graveyard, and importantly, there could be a VV in Nam's graveyard. To the best of what I can see, that's not the case. But remember, Soul Cauldron is symmetrical. That's likely to come up in these mirrors as we go along.
If you think about it, really, the Izzet Cauldron players are playing 8 copies of VV.
Yes.
Your VVs are my VVs.
Now, a cool little timing thing, that was Nam bouncing Quantum Riddler in response to the trigger, which sometimes you would do that if you want to get the passive ability out of the equation. But that wasn't the case here. Instead, Nam was doing it so that Jody wouldn't have an opportunity to harmonize Winter Night Stories.
Nice. And that is going to do it. Jody does not have enough to come back against an insanely powerful board here of Nam Dang. So we have our 4th player into our top 4. Congratulations to Nam Dang. Alrighty, we did it. We got through that quarterfinals. That was crazy.
Yeah, indeed. Many congratulations to Nam and our other semifinals competitors.
Yeah.
Also, just one last shout out to Jody, who's now a 3-time Spotlight Series top 8 competitor. And this is the first year of the Spotlight Series even being in existence.
Yeah, so that's a
he's
pretty good
a very high success rate in attending these events.
pretty good feather in his cap for sure. So we are going to attempt to hustle into our semifinals as quick as we can. Once the players are ready to rock and roll, we're getting straight in there. We want to crown a champion and give someone Thanos' glove, as Corey so affectionately called it. We'll be right back after this break. Alrighty, friends, it is semifinals time here at Spotlight Spider-Man in Baltimore. I'm Ailey alongside Reed Duke, and we are going to be jumping straight into the magic as soon as the players hit the go button. And Reed, we have 3 Is It Cauldron decks and our lone hero, Rakdos. Let's take a look here at the brackets. Give me a couple predictions here. How do you think these semifinals are going to shake out?
Well, when we covered a similar event in a similar format that was Spotlight Series Planetary Rotation in Orlando, we actually had kind of a similar dynamic where it was a field of Is It Cauldron and 1 mono red player. That time, mono red cruised through and ended up taking the trophy. So, against my better judgment, I'm going to change my prediction from that event, and I'm going to say that it's going to be one of our Is It Cauldron players winning. I think that Mono Red just had an average weekend instead of the stellar weekend that it had the last time around. I think people are more prepared. We're seeing full suites of 4 Torch the Towers. We're seeing Pyroclasm. So whereas, in previous weeks and previous tournaments, things were kind of ripe for the taking, I think now people are prepared and Mono Red has to kind of fight fair.
Well, the one thing that is not similar about Alexander's list is it doesn't fight fair. It gets to copy a bunch of spells, especially if Alex is able to get that powerful ley line on the board turn 0. So we're going to have to see what happens. Let's take a look at the deck list here quickly before we jump down to the feature match area, starting with whomever's appears first. This is Nam Dang. He just finished like 75-ish minute quarterfinals against Jody Keith, so he must be exhausted and now has to face a mirror match.
An absolute marathon against Jody, but actually the good news for Nam is his next opponent is going to be Alexander McIsaac with the Leyline red deck. So
yes, sorry, excuse me.
This one at least should be a little faster, though. Nam is not hoping to lose on turn 3. That's certainly not his desired outcome, even though he would probably breathe a little easier knowing that he's not playing another 75-minute match.
Maybe 7-minute match, who knows?
Yeah, and of course the other side of the bracket is 2 Is It Cauldron deck, so he knows that if he does advance past Mono Red, he's going to have one more brutal slog awaiting him.
Yeah, either in the hands of Joseph Puglisi or Ishai Kurtzman. So we'll have to see how those shake out. We'll do our best to show you as much as possible, but our feature match is going to be Namdang versus Alexander McIsaac. We assume this will finish quicker than the Is It Cauldron Mirrors. So as soon as this one's done, we'll jump into the other and then go from there. So, yeah.
Well, I know you've been rooting for Alexander McIsaac throughout the event. He does have a really, really cool deck. He's doing it his own way. Yeah. We'll remind people that Alexander made a deep run with the identical deck back in Orlando a couple of months ago. Yeah. So it's really cool to see somebody just kind of honing their craft, doing it their way, making all the final card choices to optimize their preferred strategy to the best of their abilities.
Yeah, absolutely. And bit of a brotherly competition here between Joseph Puglisi, who's playing in our semifinals. His brother John Puglisi came in second last week in Houston, I believe. So that's
amazing. So they've got to be over the moon. That means cool. They both qualified to play the same Pro Tour in Richmond.
That's so cool.
2026. But yeah, I have a Magic playing brother. Corey has a Magic playing brother as well, so it's...
I do not have a Magic playing brother. I'll have to adopt one.
Yeah.
That's how that works, right? No.
Yeah, sure.
Sure. Let's jump down into the feature match area. Players are ready to rock and roll. Semifinals time. Let's go. Namdang on top of the screen there. Players with a fist bump. They are ready to go. And we have a ley line of resonance on the board. Love to see it for Alexander.
Yeah, that looks like a 6-card Leyline of Resonance hand, but a good one. He's got 2 mountains. He's got a 1-drop. I like his chances.
Yeah, looking good so far. A Braid dispatching of the little headliner without even hesitating there. 2 mana. Emberheart Challenger getting in, and the damage begins to flow.
We have seen the most important thing for the Cauldron players trying to fight Alexander's deck is that instant speed removal. So it's one thing to put some blockers on the battlefield, make some plays, but if you can't actually dismantle Alexander's Leyline plus pump spells combinations, he's going to overwhelm you, and he's going to outrace you basically every time.
Absolutely. I mean, just looking at Nem's main deck configuration, he's got 1 Abrade, 4 into the Flood Maws, and the 3 Torch the Towers. So hopefully the opening hand had more than just that Abrade there. Winter Night Stories alongside a Steam Core Scholar now in the equation here for Namdang, as Alexander gets to go to combat. So it's a 2 Slickshot Show-Offs, 1 Turn Inside Out, and 1 Dreadmaul's Ire.
Ooh, wow, you're sharp. If I'm in Nem's position, I'm strongly considering blocking here, just because, you know, Alexander is so likely to win combat with the prowess creature, but I feel like you want to just make him burn through his combat tricks, because if you just take a couple hits turn after turn, your life total is going down, and you never make Alexander spend any of those instants, eventually he's just going to have a combo turn where he plays 3 all at once, and it doesn't matter what you do.
Yeah, I think I'm with you on that one. Like, make him do something to keep this alive. Don't just give him 2 free points of damage, because we've seen how many times throughout this competition he's had Exacxies. Because he got 1 little point of damage in, got his opponent down to 19, and then murdered him on turn 3.
That's exactly right. Oh, boy.
Ouch.
So, plus 12... plus 2 base power, plus 2 prowess triggers. For those wondering, you don't get a second prowess trigger off the copy. It's just the one from the one you cast from your hand.
Oh, down to 2. Oh, ouch. Good grief. This deck is so sweet. Do you have a way to deal with the mouse?
I hope that the Steam Core Scholar does something meaningful for you on the battlefield.
Oh.
Because that was a pricey decision to not block.
Holy moly. Alrighty. Well, I've got to get you for 2, man. Namdang says Alex takes it down to 18. Hey, combined their life totals is starting. Land for turn. Looks like we're going to get another Steam Core Scholar. 2 more cards drawn here. Oh, brilliant pickup there for Namdang. Finds it into the Flood Maw.
Yeah, this is the best thing that Nam can put together is the combination of blockers and instant speed interaction.
Yeah.
Because you want to sort of make Alexander pull the trigger first, make him take the first action, and then have into the Flood Maw to trump whatever he's up to.
Sweet land 3. I was wondering if we're going to see that, because now there's a couple options for Alexander. We saw the 2 copies of the Slickshot Show-Off in hand, so it could just be a setup turn for him, plotting those. Or he could just, you know, YOLO and see what Nam's got. YOLO! Let's go! Easiest block in the world here for Nam. And there is a Dreadmaul's Ire. It'll be copied. Where is it going? It's going on to the Burbs, so diversifying the threats here.
Yep, so presenting 2 lethal trampling threats. Nam can only bounce 1.
And Valiant Trigger. It will go off here, right? Because the target has already happened.
Correct. The Valiant Trigger will go off, but Nam has an opportunity to respond.
Yes. So that is what's exiled. Oh, man. 1 more land. Okay. Yeah, all right. Nam is not loving this this game 1 here. Not super duper happy to continue that matchup. So it's just dead either way, right? Because trample?
Yeah, both of those creatures had 5 power with trample.
Yeah.
Absolutely brutal showing out of Alexander's deck. So think about that. Nam got to go first. He had a removal spell, a 3-drop creature, and then a 3-drop creature and a removal spell, and he died. And that was a 6-card hand from Alexander. You know, not like, okay, it was a good hand from Alexander, certainly, no complaints there, but just, you know, if Alexander can unload that much damage that fast under those conditions,
it's nutty.
It's nutty, yeah. I'm almost at a loss for words.
My little Chaos Gremlin heart is just reveling in this. I love it. haven't seen Fanatical Firebrand yet. We probably won't. That makes me sad, but I just love the fact that that's in the sideboard. And this is the deck that is so close to being in the finals here this weekend.
One game away, that's right.
On the other side of things, I bet you there is a Cauldron players are only on like turn 4 of game 1. Let's maybe take a peek in if we can and see how things are going over there while these sideboards get determined. Friends, if you want to join us at one of these events, 2026 is chock full of events. Look at all of those. Take note of the dates. Go to starcitygames.com/SCGCon and come and hang out with us. Chances are you'll see at least one of us there, and we hope to see many, many of you as well.
Well, I'll tell you, Ailey, I've seen that graphic with the schedule roughly 30 times this weekend.
Yes.
And every time it comes on screen, I still get excited. And I look for one more event that I'm like, oh, maybe I could squeeze one more into my schedule.
Just one more.
Hoping there will be one more close to me each new time I see the exact same schedule. But that's how much they mean to me. You know, I've been coming to these SCG cons and equivalent events for years, and they run such a good event. You know, the main event, like the Spotlight Series, the regional championship, is always great to participate in or watch. But then no shortage of other things to do, whether it be side events, artists, whatever you're into.
And I mean, it's an absolute treat as well, and a pleasure to have you on commentary, you know, taking us through all these different events that we get to see. You know, it's great to see players starting their professional careers sometimes at the Spotlight Series, and these are events that you can come and play. You don't have to qualify for them at all. Just rock up, bring a deck in the right format, and come play. You could see you at the Pro Tour.
Here's our live look-in feature match B.
Oh, wait, we're going back to feature match A. 2. I'm sorry, I got very excited.
Cancel that order. We're back to the double ley line of resonance game.
What is going on? Oh my gosh. Was that a 7 card? Yeah.
It is.
Okay. All right. So we have Marauding Mako. We have Prophetic Memory for Nam. He needs a miracle and many pieces of removal here. If anything sticks, he's in danger.
Oh, wow. A really, really fascinating turn of events here, Ailey. Alexander didn't play his 1-drop on turn 1. He has Hired Claw in his hand. I saw it. He didn't draw it this turn. And the reason he did that is he anticipates Nam having removal and wants to make sure he can protect his investment with turn inside out. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't work super well against either Torch the Tower or into the Flood Maw.
Yeah.
But I like his thinking, like, hey, if my creature's going to get abraded, my choice is either it dies and I might never play another creature, or I get to respond with triple turn inside out and make a whole army in response.
A whole army of tutus out of, you know, lands and spells and maybe one creature. Let's see, where is Alex going from here? Hello, here is my Hired Claw. Passes the turn back to Nam. Now we see a Torch the Tower, I saw an Into the Flood Maw. There was a Mako as well in hand there for Nam. So no shortage of options to deal with this creature that Alex has deployed. In comes the Mako. 2 points of damage. Alex, I don't think, cares much about his life total. TBH. Another Mako joins Nam's board.
No land drop for Nam. And I saw he did have Torch Tower, but he can't play that with his untapped island. Into the Flood Maw as well.
So, land 3 for Alexander. That's great. Now we get to go Emberheart Challenger. Ugh, this is so gross. 1 spell, 3 copies. Well, 3 instances of it. 1 ding of damage, and then past blockers, I assume, or?
Yeah, I think Nam declared no blocks.
Okay.
Alexander declared no effects.
And we'll get into the Flood Maw, taking care of the Hired Claw.
What do you think about that choice to bounce the 1-drop creature instead of the 2-drop?
was going to ask you about that, actually. Because,
Yeah.
like, yeah, I can't attack next turn and get an extra point of damage in just by attacking.
Haste is super important to that decision. And, yeah, you know the Hired Claw, you have at least a full turn of reprieve before that thing's coming at you again. But mana's also a factor. The Emberheart Challenger is pretty scary. So, yeah, certainly a non-obvious choice, but sure, Nam had a good reason for picking that.
Yeah. You know, another consideration, Emberheart Challenger is 2 mana. We have seen Alex get stuck on 2 lands at times. Not that it's mattered in almost all the instances he's won the game. But, you know, maybe just wanting to tax the mana there if he decided to go for the Emberheart Challenger. So let's see where he goes from here. It's such a tough deck to play against because, you know, you can think you're safe, but I don't think you can ever tap out against it.
No. Yeah, you don't want to. And that puts Nam in a particularly tricky situation given that he's missing land drops.
Yeah.
Sometimes everything's easy street. Okay, I'll play my 3rd land and my 2-drop and hold up my removal. But that's not what's going on. He has to pick, and he has to make tough judgment calls about progressing his board or passing with open mana.
So no land drop again for Nam. The 2 sharks getting in. Alex goes down to 13. Another land off the top here for Alex. Well, top of the deck is being kind to him, at least in terms of making land drops. Now we know he's got, or he did have Burn Together in hand, right? Well,
Yes.
The Soul Sword, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So he's got that. He's got the 1-drop. He's got a turn inside out, and he's drawn a land now. So to combat. Any responses before damage? No. So 14. Second main. Mountain. Hey, Kellen, okay. Kellen has appeared. Do we want to commit anything else to the board for fear of Pyroclasm? Hired Claw comes out to play again. All right. Turn passes back. 3 creatures on board. We're going to see a Torch the Tower on Kellen, Planar Trailblazer. That'll exile him. Cheers, bud. Nam, desperate for land number 3. Finds it.
Oh, wow. Big draw.
Spire Bluff Canal. Lands that make 2 colors. Woo! Obliterating Bolt. Can we get that out of kill range?
Seems not, because Alexander can use turn inside out, but his creature's about going to get exiled regardless.
Yeah. No way to... Yeah, if he had like Dreadmore's Ire or Boar, full Boar, he could have saved it with a prowess as well, but Obliterating Bolt doing a great job of keeping probably the most threatening creature off the battlefield. Oof! And another Torch the Tower on the Hired Claw this time. Good gravy, all these exile effects.
Yeah, I like Nam's thinking where he says, okay, if the Emberheart Challenger died, that probably means Alexander doesn't have a toughness boosting effect. By the way, Ailey, I just confirmed Dreadmaw's Ire can only target an attacking creature.
Yes, you're right.
So it's actually not very effective at saving creatures from burn spells outside of combat.
But full Boar is anytime, right? Yeah. It's
Whoa, look at this play. 4 mana for yet a 3rd Leyline of Resonance.
That is beautiful. Oh, how much power is coming through here, though? This is 2 discards?
2 discards and 2
3,
additional draws, so plus 6.
7.
Yeah, it'll be plus 6 once you count the
no.
Prophetic
Oh,
Memory.
yeah, and that. Oh, gosh. I think he's dead.
He's not dead, but it's not getting any better.
Huh. Because draw 2, discard 2. Both dudes get +2/+2, and then Prophets is... Okay. All right, so not dead. Probably down to 1 or something. If the other counters went on there. Yeah. Ugh, okay, now Alex is probably caring about life total. Ugh. 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 Oh, are you kidding me?
Nam is in disbelief.
Oh my god.
He thought with a blocker he would not die from 14. But this is 4 copies of turn inside out, so that's
3,
12
6,
power.
9, 12.
13 from the base power of Slick Shot Show Off. 2 triggers of Slick Shot Show Off's ability.
Yep.
So that creature is a 17 power, and it's being burned together to kill Nam from 14.
Off the top rope, essentially there. Slick Shot Show Off. Coming in clutch once again for Alexander McIsaac. Even the judges is like, WTF, bro. Good grief. Okay, that was incredible stuff there. Nam did an excellent job of getting him down to 3. Almost had him dead there. Just needed like one more discard, one more creature on the board to get into game 3.
Yeah, I mean, just what an ending. And I mean, what are you thinking about if you're Nam? You're like, okay, I've won. You know, I have lethal next turn, 3 creatures. He has nothing, and then Alexander just needed to draw basically any creature to combo off with Burn Together and the quadruple turn inside out effect.
And found the perfect one for it.
Yeah, Slick Shot Show Off was just ideal. So, I mean, you kind of see this mono red Leyline deck on paper, and you think it's some kind of like glass cannon, like, okay, this deck does one thing.
Yeah.
You know, we get it. It's trying to kill me on turn 3. But it has like all this counterplay and backup plans and ways to kill you outside of combat. And I mean, Alexander's just shown us everything over the course of these 2 days of play.
He's showing us all the reasons this deck is cool to play. We are going to jump into our second semifinals now. Let's go and see how Itai Kurtzman and Joseph Puglisi are getting on. Itai is up a game, and they look as if they are now starting game number 2. So settle in here, friends. This could be a long one if the quarterfinals were anything to go by. That was so sick. And, you know, mono red decks or aggressive decks in general, they get a bad rap. You know, a lot of people go, oh, you don't need brains to play it. Like, no. Watch any incredible aggro players from the last couple of events. Willie Adel had incredible matches in one of the previous Spotlight series. Watch how, you know, Alexander has been piloting this deck, you know, offensively and defensively. Look how Percy Fang plays mono red. Like, it's not as simple as you think it is.
Yeah, you know, the thing with these decks is you do get some easy, straightforward games where, oh, yeah, my opponent missed a land drop, I had a great draw, I steamrolled them. But it's when the games get close and you have to make unintuitive judgment calls and play around removal spells and navigate tough combat steps that it is really, really tricky, and your decisions matter.
And yeah, if you can master the red aggressive decks, you're going to have a pretty damn good win rate. Joseph Puglisi and Itai Kurtzman starting game 2 here in our semifinals. Alexander McIsaac awaits his next victim, opponent, to determine who is going home with an Infinity Gauntlet.
Puglisi starts this game with 5 cards, Kurtzman with 6. Puglisi down a game and on the play with a reasonable start, though I have to say I'm concerned by the double mountain. I hope for his sake that he has access to blue mana when he needs it next turn.
Fingers crossed here for Puglisi, who's down a game. End step looks like we're going to, oh no, this is in response, a null taking care of Agatha's Soul Cauldron. Doesn't want anything to do with that. Land 2, Prophetic Memory, card drawn, turn passes back. There you go, right on time. He totally didn't top deck that. Prophetic Memory as well here for Joseph, and getting in with 2 points of damage. Let's see, land 3, yep, Multiversal Passage. Another mountain here. I like these ones. These ones are much nicer than putting another whole card on the table.
Yeah, I'm with you. Having the extra whole card can be
Yeah.
confusing. But this is just a nice, clean,
Yeah,
easy way to
representation.
represent it.
Duelist of the Mind hits the board here for Joseph. Sweet little card that we've seen in a couple of decks here this weekend. Looks to be abraded away. 3 toughness. It's relevant in this format. Not too many things can
Oh,
deal
wow.
with it. Woo! Hello.
Spell Pierce just tagged Winter Night Stories. And remember on turn 2 when Joseph played the Cauldron and Itai kind of took his time thinking about it before casting a Null? Makes me think that he had both Spell Pierce and a Null as options and foresaw this, especially against an opponent who's mulliganed, that maybe tagging Winter Night Stories was going to be a key play later on.
Hell yeah. Great heads-up play there by Itai. Unfortunately for him, though, Winter Night Stories number 2. Able to refill Joseph's hand. Got a critter to get some counters there? Perhaps.
Yeah, I would say the best thing he can do is get that VV off the battlefield. The second best thing he can do is play a creature.
Oh, okay. Draw 2 cards. He's only got 1 in hand, right?
Yep. So, yeah, wow. Judgment call on Joseph's part here. He could have played Fear of Missing Out in order to get a big creature on the battlefield and get those counters off Prophetic Memory, but it would have meant losing his whole hand.
Yeah.
And he would have, of course, drawn a card, but I think he just really valued that Quantum Riddler, thinking, I'm going to need this to get myself out of the resource disadvantage, and this is going to be my main way of winning the game if things do go long enough.
I like how he passes priority. It just looks like, come at me, bro. Man, this VV now, on the other side of things, is huge. So, representing what mana it's making. Winter Night Story once again. Out of the graveyard there for Itai, so what can he fill his hand up with? Hey, and you're not too mad about a Quantum Riddler getting bounced, because you just get more cards off of it, right?
Yeah, provided the game goes long enough, that's a totally fine outcome.
Alright, no more mana problems here for either player. Soul Cauldron hits the board. Do we have a VV anywhere in the bin? Doesn't look like it.
No VV in either graveyard.
Untap. Draw. Joseph needs to find a way to deal with this VV on Itier on the other side of the battlefield. He has a Quantum Riddler. Itai might have an answer at this point now for it, just clean, but we'll see where Joseph decides to go with this turn. Looks like he drew something. Something he's interested in. Hey, buddy. Vivi has arrived. Abrade is going to take care of Agatha's Soul Cauldron, unless Itai has something to say about it. How much do you want to fight over that, Reed?
Really depends on context. I mean, if you have a way to stop it, it's a strong consideration. But I think the best thing Itai could do is, honestly, the best thing either player could do is remove the opposing VV, because that's the really scary permanent that's going to let your opponent snowball, get that mana advantage. It's really the plan in and to itself. The Cauldron is maybe important depending on context. Like if Kurtzman can kill the opposing VV and then exile it with Cauldron, that would be great, but that's a multi-step process.
Ding! Winter Night Story. This is what, the 4th one we've seen between these two players? Yeah. More cards for Itai. The Cauldron got something on the way out. Was it that Winter Night Story?
Yes, one of the 2 Winter Night Stories.
Okay, so still has access to the other one in the yard. Does Joseph? turn. Vivi sideways.
So yeah, I mean, I think we're getting to that point. So just right now, 3 counters from Profts could go onto Vivi, attack for 10. You're already kind of up against the wall. Like, do you want to take that and go down to 6 when Vivi is taking away your life total? I feel like Itai wants to make one more big play, like a card drawing play, or a couple more non-creatures to really make Joseph sweat and put him in a position where he has to chump block with his own Vivi.
Oof. Good lordy. There goes Vivi. Not in the yard where the players would like it, or not, as the case may be. He's going to get him here. The Riddler with another spell, he's got more than enough power on the board unless Joseph's got a piece of interaction for him.
Yeah, I think this might be the final turn of the game.
Woo-wee. Look at the size of that Vivi. Ty Kurtzman picking up the win there. A clean 2-0 against Joseph Puglisi, who can just laugh at the size of this 0-3. Unbelievable stuff there. And, pulling it off in the cleanest way possible. 2-0. I have the best Vivi deck, essentially.
Yeah, compared to our 80-minute quarterfinals between Namdang and Jody Keith, that was a pretty quick and decisive one. Granted, Joseph started with the mulligan to 5. But, yeah, when it comes to the Vivi Cauldron Mirror, you really should be prepared for anything.
Yeah.
A quick and decisive win where somebody snowballs and the game is never competitive, or one where both players are doing their thing and it keeps swinging back and forth turn after turn, and you really have to go deep and get gritty.
Well, good news, friends. That was the last Is It Cauldron Mirror. You will see, hopefully. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have the finals of Spotlight Spider-Man soon after this. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to coverage of Spotlight Spider-Man here in Baltimore. We have 2 players left of the 540-odd who started the weekend here. Reed, we're down to Itai Kurtzman versus Alexander McIsaac, the hero we all need. Not playing is it Cauldron. Rakdos Aggro was his deck of choice up against probably the most powerful Is it Cauldron deck in the room, because Itai is just dispatched of every other opponent he played, basically.
Yeah, I mean,
Pretty good.
These 2 players have done an awful lot of winning, specifically an awful lot of winning against Is it Cauldron. So who does that bode well for? Well, Alexander, yeah, he beat Namdang handily. I remember feels like just minutes ago you asked me for my prediction, and I said, oh no, the Rakdos deck, its luck is going to run out sooner or later. Now that's not looking so good. So yeah, I mean, we'll see.
There was a pretty quick semifinals there, and pretty cool, path to the finals here for Alexander McIsaac. Something like 9-2 against Is it Cauldron, but also in the Swiss, he lost to Kellen and lost to Nam, and then dispatched of them in the top 8 to get to the finals now. So could he be the Is it killer? Time will tell. I think we should take a look at deck lists while our players are getting comfy, sorting out their mulligans and whatnot. So let's take a look here at our finalists' deck lists. We're going to start here with Itai Kurtzman. Is it Cauldron? Now, in case this is your first time seeing this deck, it feels like we've seen it for a million times now. Reed, what is this deck looking to do in this matchup?
Well, for better or for worse, we have just a very, very straightforward, I would almost say stock version of Is it Cauldron making it to the finals.
Yeah.
Not shocking, just based on the raw power of this deck and, the power of dozens and hundreds and thousands of players kind of honing it to this perfect form with the really pristine mana base, the 2s and 3-ofs in the right places. But Kurtzman's deck just does the thing, which the best thing you can do is discard Vivi or Nitier to Fear of Missing Out, Winter Night Stories, whatever else it might be. Use Agatha's Soul Cauldron to grant that ability to all of your creatures, and then have explosive turns where you can make upwards of 20 mana.
Yeah.
Now, the great thing about this deck is there are backup plans upon backup plans. So the next best thing you can do is use Proph's Eidetic Memory to make the biggest creature on the battlefield, often in tandem with Fear of Missing Out, which can give you 2 combat steps, 2 triggers of Prophs to unload counters. Beyond that, this is just a really effective Is It mid-range deck with removal spells, card drawing. It's just so well-rounded.
Yeah, so many different avenues of attack for this deck. Absolute all-stars, basically in every slot. So yeah, we'll see if Is it Cauldron can finally cross the finish line here, because all of the other finals that we've seen lately, it's fallen to red aggressive decks, and this one, in the hands of Alexander McIsaac, is a beast unlike any other we've seen here this weekend, Reed.
Right, so where many takes on mono red are a little bit more mid-rangey, you'll see 22, 23, 24 lands, some big dragons, some removal spells. Alexander's is very low to the ground, very laser focused on one particular game plan, which is make a giant creature and get the opponent dead. So the key card up in the top right corner there, Leyline of Resonance. If you have this in your opening hand, it doubles all of your pump spells, of which Alexander has many. He has Bulk Up, Full Bore, Might of the Meek, Turn Inside Out, Dreadmaw's Ire, and Burn Together. That's the adventure of Callous Sellsword. Any one of these is pretty effective for winning a tough combat step or unloading extra damage. But when you can start combining 2 of them together or doubling them off Leyline of Resonance, it's really easy to overwhelm your opponent and kill them on turn 3 or turn 4, even through blockers, even through a single removal spell.
Yeah, and these pump spells that you'll see in action, plenty of them give trample to the creatures, so blockers oftentimes don't matter. It's kind of like build your own monstrous rage, just maybe a little bit more fair in that regard. But a couple of key interactions, I've seen a bunch of people in chat asking as well, how come Burn Together doesn't get copied by Leyline? And that's because there's 2 targets in the text there. So target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to any other target. So Only stuff that pumps your creatures or targets your creatures will get copied with Leyline. The copies don't count as costs, so they don't trigger prowess. They don't, add to combat in that regard, add to the combat math. So just, little things to keep a lookout for.
One of the cards that you and I have been the most impressed with is Turn Inside Out, which, first of all, is arguably the best combat trick available for Alexander's main game plan of unloading damage. But he's also been using it to make big armies. So, for example, let's imagine you start the game with Leyline of Resonance. You play a creature. Your opponent points a Fatal Push at it, a removal spell of some sort, a tragic trajectory, I should say. You can use Turn Inside Out basically as a protection spell, kind of like the green decks would use Snakeskin Veil or the white decks would use Shard Mage's Rescue. Your creature will die, but you'll get to replace it with one or sometimes more copies of Manifest Dread 2/2s. A really, really awesome combination that Alexander has built into the structure of his deck is Stadium Headliner, which can mobilize on turn 2. We've seen him play Turn Inside Out on the mobilized token.
Yeah.
So already you're lava spiking your opponent. You're getting 3 damage for 1 mana. But then also when you sacrifice the mobilized token at the end of the turn, you get to replace it with a Manifest, upgrade it, so to speak.
Yeah. And if you're lucky, you get one of your key creatures, either the Emberheart Challenger or the Slickshot Show-Off.
Yep, we've seen that happen too.
It can just be like, surprise, oops, you're dead. The players are playing for quite cool things here this weekend alongside Thanos' Glove, the Infinity Gauntlet, a super sweet trophy. We see the top 128 players get the spectacular Spider-Man foil promo. The winner of this takes home $10,000. The other finalist takes home $5,000, and then work our way down the pool there. And the top 8, most importantly, which I think is the coolest, choo-choo, we're getting on the Pro Tour train in 2026.
Yeah, so really great opportunity for the players who made day 2 here. Most of the players who made day 2, if they were able to pick up a couple of wins today, they made the top 128 for Spectacular Spider-Man. In the past, these promo cards have been really desirable. Players are really excited to get them. There's the cash prizes for the top 64, the Pro Tour top 8, and then what else is the winner of this final match going to get?
The really cool Thanos Glove?
The
What
really
else?
cool Thanos Glove, which I'm excited. I think the best moment of this weekend is going to be the trophy presentation, which our very own Nick Miller is going to be able to graciously hand off to either Alexander McIsaac or Itai Kurtzman in just a few, one match away from now.
Yeah, in 2 games or 3. Let's go find out. Our players are ready to rock and roll. This is the finals of Spotlight Series Spider-Man. Here we go. Itai Kurtzman on top of your screen. He is the #1 seed, so gets to go first. Alexander McIsaac down on the bottom. Double Leyline of Resonance. Woo! Sorry. That's so cool.
7 card hand with double Leyline. We could see some fireworks.
Yes, we will. Itai, I hope you have your interaction here. Kicking things off with Stadium Headliner for Alexander. Into the Floodmaw says, nope, thank you, get out of there. We definitely don't want to see 3 Manifest Dread creatures next turn.
Wow, a very aggressive use of Into the Floodmaw. That's a tempo play. But bouncing a 1-drop, it invites the question of what are you going to do in that very small window of time before the 1-drop gets replayed and starts attacking you?
Yeah.
In this case, Kurtzman does have a great start, which is Fear of Missing Out, discarding Vivi. So if he does have the Cauldron, he could start doing his thing very quickly.
Might of the Meek, a card draw spell here. Just draw 3.
How's Ancestral Recall sound?
Yeah, in red. I bet you the red players would love that. You just need 2 ley lines on the board for the low, low price of 2 4-drops.
All right, so we have Ancestral Recall on Alexander's side. Are we going to get Black Lotus from Kurtzman? That would be basically the impact of exiling Vivi to the Cauldron, and he has it.
Ooh, lovely.
Man, I could see why these players made it to the finals here.
Yeah. Woo, with jaws like these, who needs mulligans? Good grief. Alrighty, well, our Fear of Missing Out now has Vivi's ability, any future creature with a counter on it will also get that ability to create extra mana. So now Itai really, really needs to do a good job here of keeping control of Alexander's board.
So he generated 3 blue mana right away, spent it on Winter Night Stories. He's really hoping to have a land and ideally a piece of instant speed interaction.
Because, yeah, I mean, double leyline, sure you can deal with one with the Into the Flood more, but dealing with both, that's so expensive. Especially because it's going to cost him 2 whole fish. 1 blue mana left open. Scariest card in Magic, an untapped island. Alexander McIsaac plays land number 3. What does this turn look like for Isaac? Alexander McIsaac.
He has a lot of cards in hand.
No kidding.
The best of those will get tripled by the double A line of resonance.
I wanted to play this deck in Best of 1 on Arena, and then I remembered that Leyline of Resonance is banned only in Best of 1.
That's true. Maybe we should take that as a sign. If it's banned in a very similar format, maybe it's powerful to bring Spotlight Series Spider-Man.
Here come the attacks. We see a block on the Stadium Headliner. Looks like Turn Inside Out is going to get doubled. So 3 instances of the spell, which he can shift around as he so chooses. 1 copy there, 1 copy there. So if this headliner dies, it would get 2 manifest creatures. Okay. And we know that at the end step, that is going to get sacrificed, so we get 3 more creatures on board?
Right, so you want to be careful not to shortcut this because
Yeah,
the warrior token actually doesn't die till the end of the turn. But right now, these creatures are trading off, and 2 copies of Turn Inside Out had resolved on that Stadium Headliner, so 2 copies of Manifest Dread.
Alexander found 2 of the best creatures, Emberheart Challenger and Slickshot Show Off. So Itai's going to see that mouse in the bin and be like, what the hell did you find? Danger, danger. So judges will probably mark those, you know, just to keep track of which one discarded which card in the yard. And then we get another trigger here. Oh, another one? Good grief. No. It was the other way around, wasn't it? Oh, no. Okay. Irrespective, number 2 has the juicy thing underneath as far as Itai would be able to determine.
Okay, so Kurtzman starts his turn with VVN Cauldron, but no creature. So let's see what he can do.
Jeez, this is a rough spot for Itai to be in now. It was looking pretty good for him until the Fire Nation attacked.
Yeah, no kidding.
We're not at that Spotlight series yet. So that's coming in. That's coming in January, friends. Spotlight the Avatar. Good gravy. Did he not find a land? No, he chucked a land. Must have one, right? Ooh. Does he get two instances of VVs now?
Yes, that's correct. There are the Steam Core Scholar is granted 2 different instances of the once per turn VV ability.
So 6 mana there. At Itai's disposal. Can he get more? Profts. Oh, gross. This guy's going to be ginormous if he finds another card draw spell.
Yeah, so Kurtzman's going to have an astoundingly big turn here with a lot of mana. He's Winter Night Stories in the graveyard. The problem is he's not going to be able to win the game this turn, and then he's going to have to pass with only at most 1 untapped mana, because when it comes to VV, you can't take it with you. You can't any mana that you don't use on your own turn, you cannot activate that ability on your opponent's turn. And the most important thing in terms of who's going to win this game and whether or not Itai Kurtzman's going to get another turn is if he can hold up instant speed interaction to protect against Alexander's explosive turns. So
He hasn't played a land yet, right?
he has not played a land. So yeah, the best thing he can do is end his turn with a bunch of enormous blockers and, say, an untapped Verge that can represent blue or red mana. But even that might not be enough with Alexander's double leyline and stacked hand. I mean, we're going to have to see.
And the sneaky creatures underneath too.
Exactly.
Of those
Yeah, he can
manifest
he can turn one face up at the end of the turn.
Mountain tapped. Mako. And we still have one more activation of the Steam Core Scholar.
Believe there's 2 activations available.
How come?
I don't think he's used one yet. I think the only play he's made so far is
He played
cast the Scholar. Oh, he did
He
play
played-
props.
yeah, he
Okay,
played
yeah,
props,
you're right. So you're absolutely right. So 1 blue mana floating, and the ability to activate a second time.
Okay, so that 1 blue will go bye-bye. Because we've moved into combat. Gigantor over here. Just came in, so can't attack. 6 blue mana. Yeah, that's one way to get Winter Night Stories out the yard. Paying full price for it? Hey, why not? You have 2 blockers up. You need the biggest creatures you could possibly get here against this army that Alex is creating. Jeez. But importantly, Reed, he won't have any instant speed interaction for Alex's turn.
Right, so he might have to spend some of his removal on his own main phase if he's fortunate enough to have it. He might just have to put more blockers out there.
Because now with the counters on the Marauding Mako, he's got 6 more mana there. So 7 in total.
The Mako as well can be double activated.
Yes. Another Winter Night Stories. So 1 more activation to go on the Mako. Look at Alex, he's just smiling. He's like, yep, that's a thing that's happening.
I have to say, you know, you're showing up to a tournament with an absolutely broken best deck that a lot of players speculate will be, you know, will be hit by a banning soon. And you want to play something different. I kind of like Alexander McIsaac's approach of I'm going to play the even more broken deck with the even more unfair draws that it can deliver with Leyline of Resonance and these fast clocks. But, you know, seeing what these 2 players have done in the first 4 turns of the finals, it makes me really discouraged to bring, like, my Golgari deck to a standard tournament, right? You know?
Yeah, no, don't do that. Not at the moment. Don't do that. Oh, good grief.
You're usually very encouraging, Ailey. So I know when you're like, Reed, don't try to play Preacher of the Schism on turn 3. It's not going to go well for you. Yeah, I know I should listen to you.
Oh, my goodness me. Now we see the second activation here of the Mako. We see a new Cauldron. Oh, yeah. Why, though? Why do we want to do that? Oh, just choose another VV? Oh, that gives them a new. Ugh. That gives them a new instance of it. Gross. Yeah. So we still have... Now we have 2... No. Brain work.
One more
One more
activation
activation from the Scholar.
from each creature. So
But-
a new instance of the VV
Yes.
ability is granted to both.
I don't believe the Mako's used his second one yet.
Well, that is gone. Whether or not it's been used, it doesn't have that ability anymore.
Gotcha. Okay.
So yeah, this is just, you kind of think of the VV ability just being what it is. It's a one shot, but
Yes.
when it comes to Agatha's Soul Cauldron, it kind of tracks the individual instances of the ability and treats them all as separate. So really tricky to understand if you haven't seen it in action before, but this is what is allowing Itai Kurtzman to have such an outrageous marathon turn 4, is that he keeps granting his creatures new instances of the VV ability to rinse and repeat the whole process over again.
Crazy stuff. Alex is just smiling. He's like, yep, I guess that's happening. Thank you, judges, for keeping track of the mana over there that's available in Itai's pool. And I mean, he's doing exactly what he needs to in this instance, is get the biggest block as you possibly can. But the problem, however, is that, okay, he looks like he's going to be dealing with that now. All right, so one ley line off the board. We've seen Alex win without even needing to attack, depending on what's on the battlefield for him.
That is true, yeah, with Burn Together from Callous Sellsword. But I really like Kurtzman's approach here of let's go after the ley lines rather than going after just the creatures.
Yeah.
Because his blockers are now big enough that against any kind of fair and square magic, even, a flurry of combat tricks and, something that grants trample, whatever it might be, he has so much power and toughness that he might be able to handle that. It's just the actual combo element of multiplying the effects of those combat tricks that's going to really scare him. So even reducing it from 2 ley lines down to 1, I see that as pretty meaningful in this game.
He's now turned his focus to removing permanence on Alex's side of things, now that he's just amassed that. Someone count how much mana he spent in this turn, please. We've got Slickshot Show Off down for the count there.
And you see there how he used context clues in order to correctly guess which of the manifests was a Slickshot Show Off. Well, turns out there were 2, so.
There were 2. No mana available now. Nothing left for Itai.
That's
Alex,
right. Yep.
What you got?
It's Alexander's game to win or lose this turn. He's just got to look at his hand and ask himself, does he have it? The easiest path would be, multiple combat tricks and multiple triggers on the Slickshot Show Off followed by Burn Together. Failing that, the next best path would be granting Trample with Dreadmaw's Ire. If he doesn't have either of those, I don't think he's going to win this turn.
Yeah.
Which probably means he's not going to win at all.
And yeah, with that flyer in the air, not paying the warp cost for it, Itai has a flying blocker. Well, he's got 2 actually with the Scholar, so I don't think attacking is on the cards here for Alex, so he's doing some math. Man, that was one hell of a turn.
It was, just so well navigated for Kurtzman. Like, that was a turn with, I don't even know how to begin, but let's just say for the sake of argument, 100 meaningful decisions between what actions do you take, how do you spend your mana, what cards do you discard, what do you target with your various interactive pieces. And I think he did everything right. I mean, he executed his combo masterfully with those multiple instances of VV, even setting up with multiple copies of the Wizard in the graveyard. Then he used his removal spells in the most effective way. Like, look at how he's matched it 3 attackers against 3 blockers and taken away one of the ley lines. So it just, to the best of his ability, cuts Alexander McIsaac's routes to victory. And it really makes things as hard as possible on him.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we're going to see Turn Inside Out, trigger on Bird, both on the fish to kill that Mako off. So there's 2 extra creatures coming in for Alex. What do we want to do about the Slickshot Show Off against a 7-power Steam Core Scholar? Full bore. Times 2, that's a +3/+2 twice. And so now it's got 4 power off of its own ability. +6. Yeah. Anything else? Both players are just canning themselves. This game is silly. Tradesies.
Cleanup time.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Carousel Sword. And that looked like an Ember Heart Challenger. Right. Yeah, that would be 4, then that would be 5. Yep. So that's a nice creature to have under there. Okay, so Alex did a great job there of cleaning off the 2 biggest creatures on Itai's board. Follows up with 2 Hired Claws and crosses his fingers and hopes there's no Pyroclasm in his creature's future. If there is, pretty sure we're getting a good game 2. Never mind, not in the main deck. So, critters are safe from that.
Well, if Itai can have a turn like the one he had last turn, he might be able to just win with a big attack with the Quantum Riddler, but he did not. I think he basically is gassed out. He used up all his Winter Night Stories, and all he can do is play land and pass.
Wow. Jeez.
I can't believe the pacing of this game where we went from the most impressive turns ever to now the players just passing back with no play at all. It's like, am I even watching the same game?
Yeah. I mean, what's the risk here for Alex to just start turning things sideways?
Well,
We're about to find out.
I think that's, you know, his deck kind of plays one way.
Sideways.
Sideways.
So now we're going to see the Riddler block what it assumes is the biggest threat on the board. Blocking one of the very first manifests. And we know, I believe the Ember Heart Challenger is under number 4. No. Carousel Sword's under number 4. 5 is the Ember Heart Challenger. So let's see if we flip one of these friends up, or if we have an instant here. Okay. We're just going to pump up our little friends. What's it? 2, 4, 6, 7. Down to 5.
He's got 3 cards in hand. We know one of them is the Leyline of Resonance that had been bounced. We know that if he had Dreadmaw's Ire or Burn Together, the previous turn would have gone a lot differently. So instead, he's just going to have a nice modest turn where he sinks his mana into the Hired Claws, but that's plenty good enough. He unloads 10 damage, getting Kurtzman down to 4.
Go, 1-drops, go. Alright, so 1 unknown card. I don't know if we caught a glance of that, but we know the one is, like you mentioned, the Leyline of Resonance, number 2. And if Itai can't find anything at all, then Alexander's going to win this. Knocks the top of the deck. Can he find anything meaningful here up against a swarm of little dudes?
One blocker or one piece of interaction will not be enough.
Especially if those Hired Claws stick around. 'Cause that's just 2 damage there by themselves. Alright. A Braid. To kill one of our little buds.
All right, so he still needs one more thing, but for example, if he has Into the Floodmaw, might be able to survive one more turn.
Oh, it was a Stadium Headliner. Okay. So that's an extra attacker there, as is. 1 point of damage off of the Hired Claw just on attacks. Itai's got 4 mana open. I don't think the top of his library has behaved. Woof! Leyline number 2 back on the board. And sideways we go. Trigger. Warrior token. I think we're going to a game number 2 here very shortly.
Wow, what an
Jeez,
amazing
like-
game.
Woo! Cauldron players around the world cry out. How do you go from having that insane of a turn to losing?
Yeah, I mean,
Just-
these decks get to a point where they have sort of an unbounded amount of mana, but in order to make use of that, you also have to have an unbounded amount of card drawing.
Yeah.
And Kurtzman went through a lot of copies of Quantum Riddler and Winter Night Stories.
Yeah.
But at the end of it all, that was it. He didn't have anything more to keep the momentum going. Top of his library wasn't super kind to him those last couple of turns.
Nah.
And that was
Unfortunately
that.
Yeah. Sideboard time, though. I bet Itai is going to grab that Pyroclasm as fast as he can and wish he had more copies of it. Because, yeah, that board gets real out of hand if Alexander starts going wide. So what else is Itai going to consider bringing in?
2 Unable to Scream, 2 Torch the Tower, 1 Pyroclasm, 2 Obliterating Bolt. Those, I think, are the ones that are fairly straightforward. So 7 cheap removal spells. Then he has Broadside Barrage, Essence Scatter, Quantum Riddler, and Spell Pierce as optional if he decides that he has a vision for how the game is going to go, and those cards might fit into that vision.
And then on the other side of things, Alexander is very used to this sideboard plan by now, I'm sure. Those Razorkin Needleheads. Imagine if those were on the board as well and had to be factored into Itai's turn that he went absolutely nuts in.
Yeah, you can even you could manifest them under some good circumstances.
Oh, that's cheeky. I like that.
But yeah, we expect those to come in. But really, McIsaac is not going to change his deck too much. The core plan stays the same. If it's swapping out some 2-drops or some combat tricks for the Needleheads, that's fine. If you want the 4th Dreadmaw's Ire or the Screaming Nemesis, that's fine. But we've seen that he does leave in at least some number of the Leyline of Resonance. He leaves in healthy dose of combat tricks.
And again, I just want to point out, Itai was on the play.
Yeah, with an absolutely amazing draw. He had 1, 2, 3, including the combo of Vivi and Cauldron. And again, McIsaac, like, let's not forget that he fought through a 7/7 Marauding Mako and a 5/5 Steam Core Scholar on the way to Kurtzman eventually flooding out. But it's not like Kurtzman had a bad draw and didn't put up any resistance.
No, he had.
Not by any stretch.
I mean, he probably had as close to an ideal of a turn or a game that you could have. It's just so many different threats to deal with from Alex's side of things. So while the players get shuffled up here, just want to remind everyone that if you would like to keep up with all of the latest news, all the latest deals, set releases, etc., sign up for the Star City Games newsletter. You can find out, like I said, about all the upcoming sets, Avatar, the next one, Avatar The Last Airbender, find out about all the upcoming events, which are happening in November, Las Vegas, 21st to the 23rd there of November, and then whatever sales are happening. So be sure to go sign up, starcitygames.com/newsletter.
Okay, we've seen the 7-card Leyline hand. Will we get a repeat of that, or will we see the other extreme of the range? It's a 19-land deck that's reliant on having a certain mix of lands, creatures, spells, and extras. You're not going to see that every single game. There is some fail rate. But yeah, which end are we going to see? Are we going to see the nice Leyline draw or the mulligans or the missed land drops?
Yeah, this deck hasn't behaved, perfectly every single game we've seen Alex on camera. And I think one of the reasons that the super duper busted crazy, oh my god, you're dead deck hasn't drawn attention to itself is because it does do its fair share of losing, you know. Give this deck to another 10 players in the field and see what the averages work out to.
Well, Corey had a great comment earlier today. He said the difference between this deck winning and losing can be the difference in Leyline of Resonance being the 7th or the 8th card in the library.
Yeah.
And if you think about it as sort of like on a razor's edge in that way, that spooks a lot of players. Because they don't, you know, that you want to feel like you have control, like you're going to be able to participate equally in every game that you play. But in reality, sometimes the best way to win a tournament is just to play a volatile, powerful deck and give yourself that chance to get lucky in the right circumstances.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you just need to go crazy with the fireworks and not like a carefully controlled and curated list like Izzet Cauldron is. Although we do send some fireworks for those, for sure. It's been a long weekend of Magic for both of these players. We've seen some excellent Magic all round. Is it the time for Izzet to take one of these down, or are we one game away from crowning Alexander McIsaac as champion? Ty Kurtzman certainly hopes not, so let's see if the sideboard plan of his is a good one. I was looking through Itai's, road to the finals as well, and I think he only faced like 2 aggressive decks. He won handily against Mono Red. He was like 2-0 against that one, but yeah, I don't think he had to face all that much in the field. Let's go have a quick look. What all did you face? So, Golgari midrange. Some Brave Soul did bring it here this weekend. Dimir midrange. Azorius Pixie. Izzet Cauldron. Izzet Cauldron. Mono Red aggro. Izzet Cauldron. Simic aggro. Okay, so there was another aggressive deck. Then all Izzet Cauldron up until Boros Mice here in the quarterfinals up against Benji.
Wow, so a lot of mirror matches for Itai.
Oh, yeah.
We should give props. He is our #1 seed coming into the top 8.
Yeah.
Very
impressive.
Very impressive record of 12-2-1. Now, of course, up to 14-2-1 after having won the quarterfinals and the semifinals.
The winner of this takes home $10,000. The runner-up will take home $5,000. They're both on the Pro Tour for 2026, which is so cool to see. Looking forward to watching these players strut their stuff in the upcoming events.
Only the winner gets an Infinity Stone.
Yeah. I really want some hardcore player to just try for every single event to get all of the stones. And if someone pulls that off and manages to get all of them, then I hope that, I forget what the company's name is that made the gauntlet, makes an actual, real life size one that they can wear. That would be so sick.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Wow.
Mountain? Yeah?
That's another really good leyline hand.
Oh, jeez, like 2 lands, leyline. Do we have a critter? Yeah, we got a little hired claw. Oh, goody. Okay. Spybluff Canal to start things off here for Itai, looking to equalize against Alexander McIsaac, who this time around is more than happy to jam Hired Claw. Turn 2, Fear of Missing Out for Itai. Let's see what he draws, what he chucks. So definitely extra lands in hand, else we wouldn't see that. Or just maybe would like to keep his life total as high as possible.
And he seemingly did not have a 1-mana interactive spell, because if he had torched the tower, he could have torched the Hired Claw in the end step. If he had into the Flood Maw, he could have gotten rid of the Leyline of Resonance.
Yeah. Here we now go with our little Hired Claw, getting in 1 point of damage. Then we see a block. Don't think our Fear of Missing Out is too keen to jump in the way of this reptile.
I've said it before. I'm often in favor of a block in
Yeah.
this situation. I mean, it's context dependent. You have to judge how worried you are about that, or how much you need the fear of missing out. But in the end, it was Alexander just pumping the hired claw. So if you had chosen to block, maybe they would have just bounced off. Maybe Alexander is sandbagging a combat trick.
Yeah.
Actually, we happen to know he is based on the glimpse we caught from his opening hand. But all I want to say is that the incidental damage does matter, and
Yeah.
you should be thoughtful about it.
What would have been... he didn't lose anything there. He still got the resources in hand. All he did was, activate the ability, and that forced then the Obliterating Bolt to take care of it. But now, having the Emberheart Challenger and seemingly no interaction, this is a great target for what we know he has in hand and the ley line of Resonance.
Correct. Yeah, if Alexander gets to untap with all his mana open and this Emberheart Challenger still intact, it could make for a really nice turn.
1 blue tapped. What could that indicate? Huh? Okay.
Well, could be into the Flood Maw. Is there anything else
I
for
don't
1
think
blue?
so. I think that's like the only 1 blue spell that this deck plays. There's nothing in the sideboard that it could be. Bark Spell Pierce, which wouldn't be costable. Oh, Unable to Scream is the other one. There are 2 in the sideboard. Quantum Riddler. Let's draw a card here for Itai. Hasn't played a land just yet. There we go. Unable to Scream on the little mouse. So no exile shenanigans or prowess for that little guy. And in for 2 goes Itai, taking Alex down to 16.
Notably, Unable to Scream does not give the creature Defender. So it can still attack as a 0-power creature. Shields are down. So if Alexander has like 3 combat tricks that all get doubled off the ley line, he could win this turn.
He wins with a toy.
That would be epic.
That would be so cool. He's going for it. Oh, he's got it. He's got 3 in hand. He's got it. Oh my God. That's going to do it. Alexander McIsaac picks up the win with a toy. Leyline of Resonance getting the job done. Alexander McIsaac taking this down 2-0 in the finals. We have a champion.
Amazing stuff. Oh, you can't sculpt a better ending than the Unable to Scream toy.
Good
coming in
grief.
for 18 damage, uncontested, and earning the trophy.
You even said it, Reed, like, I would probably block there. And maybe he's thinking, yeah, I probably should have blocked there, but that was just so much damage. Leyline of Resonance pumps out so much power. If this was a Commander game, sure, maybe, yeah, fine, don't worry about it. But 20 damage is nothing. It's peanuts for this deck.
Yeah, we're going to need a lot more than 20 life going forward, that's for sure.
Good grief. Absolutely incredible stuff there from Alexander McIsaac. He has been the Izzet Cauldron Slayer of the weekend. Hopefully hasn't granted the deck a reprieve from any effects come November when the banning announcement does happen. But yeah, this is just such a sweet deck to play. And congratulations again to Alexander McIsaac.
It was really great fun to watch. And
yeah.
I want to stress, like, okay, this was a red aggressive deck. If you want to minimize it, you can just say, oh, yeah, mono red won again, no big deal. But this was a very special and different take on mono red. And it was something that I haven't seen other players use the way Alexander McIsaac played it.
Yeah.
And he's played this now across multiple events. We saw him at Spotlight Series Planetary Rotation with the same deck, honing his craft week after week, tournament after tournament, until he had every card the way he wanted, right down to 3 Dreadmaw's Ire in the main, the 4th in the sideboard, 1 copy of Bulk Up. You could tell that this is crafted with care. And the sideboard plans and the mulligan strategy and the judgment calls in the game, like, this is not happening by accident. This is somebody who really knows their stuff and came with a plan.
Don't forget Poison Dart Frog.
And Poison Dart Frog.
The the first time I should say, the last time we saw Alexander, playing in an event, I saw Poison Dart Frog at the sideboard, and I'm like, is this a mistake? Can we double check this, please? And then he starts sideboarding. I'm like, oh no, there is actually a frog in there. Who let that guy out? So it's just such a cool story, and a deserving winner, having put so much time and care and love into this list. And I have a feeling we're going to see it at a lot more events in the future.
Yeah, looking forward, we know that there's a standard banned and restricted announcement coming in November. We strongly suspect that something from the VV Cauldron deck will be under consideration. So, as a player myself, I like to think, well, what's next? What deck am I going to build once Avatar is out, once, the dust has settled on a possible banning? Like, where am I going to look? And we saw some cool stuff this weekend. I love Alexander McIsaac's winning Leyline red deck. Yeah. I loved Kellen Pastor's Simic Ouroboroi.
Yeah, that was sweet.
Some of the control decks that showed up over the course of the rounds, the Sultai Reanimator. So there's a lot to think about.
It's going to be a fun little puzzle for
It's going to be a fun end of the year for standard players.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm super looking forward to it. We are going to get to chat to Alex shortly. So as soon as they're set up there, Nick Miller will have a chat with our champion and hand him a very cool trophy indeed, and get to hear from him about his weekend. An incredible run here to the finals, and to picking up a very impressive victory indeed up against a super worthy opponent. Congratulations to Itai on a great run with, what you just mentioned was a pretty stock list of Is a Cauldron. Nothing fancy, not trying anything cute, but yeah, just not able to capitalize in what I think was probably the craziest turn we saw on camera, barring, massive kills from Alexander.
Absolutely. That turn, that's got to be one of the best played turns of Magic that I've ever watched. Unfortunately, Itai didn't, after that, his deck stopped delivering. He couldn't keep the momentum going. But that was like, holy cow, what am I watching? Like, such expert navigation of his combo, such expert judgment in terms of identifying what mattered in the game and what kind of board state he needed to leave things on in order to not die to Alexander's double Leyline of Resonance. So that was great to watch. And, you got to give props to the great plays, the great moments all the way across the tournament, because there were, 600, almost 600 players showing up that brought their game, and they brought their decks, they brought their best gameplay. And hopefully each and every one of them leaves with something to feel good and proud about.
Yeah, absolutely. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage of the weekend, doing our best to show the variety of decks that are here outside of the most played deck in the room. Like you mentioned, it's going to be a fun end of the year for standard players. I'm personally looking forward to seeing the Azorius aggro deck, hopefully putting up some great results. But the one deck I want to hear more about is the one piloted by our champion, who is ready with Nick Miller. So let's head on over there now.
Hello, welcome back to the Sideboard one last time here at Magic Spotlight Spider-Man, part of SCG in Baltimore. I'm Nick Miller, alongside our champion, Alex. I'm blanking on your name because I'm just staring at this trophy. Alex McIsaac. And I've handed out a lot of trophies in my time here, but never one that I've had to wear gloves that I was not allowed to touch the trophy. But I get to push this over to you.
Thank you.
A Thanos gauntlet here to celebrate Spotlight Spider-Man. Where are you going to put that thing?
Probably just my home office, maybe on my desk. I don't know. Yeah, they'll pretty much let my girlfriend make that decision because she's the one who decorates the whole place. So.
Now, it comes with one gem already. We saw the Soul Stone in the Spider-Man set. You may order more gems and deck it out, or you can kind of leave it as is. But tell us about the tournament now. I'm going to get rid of these gloves because this is ridiculous. But 2 spotlights down, 2 leyline decks winning. If I had a nickel every time that happened, I would have 2, which is not a lot, but it's more than once. You've played this deck and honed this deck throughout multiple events. Take us through the tournament and your deck choice.
Well, I started playing Leyline when it was a bit more popular. Around the time I had my first RC in Calgary, which is the Canadian RC. And this was Pioneer, when Pioneer was still alive, and I brought it as, you know, kind of I wasn't sure if I wanted to play it or not. I ended up not playing it, but I played it in the 5K Open the next day, and I just fell in love with Leyline. I think it's a very underrated deck. I think a lot of people, they play Leyline or they mulligan down to Leyline. The idea is it's like just a little bonus that you can get. I brought it then to the RC in Montreal for Standard, and I got 16th place in that one. So made top 16. I was 10-1. I was the front runner in that one as well. Lost 3, and then the rotation happened, and that's when no one played Leyline anymore. And I just decided to stick with it because no one's sideboarding against it. That's what it means.
Yeah, I mean, you had it multiple times, but also I can't count the number of times I've seen you just cast the card. These games are going long. You're just hard casting Leyline, and then a turn or two later winning with it. And it's crazy to see. You know, we saw you do just absurd combo kills out of nowhere. You know, you had a 3 Leyline win. You know, you had it in play both games here in the finals, and it just makes your opponent not be able to play the game they want to. You know, Vivi has been the headliner for all these Standard events, but it continues to get beaten down by Red, and you're just the last in a long line to do that.
Yeah.
Now, Poison Dart Frog, a card that has been in your sideboard for multiple tournaments. Everyone looks at it, says, what's going on here? You see it pop up in Magic Online list when they just copy your list, not really paying full attention.
Absolutely.
Take us through the story here, where you got the copy that you're using now, and why.
I ordered 4 copies of Razorkin Needlehead in preparation for Orlando. They did not arrive in time, and I ended up actually going to Orlando, and I told myself, okay, it'll be fine, I'll arrive at the event about an hour early, and before we start playing, I will find a copy. And I wasn't able to find a copy. I went to every vendor, they were selling them out because this was like when Razorkin Needlehead was really picking up. And I just had a Poison Dart Frog, and I decided, I don't really need that many sideboard cards. Put it in Haste Magic, and it just really stuck. So.
And now you were talking to some people before the finals match started, and they said, now what, are you going to try to get your Dart Frog signed or altered or whatever? And your response was?
If anyone wants a signed Poison Dart Frog, just bring one over. I'm happy to sign them. That sounds very pompous of me, but sorry.
I mean, it's iconic. Not a lot of people have a card super associated with them. You do now. I can't imagine you registering mini decks without that card, assuming it's legal in the format. Any shout outs to go out over the tournament here?
I mean, every single one of my opponents were absolutely fantastic. And a big thank you to my girlfriend Erica at home. She's been very supportive throughout all of this, and was supportive of me going out to Baltimore for a weekend and paying for all those flights. So.
Well, it's not a bad ending to a great story. Get your Poison Dart Frogs now. They're probably going to shoot through the roof. Hashtag not financial advice. Congratulations one last time. We're going to shoot it back over to Alien Reed to close it out here in Baltimore.
If he hasn't named that frog yet, may I suggest Petey?
Petey the Poison Dart Frog. Yeah, that sounds good. I appreciated Alexander. He's like worried about seeming pompous. Like, dude, this is your moment to be pompous. You earned it by defeating 18 separate opponents. 600 players in the field. You earned it.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope he knows now that he can't not have the frog in the sideboard.
Well, it's the lucky charm, I'd be worried what happens if you leave that at home,
Now, what a sweet story, a deserving victor, and an awesome list to watch being piloted by our champion here this weekend. So once again, congratulations to Alexander McIsaac and all of our top 8 who have made it onto the Pro Tour. Reed, any final thoughts before we say goodbye to our audience?
Well, I loved that interview from Alexander. I love hearing about the trajectory someone takes to land on a deck like that. Oh, I played it through multiple formats. I thought people were underrating it. So you can learn a lot from listening to someone's thoughts like that. Alexander, we had a great time watching him throughout the tournament. He made a really good impression. I had a great time casting with you, Ailey.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks, of
Likewise.
course, to Star City Games for hosting the event, and thanks to everyone at home for watching. It's a great tournament.
Yeah, it's been an awesome weekend here. Thank you to everyone behind the scenes who makes this happen. They are always stressed and tired and exhausted, but they put on an excellent show. Thank you to Corey and Jim as well, our other booth pair who always put on a great show. And thank you to our players for coming out. So hopefully we'll see you all at the next one, friends. But from myself and Reed, for now, we say bye-bye.